Chapter 551. The powerful and terrifying heartbeat, like a hammer hitting a drum, began to become chaotic with the movement of the dog-headed god. The scarlet blood vessels of the Chaos God can block the bombardment from the outside world, but they cannot block the desires of the human heart. Under the gaze of everyone, the dog-headed god quickly went in a certain direction in the area covered by the scarlet blood vessels. A moment later, it completely deviated from the original direction. After striding to the edge of the area, it suddenly stopped. The red eyes revealed endless greed. Mine, all mine. Only I am worthy of controlling this power. Everyone must become my slaves, slaves! The right hand stretched out and grabbed a scarlet blood vessel. Pulled it back. Swish, it was like pulling the thread that fell off the clothes, and a longer blood vessel was pulled out in an instant. Bang, bang, the terrifying heart suddenly became fierce at this moment, and the giant insect crawling on the ground and trembling below was trembling more and more fiercely, constantly making shrill roars, as if it was suffering from some kind of torture. In the sky, the army of the City of Dusk was in chaos at this moment, and the soul fire in the heads of the mummies was fluctuating wildly. Like a candle blown by the wind, it could go out at any time. Ah! The dog-headed god roared excitedly, and the force of pulling in his hands increased again. The next moment, swish, countless scarlet blood vessels were broken. A head-sized, still beating bloody heart was suddenly pulled out from the end of the blood vessel. The endless sense of oppression broke out instantly. It was like the stars in the sky above the endless void were smashing down, and it was like the sea water flying back into the void when the world was overturned. The sky and earth suddenly became dim. All everyone could see was the beating heart. Under the pressure, the Krina warriors on the ground were even confused. Their ears were buzzing, and they could no longer think. They could only cover their ears instinctively to suppress the pain that was impacting their souls. The giant insects on the ground seemed to have pressed the mute button, and all of them pressed their heads against the ground, even stopping their breathing, and could not control the trembling of their bodies at all. The god of fraud and lies also stopped attacking at this moment. Staring at this scene blankly, his face turned pale. Richard's heart was pounding, and he felt that a great danger was imminent. Fatal, extremely fatal. Every cell in his body was reminding him to leave this place. His soul even seemed to be strangled by a giant hand, and the power of the yellow sand in his body was sluggish. The indescribable pressure was countless times stronger when he faced Rose the Spider Queen, the ultimate boss, who had provoked the war of the gods. It was the pressure from the instinct of life and soul, the irresistible oppression beyond the level of life. Chaos God, a terrifying existence that even the god of creation could not kill. Richard's breathing became rapid and his eyes became hot. It was just a heart that had been sealed and suppressed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, but at this moment it still had unimaginable power. What kind of power did this kind of life have when it was alive? If the City of Twilight could have it, could it sweep away everything? The god of dogs became more and more crazy at this moment. His eyes were like Gollum's endless possessiveness and greed when he got the ring in the movie Lord of the Rings. Perhaps the Kobold God at this moment is no less powerful than Gollum, who was tempted by the ring. Mine, this is mine. While murmuring, a hand suddenly tore open the black armor on his chest, revealing the hairy skin, and then a dagger appeared in his hand out of thin air and slashed it fiercely on his chest. With a slash, the flesh and bones were separated, but no blood flowed out. In the sight, a translucent heart appeared. The head-sized heart of the Chaos God could not be placed in such a large place. But the Kobold God didn't care and pressed it against his chest. After contacting the flesh, the terrifying heart suddenly shrank and merged directly into the chest, replacing the original heart. The face of the Kobold God showed an extremely satisfied look, like a greedy slave who got the dragon's treasure. Power! This is power! The crazy voice resounded through the sky. Those scarlet blood vessels that were eroding the void suddenly stopped for a moment. Then, like the tentacles of an octopus, it began to dance wildly. The whole sky was covered by long, squirming scarlet blood vessels. The strange and crazy scene made the veteran, who was not afraid of death, feel cold all over. Still in the bottomless abyss. At this moment, the two extraordinary dog-headed men who had been ignored by outsiders were extremely excited when they saw this scene. Their master was going to rise again. As the most loyal followers, they would definitely enjoy the supreme glory, but the moment this thought came up, they suddenly found that the scarlet blood vessels that were very friendly to them just now were twisting and suddenly wrapped them up. Before they could figure out what was going on. The next moment, a sharp pain came into his mind. His consciousness fell into darkness. The two extraordinary beings disappeared without making any sound, leaving only a faint smell of blood. At this moment, The dog-headed god did not even notice the scene. Bang, 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 after being put into the chest, the heart resumed beating again. At this moment, the mental impact brought by the beating of the heart was stronger than before. The army of the City of Dusk in the sky even felt shaky at this moment. The life of the dead spirits has countless fewer weaknesses than normal life. The only weakness is their souls. The weak giant insects on the ground even had their souls shattered, and they lost their life characteristics silently. This is not the beating of the heart, but the whisper of the god of death, the horrible curse in the world. The open chest of the dog-headed god did not heal, and every beat of the heart was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The breath of the other party began to rise rapidly with the rise and fall of the heart. The mighty power of the gods spread. The pressure mixed with the chaos gods made this space more and more creepy. Of the Krina warriors on the ground, only Xena was left standing. The others were already lying on the ground with their heads covered to relieve the pain caused by the impact on their souls. The armor on the dog-headed god gradually couldn't bear the power of the heart surge, and began to crack rapidly, and finally broke apart with a click. The hairy body was exposed. At this moment, the blood vessels on the skin were like small snakes, bulging high, as if something wanted to get out of it. The appearance became extremely hideous. But at this moment, this god whose reason had been devoured did not care about these things. He felt the endless power surging in his body, and felt unprecedented satisfaction in his heart. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Richard with contempt. "Reptile. It's time to die. I will imprison your soul, and let the worms in the abyss devour it for millions of years. And the bastards around you, all must die. No one can imagine how intense the pain is for a high god to be trampled under the feet of a mortal. That is incomparable to the heart-eating of thousands of insects. And now, he has regained his power. This power from chaos makes him stronger than ever. He will definitely trample all his enemies under his feet. He should be the master of the entire multiverse, the second creator god." After the voice fell, he waved his arms violently, wanting to cast a skill. But the next moment, the madness on the face of the dog-headed god turned into panic. He could not mobilize the majestic energy in his body that was like a galaxy flowing. Why? In extreme fear, he tried to mobilize his energy again, but it was still in vain. The power in his body did not respond to his command at all. After trying several times, his face turned pale. "No! Impossible. This is impossible." In the sky, among the countless squirming scarlet blood vessels, the dog-headed god was like a clown, waving his arms wildly. But there was only terrifying pressure around, but he could not do anything. In despair, the dog-headed god miraculously recovered a little bit of reason and woke up suddenly. Then he looked at Richard with resentment and cursed hysterically. "Bastard reptile, what did you do to me? What did you do? How could I put the heart of the chaos god in my chest?" Before the words fell, bang, bang, in the open chest of flesh and blood, the blood-red heart began to beat faster. The dog-headed god only felt a greater energy pouring into his body. It was like a 1-meter-wide pipe was stuffed into a 100-meter-wide giant. Puff, the bulging blood vessels on the surface of the body burst instantly, and a stream of scarlet energy gushed out like blood plasma. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a gorgeous bloody firework exploded in the air. Bang, the crazy dog-headed god, just when he got the power of chaos and was closest to his dream, turned into mincemeat. The scene was extremely tragic. Richard, who was closely observing the situation on the field, suddenly sensed a special light flashing in the explosion. A weak soul energy escaped from it. The backhand of the god of dog-headed men, his eyes condensed. Sure enough, this old dog is not so easy to kill. Before he could give the order, the energy was pushed by the shock wave and slammed into the ground. It was not known whether it was a coincidence or an accident, but the soul power was pushed into the body of an unknown insect that had just died and looked like a dog. The dogworm corpse trembled and let out a low roar, opened its eyes for a moment, and then closed them again, falling into a coma. Richard saw this scene, and his expression became quite wonderful. Inexplicably, he thought of the dwarf god, who had once peeked into the river of fate. Perhaps this is fate. In the sky, the exploded body of the dog-headed god did not fall to the ground, but was swallowed up by the scarlet blood vessels in the sky in the blink of an eye. And after losing the carrier, the strong and powerful beating sound gradually weakened. At the same time, the scarlet blood vessels that spread to hundreds of meters around began to shrink towards the heart. After a dozen breaths, those blood vessels were all swallowed up by the heart and disappeared. The blurred void returned to normal again. The bloody sky that was as terrifying as purgatory just now only a fist-sized heart was left hovering. If you look closely, You could also find that there are pale golden inscriptions engraved on the heart. The bloody breath was so strong that it was undetectable just now, but now it has been revealed. The heartbeat that almost collapsed everyone's soul disappeared like a breeze on the face. On the ground, the tortured warriors of the Krina tribe finally ushered in peace at this moment. One by one, they collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and even their breathing became weak. Those hideous giant insects looked like they were dead, not moving at all. Is it over? Chief Karen, whose consciousness had already fallen into a hazy state, saw the god of the dog-headed man exploded, and the indescribable heart stopped beating. His eyes turned red, and tears flowed uncontrollably. They survived after all. The heritage of the Krina tribe was not cut off. At the same time, an unspeakable emotion rose in his heart. Even the backup plan of the gods could be broken so easily. That Lord of Divine Grace was really so powerful. The warriors of the Krina tribe should have a new affiliation. After the ups and downs, he was exhausted and finally fainted completely. Jasmine, who was lying on the ground next to him, was still barely holding on. At this moment, she was lying on her back, staring blankly at the space crack. Especially the blurred figure riding on the golden lion. At this moment, all the dissatisfaction with the city of dusk in her heart turned into bubbles, and a strong sense of shame rose. Thinking of her previous unceremonious questioning when facing Hina, she wanted to bury her head in the sand. Her contemptuous attitude was simply a complete joke in front of the master of the city of dusk. What qualifications did she have to question the existence that could even kill gods? Why did she do that? Just because of her genius status in the Krina tribe? That was just a joke. As Hina said, the Krina tribe's failure to surrender to the city of dusk was not a loss for the city of dusk, but for the Krina tribe. Her eyes turned slightly, and looked at the figure, who stood stubbornly until the end. Her heart was a little complicated. She, after all, could not beat this girl. Not only could she not beat him in terms of military strength, but even the lord that the other party was loyal to was more extraordinary than she could imagine. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes with a complicated mood. She knew that the master of the city of dusk led the army to arrive. After the god of the dog-headed man fell, the Krina people had a new identity from today onwards, the servants of the city of dusk. At this moment, the Krina people would find it difficult to survive even if they were allowed to go out independently. Only by relying on the strong can they continue to reproduce. From now on, she will also fight for the Lord who saved the Krina people and preserved their last fire like Hina. Until death. Richard ignored the Krina warriors, who were thinking. At this moment, he was in a particularly good mood. He touched the long fur of the sitting greedy lion, full of praise. Life born from the power of greed is indeed extraordinary. The most evil thing in the world is the desire of life. The reason why the 7 evil gods are so famous is that everyone cannot be free from their own desires. After taking a deep breath, he regained his mind, and looked straight at the heart that had regained its calm. His eyes were full of expectations. The time of harvest has come. It was completely unexpected to encounter such an emergency this time. He did not expect that the god of dogs would do such a big thing. That was a monster that even the chaos god, and the god of creation could not kill. At this moment, the other party's heart was lying in front of him. Let him choose. After coming to Glorious Era for such a long time, he even got 2 bodies of gods. But at this moment, it was the first time he got such a precious treasure. Chapter 552. The heart engraved with pale golden runes gave Richard a charming and mysterious aura. Even though it was no longer beating, it still made people tremble with fear, as if a great terror would revive at any time. This was not a power that mortals could touch. He took a deep breath, and drove the greedy lion under his seat closer. The huge eyes of this golden lion stared at the heart, not leaving it for a moment. The fear and dread in his eyes could not be concealed. After approaching cautiously, he suddenly stopped more than 10 meters away, and dared not move forward half a step. The body of the greedy lion was already trembling, and his soul was filled with endless fear. Richard did not force it after knowing the other party's state. If he took a few more steps forward, the soul of this lion might be broken. He turned over, and stepped in front of the heart. The closer he got, the more frightened he became. He felt uncomfortable all over. After standing for more than 10 breaths, he no longer sensed the fatal breath, so he took action. The yellow sand surrounding him surged quietly, turned into an arm, and directly grasped the heart. At the moment when the yellow sand arm grasped the heart, an indescribable feeling surged into his heart. Powerful, mysterious, vast, and endless. What he grabbed seemed not to be a heart, but a world. A vast and boundless chaotic world. It makes people want to explore, delve into, and even try to control that mighty power. At this moment, Richard suddenly felt alert in his heart. He suddenly cut off the magic power that controlled the yellow sand hand. The next moment, the yellow sand hand was broken. The tempting breath disappeared without a trace. When he came to his senses, sweat was already on his forehead. What a close call. He was almost caught even though he was prepared. No wonder the god of the dog-headed man was polluted. The temptation from the deepest part of the blood can almost make people's souls intoxicated. It is almost unbearable to touch it suddenly, let alone accompany it day and night. Intelligent life has a natural yearning for becoming stronger. No wonder the greedy lion can easily magnify the greed in the other party's heart. No matter who has this source of temptation at all times, it is impossible to remain indifferent. After calming down his emotions, he took out his treasure at the bottom of the box, the statue of the old god. After the dark light enveloped himself, a strong sense of security rose in his heart. He gathered the hand of yellow sand again to grab the heart. This time, although he could still feel the majestic energy from the heart, he no longer had the desire to take it for himself. The power of the past, although it had no restraining effect on the chaos god, seemed to be at the same level and would not be suppressed. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The hand controlling the yellow sand slowly brought the heart to him. Richard looked carefully. The pale golden inscription on it was full of mystery and majesty, and the aura it exuded became more and more extraordinary. He opened the attribute panel, and unexpectedly, it only showed simple attributes, the mysterious heart. There was no level or status, and it was completely unknown. Without hesitation, he opened the black gold system. More detailed attributes immediately appeared. The heart of the chaos god, a group of extremely evil lives living in the endless void and chaos. The chaos god, its heart is the source of the opponent's power, with endless power, and after the chaos god was killed by the god of creation, its body was scattered and sealed in the main plane of glorious era. Note, if you are not determined, you will be infected and swallowed by the power of the chaos god if you come into contact with it rashly. After reading the attributes, Richard turned his head and glanced at the god of fraud and lies behind him. The attributes of the god's heart are almost the same as what the other party said. What the gods know is indeed not simple. This guy obviously has many hidden secrets, and he can try to squeeze some out later. Just when he was about to put the heart away, a wave of heat suddenly emanated from his arms. Richard's heart moved, and the next moment the statue of the dwarf god appeared in his hand. This god who fell into a deep sleep last time to seal the cracks of the Lord of Decay has awakened. The other party is calling him. There is no hesitation at the moment, and the spirit sinks into it. On the familiar throne, the dwarf god wearing a crown and a gorgeous winged cloak, with one hand on his cheek, is looking at him with wide eyes. The expression is hot and crazy that he has never seen before. The voice of shock and disbelief resounded all around. Goddess! What did I see? The heart of the chaos god. How could this thing appear in the world? That batch of chaos gods have been killed by the god of creation. Their hearts have all been thrown into the depths of the main plane, and the power of the entire plane has been used to destroy them. The dwarf god became more and more excited. That war has been tens of millions of years since now. The heart of the chaos god was explored by the gods on the eve of the first war of the gods, and most of it has been destroyed. Where did you get a chaos god heart with such a powerful force? Richard was directly blocked by the other party's series of words. He looked at this somewhat crazy god with some amusement. Your Majesty fam, it's just a heart. As a great existence, who has peeked into the river of destiny, you shouldn't be so surprised, right? The dwarf god laughed angrily. How can you, a lord of divine grace, understand what chaos gods represent? Those lives can compete with the legendary gods. This heart is the source of the other party's power. If it is obtained by those main gods, perhaps it can take this opportunity to go further. Otherwise, why would the gods deliberately open the seal of the main plane to check whether chaos gods exist? They want to use this to spy on higher level power. And now, the heart of chaos gods that can enable the gods to launch a war of gods is in your hands, and you still don't care? The dwarf god had an expression of envy and jealousy. It felt like a blind man got gold and used it as a stone. That heart can cause a war among gods? Richard's eyes lit up. Although the god of lies had told him about the origin of the heart, there was no such direct comparison. So the value of this thing was greater than he expected. Your Majesty fam, this heart has a strong polluting power. Even I can hardly control it. How can I use it safely? Just holding it in his hand, the greed in his heart could not be stopped. If he wanted to use it, it would be extremely dangerous. And this thing was obviously not so easy to be swallowed or absorbed. If he used it rashly, it would be a lot of fun if the chaos gods found a carrier to revive. This heart is just like the plain stone he got before, obviously beyond the limit of what he can use now. the dwarf god said with some envy. Just be content, the pollution of this heart has been wiped out by more than half. Compared with the original state, it is not worth mentioning. If this heart was just dug out, even if the gods took a look, they would fall into madness. How can it be so easy for you to hold it in your hands? He looked to one side, and his tone became more and more strange. Should I say that your Lord of Divine Grace is worthy of being the initiator of the new era? You already have ready-made ones under your command, so why are you worried? Richard said lightly, and immediately became interested. Are you talking about the ancient tree of the evil gods? After the dwarf god nodded, he seemed to have thought of something, looked him up and down carefully, and finally said solemnly, Richard, are you sure that you are not a descendant of the god of creation? Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The dwarf god was indignant. Why else did you get all the good things? The statue of the ancient god, my statue, and the plain stone, the world tree seed, and the guy of the god of fraud and lies. Why do I feel that the descendants of the god of creation are just like this? After saying that, he laughed again without waiting for Richard to answer. If you are really the descendant of the god of creation, I won't have to spend so much effort. Richard shrugged and said nothing. The dwarf god sighed at this. In his current state, he couldn't use any good things. Wave his hand to turn a blind eye. Okay, go out. Remember, don't tell anyone about the Chaos God's heart. It's not a good thing to hold a treasure without enough power. Also, don't even think about trying to control the power of this heart. It's not something that mortals can spy on. Ordinary gods are not even qualified. Your tree was born by devouring the body of the evil god, and it has the qualifications to inherit the power of the evil god of chaos. Before he finished speaking, Richard heard something wrong. The evil god of the main plane is related to the evil god of chaos? The dwarf god nodded. When the chaos evil was first sealed, the main plane was unable to completely suppress it because its power was too great, causing some of its power to escape. Those strange energies that could not be eliminated wandered between heaven and earth, and some gods, who died unexpectedly due to resentment, became their homes. Thus, the evil existence known to everyone, the evil gods, was born. Although these evil gods born later were not as terrifying as the chaos evil, they also inherited some of their power. Before their divinity was wiped out, the evil gods could not be killed, which was the characteristic of the chaos evil. This is also the reason why everyone is terrified of the evil gods. These monsters were not created by the god of creation. This was the first time that Richard had heard of this ancient secret. He just thought that the two had the same name, but he didn't expect that there was such a connection. He was in a good mood at the moment. The evil god ancient tree was his trump card. If it swallowed the heart from the chaos evil god, how high could the other party grow? This wave of blood was a damn profit. I lost interest in continuing the conversation and asked a few questions about the status of the dwarf god. After receiving a response that he was fine, I immediately left the statue and returned to my thoughts. Looking at the heart covered with pale golden inscriptions in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. He stretched out his right hand, wrapped in the power of the old days, and held it. He subconsciously wanted to store it in the system space. But unexpectedly, the system space did not respond. A message came from his mind saying that the storage items exceeded the carrying range. Richard did not hesitate to see this, and temporarily wrapped it with yellow sand, and later used it to cultivate the ancient tree of the evil god. After finishing, he had time to look at the battlefield that had calmed down. At this time, the giant insects that were frightened by the beating of the heart still did not recover. They crawled on the ground tremblingly, not daring to move. And the Zerg Super had disappeared without a trace. I don't know if he escaped or was swallowed by the scarlet blood vessels like the two dog-headed supers. The warriors of the Krina tribe were not much better. They were all injured and lying on the ground, exhaling more than inhaling. His sight moved around, and finally stopped at the dog worm that the soul of the dog-headed god had merged into. His expression was a little subtle. The dog-headed god had become his mortal enemy, since he accidentally lifted the curse from Sina's body. The other party was like a mad dog whose bones had been robbed, constantly biting. Especially the battle in which he joined forces with the Lord of the Dunes to attack the City of Dusk, he suffered unprecedented losses. 70% of the army that had been accumulated for half a year was directly buried. Fortunately, the foundation he had accumulated before was rich enough, and he finally withstood the opponent's offensive. Otherwise, that time, the City of Dusk would have become history. But the interesting thing is that every time the dog-headed god caused him losses, he could make up for it from the opponent. After repeated battles and collisions, the god of dog-headed man not only failed to reduce his strength, but he was able to improve it every time. He was like a boy who brought wealth. Lorena, Take that dog worm back. It contains part of the soul of the god of dog-headed man. We are still short of a guard dog. Lorena nodded happily. She was very interested in enslaving gods. His figure flashed, and he came to the ground. He used energy to condense a dog chain and tied up the dog worm, which was still in a coma. Then he stretched out his hand, and the other party's figure disappeared in the air. Richard retracted his gaze, and slowly landed on the ground. Just as he stood firm, a figure with red eyes and an excited face appeared in front of him. Lord Richard. His voice was a little tearful. Richard had never seen the other party so depressed. Looking at the large pieces of broken armor on the girl's body, and the unhealed wounds that were bleeding, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Reaching out to help, the other person gently brushed the long hair at the corner of the eyebrow behind the ear. He said softly, "It's okay, Xena, I'm here." The gentle voice made the girl's inner emotions completely collapse, and the tears in the corners of her eyes kept pouring out, and she couldn't stop it. This fearless warrior, who had no support, alone and always charged at the most intense part of the battlefield, was like a child at this moment. Finally, she completely let go of herself and threw herself into Richard's arms, sobbing constantly. "They are all dead, sir. The tribesmen are dead, and only we are left. The powerful Krina tribe now has only 100 or 200 seriously injured people left. Her former playmates and close friends, looking around, are already cold corpses. Even some corpses were trampled and crushed by giant insects. Only 1 out of 100 survived. No one could imagine how tormented it was to endure the attacks of a group of ferocious insects day and night in a desperate area that was closed off from the outside world and could not find a way out. Especially watching one's own people fall one by one and the city gradually collapse, there was an unspeakable despair. But she finally waited. At some point, Richard suddenly found that the girl in his arms stopped sobbing. Holding the other's shoulders, he slightly pulled away and found that Xena had fallen into a coma. But the tears in the corners of his eyes had not stopped. The girl, who persisted until the last moment, finally let go of all her guard in front of her support. Richard sighed softly. He waved his hand and asked the little horse behind him to come over. Amirida stepped forward, frowned her little face, and took Xena from his arms with heartache and held her lightly. "Master, is Sister Xena okay? She just fainted from exhaustion. She will be fine after a rest." As if he had thought of something, he walked to Chief Karen, who was still in a state of severe coma, and had just reminded him. Richard did not know Chief Karen, but the information on the attribute panel would not be wrong. Since the other party was once a transcendent, he must be an important figure of the Krina tribe. A bottle of desert crown honey diluted with water appeared in his hand, and he controlled the hand of yellow sand and slowly fed the other party. Gudong, Chief Karen swallowed a few mouthfuls instinctively, and her life breath gradually returned to normal. Seeing that it was effective, Richard immediately ordered the army to come down and feed the other Krina warriors. Are you Lord Richard? Thank you for your support. The Krina tribe will remember it forever." When he finished all this, a faint voice beside him attracted his attention. Turning his head, the one who spoke to thank him was a female warrior with scars all over her body, lying on her back on the ground. The rich blood had solidified, making the other person look like she was covered with a layer of blood, which was indescribably embarrassing and tragic. Richard took 2 steps forward and fed the other person with a desert hand. The female warrior drank a few sips obediently, and then her face improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the breath stabilized, the other person spoke again. "This is the best honey water I have ever drunk." Richard laughed dumbly. At this time, he still had the mood to care whether it tasted good or not. The other person seemed to realize it. His face was slightly red, and after a light cough, he said solemnly, "Jasmine Krina, I pay my highest respects to you, the great ruler of the City of Dusk. May the gods bless you." He reluctantly raised his hand and stroked his chest. Richard waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. He said calmly, "You are safe now. I will take you back to the City of Dusk later. Are there any of your people here?" Jasmine, lying on the ground, nodded weakly. "There is a basement in the center of the city. The children of the Krina tribe are all inside. I will arrange for someone to pick them up right away." Jasmine was relieved immediately after receiving the promise, and then seemed to have thought of something, and her tone was a little hesitant. "Sir Richard, your subordinate, the Dark Valkyrie, caused great trouble to the god of dog-headed people in the previous battle. That mean false god set up a conspiracy and exiled her to the void. Speaking of this, he looked ashamed. We have explored many areas and found nothing. Until now, we still don't know where the Dark Valkyrie is." Richard raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, There was a reason why the Dark Valkyrie was not seen. However, with the hero altar, he was not too worried about the other party's safety. If something unexpected happened, it would only cost some resources to revive him. The information mentioned in Jasmine's words made him very interested. With Flea's strength, it should be difficult to deal with the god of dog-headed people, especially when the other party has several extraordinary people. Jasmine heard this, and showed some admiration on her face. A month ago, Her Excellency the Dark Valkyrie killed a supergiant insect that led the army to attack almost single-handedly. After that battle, she was promoted to the Extraordinary. It is precisely because of Her Excellency the Dark Valkyrie that Krina City has been able to support it for such a long time. Richard was surprised. The Dark Valkyrie was also promoted. He was looking forward to it. This boss is the ultimate existence that can compete with the godly ancient tree for the first combat power in the City of Dusk. I wonder how much the other party's attributes have been improved after the promotion. It's a pity that the system panel is not updated in real time, and you need to see the hero to know its attributes. Chapter 553. Richard didn't worry too much about the whereabouts of the Dark Valkyrie. He would find out after asking Lorena to investigate. This vampire duke, who could enter the shadow plane, had very sophisticated means of investigation. He stared at Jasmine, who was lying on her back on the ground, and hesitated for a while before helping her up. With the strength of the Krina warriors, as long as the injuries did not get worse, they would recover quickly, so there was no need to worry. After thinking for a while, he took out the note asking for help. "Miss Jasmine, is this the message you sent? What's the matter with the obelisk symbol above? Did you come here because you received the letter for help?" "Of course." Jasmine looked at the note, feeling a little relieved and scared. This was what Hina had repeatedly asked the clan leader to pass on. She had no hope for it, and even tried to stop the dog. Unexpectedly, this note could be so helpful. If she had insisted on her own opinion, it was very likely that this crucial rescue would not arrive in time. There was already a cold sweat on his back. "In the future, I will never make such a stupid mistake again." After waking up from the inside, he said slowly, "Yes, Lord Richard. The obelisk you mentioned is a building we discovered before. Because of its peculiar shape and the extremely powerful guards inside, it attracted our attention. It was also the Dark Valkyrie who specifically asked us to mark it." "The Dark Valkyrie asked? Did the other party find something?" Richard became interested. "Then why didn't you explain it? What do you know?" Jasmine shook her head. "We haven't explored it either, but the Dark Valkyrie said that she sensed a special aura, which was very powerful and special, but she wasn't sure what it was, but her intuition told her that it was very important. She also said that with your wisdom, you would definitely conduct an in-depth study and search for relevant information. Maybe you already have the answer before we explore the obelisk." Richard couldn't help but laugh. The Dark Valkyrie really understood him. Such a life-saving note, such a small space, and a pattern was deliberately drawn on it. There must be information to be conveyed. Following this line of thought, he would definitely take action. "Where is the obelisk?" "The area occupied by the dog-headed god." Jasmine mentioned the dog-headed god. Her expression was still a little dazed. Originally, that god was their biggest concern. Even if reinforcements arrived, it would be difficult to deal with a god. Even if the opponent's level at the moment was only extraordinary. But Richard didn't expect to appear in such a strong posture. He didn't even waste too much effort to kill the god of the dog-headed man and snatch the terrifying heart. Until now, she was still a little confused about this matter. That was a god. How could he fall just like that? The god of the dog-headed man has fallen, and that area should not be a big threat to you. You can send troops to occupy it at any time. Hearing what the other party said, Richard was not anxious and nodded slightly. There is no rush for a moment. As he said that, he turned his head and looked around. The army had fed all the living Krina warriors with desert crown honey. The complexion of these warriors was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The only discord was that the giant insects crawling on the ground began to stir again. These monsters, which were as big as small hills, still gave people a strong sense of oppression even when crawling on the ground. For normal life, these giant insects were definitely monsters they didn't want to face. However, Richard was more interested in them than in the Krina people. How many of these giant insects are there in this plane? Countless. Jasmine, who had recovered from her shock, slowly supported the ground and sat up. Although her face was still pale, her breath was much better than before. "Your Excellency the Dark Valkyrie once explored deeply, and finally found that there was a larger swarm of insects hundreds of kilometers behind. There are scarlet lichens growing there, and the giant insects feed on them. The giant insects that attack Krina City are only a very small part of the swarm. Richard's eyes suddenly lit up. Countless. The corruption swamp needs to upgrade to level 5 and have a nest of extraordinary soldiers, and the amount of flesh and blood energy required is exaggerated. According to the God of Lies, the current fishing ground has reached its limit. Next, the quality of the troops that can be dispatched from those planes will gradually decline. Judging from the current situation, draining those more than 20 planes may not be enough to upgrade the corruption swamp. He was worried about how to expand the fishing ground. Aren't these giant insects ready now? With the size of these behemoths, one can beat 10. After Richard had an idea in his mind, he immediately began to clear the field. First, he ordered the stone statues of the dead to carry those Krina warriors, who were unable to stand up and leave through the space crack. All the children hidden in the city were brought back under Jasmine's guidance. Soon, apart from the army of the City of Dusk, only Jasmine and the unconscious Xena were left on the field. Richard saw this and suddenly thought of something. Miss Jasmine, does the Krina tribe have any treasures that have not been brought out? This space is not stable. Jasmine smiled bitterly and shook her head. If it was 2 months ago, we did have a lot of rare resources, but they were all consumed in the past 2 months to fight against the Zerg. Richard raised his eyebrows. My subordinates did not find the arms nest in your city. Why is that? Can so many resources be consumed without an arms nest? Jasmine's tone was a little proud. The warriors of the Krina tribe are not comparable to the troops recruited from the arms nest. Our heritage must be inherited by the blood of the Krina tribe, so we did not build an arms nest, which would only make the Krina tribe lose the courage to charge forward. Richard was surprised. Then where are your rare resources used? Jasmine said in a deep voice. The heritage of the Krina tribe is very special. We can consume rare resources to tattoo special inscriptions on our bodies to increase our strength. Richard finally understood. Sure enough, there are all kinds of life in the fantasy world. I was not disappointed. The biggest gain, the Chaos Heart, has been obtained, and everything else is just a bonus. At this moment, the space around him rippled slightly, and Lorena quietly appeared beside him. My lord, the surroundings have been explored completely. Is there anything abnormal in this space? The spatial force here is very chaotic, like some kind of sealing force. It is better to say that this is a certain plane than to say that it is a sealed place that collapsed after most of the energy was wiped out by time. Sealed place? Richard thought of the heart of the Chaos God and nodded thoughtfully. What the dwarf god said was true. Are there any other discoveries? No, except for the spatial chaos, there is nothing abnormal. Richard nodded, and did not delve into it, and changed the subject. A hero of Twilight City, the Dark Valkyrie, was exiled to the void space by the god of Dogheads during the battle. You continue to explore, and try to find the other party's location. Speaking of which, when the Dark Valkyrie left Twilight City, Lorena was still sealed in the blood coffin, and the two had never met. As you wish. After answering, Lorena disappeared again. When Jasmine saw the scene, her eyes rose with a bit of yearning and desire. Extraordinary. A level with supreme power. After experiencing a war that nearly wiped out her clan, the desire for power has penetrated into the bones of this female warrior. Richard paid attention to Emoli's eyes, and after Lorena left, he turned and came to the front of the space crack. At this moment, the God of Lies was staring at her with a complicated look. Richard couldn't help but laugh when he saw the other party's strange look. Your Majesty Tyrone, don't you recognize me? The God of Lies looked at the heart of the Chaos God wrapped in heavy yellow sand behind him, and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the heart of the Chaos God could be obtained so easily. He took a deep breath. Sir Richard, perhaps, my future is in the City of Dusk. Richard looked at the guy's incoherent words, and waved his hand. Okay, stop sighing here, it's not the right time yet. Go to the corruption swamp, and fix the cracks in this plane. He pointed to the giant insects on the ground that had returned to normal, and were gradually retreating. These giant insects are the best nutrients. We need this plane. The God of Lies sneered. Leave it to me. He turned around happily and left humming a little song, as if he would get some great reward after completing this task. Richard looked at the other person's back, smiled meaningfully, and didn't say much. A moment later. Boom, suddenly, there was a violent noise in the sky. Jasmine looked up and saw that the space cracks that had just emerged from countless mummies seemed to be torn open by a giant hand. It spread directly from the sky to the ground. Then it quickly cracked on the ground, forming an irregular crack 30 meters wide and 50 meters high. She looked along the crack curiously, and the blood-colored mist surged behind the crack, blocking her sight. She could clearly smell a bloody smell rising to the sky. Along with this, there was also a breath that made her inexplicably eager. A desire quietly surged from the depths of her blood. It was like the desire for water after being thirsty for a few days in the desert, and the desire for food for people who had been hungry for more than 10 days. It was an emotion from the deepest part of her heart. What were those? Jasmine was a little confused. When she was wondering, she suddenly found that the giant insects that had not yet evacuated had stopped. Then they all turned their heads to look at the space crack, their brutal eyes full of possessiveness. But those giant insects seemed to be somewhat afraid of the army of mummies near the space crack, and hesitated to move. At this moment, a special wave surged from the golden lion in the sky. It instantly enveloped the entire sky. After the golden lion joined, the giant insects that were already ready to move could no longer hold back. A giant slug squirmed its body violently and rushed into the space crack with blood mist floating. This seemed to be a signal. After the giant insects in the back found that the mummy army did not stop them, they also rushed into the space crack like crazy. They were swallowed and covered by the blood mist. After a while, there were miserable and angry roars from inside. The scene made people's backs cold for no reason. Richard was sensing the corrupt swamp with interest at this moment. After those giant insects entered the corrupt swamp, they immediately caused chaos. The armies that were originally fighting frantically for the golden fruit that fell to the ground suddenly felt a great sense of crisis when they saw these fierce giant insects that suddenly appeared. They actually began to join forces to fight against the giant insects. The huge size gave those insects unimaginable power. For a moment, under the attack of the hastily joined forces, they killed the enemy and made them retreat step by step. Those armies were unwilling to give up and immediately invested more troops to counterattack. For a time, the bloodiness on the battlefield skyrocketed. There were waves of pleasure from the corrupt swamp. Obviously, this wave of corpses made this piece of revitalized land very happy. Richard laughed. This is right. War is never the goal, war is for the harvest after victory. A chaos god's heart that made the dwarf god crazy has made this sudden battle profitable. He also discovered a plain with endless giant insects. This wave of comfort. Next, the Krina tribe must also be completely incorporated into the City of Dusk. He just took the time to see that these races of all-female warriors are actually hero units. Although most of them are low-level heroes such as D-level and F-level, there are more than 200 of them. When the opponent recovers, using the Krina warriors as the backbone, it is entirely possible to raise a powerful army. And this time, he also learned about the news that the Dark Valkyrie broke through the Extraordinary. So, he has 5 extraordinary people in his hands. When the heart of the Chaos God is swallowed by the ancient tree of the god, it can be predicted that there will be another one in the near future. This is what he is most looking forward to. The ancient godly evil tree holds a wisp of power of decay. If it gets the heart of the Chaos godly evil, I wonder if it will completely transform and become a true godly evil. When I think of that picture, I am very excited. Godly evil, that is the extremely evil existence that has served as the ultimate boss countless times in the historical legends of Glorious Era. I really don't know what the enemies of Twilight City will look like when they see that they are facing a godly evil in the future. Ha ha. So cool. Richard, who was in a good mood, came back to his senses and prepared to let Jasmine take him to the obelisk. This time he came to support the Krina tribe, and the gains were more than that. He was determined to get that obelisk. This is a high-level map with a chance of obtaining ancient rules. At this moment, suddenly, the space in front of him fluctuated. Crack. The void fell to the ground like a mirror and exploded directly. A charming figure with dark red bat wings flapping and fangs showing in its mouth flew out with blood spitting out of its mouth. Along with this, there was also a terrifying pressure that was like the overturning of heaven and earth. The giant insects on the earth were even shocked again. After seeing the figure flying out, Richard's pupil shrank. Lorena? This level 23 extraordinary was actually seriously injured? Since this Blood Clan Archduke was subdued by him, this was the first time he saw the other party so miserable. Level 23, how exaggerated, only one step away from standing at the top of the extraordinary and being able to touch the legend before he could make any move. From the broken void, a deep and cold blade light burst out, and the posture of destroying everything made the void neatly cut like tofu. Flying backwards, Lorena's silver eyes turned blood red, and endless moonlight burst out from her body, and the spear in her hand swung fiercely. Clang! At the moment when the two energies collided, the already broken space exploded again. But the blade light was not completely shattered under Lorena's full-strength burst. Waves of aftermath directly slashed on his body. Puff, a scar deep into the bone made the blood of the vampire spurt blood. What a fierce enemy! Richard's eyes became cold. He waved his hand, and was about to order all the extraordinary people to attack. But as soon as the voice came out, a familiar breath came from the void, and the order stuck in his throat was swallowed by him. In the void where the space was like glass fragments, floating around, a slender and graceful figure broke through the fragments and appeared with a knife. The other party wore a black hollow carved mask that only exposed his eyes, and the light from his light golden eyes was like a long sword unsheathed, extremely sharp. The golden cape on her back fluttered in the wind, bringing a strong visual impact. The sword in her hand was more than 3 meters long, a narrow sword with a few curves, filled with a chilling chill, and the surrounding space was even distorted under the pressure of the sword. The momentum on her body was like an erupting volcano, with endless destruction. The Dark Valkyrie Fui? The one who severely injured Lorena was the Dark Valkyrie. Richard was stunned. Chapter 554. Dark Valkyrie? Molly, the little centaur, screamed subconsciously at this moment. No one expected that Lorena would actually clash with the Dark Valkyrie. And it seems that Lorena is at an absolute disadvantage? Emerita was especially surprised, because this little centaur knew how powerful Lorena was. The Rage Blood Duke and the Super Naga were all hunted down by the other party. The other party used the corpses of the Super to prove their own strength, but now, the Dark Valkyrie, who had not seen each other for several months, actually beat the other party. This is a level 23 Super. The little guy's eyes were almost full of stars. Richard looked at the Dark Valkyrie, who was overwhelming the 8 directions, and wanted to continue swinging the long sword, and immediately stopped her. Boy, Lorena is one of us. The long sword in her hand paused, and the Dark Valkyrie suddenly stopped and subconsciously looked in the direction where the voice came from. Then he saw the familiar figure, and his eyes instantly curved into crescents. Even though the golden hollow mask covered his face, he could still sense the joy from the other party. The Dark Valkyrie ignored Lorena, who was flapping her wings and adjusting her body shape, and her momentum surged again, ready to counterattack. She quickly flew to Richard. This top boss who appeared from the broken void and made the level 23 vampire duke spit blood and return, knelt on one knee in the most humble manner under the gaze of everyone. He held the knife in his left hand and inserted it vertically into the void, and his right hand was on his chest, with a rare excitement in his tone. Master, we salute you. Richard sneered. He took 2 steps forward and personally helped her up. The Dark Valkyrie was the top boss he had conquered in the special section of the large-scale dungeon, the Death Arena. Since she became a member of the Dusk City, she has been with him. She has made countless contributions. She left because she was hit when he entered the special dungeon, the Beast Chess, alone in Solon City. Richard thought that it was because of his poor strength that he did not take her with him, so he hoped to come out alone for the trial and achieve transcendence as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, he would be away for several months. During this period, the Dusk City experienced countless major events. Even when the God of Dogs and the Lord of Dunes attacked the city, she was not around. Richard did not expect that the two would meet again in such a state. In just a few months, the Dark Valkyrie had grown to a height that could forcibly suppress Lorena. This power surprised him. Very good, there is no buying during this period. Fui, you did a great job. Richard did not hesitate to praise. In terms of combat power, none of the bosses under his command is weak. But after breaking through the extraordinary, the combat power of the Dark Valkyrie has obviously reached the top level again. At the same level, perhaps only the ancient tree of the gods can match it. Even the Dark Soul Devourer Kratos, a very potential boss, still needs some time to develop. The Greedy Lion is a functional extraordinary, and frontal combat is not its strong point. Although the little centaur Emerita has recovered her soul fragments and even obtained a part of the wilderness priesthood, she is still a child, and her combat power is far from reaching the peak. Lorena's fighting power is very strong, but the opponent is a hero template, which is naturally different from the boss template. The Dark Valkyrie looked at Lorena, who had returned to Richard's side, with a little apology. Master, the god of kobolds, exiled me to a void space, where there was only darkness. At that time, I only felt that a powerful extraordinary was approaching. I didn't know that this lady was your subordinate. Lorena's momentum had returned to calm at this time, and the scars on her body had healed. Hearing this, his eyes were filled with some admiration. Dark Valkyrie, your strength is amazing. It's hard to imagine that you have just stepped into the extraordinary. Treat the strong with respect. And the Dark Valkyrie, who just beat Lorena, obviously won her respect. Richard saw that there was no gap between the two of them, and a smile appeared on his face. In the future, you will face the enemy together. It is good to be familiar with each other's strength. You can also learn from each other in your spare time, as long as you control the strength. As soon as the voice fell, the two looked at each other again, and both saw the rising fighting spirit of the other party. Fighting with a strong man of the same level is precious even for the extraordinary. Richard smiled at this and said nothing more. After coming to his senses, he looked at the Dark Valkyrie again. He opened the other party's attribute panel with expectation. This person who was promoted to the extraordinary for only 1 month can fight against the 23rd level extraordinary, and even suppress the ultimate boss of the opponent. How much improvement has this promotion made? But what surprised him was that the information above was extremely simple. Fui Dark Valkyrie, Boss Template. Level, 20, Transcendent, Status, Transforming. Dark Valkyrie, haven't completed the transformation yet? Richard's expression was a little strange. Good fellow, didn't Jasmine say that she had broken through to the Transcendent last month? Why hasn't she completed the transformation this month? After opening the black gold system and finding the same information on it, he asked his doubts. The Dark Valkyrie answered slowly. Master, the Zerg Super I killed had a crystal growing in its flesh and blood that made me want to devour it. At that time, the threat of the Cobalt God was too great, and I couldn't refuse. After devouring that crystal, I was promoted to Super. That crystal has extremely majestic and strange power. Even until now, 2/3 of its energy has not been absorbed by me. Crystal? In the body of a super giant worm? How can a super still have 2/3 of its energy left after absorbing it for a month? How can such a magical treasure be born in the body of a super giant worm? Richard suddenly thought of the heart of the Chaos God. According to the information we have now, this area is most likely the place where the Chaos God is sealed. Could it be related to the Chaos God? But the crystal has been devoured by the Dark Valkyrie, and now I can't check the other party's attributes, so I can't judge it even if I want to. I started to ask in detail about the crystal, and whether I felt anything abnormal when absorbing that energy, but the responses I got were all positive. After confirming that the other party was fine, Richard finally felt relieved. If it was really related to the Chaos God, perhaps the Dark Valkyrie's status bar should have shown the word contaminated. After the conversation, they were not in a hurry to find the obelisk. They returned to the corrupt swamp, with the Chaos God's evil heart wrapped in yellow sand. The Dark Valkyrie stood beside Richard in tacit understanding. That was her original position. She and Lorena guarded him on the left and right. Two extraordinary people were guards. Even the high nobles among the natives would envy this treatment. If the players knew, it would be even more incredible. I'm afraid they would be so envious and jealous that their eyes would turn red. After entering the corrupt swamp, the Dark Valkyrie was quite curious about this strange area and looked around in the blood-colored mist. When Richard took her to the central area and saw the battlefield where crazy fighting was going on, he was immediately filled with emotion. It had only been a short time since leaving the City of Dusk, and so many strange things had already appeared. Fortunately, she did not fall behind. The yellow sand that wrapped the Chaos heart gradually dissipated, revealing the heart engraved with light golden inscriptions. The ancient tree of the evil god, which was still devouring the body of the Lord of Greed, suddenly opened its tightly closed eyes on the trunk. The dark eyes burst into a brilliant light. After seeing the object in front of him clearly, he said in an almost crazy tone, Master, the heart in your hand seems to be the source of my blood. My soul is trembling and longing. The ancient tree of the evil god is a life born on the body of the evil god. And the evil god of chaos is the source of the evil god. The origin of this is not difficult to understand. Richard's eyes became deep. You sensed it correctly. This is the source of your blood, the ultimate existence from the endless void and chaos, the evil god of chaos. These lives cannot be killed directly even by the god of creation, and the power of the entire world is needed to erase them. Devour the power of this heart, and perhaps you will transform into a true evil god. Treebeard, let me see a stronger you. A head born of flesh and darkness. The evil god of the City of Dusk. The dry branch with the golden fruit swayed immediately. The twisted face of the tree trunk was full of excitement and madness. Master, your humble servant, thank you for your gift. I swear on my soul, I will repay your gift with everything. May darkness protect you forever. Looking at this ancient tree that was wildly loyal, Richard smiled happily. Without hesitation, he threw the heart of the chaos evil god to the ground. Puff, a twisted root rose from the swamp of flesh and blood dripped all over the sky. After the root rolled up the heart, it slammed heavily into the swamp, splashing a large amount of blood. Richard's spikes raised endless expectations. Possessing the power of decay, he activated a part of the power of the evil god, was devouring the body of the Lord of Greed, and now he has obtained the heart of the evil god of chaos. The evil god tree, unknowingly, has been given by him the foundation that is enough to drive everyone crazy. I don't know when all this is settled. How far can this boss reach? After the evil god tree closed its eyes again, Richard's emotions rose again. This feeling of training his subordinates into big bosses step by step made him feel full of accomplishment. When the other party completes all this, an existence that can make all enemies of the city of dust tremble will be born. It is darkness, it is evil, it is the source of all evil, the evil god. After calming down, he stepped into the space crack again. The Krina tribe has been rescued, and Xena and the Dark Valkyrie have returned. Next, it is the second obelisk. Will this obelisk in the land that seals the heart of the Chaos God give him an extra surprise? Returning to the gate of Krina City, Xena, who was held by the little centaur, woke up faintly. Under the powerful recovery ability, Xena's breath has stabilized at this moment. The scars on her body have all scabbed. Judging from her condition, it will not take long for her to recover to her peak state. This is the terrifying thing about top heroes. As long as they are given time to recuperate, they can recover quickly even if they are seriously injured. The higher the level of the hero, the more obvious this characteristic is. Master, Lady Fui. Xena woke up and saw the two people she was most worried about in front of her, and her smile was as bright as the sun. Richard stepped forward, brushed a strand of hair on the girl's cheek to the back of her head, and said softly, Xena, the surviving warriors of the Krina tribe have been sent back to the City of Dusk, and the children in the city have also been settled. You don't need to worry. Xena looked at the handsome face close to her, her face slightly red, her eyes full of emotion. My lord, I'm sorry for your trouble. Richard smiled and said nothing. Not to mention that all the members of the Krina tribe are heroes and worth conquering. Even if the other party is nothing, he will do it just for Xena's request. No one can erase the merits that this fearless warrior has made for the City of Dusk, which are all earned with his life. After calming down, Xena looked at the battlefield around her with a little sadness. Master, after you finish your important task, can you let me collect the bodies of my companions? Richard looked at the bodies of giant insects and Krina warriors, and there was some respect in his eyes. Soldiers who died on the battlefield and wrapped in horsehide are all worthy of respect. I will leave a small team of soldiers to collect the bodies, don't worry. Xena and Jasmine beside her showed gratitude. Their tribesmen were not recruited from the army nest, and the feelings they grew up together were not so easy to erase. After simply explaining the matter, Richard didn't say any more nonsense. He looked at Jasmine. Miss Jasmine, please take us to the obelisk. The potential of this Krina hero is also as high as A level. If it was half a year ago, he would have tried his best to subdue the other party. Until now, A-level heroes are still well-deserved top heroes among players. But now, he didn't have to work so hard, because the entire Krina tribe belonged to him. Moreover, an A-level hero was no longer important to the Dusk City, which had already accumulated sufficient resources. Jasmine gently touched her chest. As you wish. Seeing Jasmine's response, Richard immediately waved his hand, asking the troops in the rear, who had not entered the battle to gather and reorganize and set out. The dark sky was covered by a layer of scaly dark clouds. Richard continued to ride the greedy lion, whose soft long hair he liked very much. Compared with the undead dragon Albus, the greedy lion was more suitable as a mount. Albus, who had fallen out of favor, was now commanding the skeleton blood dragon and the wings of the evil dragon in the rear, looking at the back of the greedy lion with resentment. This damn lion! It stole his job as soon as it appeared. The master should be sitting on him, the powerful undead dragon, Albus, who can spit out the dragon breath of destruction. What can this lion do? Humph, Albus, who has never fallen out of favor, was ruthless for the first time. He must break through the extraordinary as quickly as possible and snatch his master's ass from that damn lion. Snatch it back, across the mountains, rivers and land. After leaving Krina City, the traces of giant insects showed a trend of more and more. The further back you fly, the more impressive the number of giant insects on the ground, and the ground turns blood red. If you look closely, you can find that it is covered with scarlet moss. Some giant insects are eating the moss. Apart from the huge size, this picture really has a taste of the insect world. Richard is in a good mood. The more giant insects there are, the greater the potential of this plane. The corruption swamp, the fishing ground, will benefit more. The group did not provoke the giant insects, and quickly moved towards the target. After flying for hundreds of kilometers, Jasmine finally called the team to stop. Sir Richard, behind that hill is the obelisk. Richard immediately perked up. He looked in the direction indicated by the other party. I saw a stone tower over 50 meters high, standing high on the horizon. All the surrounding buildings were lowered by it. The second obelisk, here we are. Chapter 555. The dark sky, the gray light, and the blood-red moss all over the ground. Together they form a heart-shaking background picture. If you add the ferocious giant insects on the ground, the horror becomes even more creepy. The obelisk standing in this strange area has a temperament that is incompatible with the surrounding scenery. Just one look makes people feel that the building does not belong to this land. The army of the city of dusk hovered in the air, and the giant insects on the ground subconsciously retreated after sensing the danger. Without the command of the commander, the giant insects are not stupid, and they rush up to see anything. Richard looked at the obelisk at the end of his sight, and his eyes became hot. Last time, he got 3 extraordinary soldier nests, the wings of the dragon, from the obelisk. He made a lot of money. But what is more precious than extraordinary soldiers is that the obelisk may reveal ancient rules. Rules. This is a power that only gods can master. The ancient tree of the evil gods only controls 1% of the power of decay, and it will benefit infinitely. Even at level 17, it can fight against the extraordinary Dune Lord. If he can get relatively complete rules, he will have an ultimate power in his hands in an instant. What makes him feel particularly urgent is that the outside world does not know this information at this time. But as time goes by, the chapter of the Plain Explorer gradually develops in depth, and this matter will definitely not be concealed. At that time, it will not be so easy to obtain the obelisk. So we must seize as many obelisks as possible before the news spreads. As long as one can reveal the ancient rules, it will be a big profit. Jasmine beside him seemed to have thought of something at this time. She turned her head and looked around in confusion, with a puzzled look in her eyes. There was a city belonging to the dog-headed god near this obelisk. Why is it gone now? The dark Valkyrie heard this, and said softly, after the death of the dog-headed god, the city returned to its original plane. That plane is not connected to this mysterious area, but the dog-headed god used special means to merge it together. Jasmine finally understood, and relaxed a little. So, we don't have to deal with the guards of the dog-headed god? Maybe they have already captured the obelisk, and are now missing. We can take over this building directly. Having been isolated from the outside world for several months, Jasmine, like all the Krina warriors, did not know the special nature of the obelisk. Richard frowned slightly. This is what he is most worried about. If the dog-headed god gets there first, then it will be a waste of effort. I couldn't sit still. All troops, prepare for battle. Keep going. As soon as the words fell, the greedy lion immediately ran forward. The soul fire flickered in the empty eyes of Alvis behind. Damn lion, you think you can fly faster than me? Indignant, he immediately flapped his wings and followed with the army. The distance of more than 10 kilometers was shortened by half in just a moment. From a distance of several kilometers, you can already see that there are still a large number of troops guarding in front of the obelisk. They are obviously not kobold soldiers. The god of kobolds did not capture this building. Richard heaved a sigh of relief and sped up again. But when he approached the 5,000-meter limit of the obelisk, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding, you are close to the special building obelisk. Within the 5,000-meter radius of this obelisk, hero units are prohibited from entering, except the Lord himself. Those who forcefully intrude will be exiled to the void. Richard's face changed slightly. What the hell? This obelisk does not allow heroes to enter. He glanced at the top extraordinary people beside him, the Dark Valkyrie, Lorena, Amarita, Kratos, and the greedy lion, and his mouth twitched. Is there any law or justice? Then he turned his head and looked to the side, as if he had thought of something. Jasmine, has the Krina tribe ever approached the spire? Jasmine shook her head, her tone a little solemn. No, because our tribesmen suddenly disappeared after approaching. The tribesmen who came back reported that they seemed to be pulled into a different space by some powerful existence. Richard frowned slightly, and looked at the Dark Valkyrie again. Foy, what was the breath you sensed at the beginning? The Dark Valkyrie said slowly. This area gives me a strong sense of danger. As long as I get close to a certain distance, the sense of danger will increase exponentially. You said before that the more dangerous the area, the more likely it is to have good things. No matter which direction I approach from, I can't avoid the sense of threat, so I can sense the extraordinariness of this tower. Richard was speechless. So this is how the Dark Valkyrie felt extraordinary. After coming to his senses, he felt quite strange. If this obelisk was the same as the previous one, he would have missed it. With the support of the hero altar, he might not have paid so much attention if the small note for help did not mark the obelisk. If he had not arrived in time, the Krina tribe would definitely not exist. After the god of the dog-headed man eliminated the external threat, Wouldn't this obelisk be in the opponent's pocket? After coming to his senses, he couldn't help but feel a little pity. This time, he couldn't use the extraordinary to attack this obelisk. After calming down, Richard quickly adjusted himself and spoke in a deep voice. This area has special restrictions. Hero units cannot enter it. Only the Lord of God's grace is allowed to lead troops to enter. Violation of the rules will be exiled. The tone of the words became heavier. Fui, you take the remaining heroes to guard the surroundings. The faces of several people showed worry when they heard it. Even though Richard's fighting power was domineering, even at the same level, none of them dared to say that they could win. But as subordinates, they could not share the worries of their master, and even had to take risks for their master himself, which was hard for them to accept. The Dark Valkyrie said in a serious tone, "Master, can I go and investigate and try?" Richard waved his hand and interrupted her. "When Dusk City had nothing, I also conquered the territory with my army alone. Just follow my orders." Hearing this plain attitude that could not be questioned, several people immediately held their chests and dared not say more. The will of the master is above everything. Richard rolled down from the back of the greedy lion and sat on an ordinary skeleton blood dragon. Then he waved his hand and gave the order, "Let's go!" After the words fell, he drove the skeleton blood dragon straight into that space. The army behind him filed in at the same time. This time, Richard was fully equipped with soldiers to prepare for a top-level war. Almost all the most elite troops of the City of Dusk were brought out. Wings of the Evil Dragon, Super 1-Star 9 teams. King of the Imperial Guard, Brilliant Moon 21 teams. In addition, there are 3 crown troops, King of the Imperial Guard, 50 teams, Stone Statue of the Dead, 100 teams, Mummy Guard, 100 teams. Plus the Glorious Troops, Sandstorm Controller, 100 teams. The total number is 380 teams. The lowest level of this army is the Sandstorm Controller, with an average level of 12. But as a spellcasting troop that combines 2 troop types, the Sandstorm Controller's combat power far exceeds that of the same level. And they can form a powerful weapon called Sandstorm. The power of the team, to a certain extent, erased the influence of the level lag. Apart from the Sandstorm Controller, the other arms, all level 15, are all powerful. Especially the newly acquired Dragon Wings. Level 20, Extraordinary 1-Star. Take any of these arms, and put them in front of the current players. They can all act as small bosses. This elite force trained by him personally is his greatest confidence. The army flew very fast, and it approached the obelisk in just a dozen breaths. And the moment it flew into the 2,000-meter range, Richard's eyes suddenly blurred, and the originally plain scenery in his sight suddenly changed. A blood red appeared in front of him. Dark red clouds covered the sky. Countless thunders flashed in it. A series of dull sounds rumbled, making the whole sky extremely depressing. The ground was covered with blood-colored boulders more than 10 meters high, and there was no end in sight. And among these boulders, there were paths more than 10 meters wide, winding and leading to nowhere. In the center of countless boulders, a dark red obelisk stood. Countless thunders jumped on the top of the tower. It looked like a demon tower that destroyed the world, giving people a strong sense of psychological oppression. But this is not over yet. Richard felt the scenery change at the same time. The speed of the skeleton blood dragon flapping its wings began to become chaotic. The figure fell down uncontrollably, turning his head and looking around. The army behind him, which was full of momentum, could not keep flying and kept falling. This obelisk not only prohibits heroes, but also prohibits flying like the previous obelisk. The army should remain stable and land in an orderly manner. Don't force it. Flying is prohibited in this area. After receiving the order, the soldiers who were still struggling landed obediently. When the skeleton blood dragon landed, Richard turned over and got off immediately. After landing on the ground, the power of yellow sand surged on his body. The surrounding fine sand began to float up, and in an instant, he was completely covered. Afterwards, more invisible fine sands dissipated in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding area of hundreds of meters was completely covered. Perception was extended to the maximum. If there were enemies around, he could sense it immediately. After doing all this, Richard seemed to have thought of something, and subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction he came from. But after just one look, his face changed. The scenery of the original Zerd plain has now turned into a blood-red sky. There is a blood-red giant rock standing in the back that is as far as the eye can see. They stepped into another plane. He took a deep breath, suppressed his fluctuating emotions, and ordered a team of dead stone statues beside him. Go to the back to explore, and see if you can leave. The dead stone statues immediately returned after receiving the order. Not long after, several stone statues brought the worst news. Even if they return to the back, they cannot leave this area. And the back cannot take off either. Richard frowned slightly. He took a deep look at the sky. Good guy, one said after another, the rules of this obelisk are really strange. After a moment of silence, he turned around and looked forward again. His eyes were fixed on the blood-red obelisk. Since there is no way to retreat, then, flatten this area, he wanted to see if this obelisk could stop the edge of the City of Dusk. In his dark eyes, a strong desire for conquest rose. The wings of the evil dragon is the vanguard in the front. The skeleton blood dragon follows behind the wings of the evil dragon. The stone statue of the dead, the mummy guards, and the king of the guards are in the middle to support. The controller of the sandstorm is ready to turn into a sandstorm at any time. The orders were obeyed. The army was immediately reorganized. The undead life had no extra emotions. They didn't care what the environment looked like, they just had to obey the orders of the master. But this area full of huge stones made it difficult for the army to deploy. After forming a formation and advancing less than 100 meters, Richard felt something was wrong and immediately waved his hand to stop everyone. The light in his eyes flickered. These blood-colored boulders are obstacles to me, but they may be the best cover for the enemy. It's too risky to act this way. Richard looked at the winding path and immediately changed his strategy. Without sufficient strength, you can only abide by the rules. But I don't seem to need to play by the rules set by the other party. Thinking of this, he gave a decisive order. Tear down and destroy all the boulders around. Let's build a temporary fortress. Since the other party can have a home court, why can't they have one? President, did you hear any sound? Amidst the blood-colored boulders, a large number of human soldiers wearing heavy armor were looking around vigilantly. The commander of this army was a middle-aged warrior wearing white armor and holding a heavy sword. One of his eyes was light silver, and the other was normal blue. His face was firm, and his momentum was fierce. He looked like a lord who had experienced countless wars, and he was very extraordinary. It sounds like a battle, and it sounds like he said, pointing to the boulders beside him. The sound of a boulder collapsing. The one who spoke was a gray-haired old man, who showed some hesitation at this moment. Could it be that there are other players coming in? The middle-aged player with two different colored eyes said slowly. It is most likely other players. The Plain Explorer chapter encourages mutual competition. The old man was thoughtful. Then do we need to join forces with each other? The middle-aged player shook his head. Send someone to see what's going on, and then we can talk about it together. The old man sighed, his tone a little bitter. Heroes cannot be allowed to enter. This restriction is too terrible. If that Templar hero helps us, we have a high chance of conquering this obelisk, but maybe we shouldn't be so aggressive now. The obelisks found by players on the forum have guards that are more abnormal than one another. He sighed deeply again. Who knew this obelisk was so strange? After entering, I actually traveled to another space and couldn't return. The middle-aged player said slowly. We have enough troops of a legion. Even if we can't conquer the obelisk, we can defend it. We set a time of 1 day. If we can't go back, the guild will dispatch forces to support us. This made the old man feel relieved. This is our elite legion. All of them are Huiwa soldiers. There is definitely no problem defending it. After saying this, he seemed to think of something and lowered his tone a bit. How much can we trust what that Templar hero said? Although they are saints of the night god, I always feel that something is wrong. After the new expansion was launched, those sects changed, and now they are acting crazier and crazier. The middle-aged player frowned slightly. If they attach so much importance to it, they must be sure of it, otherwise they would not send all the extraordinary people. The old man was amazed. There is the power of the old days in the obelisk. This is the first time I have heard of it. Chapter 556. The bloody boulder collapsed rapidly under the action of the Dusk City army. After a while, a wide space was cleared around. After the boulder fell, the yellow sand power on Richard's body dissipated. The gravel on the ground squirmed, piling up the boulders like pulling a cart. The sandstorm controller also participated at this moment, and these soldiers turned directly into a sandstorm. In the sandstorm, sharp blades condensed and trimmed the boulders into a suitable shape. With the concerted efforts of thousands of troops, the surrounding boulders were constantly felled like bamboo shoots. The surrounding open space became wider and wider. Not long after, a rough and extremely solid military building gradually took shape. The strange building can be called a battle platform, with a diameter of about 300 meters and a height of 20 meters above the ground. The protective walls around this large platform were built directly on it, and only the walls that were conducive to attack were built. There was nothing else. It was extremely simple. Richard was very satisfied with this. The biggest advantage of this building was that it allowed the army to take advantage of the terrain. They could attack from a high position. This area was off limits to the air. If the enemy wanted to destroy them, they could only attack from the ground. In this way, they had the home advantage. He was in a good mood as he looked at the completed platform. In most cases, defending the city was always more advantageous than attacking. The rules of this obelisk were somewhat special, and he was unsure of what would happen. It was better to be steady first than to attack rashly. After the platform was built, Richard began to place the troops. The wings of the evil dragon, who was tall, had dragon scales, and held a heavy battle axe with a hollow, triangular shape, and a strange shape, defended the main position facing the obelisk. Bear the greatest pressure. The dead stone statue, the king of the Imperial Guards, and the mummy guards fill the gaps in other defense lines. The Sandstorm Master moves in the middle and obeys his command. Interestingly, Richard did not arrange the big guys like the skeleton blood dragon to go to the front, but arranged them to the back. The huge size is both a good thing and a bad thing for the city defense war. The inflexible body can easily let the enemy take advantage of the loopholes. Let them play the role of fire support, and their corrosive dragon breath can burst out with greater power. Once the enemy is powerful, you can give up a distance and let the skeleton blood dragon clear the field. Richard had just placed the troops and prepared 2 teams to go to attract monsters. The top of the blood-colored obelisk standing in the boulder, the terrifying place shrouded by countless thunders, suddenly burst into a blood-colored light. Then, the thunders lingering on it disappeared without a trace. A thin vertical black line suddenly condensed. Then, the black line slowly expanded to both sides. In the blink of an eye, a dark hole appeared in the air. The next second, boom, it was like a dry firewood poured with gasoline was ignited by a flame. The hole suddenly burst into flames. The scarlet flame burned brightly, pulling out a long tail flame. The blood-colored clouds above the sky were stirred by the tail flame. Only then did Richard see clearly what it was, a scarlet eye of flame. The eye burning with scarlet flame seemed to sense something, and suddenly blinked, then slowly turned its direction and looked at where he was. The 2 sides suddenly looked at each other. Richard only felt an indescribable majestic pressure sweeping over him. The whole person was like a lonely boat in a storm, which could capsize at any time. That was the gaze from a higher life. From the endless long time ago, it was unknown, mysterious, and extremely terrifying. Richard's heart was pounding, and in the almost suffocating pressure, the power of the yellow sand on his body exploded tenfold, forcibly isolating the pressure. What is that thing? Why is it so weird? At the same time, roar. A shrill roar sounded from the direction of the obelisk. Then, there were roars one after another. The sound was low and brutal, like a bloodthirsty beast hunting. Richard's eyes condensed, moved away from the strange eyes, and looked at the curved path formed by the huge rocks in front. Be prepared, the enemy is coming. Not long after the voice fell, a burst of hurried footsteps accompanied by low roars came from the boulder forest. The closer you get, the more you can feel the pressure brought by the unknown enemy. Getting closer and closer. After a dozen breaths, the first terrifying figure appeared in front of Richard. It was a monster with a body height of more than 3 meters. Its body was covered with blood-colored scales. Its lower body was a snake body, and its upper body was a human body. It held a long sword and a thick shield in its hands. The most frightening thing was that on the head of the opponent, its hair was actually countless tiny poisonous snakes. Narrow eyes, constantly spitting out snake tongues, and a slightly open mouth with ferocious fangs. It was creepy. Old Banshee level, 19 potential, with 3 stars skills, petrification, A level, staring at the target for 3 seconds will petrify the target. The stronger the soul power of the target, the longer the staring time is, poison, extreme speed, crazy. After quickly looking through the attributes of those monsters, Richard raised his eyebrows. Brilliant Moon 3 stars, the Old Banshee? The other party's attributes and appearance are no different from the famous extraordinary soldier Medusa in the dungeon. He was not surprised by the level and potential, but the word old made his thoughts race. The bloody sky, the bloody boulders, everything was shrouded in scarlet. Could this obelisk be related to the power of the old? At the moment, his interest was a little stronger. The chapter of Plane Explorer is just a part of the Crimson Moon expansion pack. But the problem is that he has been exploring the plane for so long, and he has not found the old power mentioned by the players. At most, he has killed the lives that were drenched in blood when the Crimson Moon rose. If we connect it with the ancient rules that the obelisk can explode, could it be related to the old? Richard's eyes suddenly became sharp. He was determined to take this obelisk. While thinking, more and more old banshees gathered from the path between the boulders. But these lives did not attack immediately, but slowed down their progress, staring at the field with gray eyes. Richard thought about the skills of these soldiers, and couldn't help but be amused. His subordinates were all undead soldiers without eyes. I wonder if these old banshees can turn mummies into stones? By the way, is there any big difference between mummies and stones? In a moment, the number of old banshees that gathered around exceeded 1,000, approaching 2,000. At the top of the blood-red obelisk, the eyes burning with scarlet flames also noticed the scene. It burst into flames instantly. The scarlet light became more and more vigorous. The old banshee below seemed to have heard the horn blowing and became crazy in an instant. She let out an extremely sharp and shrill cry, and her lower body quickly squirmed and rushed forward. Looking down from the sky, you can see that the old banshee directly formed a wave, as if to destroy all obstacles in front. What's more deadly is that there are still a steady stream of banshees in the boulder road behind. Richard's face was calm as usual. After those monsters approached within a range of 200 meters, he suddenly waved his hand. Mummy guards, volley! The order fell, and the crowned soldiers obtained from the city of the Lord of Dunes tightly grasped the spears condensed by yellow sand in their hands, and their bodies bent like crossbows. Then, it exploded. Whoosh, 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 spears flew out of their hands one by one, like lightning across the sky. 100 teams, thousands of spears, directly formed a terrifying rain of spears. After reaching the peak, it fell down suddenly. It covered all the charging old banshees. These 19th-level soldiers with countless small snakes growing on their heads raised their thick shields in unison, forming an exaggerated shield wall directly on the ground. Most of the ground was covered. The first spear that landed the fastest stabbed at old banshee fiercely, and the thick shield that the banshee had already raised directly blocked the spear. Clang, sparks flew everywhere, and the harsh sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky. The spear was forcibly bounced off by the thick shield, and after losing its power in midair, it suddenly exploded into yellow sand. Seeing this, the old banshee couldn't help showing a bit of pride on her face. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a blur in front of her eyes, and a sharp pain spread from her chest to her back. Looking down, a long spear pierced through her body. The old banshee immediately felt her great power begin to dissipate wildly. In the blink of an eye, her eyes went dark, and then she fell to the ground unsteadily. She could no longer get up. After the first spear fell, thousands of spears fell in less than 2 seconds. Clang, puff, the sound of spears colliding with heavy shields, and the screams of the wounded became the main theme on the battlefield. After the first wave of attacks, the number of old banshees in Richard's sight did not decrease much. According to a rough estimate, under the opponent's heavy shield defense, a round of volleys only killed about 100 people. The difficulty of the 19th level troops was obviously higher than expected. Richard frowned slightly, and waved his hand again. The second and third rounds of attacks by the mummy guards followed one after another. The old banshee, who was charging at high speed, was under considerable pressure, but her muscles were far from being injured. The unreinforced mummy guards, although they were crowned 3 stars and level 15, could not cause devastating blows to troops that were one major rank higher than themselves. After seeing those fierce and ferocious monsters rushing to the range of 100 meters, Richard's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he waved his hand again. The dead stone statue, attack. The resolute order made the Dusk City's ace troops, which had already been surging with fighting spirit, suddenly burst out. Thousands of battle axes whistled out, and the chains on the wrists made a clattering sound at the same time. After several rounds of reinforcement, the attack range of the dead stone statue has exceeded the terrifying 200 meters. The first wave of battle axes chopped at the former banshee in the front at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. These level 19 soldiers were extremely sensitive. In an instant, the shields in their hands dropped from the posture of holding the sky spear to block the front. Clang, the battle axe chopped directly on the heavy shield with violent force. Sparks exploded. Large cracks appeared on it. But it failed to cut off the thick shield of the banshee. Seeing this, the old banshee's gray eyes revealed strong confidence. This lowly life dared to peek at the holy land they guarded. They all deserved to die. With their hearts bursting, they accelerated their forward speed again. They wanted to use the blood of these invaders to calm the anger of the great master. But at this moment, some old banshees suddenly found that the battle axe that returned in vain had a crack. In the blink of an eye, the crack spread directly to the entire battle axe. A bad feeling suddenly arose in their hearts, and they subconsciously wanted to raise the shield. But at this moment, click, bang, the battle axe completely exploded. Countless fragments directly blew up a metal storm. The sharp fragments with terrifying power directly tore the shield in his hand. In an instant, the body became a sieve, and dozens of holes spurted blood at the same time. Some old banshees only felt a terrible pain in their souls, and lost consciousness directly. Some old banshees, who had not yet died, suddenly felt a terrible burning sensation from the fragments in their bodies in shock and anger. Then, boom, countless flames burst out. Directly covered the area of 20 to 30 meters. The old banshee opened her eyes wide at this moment, and was burned to charcoal alive in an unbelievable mood. In her last glance, she saw that not only her, but also her companions around her were covered by flames and high temperature at the same time. These damn battle axes, can they explode? The moment this thought came up, he lost consciousness. Looking down from a high place, you can see that the front of the entire battlefield is bursting with hot flames. It looks like it was bombarded by an alchemical bomb. Those old banshees with cold murderous intent fell down, like wheat being cut. Even if the level is as high as 19, they can't hold up in the face of such terrible damage. The ace troops that Richard cultivated with all his efforts, although the level is lagging behind, once again showed their edge at this moment. But the direction of the battlefield did not change immediately because of the attack of the dead stone statue. These monsters with the power of the old days do not know what fear is. Destroying the invaders is their only mission. After the King Stone statue attacked, the scarlet flame eyes on the top of the obelisk burned more vigorously. Richard could even feel the anger conveyed by that weird eye. In another huge stone land, a war, or rather a massacre, was also going on. A large number of human soldiers wearing heavy armor were being slaughtered one-sidedly by the old banshees that rushed in from the winding path. On the battlefield, there were also a large number of lifelike stone statues mixed in. The power of the petrification skill was reflected in the human soldiers. How could they all be level 19 soldiers? The pale-haired old man stood palely in a high area, looking at the old banshees in front of him, who were madly slaughtering their own army in disbelief. They were all who he was soldiers, the ace army that they were proud of, but at this moment, they were slaughtered like chickens in front of those monsters. What's more terrifying is that as long as the army makes eye contact with the other side, it will turn into a stone statue in a few seconds. After only a few minutes of fighting, the army has lost more than 1,000 people, and its morale is declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. If this continues, perhaps in less than an hour, their army will be slaughtered. President, that bastard deceived us. He said that this obelisk is only guarded by level 15. Night Cult. Superb. I must let you know what pain is when I go out. This hatred will be avenged even if it takes 10 years. The pale-haired old man was obviously extremely angry at this moment, and he was swearing wildly. The middle-aged player next to him also had an extremely ugly face at this moment. This was their first time exploring the obelisk, and they didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Bastard, according to the information they learned, the higher the level of the obelisk, the higher the guarding power. Based on the information given by the Superb of the Night Cult, they evaluated that the guarding power of this obelisk did not exceed level 17, and most of the troops were at level 15. That's why they dared to explore. But now, this is level 15? Bastard, they've made a big mess. What should we do now, President? The middle-aged player looked at the army in front of him falling quickly, and seemed to think of something. He turned his head, and looked in a certain direction, and said in a trembling voice, "Another player, we will join forces with another player immediately. Hold on for a day, no matter what, we have to hold on for a day this time. Our reinforcements will be here soon." Chapter 557. The number of level 19 banshees of the old ones far exceeds the level 19 half-dragons of the previous obelisk. In the winding path with boulders, a steady stream of figures converged into the open space created by the army of the City of Dusk. Then, under the gaze of the scarlet flame eye at the top of the obelisk, they rushed towards the megalithic building guarded by the central City of Dusk. Richard had 2 long-range troops in his hands, the dead stone statue and the mummy guard. There were 100 teams each. The mummy guard used javelin attacks with a longer range, but because they had not been strengthened, even if there were many people, the damage caused was not great. The most important long-range output was still the dead stone statue. The charging banshees of the old ones felt the edge of the City of Dusk for the first time after their shields were torn apart by battle axes. But the power of the dead stone statue also made the eyes at the top of the obelisk become irritable. The burning flames became more fierce. Under the gaze of that strange eye, the old banshee seemed to be full of blood. In the shrill howl, She flew forward fearlessly. Level 19 troops, after all, are level 19 troops. With their super high speed, even the double attack of the mummy guards and the dead stone statues could not stop the black tide formed by the other side. After suffering huge casualties, the old banshee with countless poisonous snakes growing on her head, holding a sword and a heavy shield, and a snake body in her lower body rushed to the base of the city wall. Then, these monsters climbed up directly with great flexibility. Their snake bodies were like geckos, and they could actually walk directly on the wall. In this way, the function of the more than 20-meter high defense facilities was greatly weakened. Although the advantage of fighting from a high position is still significant, it is no longer so insurmountable. The enemy's approach is a pressure, and it also makes the attack of the City of Dusk more sharp. Under the powerful outbreak of the army, it is not easy to climb up the city wall. The battle axe in the hands of the dead stone statue constantly makes the sound of chain friction and breaking through the air. Every time the sound is heard, it will take away one or more old banshees. But the old banshees that surged like a wave have fallen into madness. At any cost, after paying huge casualties, they still climbed up the city wall. They began to fight in close combat with the army of the City of Dusk. The strength of these 19th level troops was only reflected at this time. An old banshee that climbed up the city wall rushed towards a mummy guard who was occupying a position. The snake body squirmed quickly, and the sharp long sword in his hand slashed fiercely. The soul fire in the empty eyes of the mummy guard surged, and they fought back at the same time. The spear slashed down, clanging, and intersected with the sword of the old banshee. But at the moment of collision, the mummy guard seemed to be hit by a car, and the huge recoil force made his weapon fall out of his hand. At the same time, the poisonous snake on the head of the old banshee suddenly opened its mouth, and shot out a strong and powerful poisonous mucus from its mouth like a water gun. The mummy guard's head was pierced, and the bandage on the head was like ice and snow thrown into the fire, melting directly. The soul power radiated began to ripple. The old banshee attacked very quickly, and the snake moved its body and slashed down again. This time, the mummy guard had no time to react, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to resist. But he only felt a flash of cold light, and then he lost control of his arm, and then he fell into endless darkness. The long sword turned back, and a mummy corpse that was split open fell to the ground. The soul fire in the broken head dissipated directly. The speed was too fast, and the mummy guards didn't even have time to activate the life-saving skill of sandification. The old banshees were melee soldiers, without long-range attack methods. After fighting with the army of the City of Dusk, people knew that the top soldiers were not weak. Richard saw that this order was decisive, and immediately asked the mummy guards to evacuate, and the stone statues of the dead also gave up their positions, and went to the second line of defense in the rear. The soldiers suitable for melee combat, the wings of the dragon, and the king of the Imperial Guards were dispatched to support the defense line. The most ferocious soldiers on the battlefield, after the old banshees climbed the city wall, changed from the stone statues of the dead to the wings of the dragon. These extraordinary soldiers, who are over 5 meters tall and have dragon descendants on their backs, give people a strong sense of oppression just standing on the city wall. Dragon scales cover every inch of their skin, and long-handled heavy weapons reflect a cold luster. The muscles on their bodies are like steel pouring, which prop up the scales high. An old banshee rushed up to the wall facing the obelisk, and the evil dragon wing facing her face smiled, and waved the strange battle axe with a hollow front end and a triangular shape on the outside. The violent sound of breaking through the air resounded through the eardrums. The old banshee's face did not change, and she suddenly raised the thick shield in her hand, while her body quickly crawled forward. Long-handled weapons are not difficult to deal with. As long as they can block the opponent's first attack, they can easily kill the opponent with a clever fighting method after getting close. Although the opponent's 5-meter-tall body is very oppressive, it is also the opponent's weakness. Clang! When the old banshee burst into speed, the battle axe chopped on the heavy shield. The old banshee with a cruel look suddenly showed an unconcealable fear. It only felt a violent force coming, and then the thick shield in its hand that could block the spears exploded directly. Bang! The triangular battle axe was still powerful, and it chopped hard on the chest. Crack! The sound of broken bones exploded. The old banshee only felt a sharp pain, and then the body that was charging forward flew backwards uncontrollably. It directly slammed down from the city wall into the group of old banshees below. Looking closely, the chest was like a sponge pressed by a heavy object. In addition to the eye-catching marks of the battle axe, it was also deeply sunken. The fighting style of the wings of the evil dragon was particularly simple and rough. Swing the battle axe, and swing the battle axe again, One, the heavy shield held by the Banshee of the old days was like cardboard in front of these terrifying soldiers, and could not produce any effect under the opponent's attack. What's more terrifying is that every time a Banshee of the old days is killed, the breath of the wings of the dragon will rise. Brutality, A level, no pain perception, no fear of death, extremely crazy and brutal fighting style, can cause great shock to the enemy, and at the same time, every time an enemy is killed, a point of brutality can be accumulated. Duration, 30 minutes, every 1 point of brutality, all attributes increase by 1%, upper limit 500%. Powerful talent skills allow this fierce soldier to continuously improve in battle. The wings of the dragon guarded the most violent area of the Banshee of the old days, still as stable as a mountain, unshakable. And as the blood intensified, the fighting style of these extraordinary soldiers became more and more violent. When the killing was in full swing, it even opened its huge mouth and bit the head of the Banshee of the old times alive. The poisonous snake on it was torn off by it. It looked crazy and bloody. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would be trembling with fear when seeing this scene, let alone fighting with it. And the unique petrification ability of the Banshee of the old times has no effect on these soldiers. To petrify the target, you need to look at the target's eyes, and the stronger the soul, the longer you need to look. The wings of the dragon are extraordinary soldiers, and it takes a long time for the Banshee of the old times to petrify the opponent. But on the battlefield, who would give them so much time? Although the wings of the dragon only has 9 teams, they killed the Banshee of the old times so hard that they couldn't raise their heads. If Richard hadn't forced these soldiers to guard the city wall, I'm afraid the crazy wings of the dragon would have jumped off the city wall and killed the Banshee of the old times. At this moment, the king of the Imperial Guard shines brightly. This is a 3-star Huiwa soldier, who can use invisible void ropes to control 5 swords at the same time. In the chaos, the sword of the king of the Imperial Guards wanders around like a ghost and attacks crazily. The 30-meter control range makes the old Banshee often take care of the front but not the back, and even the head and feet are within the attack range of the king of the Imperial Guards. Although they are not as strong as the wings of the evil dragon, their strange combat mode still makes them fierce and unparalleled. And this soldier's range skill, Broken Army, can also play an excellent effect when the enemy is dense. The 5 swords are combined into one, which can burst out a terrifying sword energy and strangle all the enemies within a fan-shaped range of dozens of meters in front. The efficiency of the massacre was exaggerated. What made Richard more confident was that even if the Banshee of the old days broke through the blockade and entered the city wall, all the armies still had the life-saving skill of the City of Dusk, desertification. Once the desertification was turned on, the attack of the Banshee of the old days would be ineffective. Even if the poisonous snake on the opponent's head spewed poison, it could not cause much damage. Richard did not go to the battlefield in person. He sat in the rear and controlled the overall situation. Where there was a gap in the source of troops, where the enemy's offensive was fierce, and where there was an enemy that could not be dealt with, he would dispatch troops to fill the gap as soon as possible. The fine yellow sand all over the battlefield allowed him to sense the movement of the entire battlefield. Compared with the naked eye, more details can be perceived through the gravel. The micromanipulation ability of deploying troops was almost full. The military building stationed in the City of Dusk became a real meat grinder. It devoured all the invading places wantonly. Even because the wings of the dragon, the king of the Imperial Guards, and the statue of the dead were too fierce, Richard did not mobilize the Sandstorm controller to transform into a sandstorm to participate in the battle. He only let these spellcasting soldiers use skills such as the Yellow Sand Prison to assist in combat. Is the 19th level, 3-star old Banshee of Huiwa weaker? No, not weak. Even in the eyes of most players, it is an invincible enemy, not to mention that there are so many of them. Powerful melee ability, strange skills that can petrify people, superb combat skills, and extreme burst speed. This is definitely a terrifying army. But at this moment, these fierce soldiers are like eggs hitting stones. In front of the army of Twilight City, they exploded and shattered one by one. It's not that the enemy is weak, but the strength of the army of Twilight City is beyond imagination. Under the violent attack of the old Banshees, Richard realized more clearly how powerful the army he had forged was. Countless level 19 troops. When he first entered the glorious era, he didn't even dare to think about this picture. But now, he can fight against enemies of this level, and even have the upper hand. A strong sense of satisfaction and accomplishment rose in his heart. All the efforts have paid off. While the City of Dusk was fighting fiercely with the old Banshees, the player's army on the other side of the Scarlet Boulder area had suffered a devastating blow. The pale-haired old player was riding a white horse, and his face was pale, as he followed the middle-aged player, and ran wildly in the direction of Richard. In the back, a large number of heavily armored human troops had already fled, without any organization or discipline. Morale had already collapsed. Some soldiers even threw away their armor and weapons and ran faster than the old man on horseback. "President, speed up. Run slower, we will all die here." The middle-aged player turned his head and looked behind him when he heard this. At this time, groups of old banshees were like harvesting wheat, slaughtering the soldiers who fell behind with their knives. This scene made his heart ache. These Huiwa soldiers were accumulated by the guild at a great cost. A whole legion, tens of thousands of people. At this moment, they were slaughtered like chickens. Damn it, damn it. Those terrifying figures with poisonous snakes growing on their heads became his nightmare at this moment. When he was fighting just now, he still had some pride. Even if he was defeated, he couldn't even run away, right? But as the battle deepened, more and more old banshees appeared. He realized that he was wrong. Level 19 was like an invincible legion. No matter how hard he tried, even using several precious legion scrolls to improve the strength of his troops, it didn't work at all. Under the opponent's crazy attack, all his resistance seemed ridiculous and pitiful. The area ahead is where the Lord of Divine Grace is. I have heard the sound of fighting. Hold on. We will definitely be able to escape from the pursuit of those monsters. The pale-haired old man shouted loudly to the surroundings to inspire the morale of the army. But after the voice fell, he became panic instead. He lowered his voice a little. "President, what if that player is the same as us, or even worse?" The middle-aged player's heart trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, we have to go first." Although he said so, he knew in his heart that this possibility was very high. He brought the entire guild's army out. Although many top guilds have more powerful armies than them, the chance of encountering them here is almost pitiful. But he has already regarded this last movement as a life-saving straw in his heart, and he cannot give up even if there is a glimmer of hope. With red eyes, he urged the army around him to speed up. After a large number of corpses were left behind, the sound of fighting in the front was finally close at hand. The white-haired old man was greatly encouraged. "It's just in front." The middle-aged player said nothing, and whipped the warhorse hard to speed it up. After crossing a boulder, his vision suddenly widened. A picture that made him tremble, and was extremely unbelievable, was reflected in his pupils. The boulders in front had been pushed down at some point, and at this moment, those boulders were built into a simple and solid military building. A large number of mummy soldiers were stationed on it. In front of this military building, the number of the old banshees that made him tremble with fear was countless, and they surged fiercely like a tide. But this was not the key point. The key point was that the old banshees, who were almost invincible in his eyes, and could slaughter their ace army at will. At this moment, they were slaughtered like pigs by those mummy soldiers. This strong contrast and strong impact made his head buzz, and his heart was full of shock. He even felt unspeakable dreams and absurdities. The pale-haired old man was shocked more than him, and he widened his eyes and stammered. Is this the player's army?" The middle-aged player looked at this scene with a dry mouth. His thoughts fell into stagnation, and he could no longer think in the strong shock. How could the player's army slaughter the old banshees like dogs? That was a level 19, Huiwa 3-star soldier. Level 19, do you understand? Huiwa 3-star, do you understand? Chapter 558. Richard knew the enemy was coming before the player army on the flank appeared. The yellow sand surrounding the battlefield expanded his perception infinitely. It was like playing a game with a god's perspective, without the fog of war, and everything was clearly visible. But the enemy was too weak. A group of frightened and defeated soldiers were so weak that he could not feel any threat. If he wanted, he could send 3 or 5 wings of the dragon, whose power had surged because of the slaughter of the banshees of the old, to kill the enemy. The extraordinary soldiers were small bosses when there was no threat from heroes. Luckily, those players were sensible, and did not approach rashly. Otherwise, the mummy guards, who did not do much damage to the banshees of the old, would let them know the difference with a round of volleys. Just a glance, Richard no longer paid attention. All his attention was focused on the battlefield ahead. As the banshees of the old attacked unfavorably, the scarlet eyes of flames above the obelisk became more and more agitated. The dancing flames made the blood-colored clouds in the sky seem to be stirred by a giant hand, and kept spinning. As if knowing that such an attack would not achieve any results, the eyes blinked violently several times. Then, a faint crimson mist gradually rose in the blood-colored boulder forest. It was like looking into the distance in the fields in early spring, with a bit of haziness. After the crimson mist rose, the old banshee suddenly trembled and hissed, and the countless venomous snakes growing on her head made strange sounds. A creepy scene appeared, and the venomous snakes growing on the heads of the old banshees began to bite and devour each other. A new battlefield was formed. The scene was horrifying, with poisonous snakes lurking on its head. After a while, the dead snakes would turn into scarlet energy and be devoured by the surrounding snakes. After just 10 or 20 breaths, the scene of the circling snakes on the heads of the old banshees disappeared, and only a black snake with sharp teeth remained on the heads of each banshee. The snake tongue hissed out, bringing a fishy and pungent smell in the air. Is this raising a goo? Richard narrowed his eyes. When he opened the attribute panel of the old banshee again, there was an additional status on it. The power of the old days. The whole body accepts the power of the old days, and all attributes are increased by 300%. After being injured, it can devour the power of the old days to recover quickly. The venomous snake on the head is not completely killed, and it will not die. That venomous snake has become a vital point? With only this one attribute, Richard immediately felt a sense of danger. Looking at the old banshees that were still pouring in from the winding path, his eyes became solemn. The real battle has just begun. In the northeast of the battlefield, a middle-aged player with one silver eye and one blue eye has not recovered from the shock. President, those banshees are not chasing us anymore. The voice of the white-haired old man beside him barely brought him back to his senses. Turning his head, as expected, the old banshees that had been chasing us before had dispersed at this moment, all gathered from another direction to the battlefield where the mysterious player was. Seeing this scene, his face changed slightly. We didn't do it right this time. Even if that player was powerful, their actions were no different from playing with fire. The pale-haired old man smiled bitterly. We have no choice but to wait until we are through this crisis before apologizing. And once we enter the range of the obelisk, it is impossible to avoid the old banshees. Those old banshees will come to this battlefield after killing us. The middle-aged player shook his head. Apologize after the war. As soon as the words fell, they saw the old banshees pause, and then the poisonous snakes on their heads killed each other, leaving only the last one. The pale-haired old man opened the other party's attribute panel and took a look, and his voice trembled a little. Yes, President, those old banshees have become stronger. The middle-aged player took a breath, opened the attribute panel and took a look, and then fell into silence. Hands were shaking uncontrollably at this moment. My mind was full of the attribute that all attributes were increased by 300%, and the poisonous snake on the head would not die unless it was killed. An unspeakable despair surged in my heart. Level 19 troops, all attributes increased by 300%? Does this still give them a chance to survive? That's a level 19 troop, not some random person. For this kind of existence, even if the attributes are increased by 10% or 20%, the combat effectiveness can be greatly increased, and now it is directly increased by 3 times, playing around. Looking at the mummy army that is still holding on, his face is complicated. Can they hold on? The old banshee, whose strength has increased dramatically, immediately made Richard feel difficult when she launched another charge. The mummy guards, who could originally cause some damage. At this moment, they were completely exhausted. Not only can the thrown spear not break the shield, even if it hits the old banshee from the gap, it can't cause much damage as long as the venomous snake on the opponent's head is not attacked. The diffused scarlet mist will repair the opponent's damaged body in the first place. Without any worries, the attack of the banshee of the old days has become extremely terrifying. The improvement of all attributes also put pressure on the king of the Imperial Guards and the wings of the dragon. Originally, the wings of the dragon could kill an old banshee with a single swing of the battle axe. Now, even if the opponent's shield is shattered and the opponent's body is chopped, it cannot cause fatal injuries. After the opponent is injured, the surrounding crimson energy will immediately surge, and the wound will be like rubber, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only by cutting off the venomous snake on the opponent's head or smashing the head directly can these monsters be completely killed. But the strength has been significantly improved, and it can already fight back, and it is no longer so easy to kill. As one grows and the other shrinks, the defense line on the city wall began to fluctuate. Roar! A section of the city wall defended by the king of the Imperial Guards was torn by the banshee of the old days. The king of the Imperial Guards needs a certain amount of space to burst out more powerful power. I can only keep retreating. Although the 5 swords controlled by invisible ropes in the void are still attacking frantically, the old banshee can be immune to most of the damage as long as she protects her head. Its speed is like lightning. Once it gets close, it can cause huge damage in an instant with its flexible body and superb fighting skills. Although desertification can save lives, The cooling time is as long as 1.5 hours, and it cannot be activated in real time. The king of the Imperial Army, whose first wave of desertification time has passed, began to suffer casualties. Richard saw the scene, his eyes turned cold, and he decisively took countermeasures. The power of yellow sand on his body surged up. Instantly covering the surrounding hundreds of meters of space, the sand on the ground seemed to lose gravity, began to fly upside down, and surged towards the war platform. The sand condensed directly on the army. In a moment, all the troops were wearing a suit of armor made of yellow sand. The enhanced Super Ace skill, condensing sand into armor. At the same time, he slowly took out a medal from his arms and put it on. The 5-star treasure, the Death Elegy medal, can increase the attributes of all undead life by 50%. The dormant title is reactivated, the King of Gladiators. When the number of enemy troops exceeds 3,000, your attributes are increased by 50%, the attributes of the troops are increased by 40%, and the morale of the army is high and indestructible. What is a hero? You can change the situation on the battlefield with your own strength. This is the positioning of the hero unit in Glorious Era. And Richard is obviously the best among them. As soon as the 2 passive skills that improve attributes are opened, the yellow sand armor condenses into shape. The defense line, that was just shaky, immediately regained stability. The sword of the old Banshee, which could easily cut through boulders, chopped on the yellow sand armor, like using a long stick to stir in the thick syrup that had evaporated most of its water. Delay, blockage. The power was reduced to the freezing point. After the chop, the knife marks left on the yellow sand armor would disappear after a few breaths, and it would be restored to its perfect state. Although the luster was a little dim, it could at least withstand more than 10 attacks from the old Banshee. The already difficult army of the City of Dusk, after possessing the yellow sand armor that could protect them, immediately burst out with a power that made the old Banshee tremble. Crazy and brutal. Every time these monsters controlled by the obelisk took a step on the city wall, they would pay with tens or hundreds of corpses. The scene became more and more tragic. The 2 players behind him were terrified by the scene. The old player's eyes were as big as eggs, and he said in a trembling voice, "President, who is this player? How can he be so powerful?" He thought that after the outbreak of the old Banshee, the opponent might usher in turmoil, and might not even be able to hold on. Unexpectedly, after a short adjustment, the army regained the power to slaughter the enemy at will. This obelisk cannot carry heroes into it. In other words, these are all skills that the player himself possesses. Thinking of this, his scalp tingled. The middle-aged player seemed to have thought of something at this time. His face changed again, and finally, he said with a bit of relief and a bit of complexity, "Butler Maka, don't you feel familiar with those arms?" Familiar? The old man was stunned for a moment. The middle-aged player lowered his voice and said slowly, "Besides that person, who else in the desert camp can have an army that can slaughter level 19 soldiers at will?" That person? The pale-haired player seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Excited, as if reborn, countless emotions rolled in his heart. Finally, he said in a low and solemn tone, even with a bit of pilgrimage, "Qingqiu. No one, yes, looking at the entire Glorious Era, there will never be a player in the desert camp who can have this level of power, killing the level 19, 3-star Huiwe, and even explosive old Banshee like a dog. In this world, except Qingqiu, those top guilds can't do it. Faced with this kind of scene, those big guilds may be able to put together an army to win, but that depends on the number of troops on the battlefield in front of him. That player was using the same or even fewer troops to slaughter the level 19 old Banshees. What a huge gap. The middle-aged player's mood was also very complicated at the moment. Unexpectedly, in such a deadly situation, he could meet such a big man. The last live broadcast of the exploration plane, he also watched the destruction of the Flame Guild. The impact of the 2 extraordinary people, and the shock of beheading the gods with one sword were still engraved in his heart. In the last war in Lion City, the other party did not send troops to fight, so he could not make a judgment for a while. But now, there is no need to infer. There are many strong people, but he has only seen one person as strong as Qingqiu. And the desert camp troops, led by the other party, have already explained everything. The ups and downs of the 2 people's emotions did not affect the situation on the battlefield. The scarlet flame eye burning at the top of the obelisk saw that the offensive was blocked again. This time, the brown bear, like being provoked, fell into a real riot. Boom! The flames burst up tens of meters high. The narrow eyes widened again. Half of the sky was covered by the light emitted by the flames. From a distance, it looked like an ancient life from the plane of fire element, opening its eyes. The scarlet mist in the air began to thicken. The only remaining venomous snake on the head of the old banshee had red eyes at this moment, and its body size suddenly increased from 3 meters to 4 meters, and the scales on its body were as red as blood. The two players were horrified to find that the status on the attribute panel of the old banshee had changed again. Curse of the old days, soul burning, all attributes increased by 600%. Any injury can be instantly recovered, immune to pain, the venomous snake on the head is not dead, and the body will not die. When attacking, it is accompanied by the power of the old days, which can corrode everything, and the petrification skill is increased by 1 level. The current level, Super A level. His heart was pounding, and his eyes were filled with unspeakable fear. This obelisk is trying to kill them. Cheating, this guy can't afford to play cheating. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield. If their only support fell, they would not be able to survive in this strange obelisk. Hold on, Qingqiu boss. They have never wanted a player to live like this. The riot in the obelisk made Richard narrow his eyes. Seeing that the originally firm defense line was on the verge of collapse again, his eyes were filled with a cold light. The solemn command resounded throughout the battlefield. Evil dragon wings, activate the body of the evil dragon. The dead stone statue, activate the dead colossus. The king of the imperial army, open the forbidden sandstorm. As the voice fell, the bodies of the evil dragon wings of the 9 teams in the front suddenly swelled, and their size soared from 5 meters to 8 meters. Boom! It was as if gasoline was poured on his body, burning with a high temperature that distorted the air. The strange triangular battle axe in his hand turned red, and one could even clearly see that the flesh and blood left on it was burnt to ashes. The stone statue of the dead in the back suddenly grew into a giant that was almost the same as the wings of the evil dragon. The body was covered with bursts of blue-gray, and the solid defense was like a mountain, which was difficult to be damaged by swords. The aura in the king of the imperial army also surged at the same time, and the 5 swords controlled by invisible ropes emitted bursts of blade light, almost distorting the surrounding space. The strongest skills of the 3 arms were released at the same time, and the old banshee surging in front was instantly torn apart. The 8-meter-tall body of the wings of the evil dragon and the stone statue of the dead, every time they swung their weapons, it was like a heavy siege equipment attacking. Even if the old banshees grew to 4 meters in height, they could not resist such an extremely strong force. These level 19 troops are not known for their strength. Flexibility, wandering, and petrification are their trump cards. But as luck would have it, these characteristics are useless in front of the Dusk City army defending the city. The sudden increase in the size of the army made the space of the war platform extremely small. Richard looked up at the scarlet flame eye on the top of the obelisk, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. Your means are only this? Without the command of heroes, what can you do to me? All troops charge. When the 2 players in the back were worried, and even praying that the Dusk City would not be overwhelmed by the second explosion of the old banshees. Suddenly, they found that the size of the troops defending the city began to increase dramatically. Then, with the sudden increase in strength, the old banshees, who had already rushed to the city wall, were directly slaughtered. What made them even crazier was that the troops actually jumped down from the city wall. All of them charged into the banshees of the old time. The huge army, like a heavy tank, formed a torrent of steel. With the most domineering attitude, crushed all obstacles in front of them. The scene changed from passive defense to active offense in an instant, and it was when the banshees of the old time were burning their souls and exploding. The middle-aged player's eyes widened to the extreme, and his mouth even opened unconsciously, watching this shocking scene with a look like a myth. Chapter 559. After the 3 types of soldiers exploded, the sandstorm controller also turned into a sandstorm, rolling up huge waves of yellow sand and swallowing everything. Although the average level is only 12, the damage caused by the caster is still considerable enough. After Richard issued the charge order, he immediately turned over and sat on a skeleton blood dragon, riding these dragons that could no longer take off, and followed closely behind. The old banshees rushing on the battlefield once again felt the sharpness of the sword of the City of Dusk. The wings of the evil dragon rushed forward. After turning on the evil dragon form, the defense of the dragon scales is countless times stronger than that of the shield. Even if the attributes of the old banshees have been greatly improved, they cannot break the defense. The hot flames burning on them carry a trembling high temperature, like giant fireballs. The old banshees have to bear a wave of exaggerated burning damage before they even get close. If they hadn't received the bonus, this high temperature would have turned them into charcoal. Every swing of the tightly grasped hollow triangular strange battle axe can bring about a bloody storm. Even if the banshee of the old days has a strong recovery ability with the support of the scarlet flame eye of the obelisk, she can't withstand this kind of damage. Even the entire upper body is blown up by you. How can you recover? And the 100 teams of dead stone statues, after opening the stone statue giant elephant form, also made the Banshee of the old days feel the feeling of being crushed by a heavy truck. And it also has an additional life-stealing feature. 35% of the damage caused can be converted into its own life. This made the Banshee of the old days, whose defense was already greatly increased and almost difficult to break, suffer a big loss again. It was not easy to cripple a dead stone statue, but the opponent could suck the life back after a few bursts. The scene of the Dusk City army killing people everywhere made Richard's eyes overflow with joy. After training for such a long time, even with the extraordinary soldier wings of the evil dragon, his favorite is still the stone statue of the dead. This soldier meets all his expectations. The king of the Imperial Guards did not lag behind in front of the light of the stone statue of the dead and the wings of the evil dragon. It also showed extraordinary destructive power. After the Taboo Sandstorm, a powerful skill that can cause fan-shaped large-scale damage, Broken Army, has a cooling time shortened to 10 seconds. What is the concept? 17 level Huiwa 3-star King of the Imperial Guards, 21 teams. 15 level Crown 3-star King of the Imperial Guards, 50. Counting the part that was just lost, there are still more than 60 teams that broke out at the same time. The momentum of this scene is no less than that of the wings of the evil dragon and the stone statue of the dead. The City of Dusk was unstoppable, which meant that the Banshees of the old times had suffered a devastating blow. The top troops gathered in this open space were cleared out within 10 minutes of launching a counterattack. Looking around, all you could see were fragments of limbs. Blood everywhere. After killing all the Banshees of the old times, who were still standing in his sight, Richard subconsciously looked up at the scarlet eyes on the obelisk. His eyes became playful. Is that all your power is? It's really disappointing. The light tone resounded throughout the sky, directly penetrated the boulder jungle, and reached the obelisk. The flames of the scarlet eyes at the top rose again. The anger, like a suppressed volcano, even made the army on the battlefield stagnate for a moment. Richard smiled meaningfully when he saw this. He did not immediately order an attack, but stopped. But after waiting for a long time, no new enemies came. After a moment, he made a decision in his heart. It seems that the power that the obelisk can send out has reached its limit. He waved his hand suddenly. The wings of the evil dragon will serve as the vanguard, and the target is the obelisk. All obstacles in front will be flattened. In addition to the big move of the wings of the evil dragon, the time for the stone statue of the dead and the king of the Imperial Guard to burst is not long. This is the strongest wave of the City of Dusk. After the skills of several types of soldiers are over, they will fall into a cooling time of several hours. If new enemies appear during this period, they will fall into a passive state. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. After the order was issued, the wings of the evil dragon in front was like a beast that had broken free from its reins, and it rushed into the bloody boulder while roaring. Those old banshees, who were still rushing from the winding path, were crushed in an instant. In the back, 2 players, with the remaining defeated soldiers, watched the scene of the Dusk City army disappearing in the blood-colored boulder forest with rapid breathing. It took a long time for the emotions in his heart to calm down. The pale-haired old man swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Is this the real strength of the number 1 player? Without the command of extraordinary heroes, relying on their own strength, they can also strangle the old banshees with powerful characteristics, and even lead the counterattack." He looked back at the 300 or 500 defeated soldiers behind him, sighed, and his emotions were unspeakable. Just a few hundred old banshees have already caused the ace army in his hands to collapse. Compared with Qingqiu, no compared? They don't even have the qualifications to compare with Qingqiu. The middle-aged player sighed as he looked at the messy battlefield. Some people can really make people lose their desire to compete. He looked up at the scarlet flaming eyes on the top of the obelisk. At this moment, the direction that terrifying eye was looking at was gradually moving inward. He gritted his teeth. Follow them. If Qingqiu can win, we can also leave this land of death. If Qingqiu loses, we must also make plans as soon as possible. Although this area is large, where can we run to? If we follow them, at least we can have a certain degree of initiative. He doesn't like to leave things to fate. The old man beside him nodded and turned around immediately. Looking at the soldiers staring at the battlefield, he opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. At this moment, the low morale of collapse and escape is far from gone. These armies that made him proud in the past are now annoying. The 2 did not pause for too long. After reorganizing the army, they immediately set off. After passing through the battlefield full of corpses, they followed in from the path. Along the way, They saw the broken remains of their old girlfriends, and not a single intact one was seen. In stark contrast, after walking hundreds of meters, they did not see a single corpse left by the mummy army. This made them feel emotional again. Richard ignored the little tale behind him. He led the army of the City of Dusk and forcibly broke through the obstacles of the old banshees in a crushing manner. With every step forward, several corpses of the old banshees were left on the ground. No one knew how many old banshees were stationed in this obelisk. Richard only made a rough estimate and felt that the number of enemies he hunted exceeded 7 battalions. This is a 3-star 19th level soldier of Huiwa. It's not a weakling. But with the axe of the dead stone statue and the broken army of the king of the Imperial Army, Richard was relieved again. This large-scale range skill is simply invincible in large-scale wars. I don't know how long it took, but Richard, sitting on the back of the skeleton blood dragon, suddenly heard a cheer from the front. I immediately ordered the army to speed up, and after bypassing 2 blood-colored boulders, the view suddenly opened up. The towering scarlet obelisk stood 100 meters ahead at this moment. The space around the obelisk is very spacious, and there are no obstacles. The ground is inlaid with square bricks, neat and uniform. The most eye-catching thing is the more than 10 elliptical space cracks in this square that emit scarlet light and exist like black holes. At this moment, one by one, the old banshees are crawling out of those scarlet cracks. The venomous snakes that keep wriggling on the heads are extremely eye-catching. No wonder they couldn't be killed. There were always reinforcements. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he gave the order decisively if he had continued to waste time behind. I'm afraid that the battle may not be over until the army is exhausted. Looking back, the wings of the evil dragon that rushed into the square had cleared out the old banshees in front of them and rushed to the front of those scarlet cracks. One after another, the hollow triangular battle axes were swung. Crack! More than a dozen scarlet cracks were shattered in the blink of an eye. The source of the old banshees was directly cut off. These guys acted too fast, and before Richard gave the order to keep a crack for research, the situation had already been resolved. Seeing this, he could only shrug his shoulders. Sometimes, it's not a good thing for the army to be too strong. The move was too quick. The scarlet eyes on the top of the obelisk were about to burst open when they saw this scene. The blazing flames made the sky red. The rolling pressure continued to attack. Richard sensed something strange, raised his head, and looked directly at the other person. The two looked at each other, and the air seemed to solidify at this moment. At this moment, crack, a sound of glass breaking was heard. Starting from the more than 10 scarlet cracks, spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, the sky had cracked. Like a mirror that had not broken after falling from a high place. The cracks soon reached their limit. Bang, it exploded directly. The space was completely shattered. Richard was in a trance, and his vision changed again. The originally bloody sky and endless blood clouds disappeared at this moment. There was no trace of the crimson mist in the air. Turning his head to look around, the scarlet boulders around him had disappeared, replaced by the scenery he had seen before entering the obelisk. Had they come out of that strange plane again? As if thinking of something, he looked up, and the burning scarlet eyes were still hanging high in the sky. At this moment, the skeleton blood dragon sitting downward, flapped its wings fiercely, and flew directly up. The no-fly zone was also abolished. When Richard was surprised, a voice with tension and uneasiness suddenly came from behind. "Chinchio, boss." Richard turned his head, and saw the two little tails, who had just followed him, and raised his eyebrows. One had pale hair and looked like an old man in his 60s or 70s, and the other was a middle-aged man with one silver eye and one blue eye. At this moment, the other side was surrounded by several teams of stone statues of the dead. They stared at them coldly. The two players were so scared that they stepped closer nervously. When they came to the bottom of the skeleton blood dragon, the two looked up at him, and the middle-aged player spoke first. "President of the Dragon Fawn Guild, Keld, thank you for saving my life, Boss Chinchio." After saying that, he bowed deeply, with an extremely humble and respectful attitude. Richard looked at the two anxious people without comment. "What's the matter?" The middle-aged player stood up, and said in a deep voice. "Boss Chinchio, this obelisk seals the power of the past. When we came here, the extraordinary of the ninth sect told us the information inside." Before the voice fell, suddenly, a voice with strong anger sounded. "Damn reptiles, you dare to reveal the secrets of the sect to outsiders. You are looking for death." The next moment, the space in front suddenly twisted. A burly figure wearing full-body knight armor, even his face was covered, holding a knight's lance in his hand appeared in the air. The two players' faces changed drastically when they saw the scene. "Your Majesty Rossi?" How did you come in? Isn't this area forbidden for heroes to enter? The knight named Rossi in the sky, the deep blue eyes under the helmet carried a cold murderous intent. Ignoring the shock of the two people, he glanced at them with contempt, and then glanced at the army on the ground. Finally, his eyes stayed on Richard in the sky. Another Lord of Divine Grace? I don't know who you lead the army for, but this is the place where the glory of His Majesty the God of Knights is shrouded. You just heard a secret that you are not allowed to know. After I take back my treasure, you come back to the Knight sect with me and listen to my orders. He raised his head slightly, and the confidence, pride and arrogance in his eyes were particularly eye-catching at this moment. At the same time, a unique pressure from the extraordinary came surging. In an instant, everyone's heart was pressed by a huge stone. Richard looked at the scene and said with a smile, "You said that I should go back to the Knight sect and listen to my orders? The reason is just that I heard a secret that I shouldn't hear. Is this the style of the sect? So brainless?" And he said that all information about the Crimson Moon belongs to the highest priority sequence in the sect? Interesting. Sensing the indifference in the other party's tone, the extraordinary eyes of the Knight sect flashed with some mockery. Otherwise, do you plan to resist? Do you want to become a blasphemer wanted by the Knight sect? He said, and pointed to the army below. Or do you want to do something with this army? The two players on the ground were shocked when they saw the two people engaging in verbal confrontation. Especially when they saw the arrogant attitude of the Knight sect's Chaofan, they felt their scalps tingling. Fuck, this Chaofan, his fucking sheepy actually dared to provoke the Qingqiu boss? Do you fucking know who the other party is? I almost cried at the moment. Said in a trembling voice. Your Majesty Rossi, you don't need to be angry, it's our fault. Lord Qingqiu has nothing to do with this matter. When the Knight sect's Chaofan heard this, his face suddenly became a little ugly. These two God's Grace Lords, who leaked the secrets, are they teaching him how to do things? Why, you still want to excuse him, it seems that you have a close relationship. The two of them turned pale when they heard this. The middle-aged player even had the urge to point at the other's nose and curse. Idiot, who the hell are you talking to? Don't you have any sense? You are asking for trouble. I dare not even think about provoking Qingqiu. That pervert, but he even killed the gods. You are a superhuman, what are you? But thinking of the connection between his guild and the Knight sect, he had to suppress his anger. He said loudly, Your Majesty Rossi, the one in front of you is Lord Qingqiu. Qingqiu? The superhuman of the Knight sect was stunned for a moment, as if he had heard of this name somewhere. But after thinking about it, he couldn't remember it. Besides, he was just a Lord of Divine Grace, what was he? And he was not worthy of his concern. At this moment, boom, the scarlet eye on the top of the obelisk rioted again, and the energy around it surged, as if something was brewing. Seeing this scene, the extraordinary of the Knight sect lost interest in chatting. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Who is Qingqiu? What does it matter? He looked at Richard again, and the other party's calm expression made his suppressed anger rise again. He hated this attitude. The Archbishop, who had been blocking him from being promoted to a higher level, had this expression. A Lord of God's Grace, who gave you the courage to bark in front of me. Now, you can roll down, don't stand in front of me, listen to my orders, and when I take you back, I can let you suffer less. The two people below heard this, and suddenly felt a creepy fear surge in their hearts. Their eyes went black. Your uncle's rotten leather shoes. This extraordinary, you are looking for death yourself. Don't drag us into it. Chapter 560. The two players had 1,000 words to say at this moment, but they couldn't say them. They really couldn't understand how the extraordinary from the Knight sect could be so bold. Qingqiu, this is Qingqiu. Didn't he just tell the other party's identity in the sect last time? Wasn't this guy also there? How dared he not take Qingqiu seriously? Thinking of the arrogance and contempt of the natives towards the players, they felt helpless. It seemed that it was normal for the other party not to know him. Those who were arrogant never regarded the players as human beings. Thinking of this, they thought of how they were trapped into the obelisk by this extraordinary, and ruined the legion they had accumulated for a long time. If they hadn't met Qingqiu, they would probably have become a corpse now. Thinking of this, they suddenly became mad. You are arrogant, right? I want to see how arrogant you are. Can you afford to offend Qingqiu? Fuck. The two people who were about to open their mouths to give a hint looked at each other and shut up decisively. With the arrogance of that extraordinary, even if they said it, the other party might not take it seriously. Why is the Seven Sins evil god so famous? Arrogance is the original sin. The scene fell into a weird atmosphere. The scarlet eyes of the obelisk became more and more dazzling. The extraordinary of the Knight sect, with his chin raised, looked down at Richard with a haughty attitude. The posture is indescribably arrogant. He didn't take Richard, who led a powerful army, seriously at all. Richard was not as furious as outsiders expected for the other party's unscrupulous provocation. He looked down at the two players below with a rather subtle expression. A cat or dog that ran out of nowhere. Is this your support for exploring the obelisk? How naive. The two were speechless when they heard this. If they knew this idiot was so stupid, they would never board the Ninth Sect. The middle-aged player took a deep breath and said decisively, Boss Qingqiu, this is the White Cardinal of the Ninth Sect. We are only in a cooperative relationship. After saying this, the Ninth Sect supernormal, who was covered in armor, was stunned for a moment. Then he felt extremely absurd and ridiculous. When he expressed his dissatisfaction and anger at a Lord of Divine Grace, these two people were actually distancing themselves from him. Are they afraid of that Lord of Divine Grace? Are they not afraid of this White Cardinal who is favored by the great gods? At first, he was extremely angry, and then he suddenly sneered. His eyes were full of mockery. It's really ridiculous and pathetic. With your ignorant knowledge, you don't know what the White Cardinal of the Ninth Sect, the one favored by God, represents, right? He said, and completely lost interest in these two guys. He looked at the figure on the back of the undead dragon in front of him with disgust. Those who are with the undead are a group of disgusting and dirty lives. Lord from the desert, originally, I just wanted to take you back for trial, but now I have changed my mind. I want to see why these two lowly God's Grace Lords dare to stand on your side, and be so presumptuous to me. He wanted to trample on this God's Grace Lord whose subordinates were all undead, so that those two idiots would know what it means to be a weak reptile and dare to stand on the side. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. As soon as the voice fell, he took a step in the void. A force as bright as the sun immediately surged around them. The two players on the ground only felt a special emotion surge in their chests, and the code of bravery, justice, honor, and mercy of the Ninth Sect emerged at this moment. They subconsciously raised their heads and straightened their backs. When they came to their senses, they felt that this was not an influence, but the unique aura power of the Ninth Sect. They even saw that they were influenced by this power in the battle, and turned to join the extraordinary army. They held their breath, and looked at the sky nervously and excitedly. They were nervous not for the battle, but for how to report back after the battle when the extraordinary fell. They were excited because the extraordinary, who almost killed them, was finally going to kneel. As for the outcome of the battle, they had no doubts. That guy was a big boss who killed the gods. What does a small superhuman count for? Even if Qingqiu didn't make a move, he still had two superhumans in his hands. Those two superhumans had worked together to kill a terrifying enemy of the same level. This idiot didn't even write down the information about the other party before. The arrogance that penetrated into the bone marrow was really disgusting. Every time the superhuman of the Ninth Sect took a step, the light on his body became brighter. The last half of the sky was illuminated by it, echoing the scarlet flame eyes on the obelisk. A moment later, the superhuman of the Ninth Sect approached within 30 meters of Richard. The soul of the skeleton blood dragon that Richard sat on was burned under the dazzling light, and the speed of flapping its wings became slow. It could fall at any time. Seeing this scene, the knight's extraordinary tone became more disdainful. Have you, the humble desert lord, felt the glory from my god? This is also the power to send you into the kingdom of the god of death. Richard looked at the figure bathed in holy light, and approaching with endless pressure, his eyes narrowed slightly. Just you? You are so weak that I have no interest in you at all. The tone was careless. One more step forward, life or death. The moment the voice fell, the knight's extraordinary anger was ignited, and felt a terrifying sense of danger surging into his heart. It seemed that it was really as the other party said. If he dared to take another step forward, he would die, shocked and angry. Why could a Lord of Divine Grace bring him such a strong threat? Subconsciously wanted to retreat, but saw the other party's calm eyes. Suddenly his chest exploded, and under extreme unwillingness, he took a step forward. I've taken this step. What can you do to me? The moment the voice fell, the two players on the surface saw this guy's figure like a frightened sheep, retreating like lightning. What is this? Just as the question arose in his mind, he saw the space beside the Ninth Sect superhuman exploded. Two figures whose faces were so fast that the naked eye could not see them rushed out from the space debris. One had bat wings on his back and held a sharp spear, and the other was wrapped in black and gold armor and held a cold sword. Two superhumans? The air was still filled with the voices of fear and disbelief from the Ninth Sect superhuman. Just at this moment, when he wanted to escape backwards, the space collapsed again. A figure with a body made of rock, a narrow head, a body more than 6 meters tall, and endless power appeared. The third one? The two players on the surface screamed subconsciously. Before the voice fell, a centaur with a long-handled battle axe and cold eyes appeared in the distance. Then, a lion with a body like a golden forge roared at the sky. When the two saw the scene, their hearts seemed to be grasped by a giant hand. It became difficult to breathe. 5 extraordinary people? The hoarse voice was shocking that outsiders could not imagine. The two looked at each other, and the countless words in their hearts could not be said at this moment. Extraordinary people, who are still top bosses in the outside world, now there are 5 of them. These are fucking extraordinary people, not garbage that can be seen everywhere. Envy, jealousy, hatred, unbelievable excitement, countless emotions rolling in their hearts. The two players felt that their eyes were opened, and the Ninth Sect Extraordinary, who was besieged by 5 extraordinary people, felt that the sky had fallen. The whole person's hands and feet were cold, and the hands holding the weapon could not stop shaking. His eyes were filled with shock and anger, disbelief, and countless emotions were surging. He could not imagine why a lowly lord of divine grace could have 5 extraordinary guards. And none of these 5 extraordinaries were weak. After sensing the murderous intentions of these extraordinaries, he realized what kind of disaster he had caused by what he had just said. In shock and anger, he looked at the figure still riding on the back of the undead dragon, covered by yellow sand. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought of something. He screamed, "Qingqiu? You are the most powerful lord of divine grace, Qingqiu? Qingqiu who killed the lord of greed, the 7 evil gods?" He did not pay attention to this kind of information at first. He knew very well what a lord of divine grace was after he had contact with him. He didn't take the rumors about the other party seriously, especially the god killer. What a joke. What level of existence is the 7 sins? The weakest one can fight against the night god. How could Lord Divine Grace kill him? With Lord Divine Grace's character, if he had such power, he would have spread countless news long ago. After seeing the 5 extraordinary people appear, he suddenly remembered the information buried in the garbage dump. Endless regret rose in his mind. If he had taken this news seriously at the beginning, it would not be like this. Looking at the threatening enemy, he wanted to admit defeat and give in, but thinking of his attitude and words just now, he couldn't say anything. With tears in his eyes, he wanted to slap himself hard. Let you talk too much. Let you be stupid. When his emotions were fluctuating, he sensed that the 2 most powerful extraordinary people had already come. The extraordinary of the night cult roared in frustration, clenched the knight's spear in his hand, and killed him brazenly. On the field, a heroic scene of 1 against 5 immediately appeared. If outsiders knew this, they would definitely praise the fearlessness of the knights. But at this moment, the 2 players on the ground only felt extremely happy. This extraordinary, I let you show off in front of Qingqiu, now you feel good, right? Thinking of his elite army that was killed, he wanted to kick that idiot a few times. If it wasn't fake news, would they have suffered such a huge loss? They should be taught a lesson by Qingqiu. The extraordinary battle became extremely fierce the moment it started. The whole sky was filled with turbulent energy, and the already chaotic space was stirred like muddy water. The surrounding light has been distorted. Outsiders can only barely see the bursts of energy and waves of air in the center of the battlefield. It is impossible to see the specific situation of the battle. In order to survive, the extraordinary of the Ninth Sect burst out all his strength at this moment. He wants to force his way out of the siege. However, he is only level 21, and no matter how he attacks, he can't escape the siege. Level 23 Lorena, the Dark Valkyrie, who can suppress Lorena before the transformation is complete, plus the level 20 Dark Soul Eater Kratos, the level 20 Little Centaur Mirida, and the Greedy Lion. The power of the Dusk City made the extraordinary of the Ninth Sect deeply understand what despair is. After a few minutes of fierce fighting, rumble, the scarlet flames above the obelisk suddenly bloomed with endless blood light, like a new round of blood moon rising. Richard's heart jumped. This is the second wave of abnormal movement. It can't be delayed any longer, said decisively. Deal with that extraordinary immediately, the situation has changed. His will is supreme. The pressure from several extraordinaries surged immediately, and the energy around them caused the void to begin to crack. The extraordinary from the Ninth Sect only felt a creepy danger rising. With a low roar, the energy on his body surged again, and the surrounding void exploded instantly. Then, there was a twist in front of him, and a space door appeared in the shadows. But before he could get excited, he saw from the corner of his eye that the vampire on the wing suddenly stretched out his right hand and gently grasped it. The extraordinary from the Ninth Sect's heart was pounding, and a bad feeling rose, and he let out a miserable and desperate roar. No! Crack, the space door that had not yet taken shape was directly shattered. The extraordinary of the Ninth Sect only felt cold all over. The last hope gone? Just when he was stunned, the dark soul devourer Kratos suddenly burst out with great power. A chain of nothingness condensed from his hand, and was directly put on the extraordinary of the Ninth Sect. The opponent's violent body suddenly stiffened. The soul-devouring chain, beyond grade A, can condense a 500-meter-long chain of nothingness, forcibly lock the enemy's soul, drag it out, and forcibly devour it. The soul is locked, and all movements are frozen. Opportunity! The eyes of several people on the battlefield lit up, and the next second, the 3-meter-long sword in the hands of the Dark Valkyrie burst out with endless light. Slashed out. God-killing, beyond grade A, burst out 10 times the damage of the sword, and it will hit the target. Lorena's palm reached into the void and disappeared without a trace. Pale Hand, legend, stares at the target within 3,000 meters for 3 seconds, ignoring distance and space, and the claws will definitely pierce the enemy's heart. The little centaur Merida, the battle axe in his hand rises with endless blood light, and then explodes and slashes out. Rage Slash, beyond grade A, bursts out a half-moon shock wave, causing huge damage to the enemy 100 meters in front. Puff, the chest of the Ninth Sect's extraordinary was suddenly torn apart, and a slender palm with blood stains passed through. At the moment the palm disappeared, a blood light, and a blade light that tore through the void swept across. Crack. Puff, the Ninth Sect's extraordinary, who was wrapped in full armor and frozen in midair for a short time, exploded directly. The armor fragments were scattered all over the sky along with the broken flesh and blood. A bunch of scarlet fireworks bloomed wantonly. Ninth Sect, 21st level extraordinary, less than 5 minutes of fighting, dead. When the 2 players on the ground saw this scene, their pupils dilated and their heartbeats suddenly froze. They held their breath. Although they had seen the scene of Chinchou killing gods with one sword in the live broadcast, it was a live broadcast after all. Although they had prepared their psychological expectations when the other party provoked them. But until this moment, after the dust settled, they were still trembling in their hearts. This extraordinary had been in contact with them for a long time, and now, he died in front of them without dignity. The impact of this scene cannot be described in any words. Then he subconsciously turned his head to look at the figure, who was still riding on the back of the undead dragon. The other party had not moved a step until this moment. Is this the real boss? The 2 of them looked up, and could not touch each other's boots. All deep all. Chapter 561. After the Night Cult's extraordinary blasted into a bloody sky, the sky did not calm down. Dark Soul Eater Kratos, this level 20, top boss with great growth potential, suddenly tightened the soul chain on the opponent's body. The next moment, a twisted, translucent soul that roared silently around was pulled out. The opponent was no longer wearing armor at this moment, and it could be barely seen that he was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. At this moment, a special energy emanated from the opponent's soul. Justice, mercy, hero, the special aura of the Night Cult was activated again. At the same time, the void above the head began to wriggle, as if some power was about to rush out from it. But before that power appeared, Kratos suddenly shortened the soul chain, and the soul of the Night Cult's extraordinary was forcibly pulled to his side. The extraordinary boss did not pause at all. He opened his mouth suddenly, crunched, and chewed up the souls in large mouthfuls, swallowing them down with a gulp. Burp, he burped comfortably. He really ate everything. After the soul disappeared, the power that wanted to rush out of the void in the sky slowly calmed down. Every extraordinary person is the backbone of the sect. After death, the soul will return to the kingdom of the gods, where they believe in gods. This is an important reason why the sect can attract a large number of grassroots people to believe in it. There are gods to protect them. Even if they die in battle, as long as they show bravery, they can be reborn, and they will live forever. Richard felt relieved when he saw this scene. Although the return of the other party's soul will not cause any great losses, there is a high probability that the Night Sect will hate them. He was not interested in finding enemies for himself. After devouring the soul of the extraordinary, Kratos' innate skill Soul Devourer, the original 160,000 dark power directly increased to 170,000 points. Obviously, the soul of the extraordinary is a great supplement. Richard felt a little pity. This guy was directly exploded, and no treasures were left. Moreover, the extraordinary in the main plane are mostly the mainstays of a certain force, and it is very difficult to hunt them. Otherwise, let Kratos kill 100 or 80 of them, and he can directly become a god in one wave, and become a Q skill with 3,000 damage in the late stage of the dog-headed man. On the ground, if the 2 players of the Dragon Fawn Guild knew what Richard was thinking at this time, they would probably have a fit. Can the extraordinary also be killed in dozens or hundreds of rounds? After seeing the dust settle, a strange emotion emerged in the hearts of the two. Relief, comfort, everything. It feels like, I said you didn't listen, and now you see it's true. However, the extraordinary of the Ninth Sect fell here. This time when they go back, I'm afraid that the relationship they have worked so hard to build will suffer a major blow. But why are they so happy in their hearts? This bastard should die. Let you look down on players. Let you be arrogant. Let you look down on everything. There is a price to pay for pretending to be cool. Now you feel good. You were trampled to death by Chinchio. Fuck. After venting his emotions, the president of the Dragon Fawn Guild, the middle-aged player, took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now, the situation is not stable. Their fate is no longer in their own hands. He took a few steps forward, looked up at the figure behind the dragon who dominated everything, and spoke respectfully. Boss Chinchio, the power of the past sealed in this obelisk is extremely strong. If you don't have enough means to deal with it, you better be careful. Thank you again for saving my life. The Dragon Fawn Guild owes you a big favor. If there is anything we can do in the future, as long as you notify us, we will do our best. After hearing this, Richard first looked up at the scarlet flame on the top of the obelisk. The other party seemed to be brewing something, which was getting more and more terrifying. But there would be no changes within 3 or 2 minutes. After confirming that it was temporarily safe, he looked at the two people. How much do you know about this obelisk? The middle-aged player smiled bitterly. We don't have much information. We only know the general strength of the obelisk and the old power sealed inside. The rest is controlled by the extraordinary people of the Ninth Sect. Moreover, the information they gave us was wrong. I dare not determine what is inside. Are there any other valuable information? No. Richard sensed that he was not lying, so he didn't waste words. Waved his hand. You guys stay away. Then can we leave? Richard glanced at the two of them. I will talk to you after I occupy the obelisk. He waved to the several extraordinary people who had just joined forces to hunt, and then flew directly to the obelisk. The two people on the ground looked at each other, but didn't say anything. They evacuated the obelisk with the remaining hundreds of troops. However, they didn't leave too far, and stayed honestly according to Richard's instructions. Richard didn't pay attention to the two people anymore. He was still interested in these two unfamiliar players, but he would talk about these things after taking down the obelisk. A guild has already settled in the L Plane, and more guilds can be introduced in the future. Although the Dragon Fawn Guild does not seem to be powerful, since the sect can send extraordinary people to complete the task, it must have a certain foundation. He is now very interested in the information of the sect. Windsor, the Crimson Lord, is preparing to slaughter the gods. He wants to know if the gods have any new movements recently. After collecting his scattered thoughts, he raised his head slightly, and looked at the obelisk standing on the ground again. This obelisk occupies a larger area, and has a longer diameter than the obelisk he captured in the L Plane last time. The scarlet eye on the top of his head is even more weird. Staring for a little longer, he felt a burning pain in his soul. After several extraordinary people around him had approached his side, seeing that Richard did not move, Lorena thought for a moment and said softly, Master, the space around here is disturbed. This obelisk gives me the feeling of a sealed evil god. Once the seal is broken, it will cause tremendous damage. Richard said slowly after a moment of silence. Lorena, go and try that eye to see if you can destroy it. As you wish. After Lorena answered, her silver eyes suddenly shone brightly. A blood-colored energy escaped from her body, and that blood-colored energy condensed into scarlet bats in the blink of an eye. After a few breaths, these bats formed a storm, and swept directly towards the top of the obelisk. In the blink of an eye, the bats were close. But before they could make any move, they saw the blood-colored bats suddenly tremble, and the same flames as the scarlet flame eyes suddenly burned on their bodies. With a series of sharp and piercing cries, the bats turned around and began to circle around the scarlet eyes, and actually began to guard the obelisk. After all the bats were corrupted by the scarlet eyes, Lorena, who controlled all of this, spurted out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. He looked at the eye with some horror. Master, that power seems to come from the ancient times, the beginning of creation, giving me a sense of vicissitudes and antiquity. I can't even look directly at it. It burns my soul. Richard's eyes became sharp. The beginning of creation? Isn't the old power the power before the gods were born? But he still didn't stop. He ordered the Dark Valkyrie and the little centaur Amirida to attack from a distance again. The damage that the power that the two extraordinary people just exploded can cause has been reflected in the extraordinary people of the Ninth Sect. The surrounding space was shattered, and the light suddenly twisted. Even if there was an indestructible wall blocking the front, it would be destroyed. However, after these two shocking attacks approached the scarlet eyes within 20 to 30 meters, they were like ice cubes thrown into boiling water, and instantly turned into nothingness. It was as if an invisible giant hand wiped out everything. Richard's heart was pounding. Fortunately, he was not reckless. The Dark Soul Eater and Amarita were unwilling to give up and broke out again. But after more than 10 rounds of continuous bombardment, there was no effect at all. Seeing this, Richard gave up the idea of breaking through from the outside. He lowered his eyes and looked at the bottom of the obelisk. A tall stone door was open to both sides at this moment. It was dark inside and nothing could be seen, giving people an inexplicable psychological pressure. Richard frowned and looked to his side. He waved gently to the army beside him. The dead stone statue in the front sent a team to explore the obelisk. Although he killed the old banshee and broke the opponent's bloody world, the system has not yet prompted him to capture the obelisk. In this strange situation, he didn't know what threats he would face if he went there rashly. Let's try it first. The dead stone statues of that team immediately set off, flapping their wings and approaching quickly. The first distance was safe and worry-free, but after approaching the stone door for 20 to 30 meters, the body suddenly stiffened, and then, under the gaze of everyone, it was like a dry stone, starting from the outside, breaking into pieces bit by bit, and turned into slag. The dead stone statue didn't even struggle or resist at all. The death was inexplicable and weird. Richard's eyes became solemn. That power was so weird. It was the breath of the past. But why didn't he feel the danger? The moment this thought came up, he seemed to have thought of something, and slowly took out a gray-black statue from his arms. It had broken wings on its back, octopus-like tentacles on its head, and its hands were on its knees, sitting bent. Just a glance at it gave people a sense of weirdness and distortion. The ancient divine sculpture of the past, his treasure at the bottom of the box. At this moment, this treasure emitted bursts of dim light and activated itself. Richard's mind moved, and the dim light escaped and enveloped himself. Controlling the gravel to float up from behind the skeleton blood dragon, it flew straight to the obelisk. Master! The few extraordinary people behind were shocked when they saw this scene. But after seeing Richard raise his hand and wave it backwards, they stopped following him. They could only watch his actions nervously. If anything went wrong, they would rush to save people immediately. As he gradually approached the obelisk, Richard never felt any danger in his heart, but instead felt eager to try. This was the emotion conveyed to him by the statue of the ancient god. This statue seemed to be longing for something. This also made Richard more and more interested. In a moment, he arrived at the area where the stone statue of the dead was melted. He did not hesitate and flew directly over. At this moment, a gentle energy like the wind swept through his body, and Richard felt the hair on his back stand up. It was like a sleeping dragon suddenly opened its eyes and stared at him fiercely. But then, the energy disappeared without a trace. The tense heart was finally relaxed. At that moment, he increased his speed a little bit and fell from the sky to the giant stone gate that was more than 10 meters high. Ordinary people felt insignificant standing under such a giant gate. When he got closer, it was still pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything. His shadow was stretched by the light behind him, but after projecting a few meters, it was completely hidden in the darkness. Richard took a deep breath and strode forward. In just a few breaths, he had passed through the stone door. At this moment, the dark light on the statue of the ancient god suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, the endless darkness quietly disappeared, and a bloody world appeared in front of him. The earth was bloody, the walls around were bloody, and even the floating air was bloody and looked hazy. And in this endless blood, a towering broken corpse stood tall. Like the corpse left by an ancient giant, even if it had been dead for countless years, it still gave people a strong shock. There were countless scars on the surface of the corpse, as if they were left by a cutting machine after wantonly destroying it. It was extremely tragic. Richard's eyes gradually moved up from the bottom, and when he saw the head, he suddenly froze. His face became quite subtle. The head of this corpse, which was more than 30 meters tall, was a strange existence with countless tentacles, which made people feel strongly uncomfortable. The tentacles on it made Richard look particularly familiar, and he subconsciously lowered his head to look at the statue in his hand. Then he looked up again. This corpse was 70% similar to the statue of the old god. At this moment, the statue of the old god was blooming with an extremely hot breath in the blood-red light. Desire, excitement, and expectation were transmitted by countless ignorant, immature, but strong emotions. Richard had a different thought in his heart. From the beginning to now, he had spent countless efforts to cultivate the statue of the old god, and this treasure had also helped him overcome difficulties again and again. Now, he seemed to have discovered something incredible. Looking up again, he carefully examined the broken corpse. At this time, in the two eye sockets on the head covered with octopus tentacles, one could faintly see that one of the eyes had been broken, and the other had disappeared. There was only a black hole on it. Richard suddenly thought of the eyes burning with scarlet flames at the top of the obelisk. Was that horrible eye from this strange corpse? What was the origin of this corpse? And what was its relationship with the statue of the old god? Accident, or luck? His mood was in turmoil, and he took a few deep breaths to suppress the excitement. Staring at the broken corpse, he opened the black gold system. The information on it immediately made him breathe rapidly. The remains of the old god, the Lord of Annihilation. Chapter 562. The remains of the Lord of Annihilation, the god born at the beginning of creation, is the god of the old days, and controls the power of the rules of the entire world. After the death of the god of the old days, the rules controlled by himself were controlled by other lives, forming the current system of gods. Note, the body contains a majestic power of the old days. If you can't withstand the rash contact, you will be corroded by the power of the old days. After reading the information on the black gold system, Richard's eyes were full of surprise. A whole corpse of the old days god, and the energy contained in it is still majestic. Suddenly, it feels like spending 50 cents to buy a lottery ticket and winning 5 million. Gently stroking the statue in his hand, his eyes gradually became hot. This time, he dug a gold mountain. Take a deep breath and inject power into the statue of the old days god. The next moment, a dark light shot into the air, and in the blink of an eye, a beautiful figure with a bit of transparency condensed. Level 17 Divine Soul, Renee. A top-level existence that can be resurrected infinitely and stored in the statue of the old god. My lord. After Renee appeared, she saluted respectfully and elegantly. After being stored in the statue of the old god, this life, that was originally a night elf, still maintained the beauty of an elf. Richard didn't waste any words and looked at the body in front of him. Can you sense the breath in this corpse? Is there any soul left? For the existence of the old god, it's not wrong to make more preparations. Hearing this, Renee immediately turned around to face the body of the Lord of Annihilation. After concentrating on sensing for a moment, she shook her head. Master, the power of this corpse has dissipated by more than half, and the surrounding environment has a great restraining effect on the soul. No matter what existence it is impossible to keep a soul in this body. This was said with conviction and confidence. As a divine soul, her perception of soul breath was far better than that of several extraordinary people in Twilight City. Richard was relieved. Then he turned around as if he thought of something. In the bloody hazy environment, there were only walls and a blurred ceiling. There was nothing else, such as the circular staircase on the upper obelisk, which did not exist here. While pondering, he tried to let Renee fly into the sky. But the other party's flying height could only pass over the body of the Lord of Annihilation, and then it seemed to be trapped in Mercury, and could not rise any further. Richard saw this, and had an idea in his mind. He did not hesitate, and went straight forward to the feet of the body. At a height of 30 meters, he stood at the feet, and had to look up high to see its face. The sense of oppression brought by the body was particularly strong. He held the statue of the old god tightly in his hand, and slowly touched the other party's toes. The appearance of this divine body is 70% similar to the statue, and it seems to have a story. Even if there is no connection, it doesn't matter. The only way for the ancient god statue to grow is to devour the powerful flesh and soul energy. Obviously, this body meets the requirements. The moment the ancient god statue touched the divine body, a strong excitement entered Richard's mind. Then, the dark light on the statue was like a torch poured with gasoline, and it suddenly surged. It drove away the blood-colored light in this space. The dark light was like a vine, climbing up quickly. After a few breaths, the body of the Lord of Annihilation was already covered by it. Zizi, the divine body in front of him, which had stood for who knows how many years, gradually melted in the dark light. It turned into a huge energy, and poured into the statue of the old god. And Renee beside him seemed to sense something at this moment, and said with strong excitement, "My lord, the statue is transforming, and I will also transform. Thank you for your gift." As the voice fell, the body shattered directly like a bubble, turned into a stream of light, and merged into the statue of the old god. As Renee merged, the breath emitted by the statue became more and more terrifying. Like a cracking dragon egg, although it has not been fully hatched, it can already feel the pressure from the dragon cub. At this moment, rumble, the ground shook. Richard's heart was pounding, and a bad feeling suddenly arose. He turned his head subconsciously, and saw a striking crack on the blood-colored wall around him. suddenly remembered the upper obelisk. After the arm's nest inside was taken out, it collapsed directly. The body of the Lord of Annihilation seemed to be the key, just like the troop nest of the upper obelisk. Once devoured, it would affect the existence of the obelisk. Thinking of this, he could not help but raise a strong alert in his heart. Being buried alive is not a good experience. The power of the yellow sand on his body surged wildly. The yellow sand lingering around him quickly condensed into a triangular shield above his head. Even if something went wrong, it would not be crushed by the collapsed rubble. At the moment, he calmed down and let the statue of the old god speed up the swallowing speed. After carefully sensing, Richard was a little amazed in his heart. This body that has existed for who knows how many years is like the sun, containing endless energy. With the swallowing speed of the old god statue like a black hole, it still gave him a feeling of how long it would take to swallow it all. It is hard to imagine that this is the old god who fell at the beginning of creation. If the other party is still alive, how powerful would he be? Time passed quickly. As the breath of the old god statue grew, the body of the Lord of Annihilation began to corrode on a large scale. The energy inside finally began to decrease. And the cracks on the surrounding walls were also gradually increasing. At this rate, it might not take half an hour for it to completely collapse. The more power the old god statue swallowed, the stronger its own power became, and the faster it swallowed. A positive cycle was formed. The power of the Lord of Annihilation was very compatible with the old god statue. After being swallowed, it was directly integrated into the statue without any rejection reaction. As the breath of the statue increased, Richard suddenly observed that the statue gradually had a bit of fresh breath. It gave people a feeling that it was no longer a statue, as if it could come alive at any time. Richard was not happy. Instead, he was alert and focused his mind, observing the changes of the statue of the ancient god. If anything unexpected happened, he would not hesitate to stop swallowing and evacuate from here. The statue of the ancient god was his lifeblood. Anything could go wrong, but not the statue of the ancient god. No one could tell what kind of power those ancient gods had, but they must not be underestimated. They were the great existences that governed the rules of the glorious era at the beginning of creation. In this expansion pack, they were the protagonists. Under the double worry, Richard only felt that time passed very slowly, especially the increasingly dense cracks on the wall, which made him feel urgent. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Time passed by bit, and Richard's face became more and more anxious. Crack, the body of the Lord of Annihilation suddenly split from the abdomen, and large pieces of debris fell down. At this time, the empty eye sockets without eyes on his face suddenly revealed a scarlet light. Richard's back was numb and horrified. This corpse is resurrected? The moment this thought came to his mind, his muscles tightened instantly, and the power in his body was already running wildly. Once there was any abnormal movement, he would immediately counterattack. But after holding his breath for a long time, the scene was still normal. The tense heart was slightly relaxed. And at this moment, wow, everything in sight disappeared instantly. Richard subconsciously turned his head and looked around, and everything he saw was blood red. There was nothing around, only the void space. And right in front, 100 meters away, a figure with endless pressure stood there. The other party's existence is like a towering mountain. Even if you just look at it, you can't help but want to worship and kneel down to surrender. That is the pressure in the soul, the life of another dimension. The Lord of Annihilation? The completely intact Lord of Annihilation. Seeing the other party's figure clearly, Richard's heart trembled. Thinking of the legends of the revival of various gods in the glorious era, a bad feeling rose in his mind. Renee didn't find anything strange in the other party's body. Could it be that this old god wanted to devour his body and revive? I sense the breath of the new world in you. An obscure and difficult voice with endless majesty sounded in this bloody void space. Although he could not understand the other party's words, Richard understood what the other party meant. He listened carefully. Life from the future. When you see my divine body, it means that a new era is coming. And we will also come back again. You can activate the power I left behind, which means that you are recognized by the old days. Please bring my eyes to the Lord of Crimson, so that it can bring order and rules to this world again. The voice stopped suddenly at this point. Then, the divine body with endless pressure in the haze shattered like glass. It turned into endless blood-red light. The scene in front of Richard suddenly disappeared, and the Lord of Annihilation was swallowed up by most of it, and the divine body full of cracks reappeared in front of him. Give the eyes to the Lord of Crimson? Windsor? What is this, an old god who has been dead for who knows how many years, entrusting him again, when he was in doubt? Suddenly, a familiar reminder sounded in his ears. Ding, you received an S-level mission, Ancient Commission. Please find the Lord of Crimson and hand over the eyes of the Lord of Annihilation. The reward for this mission will be issued by the Lord of Crimson. Ancient Commission? S-level mission? Richard instantly became alert. The last time an S-level mission was triggered was in a large-scale dungeon, and the final profit was exaggerated. However, is such a commission so difficult? You just need to go to the City of Dusk and hand over the eyes to Windsor. Thinking of this, Richard's face changed slightly. The killed extraordinary of the night cult suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that this mission will eventually involve the God of Knights, or even the gods? Before he could figure out what was going on, the body of the Lord of Annihilation suddenly surged with great energy, like a waterfall rushing down, rushing towards the statue of the ancient god. In just a few breaths, the energy in the body that had been absorbed for half an hour, and still had most of it, was now poured into the statue of the ancient god. After the energy disappeared, a scarlet eye fell quietly in the sky. It floated in front of Richard. Although this eye had no body to store it, it gave Richard a feeling that it was even more stressful than the broken body of the Lord of Annihilation. Out of curiosity, he opened the attribute panel. Scarlet Eye Quest Item, Level, Special. Features, Sealed. Note: the power of the Lord of Crimson is needed to open the seal. Good guy, it's still sealed. Don't people have any trust in each other? Richard looked indignant. After coming to his senses, he slowly reached out and held the Scarlet Eye. The next moment, his whole body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and his face became more serious. He took a deep breath and held the statue of the ancient god tightly. The next moment, the scarlet eyes disappeared into the air. At the same time, inside the statue, the space where the divine soul Renee was sleeping. A dazzling gem quietly appeared above Renee, floating quietly. Richard was relieved. Before he could come to his senses, a sharp sound exploded. The walls around him, which were already full of cracks, finally reached their limit. Huge rocks fell from a high place to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Richard was suddenly awakened, and seeing the changes around him, he had no time to search, and hurriedly turned around and fled. But just when he approached the two huge doors, there was a rumble, and the wall in front suddenly collapsed, blocking all the ways. Richard saw this scene, and his face became extremely exciting. Is this so unlucky? Outside the obelisk, the two players who were waiting for Richard to attack the obelisk below were stunned to see the towering obelisk collapse into ruins in just over 10 seconds. The two looked at each other, and both felt a sense of absurdity. The pale-haired old man trembled. I don't think I saw Qingqiu come out," the middle-aged player said in an extremely shocked tone. "Fuck him, Qingqiu is buried? The obelisk is dozens of meters high. This kind of building is like a mountain. If it collapses, even the extraordinary can't stand it." Waves of dizziness came. Could it be that the existence that amazed countless players ended in such a dramatic way, just when the two were sitting uneasy? Suddenly, a striking yellow sand energy surged out from the ruins, dispersing the dust in the sky. The next moment, the land within hundreds of meters of the obelisk turned into yellow sand. Then, the earth's wild sand surged out, and a majestic figure condensed directly in the sky. "Qingqiu?" The two of them exclaimed subconsciously, and their worries and astonishment were immediately wiped out, followed by incomparable excitement. They knew how this pervert could be killed so easily. This is the #1 player, the boss among the bosses. After the emotions calmed down a little, some subtle emotions rose in his eyes again. Being buried alive by a square tower several dozen meters, I can't do anything about the Qingqiu Desert Camp's methods. It's too weird. In my heart, I quietly raise my vigilance against the desert camp. In the future, when facing the enemies of the desert camp, I must stay away from them. If I can't avoid them, I must be careful again and again. Richard ignored the two stupid players at this moment, and glanced at the ruins of the building behind him. There was no change in his face. I had been buried once, not long after entering Glorious Era. With the life-saving skill of desertification, this disaster that is almost desperate for outsiders is not a big problem for him. There is no need to sandify the land. As long as there is a gap, the sand can be slowly controlled to flow out. It is only because of fear of accidents that extra operations are performed. After calming down, he focused on the statue of the old god in his hand. He felt the power inside, like a magma eruption. His eyes narrowed into a line, and a bright smile appeared on his face. At this moment, in his perception, the divine soul Renee, who has not yet awakened, has been promoted to level 22, and the transformation is still continuing. This wave of his mother made a lot of money. Blood Mom made a lot of money. Chapter 563. After the statue of the ancient god devoured the power of the Lord of Annihilation, it was still in the process of transformation. Richard could not determine to what extent the statue of the ancient god could be upgraded this time. But judging from the level of the divine soul Renee at this time, it can be predicted that this wave has made a fortune. Level 22. Renee, who has not stopped transforming, has soared from level 17 to level 22. This is a fighting force that can be resurrected continuously. After possessing extraordinary power, he really wants to ask, who else? And according to the current state, level 22 is not the limit. When the statue of the ancient god completely digests the majestic power of the old days, Renee may be able to touch the edge of legend. By then, he is looking forward to it. This wave is comfortable. When Richard explored the statue of the ancient god, several extraordinary people stationed outside the obelisk quietly approached. The little centaur Miraida tilted her head and looked at the collapsed obelisk curiously. Father, the eye on the top of the obelisk just disappeared suddenly. Did you get it? The eye gave her a very dangerous feeling. In her fighting career, there were not many enemies who gave her this feeling. I got it. Richard nodded without much explanation. At this moment, the system prompt sounded quietly. Ding, you led the army to capture an obelisk and won a brilliant battle victory. You got 1 million experience. Ding, your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 17, 120,000/6 million. Ding, you captured an obelisk and got a special reward. Territory expansion order, strange item. Territory expansion order. After use, the territory can be expanded by 2,000 open spaces. Note: sufficient resources need to be prepared, and the city wall needs to be expanded at the same time. The moment the prompt sound stopped, Richard only felt a roaring force surging from the depths of his blood. Every inch of flesh and bones in his body became tougher under the watering of that force. The whole process was like soaking in hot water, plus enjoying a top-notch massage. It was so comfortable that I couldn't even open my eyes. The feeling didn't subside until 10 minutes later. After Richard opened his eyes again, he felt the surging force in his body that made him feel like he could blow up a dragon with one punch. He took a long breath, suppressed the illusion brought by the increase in power, and then opened his attribute panel with full expectations. After taking a look, the skills didn't change much, and the basic attributes had improved significantly. The power of the yellow sand increased from the original 8,000 points, recovering 20 points per second, to 10,000 points, recovering 30 points per second. The magic power increased from 80,000 points to 100,000 points. The skill upgrade is only available at levels 15 and 20, so there is no extra expectation. However, the improvement of basic attributes can make his explosive destructive power even higher. After calming down, he looked at another prompt, the strange object territory expansion order. A smile appeared on his face. I thought that after the collapse of the obelisk, the harvest would stop here, but I didn't expect the system to give him an extra surprise. Because the technology of the City of Dusk was stuck, the level could not be upgraded to the level of a big city. The territory space has been almost exhausted, which seriously affected the development. This strange item came at the right time, and was very thirst-quenching. After taking a few glances, he focused on the S-level mission. He didn't know what form this mission would take. On the surface, it was not difficult to complete this mission. Isn't it simple for him to meet Windsor? His relationship with him has reached a close enough state. He can find him at any time by going to Solon City. He can even call Windsor directly if he wants. He still has a token given by Windsor in his hand. The last one was used to kill the Lord of Greed. Thinking of this, he took out a gem engraved with a phoenix tail flower from the system space and gently rubbed the pattern on it. For him, Windsor is a trump card that can make the final decision, allowing him to have enough confidence when facing the threat of the gods. However, favors are not unlimited, and it is obviously a bit wasteful to use them on this. While he was thinking, a reminder sounded in his ears again. Ding! The knights have sensed the breath of the Scarlet Eye and locked onto it with the Great Prophecy. Within 3 days, the coordinates of Scarlet will be exposed to the Great Prophecy. Please stop the enemies, who are trying to snatch the Scarlet Eye and hand it over to the Lord of Scarlet. Richard was refreshed and read the prompt twice, his eyes moving slightly. Great Prophecy? Coordinates exposed. Another game of hunting and escaping? While thinking about the subtleties, Lorena suddenly said solemnly, Master, there is a powerful force tearing the surrounding space apart. Justice, mercy, and kindness. I sense the power of the God of Knights in it. The tone was unprecedentedly solemn. The enemy is coming. We need to evacuate this area immediately. Just as he said it, Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. The main purpose of completing this S-level mission is to stop the pursuit of the Knights? The word pursuit made him think of something, but but the feeling was gone too quickly and was difficult to capture. His brows were furrowed. What exactly is it? He suddenly saw the corpses of 2 giant insects in the distance, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The vague feeling just now immediately became clear. Corruption swamp. What are the pursuers? Enemies, powerful enemies. What does this mean? Corpses, a large number of corpses. But this is not enough. The pursuers of the Knights must be extraordinary. If the City of Dusk confronts them, it is difficult to estimate how many casualties will be suffered. It's not worth it. Richard's eyes became deeper. The corruption swamp is now implementing a strategy of killing with a borrowed knife and laying eggs with a borrowed chicken. It seemed that there was no need for him to fight the other party head-on. Why couldn't other forces be used to resist the Knights? Those planes connected to the Naga plane? No, they were not qualified. He needed a force that could fight the real Knights. Thinking of this, he took out the statue of the dwarf god. Immersed in it, looking at the sleeping figure on the throne, wearing gorgeous wings, wearing gem rings on his hands, and one hand resting on his cheek, he spoke softly. Your Majesty fam, the Knights have been eyeing the old things in my hand, and have anchored this treasure with the great prophecy. I need your help. As the words fell, the closed eyes of the dwarf god slowly opened, and he sat up slightly. Staring into the other's eyes, one can feel a vicissitude of ancient breath. Richard inexplicably sensed that this great existence, who had once peeked into the river of destiny, had become more powerful. The other's power was recovering. This was very good news for him. I sensed it. Although the great prophecy of the God of Knights is not as powerful as that of the Sun God, it is enough to foresee what he wants. The return of the old gods has plunged the gods into endless fear. They are afraid. At this point, a bit of mockery appeared at the corners of his mouth. Everyone knows that a new era is coming, but how can those beings who sit high on the throne of God allow themselves to be pulled down from the altar? Vested interests will never give up their own interests. He raised his head slightly, stared at the void for a long time, and finally sighed. A group of fish struggling in a dry pond. No matter how they turn over and jump, it is futile. After saying that, he looked at Richard, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said slowly, What do you need me to do, Sir Richard? Richard did not comment on the other party's words. The height of the dwarf god has exceeded the upper limit he can reach now. Back to business. Your Majesty fam, can you help me transfer the space rift opened by the Lord of Corruption in front of the City of Dusk to the Corruption Swamp? The dwarf god smiled. The god of fraud and lies has already stationed in the Corruption Swamp, right? The greedy lion born from the power of greed is also in your hands. Are you going to use the power of the Lord of Corruption to fight against the God of Knights? Richard said slowly. Yes, the corrupt swamp needs to devour more and greater power. The things of the past that I got can be used as bait, and the deception and temptation of His Majesty Tyrone and the Lion of Greed are enough to make the two sides fight. For the Lord of Corruption, Richard snatched the power of corruption from him. This is undoubtedly trampling on his face. A mortal dared to peek at the power of the gods, and succeeded. How could the Lord of Corruption, who was high above and dominated the 333rd floor of the abyss, tolerate this? In addition, after the rise of the Crimson Moon, the situation changed drastically. For the Lord of Corruption, the power that was not fatal originally became obvious immediately. At this critical moment, a little more power may help him survive. How could he let go of the City of Dusk? The reason why the Lord of Knights peeked at the Scarlet Eyes was probably the same. What will happen if a god who is well known in the lawful good camp and an evil god who is notorious in the abyss meet in the corrupt swamp? Can the two sides discuss what they want and what happened in a friendly manner, and find a common enemy together? It would be strange if he didn't beat his dog brains out at the first time. Even if the other party wants to live in peace, the corrupt swamp is his home ground. The god of fraud and lies, and the lion of greed are not mascots for show. But the biggest problem with this plan is that the logic makes sense, but it is extremely difficult to implement. The two terrifying gods have the ability to overturn the table, and he needs to find enough power to check and balance each other. The dwarf god seemed to know what Richard was worried about, and said slowly, The plane where the corruption swamp is located has been connected and merged with the underground world you control. The power of the rules of the main plane has already affected that plane. Beings above the gods cannot descend. And the space of that plane itself is weak and cannot accommodate beings above the legend. Richard hesitated. If the other party destroys the corruption swamp at all costs, with the protection of the rules of the main plane, the other party cannot forcibly destroy it. The dwarf god explained patiently. The rules of the main plane were set by the god of creation. Forbidding gods to enter is like a hollow iron pipe with the thickness of a thumb. You want to put your fist in it. It's impossible, unless you have the power to squeeze the iron pipe to burst. The dwarf god's firm words gave Richard a reassurance. As long as no one can overturn the table, the plan will work. He didn't stay any longer. After thanking him, his thoughts returned to his body. He opened his eyes, and immediately gave an order. All troops immediately withdraw to the Eternal Land, and wait for orders. Supernormals stay in the corruption swamp. As soon as the voice fell, several supernormals immediately held their chests and responded. Then, the army quickly integrated and flew towards the direction of the space crack at the fastest speed. Seeing Richard quickly withdraw and not intending to stay, the two players who had been waiting for a long time became a little anxious. "Chinchio, boss." Richard heard the other party shout, and then focused his attention on them. He drove the sitting greedy lion closer and looked down at the two. "You should know that I occupied a plane. This plane has experienced a war, and everything needs to be rebuilt. If the Dragon Fawn Guild is interested in participating in the development of this plane and trading with the City of Dusk in the future, you can contact the president of the Far Mountain Guild. His ideas." After informing the other party of the name of the guild leader of the last battle in Lion City, Richard did not hesitate and turned around and left decisively. Seeing his action, the middle-aged player spoke quickly. "Boss Chinchio, don't worry, we will not reveal your information to the Night Cult." This time, Chaofan's death was all caused by the obelisk guards. Hearing this, Richard turned his head and smiled at the two of them. "The army of the God of Knights is coming soon. You should go back as soon as possible. In addition, please ask the Dragon Tooth Guild to help me pass on the news that the L plane welcomes players to come to do business and jointly develop. This safe plane can become a trading transit station for all players. The plane coordinates, the president of the Far Mountain Guild will tell you." As soon as the voice fell, Richard drove the greedy lion away from the other party's sight. When the two heard this, they were stunned and savored it for a long time before they came back to their senses. The pale-haired old man said with some emotion, "President, Chinchio made a brilliant move." The middle-aged player nodded slowly. A discerning player should be able to see the value of the plane, let alone Chinchio. Transit. Convenient transportation. Connecting the entire main plane. The strategic value of the plane is much higher than its own value. Once the L plane becomes the preferred trading place for players, it is not difficult to imagine how prosperous the scene will be, and Chinchio's power will once again usher in a surge. He said with some reluctance. "This is what we wanted to do." The pale-haired old man smiled bitterly. "President, only Chinchio can do this. Let alone how powerful it is to occupy a plane. Even if we occupy the plane, what can we use to attract players? And how can we guarantee the safety of players? How to deal with competitors in the future? If any of these problems are not solved, this thing will not work. To build a trading center recognized by everyone, it requires extremely strong strength and influence. Looking at the tens of billions of players, even those top guilds cannot be compared with Chinchio in terms of influence and strength. That guy is a pure pervert. There are many smart people, but knowing does not mean that you can do it. Let the Dragon Tooth Guild do this. I am afraid it will be useless." "Who cares who they are?" The middle-aged player sighed lightly. "Of course I know, but I am still a little unwilling." After adjusting his mentality and regaining his composure, he spoke again. "After returning, immediately contact the president of the Yuanshan Guild, and then make a deep investment in the L plane. If Chinchio really wants to build a trading market for all players, then we can't miss this opportunity." "That's Chinchio. This big guy wants to do something." In terms of the other party's strength, the probability of success is very high. They have to think carefully about how the Dragon Tooth Guild should participate in this feast. Richard didn't focus on what he said to the two players at this time. He had long thought about letting players participate in the development of the L plane. If he didn't do this, sooner or later there would be players who would step forward, and even those powerful natives would intervene. Players traded through the forum's trading market, which was convenient, but the high handling fee of 30% was enough to discourage many players who had large transactions. The handling fee was the value of the item itself, not the selling price. If you want to evade tax by being cheap, there is no chance at all. So for a large number of players, there is a real demand for offline transactions. Once the L plane becomes the preferred trading market for players, how much profit can it bring? Even if only 1/10, no, 1% of people participate, it will be extraordinary. This is equivalent to him controlling a city with hundreds of millions of floating population. However, this idea is destined to take a long time to realize. There are countless problems. But without dreams, what is the difference between being a salted fish? Return to Klina City with the army. At this moment, in front of the space crack connected to the corrupt swamp, a large number of giant insects ran from a distance, and then stepped into the bloody space crack without looking back. Under the super attraction of the golden fruit, these giant insects are crazier than one another. Richard stopped, accelerated his flight, passed through the crack above the giant insect's head, and then asked all the troops to return to the Eternal Land from the space gate of the corrupt swamp to stand by. After the army left, the only ones left were the Dark Valkyrie, who had not yet transformed, the 23rd level Lorena, the 20th level Centaura Mirida, the 20th level Dark Soul Devourer Kratos, and the 24th level Greedy Lion, who was only one step away from becoming a legend. In addition, there was the ancient god tree that was devouring the body of the Lord of Greed, and the heart of the Chaos God. In addition, the god of fraud and lies Talon, a non-staff member. Finally, the 18th level Cena was also on the list. Richard did not let the 15th level Krina female warrior Jasmine stay. Looking at the many powerful, extraordinary people around him, Richard felt particularly happy. Every hero here was conquered by him personally. Step by step, he had unknowingly accumulated a foundation that he could not even dream of when he first entered the glorious era. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, a crisp sound came from the space crack connecting the giant insect plane. Richard turned his head, and could sense a bright and upright breath dissipating in the sky. Justice, mercy, honor, bravery. The Knight's Code quietly emerged in his mind. The pursuers of the S-level mission are coming. Richard clenched the statue of the dwarf god in his hand. His spirits were high. Your Majesty fam, it's time to start. The next moment, the statue of the dwarf god burst into endless light. At the same time, the mummy hero Grey, who was patrolling on the wall of the Dusk City, suddenly found that at the end of his sight, the sky that made him feel a great threat gradually faded in the cracking sky, and then disappeared from his sight. The sky returned to its former tranquility. The rotten smell that permeated the surroundings also dissipated at the same time. Chapter 564. Corruption Swamp. A space crack appeared silently in the bloody fog. After the diameter expanded to 40 kilometers, the originally crowded Corruption Swamp became much looser under the barrier of the bloody fog. The space crack that appeared quietly was not perceived by outsiders. Bottomless Abyss, 333th floor. The Lord of Corruption on the high throne suddenly opened his eyes, and turned his head to look in a certain direction. After confirming that the perception was correct, his tone was a bit angry and crazy. Reptile. Lowly bastard. Can't hold on anymore? Take my authority back, Anos. The low voice resounded throughout the plane at this moment. Countless abyss creatures with severely rotten bodies suddenly raised their heads at this moment, and at the same time, they roared hysterically. Expressed their loyalty to their master, Giant Insect Plane. A twisted space crack suddenly broke, and a sacred light shone from it. This area instantly became holy. The giant insects on the ground seemed to sense something at this moment, and they suddenly fell down and trembled. The next moment, the space crack continued to expand, and in the blink of an eye it extended from the sky to the ground. After the crack stopped expanding, ta-ta-ta, the giant insects suddenly heard the uniform sound of horse hooves. The next moment, they were shocked to find that a team of heavy cavalry appeared in the space crack. The other party carried a 4-meter-long lance, and was covered with heavy armor. Even the warhorse under his seat was covered with armor, leaving no flaws. The person in the front had a striking flag hanging on the long pole he held high in his hand. It depicts a warhorse with its front hooves raised high, and the cavalrymen on the horse are waving their spears. The symbol of the Ninth Sect, the heroic charge flag. The flashing light gives people the courage to face death. Teams of heavy cavalrymen, lined up in horizontal rows, came out of the space crack in an orderly manner. Hundreds of people marched at the same time, but they acted as one person. The momentum alone gave people a strong sense of impact. Each knight held his head high. The morale was high. It is conceivable that once such heavy cavalrymen launched a charge, what terrible destructive power would be caused. The cavalrymen were like a torrent of steel, quickly forming a formation in front of the space crack, and when the number reached 3,000, the knight commander, who held the heroic charge cavalry high, waved his command sword fiercely, pointing to the space crack leading to the corrupt swamp in the distance. For the glory of my God! Charge! As soon as the words fell, the light on the flag shone brightly. Everyone's blood surged, all fear and cowardice disappeared. Forward, forward, the knight swung the reins fiercely, and the warhorse raised its front legs high and roared. Then it ran out like lightning. The cavalry regiment beside him also drove the warhorse at the same time. After a short acceleration, the entire cavalry formed a black tide with a strong impact. In front of the space crack in the corrupt swamp, there are still many giant insects that have not entered it. Under this sense of oppression, the hideous giant insects retreated in fear like a stray dog, avoiding the route of the cavalry regiment's charge. The entire steel torrent ignored these giant insects and rushed into the space crack with an indomitable attitude, quickly merging into the bloody fog. At the same time, in the space crack that exuded a rotten smell, demons with a height of 1.9 meters stepped into the corrupt swamp. They had demon horns on their heads, tridents in their hands, and a disgusting smell of rot on their bodies. Many demons even had large patches of rot on their appearance. The rotten demons were the most common life on the 333rd layer of the abyss. Evil and bloodthirsty. Coincidentally, the space crack of the rotten demons was right on the charge path of the knights. Trample, the vibration caused by the galloping of thousands of horses, even in the swamp, still gave people a strong sense of impact. The endless blood mist made the sound amplify the fear of the unknown in their hearts. The demons who had just walked out of the space crack sensed a disgusting breath coming from the other side of the blood mist. That was the unique power of the good and lawful camp. The rotten demons roared deeply, then clenched the trident in their hands, and rushed towards the direction where the enemy was coming. What a bullshit good camp! Death is their final destination. Trampling, the horses galloped, and the army of the knights also sensed the danger coming from behind the thick fog. How could they not know the breath of the devil? The cavalry captain who led the charge had a murderous look in his eyes. God, the treasure he was looking for is in this direction. Those damned demons dared to rob God's treasure. The face turned crazy. For the glory of God. Kill! Amid the roar, the heavy knights were like a car driving at 200 kilometers, crashing into the army of rotten demons in an unstoppable manner. Crack, bang, the two legions collided in the bloody fog. The next moment, demons flew backwards, their tough bones were broken, and some were even smashed alive by the high-speed charging warhorses, the weight of the knights and horses, the heavy armor of the knights and horses, and the skills of the knights. Although the army of rotten demons was ferocious, at this moment, they were directly crushed into meat paste. The corpses of demons were poured into the blood plasma, and then they were swallowed by the corrupt swamp without anyone paying attention, becoming their own energy. Roar! After being hit head-on, the rotten demons were not only not hit, but became more and more crazy. The lives of the chaotic evil camp never knew what fear was. These monsters went crazy and killed even their companions. The rotten demons saw that they could not stop the heavy cavalry, so they simply stopped stopping them, jumped up suddenly, and forcibly climbed onto the knights who were charging at high speed. Using sharp claws, biting with bloody mouths, piercing with weapons, various means of attack were used in turn. The ferocious and violent posture slowed down the momentum of the almost unstoppable heavy cavalry corps. The most powerful thing about cavalry is its impact. Once it loses speed, its advantage will disappear. The demon rushed forward frantically, and used brutal fighting methods to forcibly delay the corps. Until this moment, the war began. The leader of the Knight sect is an extraordinary being. The moment he saw the demon, the treasure that the Night God asked him to find was obtained by the other party. At this moment, it can be clearly sensed that the breath of the treasure is behind the demon. These demons are obviously the guardians of the treasure. As for the rotten demons, the leader was originally a demigod, but because the Naga plane could not allow him to descend, two extraordinary people were temporarily asked to lead the team. After entering the corrupt swamp, the two extraordinary people immediately sensed the breath of the rotten authority deep in the swamp. After they appeared, the army of the knights attacked them. In this case, what else is there to say? It must be those false gods of the good and lawful camp who have seized the authority they dominate. Those knights with disgusting power are the guards who prevent them from taking back the authority. Chaotic evil and lawful good are natural enemies, and the two sides are completely incompatible. No extra words are needed, and the other party is directly regarded as the mission target. The news that the enemy is a demon was quickly passed back to the knights through the herald. After the Night God, who was commanding behind the scenes, knew it, he immediately sent more troops without any hesitation. Similarly, the demon attack was blocked, and the two extraordinary demons also decisively passed the news back. There are false gods in the light camp involved. The Lord of Decay was furious when he heard this. He knew it. All this was the conspiracy of those false gods. Not long after the news from both sides was sent back, Richard, who was watching all this silently at the edge of the battlefield, saw that the army pouring into the corrupt swamp began to increase exponentially. A large number of higher-level demons began to appear, and several squadrons of 17th, 19th, and even 20th level super soldiers began to appear. The strength was so strong that he was astonished. Corrupted demon, we were 2 stars, level 17, Corrupted Demon Hunter, Huiwa 3 stars. Level 19, Fallen Rage Demon, Super 1 star. Level 20. Church Heavy Cavalry, Huiwa 2 stars. Level 18, Templar Warrior, Super 2 stars. Level 21, Templar Priest, Level 22. Outside, the elite Huiwa troops, in the battle between the Knights and the Lord of Decay, only exist as the lowest level of ordinary troops. Only extraordinary soldiers can be called elite. It was also the first time that he saw the essence of this kind of god directly. The extraordinary soldiers that made him feel painful every time he recruited them appeared on the battlefield at this moment as if they were free, and then fell quickly in the fight. In terms of individual combat effectiveness, the Lord of Decay is better. When the demons go crazy, a single Night Cult soldier is difficult to resist. But the Night Cult's neat and uniform military formation and perfect cooperation can easily crush the loose demon army. The temple priests add blood and status in the rear, dispel various negative buffs. The cavalry roams and charges from the flanks. The temple warriors output hard in the front, and at the same time, a large number of church longbowmen begin to form a formation to attack. The coordinated military formation slaughtered the demons like a meat grinder. But the violent demons are not easy to deal with. After being attacked, the extraordinary level of rotten fury will fall into endless anger, and the body can expand to 5 meters high, and the defense power is exaggerated. One charge can tear apart a large number of Templar warriors, or heavy cavalry, and those Templar priests can't heal them. The rotten demon hunter can flap its wings and fly to attack from the air, and because the bloody fog blocks the view, the ground army often finds it difficult to attack the air troops. In addition, there are a large number of strange troops participating in the battle, and the attack methods are weird and varied. The fighting methods of these two armies perfectly show the attributes of the two camps of lawful good and chaotic evil. The battle is so lively that Richard also watched it with great excitement. In particular, the death of every soldier on the battlefield is a pure benefit for the corruption swamp, which feels even better. What he saw was not the fighting of the army, but the two sides providing fertilizer for the corrupt swamp. But just in case, he did not relax his vigilance and kept an eye on the movements of both sides. At the same time, he made the lion of greed and the god of fraud and lies work hard. The lion of greed provoked the emotions of both sides, and the god of fraud and lies concealed or blurred the abnormalities of the surrounding environment. Let both sides have a better fighting space. For this reason, he even ordered the temporary closure of the space cracks in other planes. Those planes of life coming out of them would find that they turned around and went back again, as if they were trapped in a maze, and could not go deep into the fog for the time being. The fighting on the battlefield became more and more intense, even to the point that Richard was frightened. The god sent troops, which was really arrogant, with clever cover-ups, plus the real source of temptation, the rotten authority and the scarlet eyes. Neither side in the fierce fighting state had any doubts. In the eyes of the knights, this kind of thing from the old gods is extremely important at this juncture. Moreover, this treasure has been exposed to the great prophecy, and there is no way it can go wrong. It must be obtained at any cost. The same is true for the Lord of Decay. The power that was robbed from him may win him a glimmer of life in the future great changes. Even if it costs everything, it must be taken back. As for the peace talks between the two sides, when the information is unclear and each side thinks they know everything, no one from top to bottom would have such an idea. Good and lawful, even if there is a possibility of cooperation with chaotic evil, they will beat their brains out and talk about chicken. Richard, who was controlling the overall situation behind the scenes, felt like he was trying to get something out of a fire, and was walking on a tightrope. But this feeling made him feel excited again, as the smell of the corrupt swamp rose rapidly. The pursuers of the S-level mission, the Lord of Decay, who had long hated the City of Dusk, became the foes of the fight under his subtle manipulation. The feeling of sitting back and reaping the benefits was wonderful. The war did not ease because of the increase in the number of casualties on both sides. Both sides gradually got really angry. The troops sent out became more and more advanced. In less than 3 hours, Richard looked around and saw that the lowest level troops on the battlefield were only the main forces of level 19, which had been replaced by extraordinary troops. The foundation accumulated by the gods for countless years could not be consumed by this little war. If it were not for the restrictions of the Naga plane, perhaps the troops above the extraordinary would have already gone to the battlefield. This made Richard feel quite a pity, as he had not seen the legendary troops yet. After devouring a large amount of flesh and soul, the levels of the troop nests and troop types in the corruption swamp that have not yet been upgraded to the Huiwa level began to gradually rise. The upper limit of the troop nests in the corruption swamp has reached 50 at this time. Among them, 40 are crown level, and these will not be promoted in the future. To upgrade these 40 crown troop nests, the flesh and blood energy required is absolutely astronomical. If Richard uses the black gold system to upgrade, one alone will require 20 million units of rare resources. If all are upgraded, that is 800 million rare resources, which can cover the entire ground of the corruption swamp. Not to mention, there are nearly 4,000 crown level blood killers waiting to be promoted. After all the troop nests and troop types are upgraded, the corruption swamp can accumulate strength and seek upgrades. According to the previous speed, 1 or 2 months may not be enough, but at this moment, under the conquest of the two gods, one troop nest can be upgraded every 2 or 3 hours. At this rate, the corruption swamp will be promoted to level 5, and have a nest of extraordinary soldiers in the near future. Richard saw this scene, and his smile became brighter. If he hadn't thought of the plan of borrowing a chicken to lay eggs and borrowing a knife to kill people, he would have foolishly gone to fight in person. I'm afraid that even if all the troops of the City of Dusk are wiped out, the corruption swamp will not be promoted to the extraordinary level. And who would have thought that the S-level mission that required a huge price to complete, and the Lord of Rot who hated him to the core could become the nourishment of the City of Dusk. Chapter 565. Outsiders would never have thought that an S-level mission could be handled in this way. This is truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It can not only solve the problem of the Lord of Decay spying on the City of Dusk, but also suppress the Night God to complete the S-level mission. At the same time, it can also allow the corruption swamp to obtain a large amount of precious flesh and blood energy. Cut the gods like leeks. Comfortable. The great prophecy lasted for 3 days, and Richard did not take it lightly, and was very calm. In addition to guiding the two sides to fight, he did not intervene too much in this bloody battle. And in the battle between the two big bosses, his harvest was also particularly rich. On the first day, 15 of the 40 crown troop nests in the corruption swamp were promoted to the Huiwa level. On the second day, 20 completed the promotion. On the third day, which was also the last day of the great prophecy, the night cult fell into madness. Richard even saw the extraordinary troop of level 24, the Holy Spirit Cavalry, the Holy Spirit, heroes who believe in the gods in the main plane will be taken to the kingdom of God after their death. The gods will grant them the characteristics of immortality and powerful power. This is the power that the gods use to guard the kingdom of God. Even the Holy Spirit appeared, which is enough to show that the God of Knights has spared no effort in this war. And the madness of the God of Knights also caused a chain reaction in the Lord of Decay. Also appeared the extraordinary troop of level 24, which was filled with the smell of corruption, the rotten angels, the fallen giants, and the high-level violent demons. The types are much more complicated than the God of Knights. This master of the 333rd layer of the Abyss is obviously really angry. In the rules of the Abyss, the closer to the bottom of the Abyss, the larger the area of the plane. The 333rd floor is already in the lower middle position. It is no exaggeration to say that its area is even equal to the sum of several large planes. And once the master of such a plane exerts all his strength, how spectacular will the scene be? If it were not for the fact that the Naga plane cannot bear too much powerful power, and the opening of the space gate is limited, I am afraid that the entire plane would be crowded with the army of the Lord of Decay at this moment. The more lively the fight, the happier Richard is. When the third day is over, the system prompts that the great prophecy has disappeared. All the nests of the troops in the corruption swamp have been promoted to the Huiwa level. This means that from now on, as long as there is enough flesh and blood energy, the corruption swamp can directly recruit the top troops of Huiwa 3 stars. At the same time, the nearly 4,000 crown-level blood killers recruited before were also promoted to Huiwa 3 stars. Level, all 17 levels. Richard looked at the army formation composed of blood killers at the edge of the corruption swamp, and was in a good mood. Powerful snake tail, sharp trident, fierce eyes, bulging muscles, these are perfect warriors. Of course, more importantly, these arms are free. Now the corruption swamp has 50 arms nests, and 500 blood killers can be recruited every week. That's 2 battalions a month. If they use rare resources to recruit, these 2 battalions can directly drain him. After the duration of the great prophecy ended, Richard, who was in a good mood, did not close the space door leading to the giant insect plane to prevent the night god from entering the corruption swamp. Instead, he quietly stayed in the swamp and guided the 2 angry gods to fight. The night god refused to give up because he found that the scarlet eyes had not disappeared due to the disappearance of the great prophecy, and was still behind those demons. Since the target was not lost, he could not give up. In addition, he had lost so many troops before, and even a large number of holy spirits had died. He had invested so much money. If he gave up at this moment, all the previous efforts would be in vain. It was too unbearable. Perhaps, as long as he increased the offensive, he could get the Scarlet Gem. This idea supported the Night God to continue this war. On the other hand, the Lord of Decay, this pure evil god, had no reaction to the death of his subordinates. He had only one goal, to take back the power of decay. As for how many subordinates died, does it matter? The Abyss, the last thing it lacks is demons. Death is worthless in this land. In the Abyss Sea, the deepest part of the bottomless abyss, countless worms are born every day, and these worms will decay into various demons. The Abyss is never short of troops. If it weren't for the rules, the demons couldn't leave the Abyss. I'm afraid the whole world would have been occupied by them. The fourth day, the fifth day, this unknown war, but enough to make all players gasp, lasted until the sixth day. It was not until this time that both sides realized something was wrong, and the speed of the army's advance began to slow down. Then some extraordinary heroes began to try to leave the corrupt swamp and explore in other directions. And this time, even with the cover of the god of fraud and lies, it couldn't be concealed. Those extraordinary heroes all held treasures containing divine power in their hands. Soon, a crack in the plain was discovered by those extraordinary people. After noticing this scene, Richard couldn't help but feel regretful. If you catch too many fish, the fish will be more alert. He did not linger on the layout this time, and decisively took out the statue of the dwarf god, and asked the dwarf god to help him clear both sides. The dwarf god, whose momentum became stronger, did not waste words and took action directly. The next moment, the corruption swamp exuded a majestic power, and the bloody fog illuminated the world. This piece of revitalized land that has integrated the residual will of the Naga plain seemed to have turned into the will of the plain again at this moment, controlling the entire plain. The space cracks opened by the Lord of Decay, and the cracks leading to the giant worm plain were all broken and disappeared. Seeing this scene, the extraordinary heroes realized that something was wrong and decisively tore through the void and left. The dwarf god did not stop them, and let them leave. Then he used the power of the corruption swamp to clean up the entire Naga plain. All the traces left were completely eliminated. After doing all this, the breath of the dwarf god was visibly weaker. I have erased the marks left by the Lord of Decay and the God of Nights in this plane. They can no longer find this space, he said, looking into the void with a dim gaze. Get rid of the old thing in your hand as soon as possible. The great prophecy is not only for the God of Nights. If a more powerful existence is provoked, I may not be able to deal with it at this moment. Richard understood and thanked him solemnly. Your Majesty fam, I will remember your help to me in my heart. Twilight City will not forget your contribution. The first half of the sentence is his own thanks, and the second half is his promise on behalf of the entire force. The two are similar but completely different. This big man has done so many things for Twilight City, and he remembers them all. In the future, I will definitely repay you. I will repay a favor. This is his bottom line. The dwarf god looked at him meaningfully, waved his hand, and without saying much, he supported his face again and fell asleep. At this moment, Richard's power is not enough to repay him. After Richard's consciousness returned to his body, the god of lies beside him said in a complicated tone, Sir Richard, has that lord recovered? The protagonist who created this piece of revitalized land that shocked him was actually hidden in the other party's statue. This made him feel up and down. Inexplicably, I thought of the ancient prophecy in my mind. In the future, someone will open the door to a new era. He is the patron of the world, the favorite of the god of luck, the darling of fate, the heir of the old days, and the key to a new era. Every time he thought of the other party's constant involvement with the old gods and his extraordinary possessions, he naturally leaned towards that prophecy. Richard looked at the god who was notorious in the outside world, but had recently changed significantly, and said slowly, Your Majesty Tyrone, the new world is opening its doors. After the new order is born, His Majesty will naturally come out. Having said this, he did not talk more about this topic and changed the topic. Next, we need to find more planes to connect to the corruption swamp. It is your next priority to upgrade the corruption swamp to level 5. If we can have dozens of extraordinary arms nests, it will be a huge improvement for us. The old god of lies looked at him deeply. Your Excellency Richard, leave all this to me. That lord has done so many things, I can't let you down, right? Richard sneered and said nothing more. His attention was focused on the corrupt swamp again. After the two space gaps were closed, both the Lord of Decay and the Night Sect still had a large number of troops that had not withdrawn. Seeing that the situation was not right, although the two armies were still fighting, they had begun to disperse in all directions, trying to find a way to leave. Seeing this scene, Richard's eyes were playful. The meat is already in the pot. Can you still run away? He gave the order again. Your Majesty Tyrone, open the space of all plains and let those armies in. Treebeard, reproduce golden fruits to prepare for fishing. Since there are no two gods to bet, we can only search for benefits from these little ponies. The order was issued, and those plains that were isolated outside smelled the breath that made them dream again. The blood was restless, and the soul was eager. The remaining armies of the two forces also stopped at this moment, looking straight at the center of the corrupt swamp. In the blood-red mist, the golden fruits on the dry branches were so conspicuous at this moment. The demons took action first, and immediately rushed towards the golden fruits. These chaotic evil lives didn't care about anything except becoming stronger, which was a desire that exceeded all other lives. Unexpectedly, the will of the Knights Cult army was very strong, and they resisted the temptation of the golden fruits. The lawful good camp was much stronger than the evil camp in terms of will. In the end, it was the greedy lion who took action to mobilize their inner desires. Then, a war centered on the golden fruit started again. The demons and the Knights Cult army, all of which were extraordinary soldiers, directly occupied the most core position. The armies of more than 20 planes could not even touch the edge. Under various temptations, the coalition did not give in and jointly launched an attack on the armies of the demons and the knights. In addition, the two most powerful forces on the scene were also mortal enemies. Then, a big melee that was countless times more chaotic than before broke out. Richard saw this scene and smiled slightly. Fishing always makes people feel happy. Seeing that the situation has returned to its previous rhythm, he retracted his gaze and focused on the scarlet eyes. Just now, he was reminded by the dwarf god, and he dared not use this treasure of the S-level task as bait. If he provokes some top boss, it will be a bad ending. After calming down, he took out a crystal-clear gem and fumbled for the phoenix tail flower on it. Gently pinched it. Click, the gem broke. A special energy surged up and condensed in the sky. After a few breaths, the energy gradually formed a vague human figure. After the figure became clear enough, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the blurry figure seemed to come alive. Richard sensed the familiar breath and bowed slightly to show respect. Good day, President Windsor. Sir Richard. The voice of the illusory figure was a little floating. When the voice came out, it suddenly seemed to sense something, and the eyes burst into bright light. Like a starry sky, people couldn't help but sink into it. The scarlet eye is in your hand? Sensing the other party's surprise, Richard slowly stretched out his right hand, opened his clenched fist, and an eye-emitting blood-red light appeared in the air. Although it is an eye, it does not make people feel uncomfortable. Instead, it gives people a sense of ancient vicissitudes, like a treasure passed down from countless years ago. This is what I got by chance. It contains the power of the old days. I think you may be able to use it. Hearing this, the god of fraud and lies, who dared not interrupt and only secretly observed in shock, clearly saw the vague figure tremble. Seeing this, the god of lies had a complicated look. The treasure that the god of knights had been trying hard to fight for was given away as soon as he said it. No wonder the other party was recognized by this person, who obviously had a very important position in the old camp. If it were him, he would not be able to stop it. He gave too much. The vague shadow that stored Windsor's consciousness was silent for a long time before speaking. There is a breath of great prophecy on it. She turned her head and looked around, and the bloody fog obviously could not stop her gaze. On the battlefield, the chaotic scene of fighting was reflected in her pupils. Why do you give me the treasure that all the gods are fighting for? After saying this, the pair of bright eyes stared at Richard, as if to see some clues. Richard shrugged and gave an answer that Windsor had never thought of. Because you need it. The god of lies trembled again when he saw the phantom, and then a voice with some inexplicable meaning came. I need it, and you give it to me? It's that simple? Richard looked straight into those eyes. It's that simple. The phantom in the sky fell silent again. Finally, he suddenly smiled. Although it was blurry, everyone could feel that the other party was in a good mood at the moment. I know. After the voice fell, the other party waved his hand. The scarlet eye in Richard's hand flew directly into the other party's hand. Come to Solon City when you are free. After the voice fell, the pair of bright eyes looked at him deeply, and then disappeared without a trace. Ding, you have handed the scarlet eye to the Lord of Crimson, and the S-level mission, the ancient commission, has been completed. Richard read the system prompt twice, and was stunned for a moment. That's it? Where's my S-level mission reward? It's fine if Windsor doesn't give it to me, but at least give me some experience or something? I have killed hundreds of thousands of troops, and I got nothing? Are you going to be so excessive? Chapter 566. Misty Empire, Greyback Mountains, Dragontooth Guild. A group of players looked at the President Keld sitting at the head of the round table, with an inexplicable look. Sitting on the left was the old man, who met Richard in the obelisk with Keld. At this time, a mature blonde female player in her early 30s spoke first in silence. President, are you saying that Qingqiu personally invited our Dragontooth Guild to participate in the construction of the L-Plane? And Qingqiu's goal is to build the L-Plane into a player trading market. Although Keld had just explained the course of events very clearly, the news was too shocking, and she had to confirm it in detail. After Keld returned yesterday, the glorious army of the Legion he brought with him was reduced to only a few hundred people, and the extraordinary of the Ninth Sect was nowhere to be seen. Originally, everyone thought that the mission to capture the obelisk had failed. But unexpectedly, the other party brought back a shocking news to everyone. Although the attack on the obelisk failed, Keld met Qingqiu in the obelisk. After the other party rescued them, they directly let them participate in the construction of the L-Plane. This news even diluted the huge losses of this failure. Who is Qingqiu? The strongest among hundreds of millions of players. Since entering the glorious era, he has always stood at the top of all players. Some time ago, in the war between Lion City and the top guild Flame Guild, he personally killed the god of greed, one of the 7 evil gods. His reputation in the eyes of players is at its peak. It is really surprising that such a top boss would personally invite them to participate in the development of the plane controlled by the other party. Keld, who had one silver eye and the other blue, turned around and looked around. Feeling the emotions of the crowd, the silver eye glowed with a faint light, which made the room feel a bit oppressive. Everyone sat up straight subconsciously, and no one dared to ignore their president. A low voice sounded. To be honest, I was also surprised that Qingqiu chose the Dragon Fawn Guild, but it is Qingqiu after all. This big man will not deceive us. The Dragon Fawn Guild is not worth Qingqiu's attention. We must seize this opportunity. As long as we can get closer to Qingqiu, the Dragon Fawn Guild will definitely have greater room for development. His tone gradually became higher. And this is highly feasible. With Qingqiu's skills and influence, if we really want to establish a player trading market, what do you think is the success rate? The Dragon Fawn Guild can now participate in it, and take the lead in the layout. This is an opportunity that all guilds envy. We must not miss it. That's Qingqiu, who wouldn't be tempted by the olive branch thrown by the other party. Kelder, who witnessed how the extraordinary of the Ninth Sect was killed, knows the strength of the number 1 player better than anyone else. It's no exaggeration to say that some nobles who are unattainable in the eyes of players are not as good as Qingqiu. The other party has 5 extraordinary people. 5. This is still on the surface. How many are there in secret? Not to mention that the other party has killed gods. No matter whether it is their own strength or with the help of some means, killing is killing, and no one can erase it. The senior management of the Dragon Fawn Guild at the round table fell into contemplation again after hearing this, and the air was quiet again. The female player also kept silent, thinking seriously about the impact of this explosive news on the Dragontooth Guild. The old man on Keld's left slowly stood up at this moment. His old eyes became sharp. The president is not discussing with you. This is an order. Next, we will deeply participate in the construction of the L-Plane. In addition, Qingqiu asked us to spread this news and attract players, and it must have been an idea long ago. I must seize this opportunity. My idea is to first establish an association to absorb all guilds that are interested in participating in the development of the L-Plane and unify management. With those big guilds as examples, the development of the L-Plane should soon enter the fast lane. Qingqiu gave this matter to us to do, and I believe it is also to test our strength. If we don't do well this time, there will be no such rare opportunity in the future. There are too many players who want to get closer to Qingqiu. These words made everyone look condensed and cheered up. After a simple discussion, they gradually recognized the situation. They are not replaceable. This opportunity is also very rare. From the doubts and hesitations just now, they quickly turned into obedience and support. After unifying the hearts of the people, Keld no longer hesitated and immediately began to arrange tasks. At the same time, he communicated with the Yuanshan Guild, who had joined Richard before them, and was in the L-Plane, to discuss the next development strategy. Not long after, a piece of news exploded the forum. The L-Plane is officially open to players, and guilds can participate in the construction and development of the L-Plane. Qingqiu said frankly that the L-Plane will become the trading center for all players. A new player trading center is about to be born, and the actual controller is Qingqiu. As the first player with the greatest reputation, the strongest influence, and the strongest strength among the players, Richard's every move has attracted countless attention. Especially after the feat of killing gods under the gaze of billions of viewers, the word Qingqiu is a guarantee of traffic on the forum. If the title does not contain Qingqiu, the click rate will be much lower. So the news that the L space is open to players, and Richard intends to build it into an offline trading market for players immediately caused a huge sensation. Because the transaction market on the forum has a handling fee of up to 30%, all players have a strong demand for offline transactions. Previously, due to inconvenient transportation and high transportation costs, this demand has been suppressed. It's okay if it's close, but if it's far away, the cost of offline transactions even exceeds the goods themselves, which is far less cost-effective than online transactions. But as soon as the chapter of Plane Explorer came out, players immediately saw unlimited possibilities. The planes that can connect various areas of the main plane undoubtedly compress the distance between each other countless times. Even if the two places are tens of thousands of miles apart, as long as there is a suitable plane as a transit station, transactions can be carried out in a moment. Those big guilds were not slow to respond. Before Richard, many people had already started to make plans in this direction. But after the plane was exposed, protecting it from being occupied by outsiders was a big problem. Even the top guilds had no confidence. What if the top indigenous forces attacked them after the business became bigger? Could they stop them? And limited by their own influence, it was difficult to persuade the players. So there was no substantial progress in this matter. Until Richard released the news before everyone else. This news was immediately passed from the players to the presidents of various major guilds. At the same time, the top nobles among the indigenous people, the upper class of the kingdom, and all the major forces of the sect received this information almost at the same time. Qingqiu once again entered the eyes of the top leaders of those forces. Many top bosses began to observe this Lord of Divine Grace carefully. But the last act of killing God still had residual power. Although many people had other thoughts, they did not dare to make any big noise at this time. One by one, they silently observed behind the scenes the top figure who had stirred up the world in less than a year since he came to the main plane. They also wanted to know whether this plane trading market could continue, and to what extent it could develop. If they encountered external threats, how should the other party deal with it? They also needed a test subject to try for them. Amid the subtle emotions of various forces, and the fierce response of players. In just a few days, more than 1,000 guilds applied to join the development of the L plane. On February 20th, a few days after the incident, the Far Mountain Guild and the Dragon Fawn Guild reported the list to Richard. At this time, Richard had just evacuated from the corruption swamp. After receiving this news, he pondered for a long time, and went to the L plane in person. After half a month of attack, the L kingdom has been taken into the pocket of the new queen, Rebel L. The rebels of the Grand Duke of Wrath and Blood were all eliminated, and the remaining troops have pledged allegiance to him. As the man behind the queen, Richard, this plane naturally became part of the map of the City of Dusk. Compared with the underground world, the value of the L kingdom is higher. The capital of the kingdom of L, the City of L. On the towering walls, golden cloud flags embroidered with the royal emblem of L fluttered. The guards stood in front of the battlements, like statues, staring straight ahead. The soldiers patrolling back and forth were meticulous, without any slackness or laxity. And all the patrolling soldiers passing by the wall above the city gate would subconsciously straighten their chests, hold their weapons tightly, and try to show their best. Because there was their queen, and the God Slayer, the savior of the kingdom of L, and their master. Richard looked at the buildings behind the wall with interest. The towering spires, the semicircular colored windows, and the giant clock tower on the cross street. There was no end in sight. The golden cloud flags hanging on the top of each house made the whole city float. The only discord was that there were not many residents on the street, and the number of people was sparse, far from the bustle and crowd that a capital should have. Population is the foundation of everything. Without population, even the most prosperous city would appear lifeless. On the side, Queen L, wearing a silver crown and a golden cloak, looked at Richard with watery eyes. Lord Qingqiu, all the forces of the L kingdom have pledged their allegiance to me. We have taken back the L kingdom. The voice fell with a bit of trembling, and the eyes were already red. More than 3 months ago, the L royal family was slaughtered by the angry Blood Duke, and the entire national army was controlled by him. She was forced to hide in the forbidden area with her sister to survive. Her father was killed, her family was slaughtered, her kingdom was taken away, and she had no one to rely on. In such a dangerous situation, the other party appeared and took on the task of rebuilding the country in a terrifying manner. In just 3 months, the other party helped her get back everything she had lost. The Grand Duke of Blood Rage was killed, and the mastermind behind him, the Lord of Greed, fell. She had not yet recovered. It was not until she ascended the throne again that she believed that all this was not a dream. After a series of events, her respect and admiration for Richard had reached its peak. He regarded him as a god. "I promised you that as long as I could kill those traitors, I would share the kingdom of El with you. Lord Richard, my promise will never change." His eyes were sacred and unquestionable. Richard turned around and looked at the elegant queen of the kingdom of El, and his mood was also a bit subtle. He felt a sense of accomplishment in supporting a princess of a fallen country to become a queen. After a few glances, he smiled slightly, took a few steps forward, and approached the queen. As the other person's face turned slightly red, he reached out to straighten the other person's crown. Looking directly into those eyes, his dark eyes were filled with endless depth. "This is your country, Riedel. I hope you can lead your people to live a prosperous life. I trouble you to manage my half on my behalf." How could he have time to waste on the Elf Plain? After saying this, he seemed to have thought of something, and his tone became a little serious. "When I passed by some towns before, I found that most of them were uninhabited. Have you counted the current population of the Elf Kingdom?" This made Riedel's heart tremble, and her face became extremely ugly. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly into a fist, and said word by word with gritted teeth, 3 million. According to the rough statistics of the governors of each province, the population of the Kingdom of El is only 3 million. His tone was filled with undisguised anger. "That damn traitor, I will cast a statue in the royal square, and let him kneel forever to atone for his sins to the residents." Although he was mentally prepared before, this number still made Richard take a deep breath. The Kingdom of El had a population of tens of millions before. After the Rage Blood Duke seized power, and played a trick of transforming demons, he directly killed 70% of the population of the kingdom. This move was even crazier than the Abyss Demon. It's a pity that the guy died so quickly. One hand gently patted the other's back, and gave the other a hug in the queen's trembling eyes. After pulling away, his eyes were warm. "Riedel, we can cherish the past, but don't linger in sadness. The future of the Kingdom of El will surely be more prosperous. The living still need you. I have arranged a group of God's Grace Lords to help you rebuild the Kingdom of El. You can discuss with the God's Grace Lords of the Far Mountain Guild, and choose a city large enough for those God's Grace Lords to settle down. In the future, the Kingdom of El will become a trading center for tens of billions of God's Grace Lords. These God's Grace Lords will bring unprecedented prosperity to the Kingdom of El. Here, I only trust you. I need you to help me control those God's Grace Lords and manage this trading center. Can you do it?" Riedel looked at the heart-shaking eyes, and her breathing became disordered. But without any hesitation, she said firmly, "Yes. No matter what the cost, I will manage this trading center for you. In addition, the Kingdom of El is the Kingdom of El of the El royal family, and it will always be your Kingdom of El." Chapter 567. Time passed quickly. The news that Richard would build the El Plain into an offline trading center for players became a foregone conclusion, as thousands of large guilds moved in. On the forum, almost all the hot posts during this period were talking about this matter. Those top guilds were envious and jealous. They wanted to do it themselves, but they didn't have the ability. They wanted to join, but they hesitated. The indigenous forces were much more direct, silently observing the first person to eat crabs. If Richard achieved results, they would be the first to go down and grab food. Although they might not send troops to attack the El Plain, there would definitely be forces to build their own trading center. Interests moved people's hearts. Even the sects, which sent troops to search and eliminate the old forces all day long, cast their eyes on it. They were also curious about what would happen to this god-killer next. If the other party was not as strong as imagined, they would not mind giving a push. Gods, how could they be so easy to trample on? Under the high attention of the major forces of the entire plain, Richard implemented the plan step by step. Based on thousands of guilds, an association composed of guilds was established, the El Player Association. He became the president, and the Far Mountain Guild and the Dragon Fawn Guild, who prepared all this, got the position of vice president. In addition, the association has 12 standing directors and 24 senior directors, who are the 36 strongest guilds. After repeated consideration, Richard chose the city ruled by the Grand Duke of Mountain City, for the address of the trading center. The level 19 hero, with the blood of the mountain giant, left a deep impression on him. The other party was first killed by Kratos, who was still level 19 at the time, in Lion City, as the vanguard of the Grand Duke of Rage Blood. Because he had the ability to resurrect, he revived in his own city after his death, but was killed by the army led by Redel. He died twice in this war. The Grand Duke of Mountain, who had the blood of mountain giants, built Mountain City extremely large. An entire mountain range was emptied by the other side. It can accommodate tens of millions of permanent residents. And because of the madness of the Grand Duke of Angry Blood, the population of this city is less than 100,000 at this moment, and the indigenous forces have been completely emptied. In addition, the surrounding terrain is flat and can be expanded at any time. After combining various conditions, the advantages are highlighted. The preparation work of the L Player Association is extremely cumbersome. Even if Richard repeatedly delegates power, he has to make decisions on many things. It was already early March when all this was done. Finally, the L Player Association was officially established in Mountain City on March 10th. The number of guilds that joined has also increased from thousands at the beginning to 3,500. These guilds are all smart people with a keen sense of smell. None of them has less than 500 Lord members. 500 members may seem small, but in the glorious era where transportation is not convenient and the geographical scope is extremely wide, it can be regarded as a small regional overlord. It is no exaggeration to say that Richard's move this time directly recruited the top guilds. Even if it is no longer open to the outside world, just the mutual transactions between these guild members can make the market prosperous. The presidents of each guild are not stupid. After discovering this, they immediately began to increase investment. Richard is also a character who will not do it if he does not want to do it, but will do it to the best of his ability. He is busy every day. But there were a lot of things going on outside during this period. The ruler of Solon City, the legendary monk, invited him to meet again. And this time he sent someone to deliver the invitation, which was very solemn. There were too many trivial matters in hand, and he couldn't get away at all, so he could only refuse temporarily. He devoted himself to the big project of the player trading market. The idea in his mind was very good, but there were countless problems to deal with in order to implement it. In the largest meeting room in the city lord's mansion in Shanling City, Richard sat behind the desk with piles of documents and flipped through the documents. From time to time, he frowned and picked up the magic pen to record some important matters in the notebook next to him. President Qingqiu, it's still the same question. If we want to use the L plane as a trading center, the biggest problem is not to get other players' recognition or resist external threats, but how to connect more areas. If there is no convenient and fast channel, then this trading center is no different from playing house. We can only play by ourselves behind closed doors. Although our guild members can support it only by internal transactions, it is 10,000 times different from what we expected. The voice of Kelder, the president of the Dragon Fawn Guild, was loud and serious in the conference room. This problem has been brewing in the association for a long time, and there is no solution until now. They really couldn't handle it, so they reported it to Richard after discussing it in the board of directors. Richard took a deep breath, put down the problem in his hand, looked up at the mature middle-aged player, and nodded. I handle this matter. Is there any problem that can't be solved? Keld felt a little ashamed. The L Player Association now had thousands of guild members. Richard had to do something in person, which made him a little embarrassed. The number of players in these guilds added up to millions, and so many people were not as good as one person on the other side. But when he thought about it, the other side was Qingqiu, and it felt nothing. The biggest problem at present is this. The rest, if the guilds join forces, will not be a problem. Richard lowered his head to review the documents again. Go down. Tomorrow morning, have someone wait in the north of Shanling City. Keld was stunned for a moment, and then he said nothing more. After bowing, he backed out of the meeting room. The news immediately aroused the curiosity of the players in the association, and they all wanted to see how Qingqiu solved this big problem. The next day, in the north of Shanling City, the players who had been waiting again saw a terrifying life, with a body of 100 meters long and golden all over, like a golden cast, stepping out of the void. It was like a wall across the earth. Void Sandworm, Hero Unit, Level 19, Super A-Grade Potential. After more than half a year of growth, this void life brought out from the first large-scale dungeon finally transformed into an adult. Keld was stunned. His emotions fluctuated. He was worthy of being the president of Qingqiu. He sent out any subordinates, and they were all Super A-Grade heroes. I really don't know how strong his foundation is. Then, a group of excited players gathered around, and soon they saw the ability of the Void Sandworm. As long as there are detailed coordinates, it is as easy for the other party to open a space channel as drinking water and eating. The big problem that troubled them seemed as simple as counting fingers for a child. However, after these space channels are opened, they still need the void sandworms to maintain them, and at most 10 can be opened at the same time. Compared with the plan to connect all the important nodes of the main plane, it is far from enough. But the solution that Richard has come up with immediately gave the players an idea. 3,500 guilds. What a huge amount of resources. Just the next day, with the efforts of all the guilds, a 5-star special blueprint space portal appeared on Richard's desk. In addition, a detailed plan was attached to it. After the void sandworm opened the channel, the L Association built a fixed portal. Connect all the important nodes of the main plane. But in the early stage, these portals were built in the member territories of the L Association. It can also be regarded as an additional benefit. After this problem was solved, the morale of the newly established L Association rose a lot, and a large number of guilds began to increase their investment in Mountain City. Various new facilities and buildings sprang up, and the bustling crowds brought life back to this city where most of the population was slaughtered by the angry Blood Duke. The L Player Association and the Trading Center, both of which contain amazing value. If any one of them is done well, Richard's influence can be expanded tenfold or 100-fold. It can also bring rapid growth to the City of Dusk. But his vision was not obscured by the immediate interests. After the L Player Association was officially established, several decisions were issued that made all the guilds feel excited. Each guild that settled in, as long as it handed over 100,000 units of rare resources, could get a piece of land or a building as the guild's residence. At the same time, members of the L Player Association have the obligation to protect the L Plane. Once the L Plane is in danger, 10 legions must be sent unconditionally to guard it. In normal times, each guild needs to send a battalion of soldiers to be stationed in Mountain City, which will be uniformly commanded and arranged by the guard department. The supplies for the legion members will be paid by the guild. The last one is the key to the heartbeat of each guild. 70% of the annual income of the Mountain City Trading Center will be distributed to all members of the association. As soon as this strategy came out, the cohesion of the L Association immediately increased. You are worthy of being the president. Once these conditions are put forward, the L Association is stable. Military power, personnel, and future interests are all in the hands of the other party. If we want to gain greater benefits, we will also protect the L Plane on our own initiative. The president of the Dragon Tooth Guild, Kelder, looked at the heated discussion on the L Association on the forum and sighed. The pale-haired old player beside him said with a scorching look, "It's not easy for Qingqiu Guild president to become the #1 player. Although this arrangement has paid a lot of benefits, it has tied all the members together. From now on, whoever wants to attack the L Plane will attack the 3,500 members of the association. Each guild now only sends out a battalion of troops, which allows Shanling City to have 3.5 million troops. When the wartime policy is triggered, the troops can surge to hundreds of millions. And as Shanling City grows, more guilds will definitely join in the future." From Richard's current layout, he vaguely saw a behemoth being born. The move of sharing 70% of the benefits is simply a sure kill. By winning over these thousands of guilds, and their millions, or even tens of millions of guild members, Shanling City is extremely stable even if it is watched by powerful foreign enemies. If you don't make a sound, you will be shocked. But what amazed him even more was the other party's calmness under the temptation of such interests. This is a trading center involving tens of billions of players. How exaggerated are the benefits? Think about the wealth and taxes created by those large cities, with a population of tens of millions on Blue Star every year. Now, the other party has directly given up 70% of this level of benefits. How many people can be so decisive and broad-minded? The old man's tone became more respectful. Moreover, only President Qingqiu has the appeal to establish a player association and a trading center. It is difficult for other guilds to reach this level if they want to replicate it. The future L Plane has unlimited potential. President, we really seized an amazing opportunity this time. Hearing this, Kel took a deep breath and said in a complicated tone. It was said on the forum before that President Qingqiu was a loner who had no interest in building a player power. Now it seems that he is just waiting for an opportunity to integrate everyone. This move was earth-shattering. In front of the L Association, which is composed of thousands of guilds, even the top player guilds are as weak as ants. Although the control and restraint of this association are not mandatory, as the president, Qingqiu's influence can spread to all aspects. What he wants to do will become extremely simple. In addition, Qingqiu has the right to directly mobilize the Mountain City Guard Corps, which is millions of troops. If Qingqiu encounters something, it will ask for help from various guilds. If each guild borrows a legion of troops, As long as half of the guilds borrow, tens of millions of troops can be raised in an instant. The two looked at each other, and the more they thought about it, the more they were in awe of Richard. This move by the other party has brought his influence to the extreme. In half a month, the planned space portal will be completed. After the mountain city is officially open to the outside world, we will definitely witness unprecedented prosperity. Fortunately, they are participants, witnesses, and even creators. Inexplicably excited. Richard has carefully thought about how to deal with players, and how to deal with players. The final conclusion is that it is not necessary to include players in the rule of Twilight City, but they can borrow power. A great man once said that the enemy should be reduced, and the friends should be increased. After the players lose the ability to revive, their strategic value is greatly reduced. But every player is a natural hero unit, and a strong force. As the players grow up, especially in the last Plane War, the outcome of the player guild defeating the indigenous forces has already explained this problem. This group of alien visitors, who have only been in Glorious Era for less than a year, have become impressive. Although he can beat the top guilds like the Flame Guild, no one can guarantee the future. The L Association is his first chess move. Next, there will be more plans. The trading center earns resources, and the L Association is a network of people. If he remembers correctly, he once got accurate news that players, as the darlings of the world's will, are in the battle between the old gods and the new gods in the new expansion of Scarlet Moon. Which side the players stand on, the balance will tilt to that side. The L Player Association, as a force composed of the top group of guilds, already has the power to influence the situation. And he is the controller of this power. Thinking of this, Richard's mouth corners were raised high, and his eyes showed a light that was difficult for outsiders to understand. Windsor, what will you give in exchange for this gift? Chapter 568. Glorious Era, April 1st, 7001. This day is enough to go down in history, because on the same day last year, 20 billion people on Blue Star entered the Glorious Era. A whole year has passed, and the original 20 billion players are now only a little over 10 billion. A loss of nearly 50%. It was also on this day that countless players were lamenting the past, and an announcement caused a huge heated discussion on the forum. Announcement of the L Player Association. The L Player Trading Center is officially open today. At present, the L Association has opened the first batch of 5,000 plane portals. The relevant portal locations have been uploaded. Players can check their own regional maps and find the nearest portal. After the news was announced, it attracted everyone's attention. In the past 2 months, the opening of the trading center has been widely circulated, and all players have been waiting for the trading center to open. Now it has finally come. Many players immediately checked the uploaded map to see where the nearest portal is. Soon, groups of players set out for the location of the portal and stepped into the L plane. Your Italian cannon is one of them. As the first player to trade with Richard, he was also very curious about the trading center. After hearing the news, he rushed here as soon as possible. After passing through the portal, his vision darkened and then returned to normal. In front of the Italian cannon was the towering walls of the mountain city. The numerous guards, the towering arrow towers, and the ferocious heavy siege crossbows all showed the power of this city. After rolling his eyes a few times, he turned his head and smiled at a female player next to him, who was wearing black leather armor, had a beautiful figure, fair and soft skin, and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. Sister, the boss of Qingqiu is still prepared. He didn't put the portal in the city. Yi Hualuo said unhappily. You are the smartest. Do you need to say more about this basic common sense? Italian cannon didn't care about being criticized and continued to look around. Everything around was still very simple. There were only soldiers guarding the portals, and there were not many buildings. But it can also be seen that there is a plan for the trading center in this area. There is enough space around each portal, so there is no problem with passing through and transporting goods. No matter how it is expanded in the future, it will be enough. This area is not far from the city wall. It only takes about 20 minutes to walk. If you don't want to walk, you can hire a carriage next to it. There are a lot of people here, but obviously there are not 5,000 portals. There must be arrangements in other directions. After mumbling for a while, Italian Cannon waved his hand excitedly to call a carriage and sat on it with her sister. Sister, I wanted to introduce you to the Qingqiu boss before, but you didn't agree. Do you regret it now? The Qingqiu boss may not be able to look up to you now. Ye Hualuo glared at this bastard unhappily, and her teeth itched with hatred. I didn't beat him enough before. Get lost. Yaida Pao sighed at this. I once had a chance to make Qingqiu my brother-in-law, but I didn't cherish it. Now I regret it so much, and I regret it so much, ah. He also sang a few Peking opera tunes, which made Yu Huoluo next to him give this guy a few chestnuts. As the brother and sister were playing and fighting, the carriage quickly drove into Shanling City. Because this city was designed by the Duke of Shanling according to his own body shape, all kinds of buildings looked particularly tall. After crossing the city gate and looking out of the glass car window, a large number of brand new signs came into view. Spear Weapon Shop, Troll Potion Shop, Dragon Scroll Shop, and below the names of various guilds were engraved. After leaving the city gate and going deep into the streets, the two immediately found many shops facing the street, all of which were still closed at the moment. There were big words for rent written on them. A closer look revealed a line of slightly smaller font saying that renters can go to the Mountain City Management Center for negotiation. Looking at the huge flow of people around, Italian Cannon was a little tempted. Sister, do you think we can rent a shop here too? We have a lot of good things in our territory, and it's a pity to sell them all in the trading market. The 30% handling fee is damn it. Yu Huoluo frowned slightly, and shook his head. Let's see first. How can you make a decision so quickly? Italian Cannon shrugged, said nothing more, and continued to move forward. We walked and stopped along the way, and saw a lot of new things. After wandering around for 4 or 5 hours, we arrived at the square in the center of Mountain City. Amid the crowds of people, the Italian saw a giant building over 100 meters high in front of him. The large plaque on it was particularly conspicuous. Large Value Commodity Trading Center. The language generalization magic was engraved on it, and any race could know the meaning. With some curiosity, the two asked several players around who were wearing work clothes. From the other party, they learned that this commodity trading center was specially set up for large value commodity trading. Players with long-term and large volume needs can place orders directly here. At the same time, if there is corresponding material supply, orders can be directly accepted. After the integration of the trading center, the quantity required for the order is delivered to the buyer. It plays a role in connecting the upstream and downstream. In addition to the large value commodity trading center, there are also bounty centers, task entrustment halls, and so on. After listening to the staff's introduction, Italy was immediately amazed. Qingqiu boss is really a big deal. He has almost made everything that all players want. Yu Huoluo had some sincere respect. How can it be simple to suppress strange voices, integrate thousands of player guilds, and let everyone recognize the player trading center Qingqiu? And these things may not necessarily require him to come forward. There are always capable people in so many guilds. Let's go, continue to stroll around. Let's go see which store is good and rent one. As long as this city is not captured, the future potential is unlimited. On the first day, you can see such a prosperous scene, and you can foresee how prosperous the future will be. Italian Cannon smiled proudly. As the first lackey of Qingqiu, he was also proud of it at this moment. Look, I knew that the boss of Qingqiu had unlimited potential. Before he rose to prominence, I recognized him as my brother-in-law. Although my sister didn't recognize him, I recognized him. I am a wise man. I am worthy of it. Brother, do you know where the boss of Qingqiu works? The staff member next to him smiled, and pointed to the heavily guarded area in the distance. The Lord's mansion. After saying that, he couldn't help but say, if you want to see the president of Qingqiu, I advise you not to go. If you want to see the president of Qingqiu, you have to pay at least 80 million if you don't have 100 million. If the president wants to see everyone, he won't have to do anything else in his life. Italian Cannon laughed. Others may not see us, but Boss Qingqiu will definitely see us. I am Boss Qingqiu's #1 little brother. He raised his head and looked proud. Yu Huoluo's mouth twitched, and he clenched his fists, resisting the urge to beat this guy. You are so proud, right? The staff member was also amused by this guy, and waved his hand, letting them leave. Then he saw that the brother and sister really went to the city lord's mansion. But before they got close, they were stopped by the guards outside. The staff member looked at the fun with an expression of I knew it. Unexpectedly, the two did not give up, and said something to the guards. The soldier immediately entered the lord's mansion, and after a while, he returned and took the brother and sister into it in a grand manner. The young staff member's face froze when he saw this scene, and his expression became quite wonderful. Fuck, is this true? Is he really the younger brother of Guild President Qingqiu? I was immediately envious of Qingqiu. That was Qingqiu. If he could get close to such a big boss, he would never have to worry about anything in his life. It was a pity that this opportunity had nothing to do with him, a little pony standing guard for guild points. The L Trading Center was officially open to the public. On the surface, only players were celebrating and watching the excitement. But secretly, countless indigenous forces were carefully observing every move of the mountain city. Whether it was the nobles of the kingdom, the top families, the large chambers of commerce, or the sects, all eyes were focused on this city that could influence the situation in the main plain. Perhaps half a year ago, these forces that had been passed down on this land for millions of years did not care about the players. But after the death of the Lord of Greed, this view was reversed by Richard alone. Everyone had to admit a fact. Those lords of God's grace, who were looked down upon by them, already had the power to control the situation. And Richard was the best among them. They couldn't even find a second one who could be compared with him. Ice and Snow Empire, an extremely cold place. In a house built of ice crystals, Rebecca stood silently by the window, looking at the white fluffy snow outside through the transparent window condensed by magic. She was silent for a long time. I don't know how long it took. She seemed to think of something, and her right hand gently grasped a corner of the cloak woven with the fur of the flame dragon rabbit on her body. The warmth from the cloak dissipated the chill on her body. This is the only temperature in this forbidden land of life covered by ice and snow forever. Thoughts gradually dissipated. Since leaving the vampire castle, I haven't seen Sir Richard. I wonder if Sir Richard has found the treasure of the vampires. Also, have the sand date flowers outside the city of dusk bloomed? Does the desert crown honey still taste the same? Waiting for the matter of the extreme cold land, she wants to go to the desert again. She really wants to eat the honey just cut from the beehive again. Miss Rebecca, the Grand Duke just sent a secret letter to ask you for information about Sir Richard. The voice behind her interrupted Rebecca's thoughts. She turned her head and saw a middle-aged female mage. The other party's eyes were particularly serious at this moment, as if something major had happened. Father asked me about Sir Richard? Rebecca was a little puzzled. Didn't I tell him before? Why? At this point, his face froze. Sir Richard, what happened? The middle-aged female mage's face became a little strange when she heard this. It should be considered an accident, but it can't be said to be bad. Looking at her strange face, Rebecca suddenly became a little anxious. Her face sank. What happened? Could it be that Sir Richard was in danger and asked us for help? Call the army immediately. Hearing this, the middle-aged female mage waved her hand quickly. No, Sir Richard is fine. Ms. Royley, can you tell me the information immediately? You are too long-winded. Rebecca's face became a little cold. The female mage smiled bitterly. The information about Sir Richard is good news. I was just too surprised and didn't think of how to tell you. After that, she stopped talking nonsense and said directly. The Grand Duke sent a message that Qingqiu, the first Lord of God's Grace and the God-Slayer who killed the Lord of Greed, has united thousands of special organizations of the Lord of God's Grace, the Guild, and established a trading center for the whole world in an alien plane called the L Plane. This trading center opened 5,000 portals in the early stage, connecting to every corner of the main plane. The Grand Duke said that this trading center will affect the situation of the entire main plane in the future. That's why I sent a message to ask you for more information about the other party. We must pay the highest attention to the other party. The tone became a little emotional. Miss, that Lord Qingqiu is now the top figure of the entire main plane and all major forces. His words and deeds may cause huge waves. Rebecca was stunned for a moment. Sir Richard is Qingqiu. This is something she has known for a long time, and Grand Duke Frostwolf also knows about this. After carefully savoring what the other party said, she finally came back to her senses, and a bright smile appeared on her face. He united the union organizations of thousands of God's Grace Lords, and created a force that can influence the situation in the main plane. Her father, Grand Duke Frostwolf, couldn't do it either? Is this the work of Sir Richard? It's really shocking. Her eyes curved into crescents at this moment. The heroic figure appeared in her mind again, and the scene where the other party handed over the victory gem, the extremely precious thing involving the gods. Her heart was filled with pride at this moment. She was truly honored. The Grand Duke also said that if the matter of the extreme cold land can be postponed, he hopes you can return to the family base and go to the City of Dusk on behalf of the Frost Wolf family. The Grand Duke wants to meet with Sir Richard in person. Speaking of this, the middle-aged female mage also felt a little emotional. The Grand Duke of Frost Wolf is a top figure in the Ice and Snow Kingdom. It is extremely difficult for ordinary nobles to meet him. Now, he has to take the initiative to invite a Lord of Divine Grace to meet. And his eldest daughter has to deliver the message in person. The other party is only in his early 20s, and has only been in the main plane for a year. This treatment, if told out, is enough to shame the descendants of the great nobles of the Ice and Snow Empire. Rebecca shook her head subconsciously when she heard this. No, I must deal with the matter of the extreme cold land myself. It can't be delayed. This is related to future development and the inheritance of the title of the Frost Wolf family. To control the Frost Wolf family, one must have enough power. The things in the extremely cold land are the key to influencing the situation. Thinking of this, his eyes were once again full of determination. Mother, I will definitely fulfill your wish. Moreover, Sir Richard is so outstanding, how can she remain unknown? The new controller of the Frost Wolf family can only be her, Rebecca Frost Wolf. Chapter 569. Richard's first impression of Italian Cannon was that he was a young man who walked lightly and was restless. That unique temperament of a player was not worn down by the various difficulties of Glorious Era like others. Now it is rare to see a guy with such obvious player temperament. Chinchio boss? No, brother-in-law. When Italian Cannon saw Richard for the first time, he immediately slid down and hugged Richard's thighs tightly. He raised his head, and his eyes were full of tears. We finally meet, brother-in-law? Richard's impression of this guy quickly overlapped with the one on the forum, and the strange feeling just now disappeared instantly. Somewhat laughable, this top-notch. The power of the yellow sand moved slightly, and directly pushed him away, saying unhappily, "Get out." When the shameless Italian Cannon stood up, he looked at the elegant female player behind him with interest. Seeing his gaze, Italian Cannon smiled, and quickly extended his hand to introduce. Brother-in-law, let me introduce you. This is my sister. She winked and whispered, How is it, top grade? Yi Hua Luo's eyelids twitched, and she glared at Italian Cannon fiercely, resisting the urge to slap this cheap brother a few times, and said in a deep voice, Hello, Lord Qingqiu, I'm Qingyushu, Forum ID Yi Hua Luo. Sorry for disturbing you for the first time. Don't take the words of Chen Feng, the idiot, to heart. She bowed solemnly again. Thank you for your previous reminder. In the early stage of the game, she once found a 2-star dungeon and wanted to start a strategy, but Richard told them the difficulty of the 1-star dungeon he had completed. With the strength at that time, entering the copy would kill them. The two were frightened and broke into cold sweats, but they escaped. Later, the other party gave him the heart of the mummy, which allowed him to obtain Gray, an A-level hero. Richard had established a friendship with the two since the beginning of entering the Glorious Era. He was still very happy about their visit. With the improvement of his strength and status, there were only a few people around him who could be considered friends. He felt a little closer to the Italian Cannon, a familiar guy. You're welcome. It's been so long. Richard didn't talk much about this topic, and looked at Italy with some curiosity. Chen Feng, where is your territory? Italian Cannon said hurriedly. The endless wilderness next to the Black Dragon Mountains. Wilderness? Richard became interested. The little centaur Merida had obtained a part of the wilderness priesthood when she found her soul fragments in the broken rules. Unfortunately, the city of Dusk is located in the desert, and the other party's priesthood can't play any role. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, I have a centaur under my command. She is born to be suitable for the wilderness. You give me the coordinates. I will let her go to the wilderness when I have time. Centaur, that extraordinary? Italian Cannon's lips trembled with excitement, and he slapped his thigh hard. Brother-in-law, I know you still love me the most. We just found a giant gem mine, and there is an extraordinary hero stationed inside. You have helped us a lot. This is extraordinary. In his opinion, Richard sent a Merida to the wilderness just to find an excuse to help him. This favor is really big. It seems that I have to ask my sister to repay me with her body. Turning her head to look at Yi Hua Luo, she felt a little depressed again. My silly sister, this big golden leg, this golden son-in-law doesn't know how to take the initiative. It really makes me worry. Richard waved his hand. You can handle this matter yourself. I don't know how effective the wilderness priesthood is. I hope Amy Rita can bring him some surprises after a trip. As for the safety of the little centaur, with the hero altar, nothing serious will happen. Mountain City will definitely become the first choice for players to trade in the future. Does your territory have any special products? I can find you a better store, and you can sell your output in Mountain City in the future. Even if there are thousands of player guilds settled in, the city is too big and needs a large number of players to fill it. It doesn't matter who you support. Isn't it better to let your own people develop? Italian Cannon was about to cry, turned his head to look at Yi Hua Luo, and blinked. Sister, if you don't take the initiative, I go up to you. Yi Hua Luo lip-synced. Get lost. After chatting for a while, Richard suddenly seemed to think of something and looked at Yi Hua Luo. Ms. Qingyushu, Chen Feng said before that you are an internal staff member of the game Glorious Era? Yi Hua Luo nodded, and seemed to know what Richard wanted to ask, and said softly, I don't know much about the game. After the new expansion pack of Scarlet Moon was launched, all the information has become invalid. The world situation has changed so much that neither I nor other staff who know the game information can use this information to gain benefits. Richard felt a little regretful. His plan to get more information from this aspect failed. Yi Hua Luo kept talking. Moreover, knowing the information does not necessarily mean you can take the lead. I have not seen any familiar colleagues among the famous players or guilds on the forum. What does this show? If you want to survive in this world, even if you have a certain information advantage, you may not be able to laugh to the end. Glorious Era is a long marathon, and a temporary lead does not mean everything. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Yi Hua Luo had a deep understanding of this. Even if he knew some information, he got the help of a B-level hero at the beginning of entering Glorious Era. But it was too difficult to develop. The oppression of the natives, the external dangers, the lack of resources, and the countless difficulties, each of which made her difficult to move forward. Seeing Richard lost in thought, Yi Hua Luo was a little emotional. There is no definite news, but the general direction should not have changed. Glorious Era will usher in a new era. Games always have ups and downs to develop more exciting plots. In the future, the situation will become even more chaotic. Mr. Qingqiu, the L Player Association has now entered the eyes of all forces in the main plane. You need to be mentally prepared for this. It is not certain that someone will attack Mountain City. Richard nodded. What Yi Hua Luo said was not much different from what the dwarf god said. As for the reminder, after he made this decision, he had the confidence to bear all the consequences. More than an hour later, the two of them left. Richard arranged a player to lead them to choose a shop. On the way, Italian Cannon was full of emotion. Brother-in-law is brother-in-law, generous. Superb, he sends when he says he will, and gives when he says he will give a shop. I owe you a favor this time. Yi Hua couldn't stand it anymore, and kicked this bastard hard on the ass. Who is your brother-in-law? Italian Cannon patted his ass, and looked at his sister dissatisfiedly. You missed the opportunity yourself, and you blame me? Whoever is with my brother-in-law is my sister. I call Qingqiu Lao Da's brother-in-law. What does it have to do with you? Yi Hua's eyelids jumped. This idiot. The arrival of Italian Cannon, and the others was just a small splash. No waves were raised, and no one cared about the two strangers. Since the opening of Mountain City on April 1st, the number of players entering continued to increase, until April 7th, after a week of brewing, it reached its peak. The whole city was crowded with people. It was a dark mass everywhere, which looked like the scene you would see when you go to the cafeteria after class. The shops in Mountain City were also rented out at an exaggerated speed. The whole city was bursting with a shocking vitality. The influx of a large number of people brought prosperity in all aspects. Various food shops, weapon shops, tailor shops, and even entertainment venues were spreading at an exaggerated speed. Taxes, house rentals, large commodity trading centers, bounty centers, and various facilities were all activated in the face of huge traffic. Those forces that secretly observed the L plane began to stir when they saw this prosperous scene. Those powerful indigenous forces all increased their efforts to attack the other planes. No one can refuse to have a prosperous city that can connect every corner of the main plane. Richard's reputation once again spread throughout the main plane. Even the gods, who were high above, heard his name from the prayers of their believers. In the undercurrent, Richard received a message from the City of Dusk. The little princess of Solon City, Chris, came to the City of Dusk in person. The other party held a handwritten letter from Grand Duke Solon, the legendary ascetic. Chris said that Grand Duke Solon wanted to see him as soon as possible. After receiving this news, Richard pondered for a long time. This was already the legendary boss's invitation for several times. And each time was more solemn than the last, from the beginning, asking the servant to pass the message to Wire, to the other party asking Chris to pass the message to the Violet Chamber of Commerce, and then asking Chris to come in person. Every change in the attitude of the legendary monk was closely related to his improvement in strength. Richard was also in a subtle mood. Strength is the only pass. The L Player Association has many talented people, and its structure is extremely complete. It was designed by hundreds of top talents from Blue Star. These talents were executives, officials, top professors of major companies, and even several Nobel Prize winners. However, after entering the Glorious Era, all beings are equal, and if they want to survive, they can only rely on a stronger organization. Richard called the person in charge and explained in detail the precautions after he left. Chris has already arrived in the City of Dusk, and he must go back and visit Solon City. Not only did he have to meet with Grand Duke Solon, He also had to discuss the next move with Windsor. He prepared such a great gift, but he didn't know how the protagonist of the new expansion would react. However, just in case, he left Dark Soul Eater Kratos, Grand Duke of the Blood Clan Lorena, and the little Centaur Merida in Mountain City. The greedy lion is still contributing to the corruption swamp, and the ancient god tree is still devouring the chaos god heart. It is afraid that it will not be able to complete the transformation in a short time. With 3 top-level extraordinary people, millions of troops, and the ability to pull out troops from the L-Player Association at any time, there is no need to worry too much about safety. After arranging everything, Richard took the Dark Valkyrie and returned to the City of Dusk. After 2 months away, he stepped into the city that belonged to him again, and his tense mood instantly relaxed. It felt like a wanderer returning home. No matter where you are, you don't feel as safe as the City of Dusk. The Lord is back. Accompanied by a cry of surprise, the whole city was boiling. Here, Richard was the king of everyone, the master who was regarded as a god. Wherever he passed, the residents on the street bowed with respect and enthusiasm, and their postures were respectful and humble. They were welcoming their king. Richard smiled and entered the Lord's mansion amid the respect of everyone. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Chris, who was wearing a white long dress, lying on her seat with her legs spread out. She was sleeping soundly. She didn't have the aristocratic temperament of the little princess of Solon City at all. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and stepped forward to pinch the other person's nose. "Get up, lazy pig." "What?" "Let me sleep for a while." "Yes, Sir Richard, you are back." Chris woke up from her sleepy sleep, and then jumped on Richard's body with joy, hugging her like a koala. After rubbing, the little lotus just showed its tip and became more eye-catching, with a subtle touch. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed the other's little head hard, and pulled the girl off mercilessly. "What are you doing? Do you still have the temperament of a little princess?" Chris's eyes curved into crescents, and the happiness on her face overflowed from the bottom of her heart, and she said without any care, "I don't care. This is not Solon City. I want it, I want it." Richard pinched the delicate face, sat down on the right side, and smiled. "Why did you suddenly come to the City of Dusk?" Chris pouted and said angrily, "How long have you not been to Solon City? If I don't come, will you not even plan to see me?" "Sir Richard, you don't keep your word. You promised to come and see me often." After saying that, she looked aggrieved, cute and adorable, which made Richard feel so bad that he wanted to ravage that little face. "I have seen you. Your father wants to see me?" At this point, his eyes narrowed slightly, with a bit of seriousness in his eyes. A legend repeatedly invited, even sending out his only daughter. It would definitely not be that simple. Chris seemed to have thought of something. The smile on her face was restrained a little, and her eyes became solemn. "My father didn't plan to send me this time. It was my request." As he said that, his expression became indignant. "Sir Richard, the high-level officials of the Holy Empire want to seize your L-plane. Those greedy termites learned what you have been doing recently from the mouth of the Lord of Divine Grace." Richard's eyes narrowed slightly. "How do they know my identity?" Chris said with some fear. "The high-level officials of the Holy Temple Empire have found the Sun cult. They seem to have used some powerful prophecy spell, and then deduced your identity after integrating a lot of information. The gods hold unimaginable power. Sir Richard, my father, and I did not disclose your information." Her eyes were slightly red, and she felt indescribable grievance. Chapter 570. The Temple Empire was the first empire established by humans, and had great prestige. However, this ancient empire had already fallen apart after several wars among the gods. It was destroyed in ancient times. Now, I don't know if this Temple Empire is the 10th one to be rebuilt. Just like the previous Temple Empires, the king still claimed that he had the blood of the royal family of the Temple Empire and inherited the orthodoxy. Solon City was the territory governed by the Temple Kingdom, but because of the existence of the legendary ascetic Grand Duke Solon, the governance was only nominal. No one had the courage to point fingers at a legend. But no matter what, it could not cover up the fact that the Temple Empire had strong strength. The malice of an empire could not be ignored by the City of Dusk. But Richard did not have too much expression fluctuations at this moment. Looking at the little girl in front of him, who was fighting for him, he smiled a little. The L-Plane is the territory of the City of Dusk. No one can get involved, let alone the Holy Empire, not even the Sun cult. The tone of the second half of the sentence suddenly became heavier. Chris's heart beat very fast when she heard these calm, but powerful and arrogant words. She looked at the figure in front of her with sparkling eyes, as if there were stars twinkling. If anyone said this, even her father, the legendary monk, it would seem very arrogant. But the heroic young man in front of him occupied an entire plain and established a huge force that could influence the situation in the main plain. He even killed the Lord of Greed, one of the 7 evil gods, under the attention of billions of people. The words of such a top figure, no matter how arrogant they are, should make people think seriously about the possibility of realization. No one dares to underestimate them. The same words, spoken by people of different status, bring completely opposite impressions. Sir Richard, my father, and I are firmly on your side. Chris explained timidly for fear that Richard would misunderstand. Your territory can only be yours. My father has sternly rejected the high-level officials of the Empire. But there are many people in the Empire who have grudges against Solon City. Although my father can stop the greed of some people, those forces that are not afraid of Solon City may not stop there. He lowered his voice a little. The royal family of the Empire has also sent a prince to wait in Solon City. The royal family also wants to communicate with you, sir. At this point, his eyes became a little complicated. Half a year ago, when the other party went to Solon City alone, he had nothing, and even the manor was given by her classmate Rebecca. Half a year later, not only did the other party ask her father, a legendary being, to send her to deliver information, but even the royal family of the Holy Temple Empire had to personally send the prince to meet him. Unknowingly, this heroic young man has grown from an unknown little character to a first-class big man. Little girls, whose minds are not yet mature, always have some heroic complexes. If you observe carefully at this moment, you can see the little admiration in Chris's eyes. Richard smiled and pinched the girl's face when he heard it. Fortunately, Solon City did not stand on the opposite side of him this time. Otherwise, this little girl would be disappointed. No one is qualified to trample on the City of Dusk. Even the legendary ascetic monk. Any other news? Chris shook her head. Father asked me to tell you this. Richard nodded, then seemed to think of something and continued to ask. I heard that the sect has been making a lot of moves recently. Did you know that? After the Crimson Moon rose, all the major sects in Solon City were promoting that the old gods were the embodiment of evil and would bring the world to destruction. They also asked all believers to search for people who had been caught in the bloody rain. Those who were caught would be burned alive by the sect. At the same time, they offered a high reward. Once all the information about the old gods was reported to the church and verified to be true, they would be given a generous reward. Chris frowned. I have consulted many historical books, but I have not found any records about the old gods. Even books that specifically record evil life have not found any information. I asked my father, and he said he didn't know the specific information, but according to his speculation, the old gods were most likely the gods who ruled the world before the birth of the gods. Although I don't know why those long-lost gods have revived again, it is foreseeable that the alternation of the old and the new will inevitably lead to great turmoil. Richard nodded, not surprised. The gods erased all information about the old gods. No one would want to let outsiders know their shameful side. If it weren't for Windsor covering the entire plain with blood rain, when the Crimson Moon rose, countless people would have gained the power of the old days. And under the gaze of everyone, he killed 10 gods, causing a huge sensation. Perhaps someone wanted to join the camp of the old gods, but didn't know where to go or what to do. Thinking of this, he was confused again. Since the rise of the Scarlet Moon and the opening of the first chapter of the Plain Explorer, he had not heard any action from Windsor. It is impossible for the other party to remain silent. The next outbreak will definitely be earth-shattering. He needs to have an in-depth conversation with the protagonist of the new expansion pack. This kind of information often represents a great opportunity. Please pay more attention to the movements of the sect. The gods are not as kind and gentle as their believers say. Chris nodded with deep feeling. Richard stopped briefly. Since Windsor did not reveal her identity to Chris, she naturally had her considerations. There was no need to say more. Let's get the topic back to the main business. What is the purpose of the Holy Temple royal family this time? I don't know, but it should also be related to the L plane. Chris exclaimed. Sir Richard, the impact of your building the L plane into the God's Grace Lord Trading Center is no less than your killing of the Lord of Greed. This heroic young man did everything so heart-wrenchingly. Not only her, but also her father, who was always proud of him, was full of praise for him. Thinking of this, Chris felt a little embarrassed. This time when he met his father, Sir Richard should be able to get his approval, right? Thinking about irrelevant things, his face quietly flushed. Richard didn't know that the little girl's thoughts had flown to the horizon. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, In that case, let's go and meet him. Sir Chris, do you want to play in the City of Dusk for a few days, or go back to Solon City with me? Chris said decisively. With you. Although the City of Dusk has a unique style, it is not a strange thing for a girl who has seen the world. What's the point of staying in this city without him? Looking at the sand? She grew up in the Death Desert and has seen enough of it. Richard nodded, and without further ado, he immediately sent someone to call Kalu. After the pale-haired Kalu entered the hall, he informed him that he was going to Solon City, and at the same time solve some trivial matters that had been accumulated recently. Two of the things caught Richard's attention. The fifth improvement of the Magic Music Box has been completed. After several months of intensive research, the current Magic Music Box is very close to the MP3 or tape recorder he envisioned. At this time, the production line of the Magic Music Box has expanded by more than 10 times, and the daily output has increased to 800 units, which is only a step away from the 1,000 units he required. By the middle of this month, a batch of production lines that have integrated alchemy technology will be put into use. By then, the production capacity will be greatly increased. The Magic Music Box will be available for sale online by the end of April at the latest. In order to expand sales in markets, the first batch of Magic Music tapes sold by the Magic Music Box reached 10. Most of the songs in it were sung by dark elves in the underground world, but the best one was recorded by a girl with a particularly clear and bright voice in the City of Dusk. The production of Magic Music tapes is much simpler than that of Magic Music Boxes. After 2 months of vigorously expanding production capacity, the daily output can reach 8,000. Similarly, when the production line integrated with alchemy technology is put into use, the production capacity of Magic Music tapes will also usher in a surge. A huge industry has been rising, and a blue ocean territory is waiting for the City of Dusk to occupy. Richard was both happy and helpless about this. Such rapid progress is naturally a good thing. But after the layout of the L plane is completed, it seems that the output is already huge, but I am afraid that it will not even make a splash. What he has in front of him is an extremely huge market. Players who have experienced modern life may have purchasing power countless times stronger than the natives. Karu, we are still too conservative. Don't stay. Increase the resource investment tenfold. Within 3 months, I need to see the production of Magic Music Boxes reach 10,000 units per day. After 1 year, the production capacity must reach 100,000. If you don't have enough manpower, go to Redel and ask her to assign people to you. If you need to buy Grey Dwarves, connect directly with the L Player Association. The godly lords from all over the main plane can meet all our needs. This is why offline transactions can never be replaced by online transactions. Not to mention the handling fees, the various restrictions on online transactions alone can prevent many businesses from starting. It's different offline. You can buy and sell anything. The purchase of Grey Dwarves he mentioned is a typical example. Karu was mentally prepared, but he was still shocked by Richard's generosity. 100,000 units per day, the production cost of each Magic Music Box is 500 units of rare resources. If the set goal is achieved, doesn't it mean that the resources consumed every day will reach 50 million units? This data. Karu felt dizzy. He had never seen so many resources in his life. He took a few deep breaths to calm down his emotions. He said with a firm look, "Sir, your order is the direction we are heading, and we will definitely complete it." Richard nodded. Such a big market is right in front of him, but now, he can't make money because of the production capacity problem. That feeling is too uncomfortable. The production of black condensed ice cream cannot be left behind. The L plane has been controlled by us. You will discuss with Redel later to allocate an area to plant fresh grass. Although 70% of the population of the L plane was killed by the angry Blood Duke, there are still 2 to 3 million. These people are enough to support the labor force he needs. At the same time, let Redel arrange several cities as the production base of black condensed ice cream. I hope the production capacity of black condensed ice cream can be increased by 100 times within a year. Black condensed ice cream is different from the Magic Sound Box. The production of the Magic Sound Box requires technology, and the only technology for black condensed ice cream is research and development. After research and development, production becomes very simple. As long as a large-scale food workshop is built, exaggeration can be easily completed. The only limitation is the supply of raw materials. The Magic Sound Box is a technical product, while the Black Condensation Army is a low-price civilian product, with small profits but quick turnover. The two are not on the same track, but they are equally important to the City of Dusk. 100 times, sir? Is this goal too high? Kalu was a little scared. 100,000 Magic Sound Boxes are exaggerated enough, and now the Black Condensation Ice Cream has to increase production by 100 times, which makes his heart a little unbearable. Richard comforted slowly. The City of Dusk is no longer as weak as it was when you first arrived. We have the ability to do all this. After integrating the power of the players, the resources in his hands have reached a new level. He can expand and reform the L-plane in a big way, and no longer need to be as cautious as when developing the underground world. He needs a production base, and the L-plane must become a production base. His will is above everything. After telling the two things, Richard didn't say any more nonsense and let Kalu go to work on his own. Then he left the Lord's mansion with Chris, who was jumping and walking with her eyes curved into crescents. Just after leaving the house, Richard suddenly sensed something, paused, and looked to the side. There was a team of soldiers with the Solon City medal engraved on their chests. The leader was a silent female warrior. She was in her early 50s, wearing heavy black armor, and the dense scars on her exposed face made people tremble. The past of this female warrior was probably extremely glorious. The most important thing was that the other party was an extraordinary person. It was the first time that a superhuman from the friendly camp came to the City of Dusk. Richard looked at the other party twice, nodded slightly, and then retracted his gaze. The female warrior's eyes flashed with some doubts after making eye contact with Richard. Level 17? Why only level 17? Although she was confused, she still bowed respectfully. After standing up, she saw the dark Valkyrie, who had been silently guarding her side, and her face became extremely solemn. Her attitude became more respectful. Regardless of whether the opponent's level was 17 or 7, this lord was not someone she, a superhuman, could afford to offend. Be careful with your words and actions. Richard didn't care so much. Superhumans, half a year ago, could still make him in awe, but now, how many have come? Are they enough for the Dark Valkyrie to chop? After asking how many people Chris brought, he immediately called Alvis. At the same time, he brought a squadron of skeleton blood dragons, and let these undead dragons take the team brought by Chris, and set off to Solon City immediately. This time, we have to go and come back quickly. There are too many trivial matters in the L-plane, and we need to be in charge in person to feel at ease. There are also countless things to deal with in the City of Dusk. Richard has two purposes for this trip. Meet Windsor and get the reward for the last S-level mission, and of course, his extra customized gift, the L-Player Association. He is looking forward to what expression Windsor will have when he sees him. He is not here for the other party's return gift, absolutely not. Another thing is to meet with Grand Duke Solon. This is the third or fourth invitation from the other party. A legend can send his own daughter to the desert adventure from afar, so this face should be given. The last thing is to find out the attitude of the outside world towards the L-plane, especially the Holy Temple Empire. Either live in peace or blood will flow like a river. Chapter 571. The Death Desert will make the lost characteristics of flying soldiers ineffective against the army of the City of Dusk. Under the wings of the skeleton blood dragon, on the morning of April 8th, when the morning light lit up the sky, the towering walls of Solon City appeared in front of Richard on the ground. More than 50 meters high, it is like a ravine. Even a giant of more than 10 meters high would sigh in admiration. The guards wearing full armor, various ferocious heavy city defense weapons, and the towering arrow towers and wizard towers behind the city walls all show the strength of this city. But the most eye-catching are the Pegasus Knights flying neatly in the sky, holding long lances, and constantly patrolling the surroundings. These level 19 soldiers are the elite of Solon City. According to gossip, there are also extraordinary Pegasus Air cavalry hidden in Solon City. Half a year ago, Richard would have had infinite yearning for these top level 19 soldiers and longed to have them. But at this moment, there was no fluctuation in his mood. After 2 months of development, the wings of the dragon has surpassed 3 squadrons. What you can't get is the best. After you have it, the feeling fades. The team flew very fast. Richard subconsciously wanted to keep the army in the arm storage, according to past habits. At this moment, the extraordinary female warrior with scars on her face, who protected Chris's safety, drove the skeleton blood dragon under her seat to approach. She said respectfully, "Lord Richard, when the Grand Duke came, he told you that from now on, you can directly lead the army into Solon City, and you don't need to deposit arms like others. Just fly directly into the city." Richard looked at the other party meaningfully. "In that case, I will thank you in person when I meet His Majesty the Grand Duke of Solon." The extraordinary female warrior heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this, and the smile on her face became more intense. If this privilege were given to other people, they would probably be very grateful. But the person in front of him was different. The other party accepted it, which meant that the other party did not dislike this meeting, which was a good start. As for violating the rules of Solon City, aren't the rules made to be violated? This is Solon City, and the orders of Grand Duke Solon are the rules. Richard did not hesitate and asked Aldous to speed up and approach the city wall. The bustling crowd at the city gate soon discovered this undead army that did not belong to Solon City. Seeing that they dared to fly straight towards the city wall, they felt a little funny for some reason. All of them stopped and watched the show. "Good fellow, I have been in Solon City for 10 years, but this is the first time I have seen someone dare to lead an army directly to the city wall. There are only a few people here. Are they enough to trample and shoot a round of arrows? Is this a player's army? Damn, whose generals are so fierce? No way, there are still people who don't understand the rules of Solon City." Amidst the eyes of everyone watching the show, the undead dragons carrying many soldiers flew over the city wall without stopping. Afterwards, under the astonished gaze of everyone, the guards on the city wall not only did not stop them, but saluted instead. The Pegasus Knights above their heads slowly circled down and surrounded the army to escort it. This movement made the natives and players who were watching the excitement below widen their eyes, full of disbelief. That guy actually flew over the city wall. Has the rule of Solon City that prohibits anyone from flying over the city wall changed? A group of unwilling players immediately asked the soldiers guarding the city gate beside them. After being mocked and cursed, they had to accept an absurd fact. That player actually brought his own army, and was rampant in the city where the Extraordinary was stationed. What the hell is that guy's identity? Why did the soldiers guarding Solon City give the green light? Soon, this scene spread throughout Solon City. When the high-ranking nobles with a large number of spies learned of this news, they were immediately shocked and doubtful. The information they had was not comparable to that of the lower-level residents and players. The rules of Solon City were set by Grand Duke Solon himself. Even when the prince of the royal family came some time ago, they had to abide by it honestly, and even his only daughter had never made an exception. The person who entered the city could ignore the rules of Solon City, and was escorted by Pegasus Knights. He must have been recognized by Grand Duke Solon. Then the question is, who has the strength to make a legendary ascetic actively break the rules he set? For a moment, the mysterious person who entered the city became the focus of attention of all the nobles in Solon City. Whoosh! A whole squadron of skeleton blood dragons slowly landed at the gate of Violet Manor. The movement here immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Not long after, the news was passed back to the major forces. The Violet Chamber of Commerce, which was not very prominent in Solon City, was immediately taken seriously. They really wanted to know what kind of background the person who could make Grand Duke Solon break the rules had. After rolling down from the back of the skeleton blood dragon, the extraordinary female warrior immediately resigned with the soldiers. Richard didn't say much and let them leave on their own. Chris refused to leave. The extraordinary didn't say much. After leaving the girl, he quickly disappeared at the corner of the street. In Solon City, even if she, the extraordinary, got into trouble, Chris would be fine. There was no need to worry about safety. Chris didn't want to go home so soon. She hadn't had enough fun yet. She hugged Richard's arm and walked into Violet Manor. "Sir Richard, Wire has managed the Violet Chamber of Commerce very well recently. The sales of black condensed ice cream have increased greatly recently. This cheap and refreshing food has become famous. Even many chambers of commerce in surrounding cities have taken the initiative to seek cooperation. Of course, the most important contributor is me. The Violet Chamber of Commerce has developed so well that no one has ever troubled it. When you return to the territory, you must convince your father to take me, the great contributor, with you. I want to go to the underground world to have a look." Richard couldn't help laughing and crying when he heard these words. Even if you ignore this chattering little girl, she can talk to herself all day long. Such a big commotion outside has already alarmed the people in the manor. After Richard entered, a large group of people rushed in. In addition to the familiar silver dwarfs and half-winged people, there are many races that have never been seen. Ware, who was surrounded in the center, immediately quickened her steps when she saw the familiar figure. After approaching quickly, he saluted with his hands on his chest with joy. "Good day, Lord Richard." "Good day, Her Highness Chris." Richard looked at this girl with a mature temperament and a lot of stability, and he also felt a little emotional. When Wire was transferred here, he was a little worried that she would not be able to play this role. But in the past 6 months, the Violet Chamber of Commerce has developed steadily in his hands, and it can often counterattack the City of Dusk. It can be said that he has perfectly achieved his initial expectations of establishing the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Weir, you have worked hard during this period. Your efforts are very important to the territory. The City of Dusk will not forget your efforts." Wire's eyes were curved, and the joy on her face overflowed from the bottom of her heart. "No, sir, This is what I should do. I should thank you. Without you, I might have been covered by yellow sand and become a dry corpse. This made Richard even more satisfied. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he took out a crystal from the system space. He handed it to the other party. Wire took it subconsciously, and was a little surprised. My lord, what is this? A reward for you. Strengthening crystal can upgrade a skill to Super A level. Before Richard finished speaking, Wire's body trembled, and she clenched the crystal tightly, trembling. This is too expensive, my lord. Richard smiled. Your contribution is more valuable. Use it well. The tasks that Violet Chamber of Commerce will undertake in the future will be even heavier, and you, the helmsman, will be indispensable. Wire is a B-level hero. Although her ability is very outstanding, there is still a lot of room for improvement. The other party is also worthy of this enhanced crystal. Wire looked at Richard's serious eyes, and her eyes turned red quietly. It is difficult for outsiders to understand her feelings. The other party not only saved her from the desert and saved her life, but also made her achieve unimaginable success in her career. Now, she is the head of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, from a lowly civilian who was on the verge of death after falling into trouble, to now being the head of a Chamber of Commerce and a business helmsman who can talk to high-ranking nobles on an equal footing. The taste of this is difficult to empathize with if you are not the person. When Chris saw the enhanced crystal, her eyes immediately lit up. She hugged Richard's arm tightly. There is such a treasure? Sir Richard, she said with a child who was eager to see a toy, but was a little cautious and did not dare to ask his parents. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pried the girl's hand apart, pulled it out from the little lotus, and pinched her cheek. He waved his hand, and another strengthening crystal appeared in his hand. He got 3 in total in the last large-scale dungeon. He gave 1 to Sam, the one-armed blacksmith, to improve his forging talent to Super A level. The remaining 2 were never given out. Without hesitation, he handed them to the little girl. Chris looked at Richard, and then at the strengthening crystal in his hand. Her heart trembled inexplicably. Her voice became a little weaker. Really give it to me? Richard smiled. You are a great contributor, so of course I have to reward you. You are my supporter in Solon City. Chris stared at Richard for a long time, and after confirming that there was no falsehood in his eyes, the smile on her face became particularly bright. Shaking his head. I can't accept it, Sir Richard. This is more important to you. As soon as the voice fell, he felt his hand being wrapped in warmth, and then a cold and hard object was forced into his palm. I give it to you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Richard pinched the girl's face again, and then walked briskly to the inner room. We're asked the chef to prepare breakfast. I rushed all night last night, and haven't eaten yet. Looking at Richard's back, Chris subconsciously turned his head and looked at Wire, who was still standing there. Both of them saw the crystal in each other's hands, and then they were inexplicably a little shy. Chris took a deep breath and calmed down. At this moment, she understood a little why Wire was so loyal to Richard. It was the first time she heard of such a treasure that could upgrade a skill to Super A level. You don't have to think about it, you know how precious it is, but now, it's given to her. Touching the crystal, I felt inexplicably satisfied. After a long breath, a sharpness flashed in my eyes. The innocent girl's appearance faded quietly at this moment, replaced by a serious and resolute face. Sir Richard, don't worry. No matter how the high-level officials of the Empire view you, Solon City will stand firmly with you. This is what I, Chris Solon, the descendant of the legend, the only heir of Solon City, said. Even if war is about to start, even if blood flows like a river, Solon City will never betray its friends. After Richard had a comfortable breakfast, he half leaned on the soft elf armchair and listened to Wire's report. Chris knew that the two had important matters to discuss, so she didn't bother them and went to the guest room to catch up on her sleep, yawning. Although he came to meet Grand Duke Solon this time, he was not in a hurry. The extraordinary female warrior must still be reporting and discussing with Grand Duke Solon at this time. When Grand Duke Solon invites him again, it will be the time for the two sides to really meet. By then, Grand Duke Solon will attend as the Lord of Solon City and the Grand Duke of the Holy Temple Empire. Richard will talk to him as the Lord of Dusk City and the controller of the Elf Plain. This meeting will determine whether the two sides are enemies or friends, and it will even affect the relationship between the Holy Temple Empire and Dusk City. Richard thought about this and felt a little emotional. Unknowingly, he has already possessed the strength that Solon City and even the Holy Temple Empire have to take seriously. In the previous invitations, Grand Duke Solon only regarded him as a lord who has a good relationship with his daughter and has good potential. Although the interval is only a few months, the relationship between the two sides is completely different. However, Richard did not talk to Weyer about this matter at this time. He was more concerned about the intelligence network secretly set up by the Violet Chamber of Commerce. The Violet Chamber of Commerce is not only responsible for economic work, but also for collecting intelligence. Weyer was quite serious about this topic. The construction of the intelligence network has been fully rolled out. I bought a large number of slaves with talents in this area. After training, they have all been put to use. At present, our intelligence network directly governs more than 300 shadows, lurking in major information gathering places and valuable chambers of commerce in Solon City. There are a total of 20 peripheral intelligence organizations bought with money. Although the quality of the information provided by these organizations is not high, after the information is summarized, a lot of useful information can still be obtained. I also allocated funds specifically for the God's Grace Lords you brought back last time, and let them be responsible for the overall collection and collation of information about the God's Grace Lords. So far, the harvest is not small. They have contributed to the Violet Chamber of Commerce's several foreign trades. Richard nodded. The time was too short. It was not easy for Weyer to achieve this step. Did the prince sent by the Holy Temple Empire this time get relevant information? Although the prince came to Solon City without a big show, he was not regarded as a secret to be hidden. Weir's face was a little subtle. That prince may be different than we thought. He is the third prince of the Holy Temple Empire. His mother was a commoner who died when he was 10 years old. Because of his humble origin and his mother's early death, this prince has been neglected since childhood. But this time, he was chosen. At this point, his eyes became serious. The attitude of the Holy Temple Empire towards us may be worse than expected. As soon as the voice fell, Richard could already smell the bloody smell of the coming storm. Chapter 572. It seems that the top leaders of the Holy Temple Empire have made a decision. Richard looked through the glass window at the blue sky, his tone calm. The purpose of that prince's coming here is probably not for negotiation, but to shut up some people, such as Grand Duke Solon. Disobeying the orders of the Holy Temple Empire, or even offending members of the royal family, or if there is an accident with a member of the royal family, can all be excuses for the Holy Temple Empire to take action against the City of Dusk. According to normal reasoning, the player has only been in the glorious era for a short year, and no matter how strong he is, he can't fight against an empire. Perhaps the only thing those arrogant nobles are afraid of is the death of the Lord of Greed. Richard's act of killing the gods in front of billions of people caused an explosive sensation in the L plane. Even if someone has a glimpse in his heart, he dared not act rashly before finding out Lee's strength. The third prince is obviously a cannon fodder who came to explore the way and take the blame, or even die. At this point, he already had an idea in his mind. However, he still had to see what role Grand Duke Solon played in this. Whether he was an enemy or a friend, he needed to confirm it as soon as possible. Weyer's face was also a little ugly. Dusk City was her home, and the Violet Chamber of Commerce was a business she built with her own hands. She would not allow anyone to destroy her hard work. After calming down, he said in a serious tone. According to the intelligence of the secret agents, the third prince seemed unwilling to participate in this operation. Unwilling to participate? Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, who would be willing to be used as cannon fodder? Sir, can we contact the prince secretly? Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Weyer's proposal gave Richard a flash of inspiration, and suddenly a bold idea emerged. An abandoned prince, who was not valued, seemed to be valuable. After all, the other party had the blood of the Holy Temple royal family, didn't he? Can our Umbu secretly pass the information to the other party? It's not a big problem. Although there are guards around the prince, no one cares about him. When Weyer's voice fell, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall. A half-winged man walked into the house quickly, saluted and reported softly. Sir Richard, President Weyer, there are a group of distinguished guests outside the manor who want to see you. The leader said that he is the third prince of the Holy Temple Empire. Richard said lightly, and he became a little interested. He glanced at Weyer. It seems that the prince is destined to be with us. Bring him in. Bring him in. The half-feathered man was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that the man outside was lying about his identity. He didn't expect Richard to directly acknowledge him. But now the prince doesn't need to greet him. Seeing that neither of them had the intention to stand up, the doubt flashed away, and without a word, he turned around and left. But his back was straighter than usual. Not long after, the half-feathered man entered the hall again. At this time, he was followed by a young man in his early 20s, wearing black leather armor and dressed like a warrior. The other person's short pure golden hair was quite eye-catching. But what impressed Richard the most about this young man was his eyes full of vicissitudes and a mature color that didn't match his age. Only after going through countless hardships, suffering countless sins, and experiencing the ups and downs of life can one have such eyes. Considering the other party's life experience and the mission of this visit, it is not difficult to know that there is a history of suffering behind it. The other party was alone, without any guards following. After the half-winged man retreated and left the hall, the young man took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and knelt on one knee in front of Richard in the surprised eyes of wire. His head was lowered, and his posture was extremely humble. Sir Richard, the third prince of the Holy Temple Empire, Luz Teresa, salutes you. The other party's posture surprised Richard. A prince kneeled on one knee to him. What kind of operation is this? Staring at the young man. Slowly said, Your Highness Luz, with your noble status, you don't need to salute me. He said with some curiosity. Your Highness's surname is not Holy Temple? In order to prove its orthodoxy, the royal family of the later built Holy Temple Empire has always used the word Holy Temple as their surname. Luz sneered with gritted teeth. Temple, such a dirty surname is not qualified to be put after my name. Teresa is our mother's surname. Richard did not comment on this, and did not respond. Your Highness Luz, please get up first. I cannot accept the prince's courtesy. Besides, this is the involvement of your Highness and the royal family, and you don't need to tell me. You said this to a stranger right away. Is the other party sincere or intentional? You foolishly tried to respond, and you didn't know you were buried. Luke took a deep breath, and his face returned to normal. Yes, I was abrupt. After getting up, he said in a complicated tone. The royal family of the temple has reached an agreement with most of the nobles, and is ready to seize the L Plain. Lord Richard, you are their target. They sent me here this time to provoke you and test your true strength. After saying this, Wei Er's face was a little subtle. Has the prince's hatred with the Holy Temple Empire really reached this level? She gathered a lot of information before she came to this conclusion. She didn't expect the other party to reveal his cards as soon as he opened his mouth. What does the other party want to do? Richard was also quite surprised. It seems that His Highness Luz came prepared. He didn't say much about the other party's previous words, but followed the second half of the sentence. Test, how do you test? Looking at Richard's nonchalant attitude, Luz was a little confused about his thoughts, and said more respectfully, The Sun Cult has built a church in Solon City. The new Archbishop in White took office 3 days ago. The Archbishop in White is a level 19 hero on the surface, but he is actually a legend. The other party can even beg the Sun God to punish him. Richard's expression became serious. He stared at the other party's face, and said in a deep voice, Your Highness Luz, do you know what you are saying? The moment the voice fell, endless pressure surged from Richard. The whole hall seemed to be shrouded in a sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun, and the air was frozen. Luz's heart trembled, but he did not retreat at all. Instead, he took a step forward and looked at Richard with a firm gaze. He said word by word, I know, Lord Richard. I am responsible for what I said. The top leaders of the Holy Temple Empire not only want to control the L Plain, but also prepare a great gift for you, the soul worm. This is a treasure obtained from a certain evil god. Once a soul worm is planted, it will be eaten and become a body. Then, a new soul will be born inside, and that soul will absolutely obey the master of the soul worm. Even if you are the Lord of Divine Grace, you are not immune. Richard raised his eyebrows slightly after sensing that the emotional prince was not lying. Your Highness Luz, have you ever thought about the consequences of telling me this information? Luz's face showed a bit of madness, and he laughed wantonly. Consequences? The worst that can happen is that the soul will be devoured. What other consequences can there be? Since my father, mother, and sister were killed by those dirty bastards, the only meaning of my life is revenge. Even if I fall into the abyss, I will drag those bastards to death with me. Father, mother, and sister were all killed? Richard turned his head and looked at Wire in a bit of astonishment. Weir shook her head, indicating that she did not know this information. Seeing the actions of the two, Luz, with a pale face, trembled. I know that it is difficult for you to trust me, Lord Richard. I also know that I do have the dirty blood of the Holy Templar royal family flowing in my body, but it doesn't matter. As long as I can kill all those bastards, I am willing to do anything for you. Richard's face remained calm, as if he was completely immune to the other party's madness. As far as I know, your mother died of illness when you were 10 years old, and you have no sister. As for your father, isn't he the king of the Holy Templar Empire? When did he die? Pain and struggle flashed across Luce's face, and finally he covered his head fiercely, and squeezed out a voice from his teeth. King? That bastard is worthy of being my father? I was forced to give birth to my mother accidentally by that bastard after he got drunk. At that time, my mother was already married. After I was born, I had a younger sister in the 3rd year. But the bastard of the Holy Temple royal family found me, with the help of blood identification. Speaking of this, he could no longer speak, his 5 fingers were clenched tightly, and the blue veins on his neck were wriggling like a little snake, which was particularly hideous. Although the following information was not mentioned, it was also known what happened. A woman who married a commoner had a child with the king. In the eyes of outsiders, it was obvious that the commoner suffered a great loss. But in the eyes of the royal family, this woman gave birth to a descendant of the royal family, and dared to have a relationship with a lowly commoner, and even had a child. This was simply a defilement of the noble royal bloodline. How could the noble royal family tolerate such defilement? With one move, those commoners, who should not pollute the royal family, were sent to meet the god of death. What makes me curious is, why are you still alive? Richard's tone was very unkind. Luce felt a little cold in his heart, and slowly lowered his head. At that time, there were not many descendants of that bastard, and they all had physical problems. The royal family had a forbidden technique that could strengthen the blood of the descendants. Good guy, it was really amazing. Richard was amazed at the operation of the Holy Temple royal family. As expected, humans are the most complex race. Evil, good, lawful, chaotic, and various camps can be chosen in a matter of a thought. It is really ironic that the royal family of the Holy Temple Empire did such a thing. The word Holy Temple is too hypocritical. Richard's face became more serious. Your Highness Luce, why did you tell me this news? What do you want? Luce's eyes were red at this moment, and he said in a low voice. Why? Because you are the God Slayer who killed the 7 sins evil god. Because you are the most powerful ruler among the 20 billion God's Grace Lords. Because you control an entire plane and rule a God's Grace Lord association with great influence. Moreover, because you are the enemy of the Holy Temple Empire and the prey of those bastards. The greed of those bastards has devoured their reason. They can't and won't let you go. There are many powerful beings in this world, but you are the only one who has the ability to kill all those bastards and is willing to be their enemy. He knelt down suddenly and rested his head on the ground. His tone was hot and crazy. Lord Richard, in your war with the Holy Temple Empire, I am willing to sacrifice my soul and serve you. I can be a spy. In order to provide information, I can do everything you need to do. Richard looked at the prince, with a crazy temperament in front of him silently for a long time. Wire didn't make any movement beside him. The air was filled with a strange atmosphere. After a long time, Richard looked at Luce, who had not yet stood up, and let out a long breath. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar reminder sounded in his ear. Ding, the various legends you left behind in the main plane have greatly improved your reputation. Your legendary degree has increased from 11 points to 15 universal. Ding, you have triggered the S-level mission Prince's Revenge. Born in a violent and accidental incident, Luce Teresa grew up in a peaceful and friendly environment. But because of the blood in his body, he was cruelly treated by the royal family of the temple. His father, mother, and sister were all killed by the royal family. The tragedy in the world ignited the endless flames of revenge in Prince Luce. Please help Prince Luce to complete his revenge. Mission goal: kill the king of the Temple Empire and eradicate all the sinners in this incident. Mission reward: semi-artifact, Heart of the Temple. After reading the system prompt several times, Richard swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Another S-level mission, and this mission is more exaggerated than the S-level mission completed 2 months ago, escorting the Scarlet Eye and resisting the pursuit of the knights. Kill the king of the Temple Empire. That was a king in his heyday. Even if this Temple Empire cannot be compared with the famous Temple Empire in history, it is also an empire with powerful armed forces, not to mention the extraordinary. Even the legendary ones have double digits. If you want to kill the other party, the difficulty is probably sky high. Richard felt that the difficulty of the S-level mission was too low. But when he saw the rewards for the mission later, he suddenly felt that such a high difficulty was not without reason. Semi-artifact, Heart of the Temple. Semi-artifact, this is the first time that it is so close to him, as if it is within reach. He has a lot of high-level equipment, the most typical of which is the Dark King set. At present, he has obtained the Dark King cloak and the Dark King crown. If he can get the third Dark King equipment, the suit on his body can grow from legendary to semi-artifact. But he doesn't know what the third Dark King set is, and he has no idea where to get it. Now there is no need to work so hard. As long as you complete this mission, you can get a semi-artifact that can only be reached by 3 top legendary equipment combined. Richard's heart was immediately filled with justice. Isn't it revenge? I have killed gods, so what is a king? It's not mainly for rewards, I just like to do good things. Look at the people who are playing Little Luce, so sad, I must help. Chapter 573. Lord Luce, I am touched by your sincerity. But I want to hear your plan first. How do you plan to take revenge? In the elegant reception hall of Violet Manor, Richard, half leaning on the main seat of the long table, stared at Luce Teresa, the poor third prince of the Holy Temple Empire, who was kneeling in front of him. Having royal blood not only did not give him power, status and happiness, but instead caused his family to fall into ruin, and he was also used by the Holy Temple King as a tonic to strengthen himself. It was a tragedy. Luce's body trembled, and he raised his head suddenly, his red eyes showing excitement. Lord Richard, the royal family of the Holy Temple Empire has something to do with the evil god of the abyss, and I am investigating the news in this regard. Richard's face was a little amused. So, you plan to use the power of the good and lawful camp to overthrow the rule of the Holy Temple Empire? Hearing this, Prince Luce immediately felt the mockery in his tone. There was a bit of bitterness on his face. I also know that this is not realistic. No one would start a war against a powerful kingdom because of some unfounded things. But I have no choice. With his strength, there is no hope for revenge according to the normal script. He can only take a different approach. After a moment of silence, Richard looked into the other's eyes with his deep eyes, and said word by word. Luce, are you willing to inherit the throne of the Holy Empire, and become the master of this empire? Luce's heart trembled, and he looked at Richard with a look of astonishment. My lord, is this possible? Who is he? A lowly bastard born by the common people after the king was drunk. Even he could become the third prince only because the Holy Temple Empire had a forbidden technique that could extract the blood of descendants to strengthen itself. In fact, he was just the king's spare blood bottle. With his status, he wanted to be king. The chance of becoming king is even smaller than that of a beggar. Richard said with some deep meaning. Isn't the blood flowing in your body also the blood of the Holy Temple royal family? Since other princes can inherit the throne, why can't it be you? The calm tone was full of temptation. As long as you become the king, the hatred on you can be avenged with a wave of your hand. This empire should not be so dark and evil. You can freely write the ideal country in your heart. Everyone must prostrate themselves to you. Your Majesty Luce. If you want to complete this S-level mission with external forces, you need to face the army of an empire directly. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky. But how about changing your thinking and starting from the inside? Although Luce's status in the royal family is very humble, he is still a member of the Holy Temple Empire. Since there is an opportunity to take advantage of it, let's have a 9-son fight for the throne and play palace fighting. Those huge armies will not regard the princes fighting for the throne as mortal enemies. Isn't it reasonable for the king to die in the palace fight? As long as you are determined, I will do my best to support you and help you get to that position. Your Highness Luce, the future is in your hands. Your choice will not only determine your fate, but also the fate of the Holy Temple Empire. I will stay in Solon City for 3 days. Before I leave, I hope to get your reply. I will not wait for it later. You don't need to reply me now. Go back and think about it carefully. But you have to remember that once you make a choice, you will belong to the City of Dusk in the future. Let's go! Luce, who got on the carriage, leaned against the glass window in a daze, looking at the streets and pedestrians that kept retreating, his thoughts flying all over the sky. The conversation just now was still echoing in his mind. The indifferent attitude of the heroic young man seemed like a king, just like that in the eyes of the other party. For other people, it would be absurd and unreasonable, but who promised him? Qingqiu, the god slayer. The other party's legendary record made him unable to raise any doubts. But is it possible to become a king? Can someone like him become a king? He never dared to think about the road that the god slayer gave him. Although it seemed a little irrelevant, it shook his heart like an earthquake. Sigh, Your Highness, we are here. The driver's calm voice came from outside the car. After being awakened, Luce turned his head subconsciously. Outside the luxurious residence where he was staying, several figures in gorgeous clothes were talking to each other. He took a deep breath, opened the car door, and walked out. When the figures saw him, they immediately stopped talking, and one of them, a bald man in his early 40s, stepped closer. The other man looked Luce up and down, and said with a bit of disgust, I told you not to run around. Which god's lord did you meet today? After saying that, He scolded Luce without waiting for a reply. What can you talk about alone to remember your real mission? Don't think about convincing the other party. It's my time that is wasted on this. Grand Duke Solon is hosting a banquet tonight. You will attend with us. Don't say anything you shouldn't say. If Grand Duke Solon asks you anything, you should reply as you were told. Go back and change your clothes quickly. We don't have that much time to spend with you here. The bald middle-aged man laughed and turned to chat with the others. The others didn't move from beginning to end. As for saluting the prince? Don't be funny. This little bastard who even the royal family has to kill is worthy. Hearing this contemptuous tone that was no different from the past, Luce, who had been somewhat immune to it before, suddenly felt unprecedented humiliation. 5 fingers clenched tightly, and the joints creaked. The tempting words appeared in his mind again. Luce, are you willing to inherit the throne of the Holy Temple Empire and become the master of this empire? I am willing. I am willing to be a part of the City of Dusk. I am willing to be your slave. I am willing to give everything for revenge. My anger will eventually burn down this corrupt empire. After Luce's back disappeared, Wire looked at Richard hesitantly. Sir, do we really want to intervene in the fight for the throne of the Holy Temple Empire? Although the king is old, he is not to the point of being unable to move. Although the crown prince has not been appointed, he has already made up his mind. Intervening now. The words were not finished, but the meaning was very clear. Richard's eyes were playful. We don't have many chess pieces in our hands. The next step in our spare time may have unexpected effects. What if we fail? It won't affect us. Semi-artifacts, with such treasures as rewards, no matter how big the difficulties are, we must work hard to overcome them. However, this matter still needs to be planned carefully. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to help a prince who has no foundation and is abandoned to the throne. But, precisely because of the difficulties, isn't the final benefit sweeter? I think I will have one more topic to discuss when I meet Grand Duke Solon this time. As soon as the voice fell, footsteps sounded outside the door. Sir Richard, President Wire, the City Lord's Mansion has sent an invitation to invite you to attend the dinner tonight. The half-winged man who delivered the message handed over the golden invitation. Richard didn't look at it, and put it aside. Weir, if you accompany me tonight, you can expand the network of people in the Violet Chamber of Commerce, and let everyone know who is standing behind the Violet Chamber of Commerce. He has been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. A legendary ascetic, the ruler of Solon City, the Grand Duke of the Holy Temple Empire, any of these titles have great deterrence. When these titles are concentrated on one person at the same time, he can be called a ruler. A ruler who controls the fate of tens of millions of people. The Grand Duke of Solon, who owns Solon City, has the wealth, strength, and status of the top countries in the main plain. What makes Richard a little emotional is that a year ago, let alone being invited to the banquet, he couldn't even step into the other party's threshold. After only 1 year of development, the City of Dusk now has the qualifications to be on par with Solon City. The previous efforts have finally paid off. When the sky gradually darkened, the sky was full of colorful clouds, and under the reflection of the glass of the residents' houses, the whole city was immersed in a dreamlike color. The convoy of Violet Manor slowly drove towards the city center. Chris was still a little sleepy after waking up from a nap, but after being bumped several times, she woke up completely. She squeezed to Richard's side, tightly holding his arm, tilting her head, and said with interest, Sir Richard, didn't Prince Luce say anything when he came to ask for an audience just now? For example, Richard, you are so bold, why don't you give the L-plane to the Holy Temple Empire? Or, the Holy Temple Empire will make you a marquis, and you will hand over the L-plane to the royal family for management. While chatting with him, the little girl still held the enhanced crystal given by Richard tightly in her hand, and was reluctant to let go. Richard laughed dumbly. You think a lot. I will talk to your father in detail about Luce's matter, he said meaningfully. Perhaps it won't be long before that prince will become the most distinguished guest in Solon City. Chris obviously didn't believe it. Even beggars know the origin of the third prince. If it weren't for those great nobles who wanted to seize the L-plane, how could he be qualified to represent the royal family of the Holy Temple? How can he be noble? Richard pinched the small and delicate face in the other party's coquettishness, without explaining. He was going to make plans for Luce to ascend the throne. But this matter still depends on the attitude of Grand Duke Solon. But if you play a few more chess moves, you will always gain something. In front of the City Lord's mansion, the surroundings are heavily guarded, and the army guards the surroundings very closely. No pedestrians dared to approach this martial law area, and the residents on the street only dared to stand outside the cordon and look carefully. The scope of today's martial law is particularly wide, and it seems that something big is going to happen. Many curious residents and players took the initiative to stop and want to see what will happen. Watching the excitement is natural, and players are even better. Not long after, a luxurious carriage slowly drove in and entered the center of the heavily guarded area. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief and shock. Because when the carriage stopped, a burly figure wearing a plain robe and with a temperament as heavy as a mountain opened the door himself. Grand Duke Solon? A resident screamed in surprise, causing an uproar among the crowd watching the excitement. In Solon City, there is actually a person who can let Grand Duke Solon open the door himself. The scene of a legendary strongman opening the door was simply shocking to everyone. That's a legend. Even the king doesn't have this qualification, right? Who can enjoy this treatment? Questions arose in countless people's minds. But unfortunately, the surrounding army took action and directly blocked all external sights, so that they could not see what was happening inside. Richard was not shocked by Grand Duke Solon's behavior. After getting off the carriage, he smiled and looked calm. Chris, who had already let go of his arm, began to introduce each other shyly. Sir Richard, this is my father. Father, this is the Sir Richard the First had been talking about. The two looked at each other. The air suddenly became a little quiet. This was the first time they met. Because of the L-plane and Richard's feat of killing gods, the relationship between them was a little subtle, powerful and unfathomable. This was Richard's most intuitive perception of Grand Duke Solon. Handsome, outstanding temperament, full of charm. This was Grand Duke Solon's impression of Richard. After a moment, Richard spoke first. Your Majesty, Lord of Dusk City, Richard greets you. We're beside him also bowed immediately. Your Majesty, President of Violet Chamber of Commerce, I salute you and thank Solon City for taking care of Violet Chamber of Commerce during this period of time. Grand Duke Solon, who is over 1.9 meters tall, is extremely burly. Standing there, he looks like a mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Under the plain robe, it seems that the body of a beast is hidden. Ascetic monks cannot wear any equipment. They rely on the power of the flesh to fight. Ascetic monks, who have practiced to the extreme, can even fight with dragons, wrestle with titans, and collide with giants. The fighting power is so strong that it exceeds the sky. Grand Duke Solon looked at him meaningfully after Richard spoke. Sir Richard, how do you feel about my daughter? After saying this, Chris was stunned, and then her face flushed instantly like the colorful clouds in the sky, and her face was full of shyness. Then she blinked her big eyes and looked straight at Richard, as if she wanted to hear his answer immediately. Richard didn't expect Grand Duke Solon to say such a thing. He said directly without blinking, Her Highness Chris is smart, kind, cute, beautiful, and full of charm. She is an extremely outstanding person of the opposite sex I have ever seen. What else can you do in front of other people's parents? Of course, you have to praise her to death. Who likes to hear bad things about their own children? When Chris heard this, she felt that the joy in her heart was about to explode. Her eyes were curved, and her smile was as bright and gorgeous as the stars. Grand Duke Solon stared at Richard for a long time, and then suddenly smiled. Lord of Solon City, Grease Solon, it's an honor to meet you, Mr. Richard. On behalf of Solon City, I welcome you. Of course, President Wire also welcomes you. Please come in. He turned slightly and pointed to the open door of the city lord's mansion. And the words "How do you feel about my daughter?" just now seemed to have never been said. Richard did not ask more questions. It is better to talk less about such life-threatening questions. With a smile on his face, he followed the other party into the room. The crowd outside who were still watching the excitement and discussing Solon's opening of the car door did not know. The next few hours will not only affect the layout and future development direction of Dusk City, but may even affect the situation of the entire main plane. Chapter 574. The Lord's Mansion of Solon City is naturally not comparable to the Lord's Mansion of Dusk City. The accumulation of hundreds of them is extraordinary. The moment Richard stepped into the manor, he felt a unique charm of the nobility. Whether it was the flowers blooming in the corner, the statues that could be seen not far away, or the colorful murals on the exterior walls of the buildings. They all made him feel relaxed and happy. There was no excessive luxury, no exaggerated gems, only just the right arrangement. To observe the background of a noble, you don't need to see how valuable the antiques exhibited by the other party are, you don't need to see how gorgeous the other party's clothes are, you only need to look at the most ordinary details to know the general situation. There are not many precious things in the front yard, but it gives people a sense of nobility and elegance. This is the background, which can only be precipitated by time. Grand Duke Solon was not as noble and plain as the ascetic monk Richard imagined, but he talked a lot and kept introducing him to the decorations in the front yard. This stone was dug from the top of a snowy mountain, and that dead branch was picked up from the depths of the sea. Each of them has a strange origin. Richard responded with a smile, and occasionally expressed some admiration. He was just right in his praise. But when he saw Chris, who was following them closely with curved eyes, he felt a little funny. Finally, he knew where this little girl got her chatterbox from. Grand Duke Solon seemed to be no less talkative than Chris. It was too inconsistent with the character of the legendary ascetic. After touring the front yard, which was spacious enough to rebuild a new manor, Grand Duke Solon's talkativeness gradually faded, and he led them to a quaint reception room. Richard and Grand Duke Solon took their seats at the pure white round table. After the maid served tea, Grand Duke Solon took a quick look at the dark Valkyrie, who was silently guarding Richard. "Sir Richard, your subordinate is not simple. Perhaps it won't be long before you can harvest a legend." Richard's eyes lit up immediately. Since meeting the dark Valkyrie in the L plane, the other party has been transforming, and it has not been completed until now. It has been nearly 2 months. Although her specific level is still unknown, during this period, the 23rd level Lorena has gradually become unable to resist the blade of the Dark Valkyrie. From this, it can be inferred that the Dark Valkyrie's combat power has reached an extremely terrifying level, but unexpectedly, Grand Duke Solon said that the other party can directly enter the legend. This is a big surprise. Foy got a special item in the L plane. After she integrated it into her body, she has been strengthened by it. Grand Duke Solon nodded thoughtfully. Another plane. The tone was full of emotion. The old gods have returned, the other plane is connected to the main plane, and the sects are changing. I can't see the direction of the future clearly. Sir Richard, what do you think of the current situation? Are we going to get to the point? Richard narrowed his eyes, and said slowly. Chaos is the eve of order. Before the new world comes, there will inevitably be great chaos. Grand Duke Solon's blue eyes condensed. Staring at him closely, he said word by word. Sir Richard, you really know something. Before Richard opened his mouth, he continued. Do you have any plans for the future development of the L plane? Although the tone was still calm, the air suddenly froze. Chris also restrained her smiling expression, and looked at the two of them seriously. Richard slowly picked up the teacup, and took a sip of hot tea. He put the teacup down, and then spoke. The L plane can only be the L plane of the City of Dusk. But Mountain City welcomes everyone. Having said that, he looked at Chris. I have reserved half a street in Mountain City for Her Highness Chris, and the Solon Chamber of Commerce can move in at any time. Grand Duke Solon narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped the table with his right-hand fingers, and said in a gentle tone. In this case, I thank you on behalf of Chris. I wonder if other people, I mean the forces other than Lord Divine Grace, can move into the L plane except Solon City? Richard's tone was still light. Your Highness, I've said that Mountain City welcomes everyone, whether it's Lord Shannon or anyone else. After saying this, Grand Duke Solon's eyes were a little complicated. When I was young, I was far less courageous than you. What does it mean to welcome everyone? This young man wants to make the L plane the world's trading center, not just Lord Shannon's trading center. After taking a long breath, his tone became serious. Have you made up your mind? If you want to become the world's trading center, you need to face a lot of pressure. A large number of ambitious nobles, chambers of commerce, and even sects will become your potential enemies. Once you show your weakness, they will jump out and bite you like beasts in the shadows. The Holy Temple Empire is just an appetizer. Are you ready? Richard looked into the other person's eyes, his gaze unwavering. When the L Player Association is established, His Highness the Grand Duke will know the path I will choose. Lord Shannon is not as weak as the Grand Duke thinks. They are the future. Grand Duke Solon remained silent. Richard continued. But I promise the Grand Duke that no matter what the future of the L plane is, the shops belonging to His Highness Chris will not change. Dusk City will always be Solon City's friend. A new world is coming, and greater chaos will also appear. Both Dusk City and Solon City need to have stronger power and friends. Grand Duke, no one can be sure of the future. All we can do is seize every opportunity and become stronger. No one can get involved in the L plane. Grand Duke Solon looked at the unshakable firm will, and a bit of appreciation rose on his solemn face. Although I have a different opinion, I respect you. Your Majesty the God Slayer. Strength is the only pass. The only thing that can make a legend condescend to open the car door is the record of his impressive performance. The death of the famous Seven Sins Evil Gods member, the Lord of Greed, shocked everyone after all. Grand Duke Solon is no exception. The reason why this legend can sit here and chat with him is because Richard has this strength. No one dares to ignore the strength Richard smiled happily. I hope that in the future, Dusk City and Solon City can help each other and overcome difficulties together. Grand Duke Solon laughed and nodded. Okay, help each other and overcome difficulties together. The God Slayer, the master of the L Plane, the head of the L Player Association, the ruler of the City of Dusk, is qualified to say this to this legend. Even if these honors and titles are put aside, the person standing behind him will soon break through the legend, and the other party also has the right to talk to him on an equal footing. After reaching an agreement on the general direction, Grand Duke Solon seemed to have thought of something and said softly, Sir Richard, did you destroy a gate to the abyss at the edge of the Death Desert before? I sensed a strong smell of corruption around me, and even the smell of authority. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the master of the 333rd floor of the abyss, the Lord of Decay. Such a terrifying evil god suddenly appeared. I'm afraid he had a big plan. Fortunately, you discovered and dealt with it in time. I want to thank you. Richard waved his hand. Not necessary. I also got a lot of benefits in it. Grand Duke Solon said with some curiosity. The Lord of Decay has used his authority. How did you handle it so cleanly? This is also what he cares about most, authority. That is the most fundamental power of the gods, the rules of the world. A legend like him wants to touch the authority even in his dreams. This is the only way for him to advance to a higher level. Richard said lightly. I got that ray of authority, and the space gap collapsed naturally. The Lord of Decay does not have the power to tear the rules of the main plane. After saying this, Grand Duke Solon's heart trembled, and he felt a little dizzy. His face was full of shock and disbelief. You mean the authority of the Lord of Decay was obtained by you? The feeling in my heart was like a firecracker set off during the new year, blowing up Mount Everest. How is this possible? How could the authority held by the gods be taken away? Besides, the Lord of Decay is still alive and well, Richard chuckled. It's just a wisp. The real authority is still in the hands of the Lord of Decay. Grand Duke Solon breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a wisp. That's not surprising. What's not surprising? A wisp is also authority. Snatching the authority of a living god. What kind of fantasy is this? Countless questions arose in my heart, and thousands of words came to my mind. But when I wanted to say it, I suddenly thought of the other party's record, the God Killer. The words on my lips were swallowed back. The other party even killed the gods, so it didn't seem so excessive to snatch a wisp of authority. A bitter smile appeared on his face. This guy is really a pervert. How long has Lord Shannon been in the main plane? Just over a year, and he's already killed a god. If he is given some more time to grow, won't he be able to ascend to heaven? But then he thought that he had reached an agreement with the other party, and his daughter had a very close relationship with the other party. He was a little happy again. Fortunately, this pervert is in the same group as him and in the same camp. After calming down, a little heat rose in his eyes. Sir Richard, I have an unwelcome request. Can you let me observe that power? This is extremely important to the path I will take in the future. The power above the legend is too rare. This is the first time I have encountered it in decades. Don't worry, I swear on my soul that I will never have any intention of spying. For a legend who is about to reach the limit of the power of the main plane, the temptation to take another step forward is almost irresistible. More importantly, this extremely precious, even impossible opportunity is now clearly placed in front of him. How could he miss it? Richard sneered. Of course, the Grand Duke is the father of Her Highness Chris. Even if we don't reach a cooperation, it's not a problem for Her Highness Chris's face. But my subordinate has been devouring the body of the Lord of Greed recently, and has not yet awakened. I can only wait until the other party completes the transformation before letting the Grand Duke observe him. This made Chris's heart bloom, and the corners of her mouth curled up high, looking at her father proudly. Blinking her eyes, as if to say, see, I still have good vision. When Grand Duke Solon heard these Versailles words, his heart trembled again. The body of the gods. As a legend, he had experienced many ups and downs in his life. Even if a divine weapon was placed in front of him, it would not cause him too much psychological fluctuation. But after talking with Richard for a while, he felt that he didn't have anything to show for it. The other party was authority at one moment, and the body of a god at another moment. Who the hell could he go to for justice? What was even more infuriating was that the other party was a lord of divine grace from another plane, and had only been in the main plane for a year. Could this guy be the illegitimate son of the god of creation? Otherwise, how could he be so perverted? After discussing this, the relationship between the two sides had become particularly harmonious, and there was no longer suspicion and strangeness just now. Grand Duke Solon leaned back in his chair, and said in a relaxed tone, Don't worry, Just wait until your subordinates are ready to make arrangements. He changed the subject. Now, let's talk about business. The high-level officials of the Holy Temple Empire have a strong desire to covet the L-plane. I have repeatedly advised them to seek cooperation. Although the king agreed on the surface, he secretly sent the humble third prince to come. This time, the third prince's discussion with you was just to shut me up. Although the old king is old and weak, his ambitions remain undiminished. He has always wanted to restore the prestige of the Holy Temple Empire. The tone was a bit mocking. The Holy Temple Empire has been rebuilt more than a dozen times. Everyone wants to restore the so-called glory, but I have never heard of success. It's just to find an excuse to expand the territory. Who cares about the glory of the Holy Temple Empire? As the ruler of a city on the edge of the Death Desert and a legendary monk, Grand Duke Solon has a huge voice and influence even if he is far away from the center of the Holy Temple Empire. If he firmly disagrees, even if the Holy Temple Empire is determined, it cannot bypass him. The word legend is as heavy as a mountain, and no one dares to ignore it, Richard said meaningfully. Since the king of the Holy Temple Empire wants to seize the L-plane, then change the king. The calm but extremely domineering words made Chris, who was paying close attention to him, blush, and her eyes were full of little stars. To replace the ruler of an empire in one sentence, this courage. Sir Richard made her heart beat so fast. Grand Duke Solon's face froze. Your Excellency means. Richard's mouth curled up slightly. The third prince is virtuous and capable, and he should be the crown prince and inherit the next kingdom. Grand Duke Solon was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. His foundation is too weak, and without any noble support, it is impossible to do it. Richard smiled. No, starting today, there is. Who? You, Grand Duke Solon. Chapter 575. When Richard left the city lord's mansion, it was late at night, and the bright moon was already high in the sky. Looking up, two millstone-sized moons occupied half of the sky. On one side was the cold normal moon, and on the other side was the bloody crimson moon. For most residents, after several months of adaptation, everyone had already gotten used to the existence of the crimson moon. The two moons hanging in the sky were no longer something to be feared. The carriage made a creaking sound when it crushed some small stones as it passed over the ground. Weir, who was riding with Richard, was still thinking about his conversation with Grand Duke Solon. She witnessed how the legend who had great prestige on the edge of the Death Desert was persuaded by Richard step by step, and finally stood firmly in the Dusk City camp. The conversation between the two later even reached the height of changing the situation in the main plain. She had a deeper understanding of how the nobles, who held the power of this world, thought and made decisions. Although she did not participate, from the perspective of an observer, she was still inspired and shocked. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses from her chaotic thoughts, and she turned her head to look at the handsome face that was looking at the brightly lit street through the glass window. She was a little dazed for a moment. My lord, I really can't get enough of it. How can there be such a handsome and charming opposite sex in this world? She took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and said slowly, My lord, why is Grand Duke Solon willing to offend the top leaders of the Holy Temple Empire and support the third prince instead? Even if he gets the support of Grand Duke Solon, the third prince is still far away from the throne. It's a bit. After thinking for a while, I couldn't think of any adjectives. The third prince is very famous in Solon City, which is thousands of miles away. Of course, most of them are negative. After all, a prince born from a commoner is disliked by the king, which will make people have a lot of topics to talk about after dinner. Even Solon City is like this. You can imagine what the other party's situation will be in the capital of the Holy Temple Empire. Weir didn't disbelieve in Richard's vision, but this card was too bad, and she didn't see much hope of a comeback. Richard smiled. Who can know the outcome of the future before things are decided? As for Grand Duke Solon's choice, although the main reason is my request, in fact, for him, this is just the next big bet. For ordinary nobles, participating in the competition for the crown prince and standing on the wrong side is fatal. But who is Grand Duke Solon? Even if the third prince fails to become king, what happens? Can the new king send troops to attack Grand Duke Solon? Fight with a legendary ascetic? Grand Duke Solon has the capital to be willful. Strength is the only pass. If Grand Duke Solon becomes stronger and breaks through to become a demigod, then even if he wants to force the current king to step down, the king will have to seriously consider it. Weir nodded thoughtfully, following his thoughts. I think I know how to proceed. Once we reach an agreement, we can publicize the importance that Grand Duke Solon places on the third prince when he returns. We can even guide public opinion and let everyone know that the third prince is actually a top genius who used his personal charm to convince Grand Duke Solon, the legendary monk, in exchange for his attention and support. The bad reputation before was just a rumor spread by some princes to confuse people and prevent him from competing for the throne. Even if not many people believe it, it can change the perception of some people. In this way, it will be easier to operate in the future. Richard sneered and stretched out his hand to pull the long hair on Ware's forehead behind her ears. While the girl's face was slightly flushed, he whispered, "You have learned a lot during this period. Otherwise, let you handle the affairs of the third prince. Pushing a prince to the throne with your own hands, this feeling is more fulfilling than running a business association." Weir's eyes were eager to try, and finally she smiled bitterly. "My lord, you think too highly of me? Now there is only one Grand Duke Solon to support him, and the third prince is still a long way from ascending the throne. How can she have the ability to support a king? Even if the Violet Chamber of Commerce fully supports the third prince, it will not have any effect." Richard smiled, and did not dwell on this topic. This move still needs time to ferment. It will not be effective without 3 to 5 months, or even a year or two. But that's how chess works. A move that seems useless now may become a life or death winner at the end. He still has time to play slowly. After coming to his senses, he looked at the Dark Valkyrie. This boss, who has not yet completed his transformation, has just been personally certified by Grand Duke Solon, and will soon break through to the legendary level. No matter how you look at it, you are satisfied. Legendary, this level is already at the end of the world. Once the City of Dusk has a legendary, it means that it has the ultimate power of the main plane. Gods cannot appear in the main plane. Legends are the end. As for demigods, their number is so small that they can be ignored and cannot be considered as conventional forces. Although he has many powerful trump cards in his hand, such as the god of fraud and lies, the god of dwarfs, and even the Scarlet Lord Windsor, they are all killers. But these are all external forces, and cannot be called upon at any time. A legend who belongs entirely to the City of Dusk is equivalent to having conventional nuclear weapons, and can use them however he wants. No need to look at anyone's face. When facing legends such as Grand Duke Solon, he can be more confident. Fui, what do you feel when you meet Grand Duke Solon today? Under the golden mask of the Dark Valkyrie, the deep eyes showed some admiration. Very strong. So strong that I feel the danger of my soul being pointed at by a sharp knife. If the other party attacks, I am no match for him now. This is the first time Richard has heard the Dark Valkyrie say such a weak word. He smiled and comforted. You haven't been promoted to legend yet. It would be strange if you could win a battle with a level 29 ascetic. Level 29, this is the real level of Grand Duke Solon. He is only one step away from the level 30 demigod. This is what he found out when he had time. As for the other attributes, they are all question marks. The opponent's strength has far exceeded his. Level 29. The Dark Valkyrie murmured a few times, and the fighting spirit in her eyes rose again. Became extremely determined. Master, one day, I will defeat him. How could this boss, who came out of the death arena, be weaker than others? At the City Lord's mansion, after hearing the servants report that the carriage of the Violet Chamber of Commerce had left, Grand Duke Solon slowly leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. The conversation tonight was of great significance to the City of Dusk, but outsiders did not know that it was also the same for Solon City. He needed to think carefully about how to lay out Solon City next. The Lord of Divine Grace had given him a big problem. He wanted to help the third prince to the throne, which was quite a thought. Chris, who was next to him, held her chin with her hand, tilted her head and stared at the empty archway, with a sweet smile on her face from time to time. She seemed to be thinking about something interesting. In addition to the two people, there was also a housekeeper who was over 70 years old, with a head full of white hair, but dressed meticulously in the reception hall. Seeing that the temperature was so quiet, the man in his early 70s coughed lightly, and said slowly, "Grand Duke, did we agree too quickly?" Grand Duke Solon said softly, without opening his closed eyes. "What do you think? We may be able to negotiate more conditions, and even obtain some management rights of the L plane. I think Lord Richard should make concessions. He needs allies, and the support of Solon City." This made Grand Duke Solon slowly open his eyes. He looked at the old butler, who had watched him grow up, with a slightly complicated look. "No, Butler Yaluo, you are wrong. It is not that Lord Richard needs Solon City, but that we need Lord Richard as an ally." This made the old butler stunned, and a little stunned. "Grand Duke, why would Solon City need a God's Grace Lord? Even if the other party got a plane and integrated a large number of God's Grace Lords. But it is also a rootless duckweed that has never experienced external threats. Not to mention compared with Solon City, even some great nobles cannot compare. Moreover, the other party has many competitors. Although his L plane is already ahead, the major forces have already known the value of the plane as a trading center, and will definitely not allow it to grow and develop. It won't be long before the second, third, and even countless L planes will appear. Even if no one sends troops to attack, those God's grace lords will still be diverted a large part. The old housekeeper's words are well-founded and not nonsense. When Grand Duke Solon heard this, his eyes became more subtle. You only saw one thing. The most important thing is the God's grace lords. They are the future. It is the key to open the door to the new world. Sir Richard, you may be holding this key now. The trading center established by others, no matter how powerful it is, can never compare with him. After all, that is the God Slayer, the first God's grace lord. The tone of voice was a bit sad. After the third prince visits Sir Richard, bring him to see me. It's time for the Holy Temple Empire to make changes. A new king may bring a different atmosphere. Also, Chris, you can go to the Violet Chamber of Commerce more often to communicate with Sir Richard during this period. Chris's eyes lit up immediately when she was suddenly called. Her heart was full of joy. Really, father? Grand Duke Solon looked at his beloved with some reluctance. Well, June, I will open the family forbidden area. You will not have a chance to go out in the next 6 months. The situation has become increasingly unclear, and I cannot guarantee that Solon City will be safe in this chaos. Chris, it's time to give you what your mother left you. Strength is the only pass. Solon City needs a crown prince with enough strength to lead it. Early morning of April 9th. After Richard and Wire had breakfast together, Richard seemed to have thought of something and asked softly, "Is President Windsor in Solon City recently? I was busy dealing with Grand Duke Solon yesterday, and had no time to go to the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. The reward for the S-level mission completed last time has not been settled yet. And during this period, Scarlet Moon has not made any big moves, which is a bit too quiet." At this critical juncture, Scarlet Moon, as the protagonist, suddenly fell silent. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He really wants to know what the protagonist of the new expansion pack plans to do next. This is crucial to the future development plan of Dusk City. President Windsor told me before that when you come back, you must pass the information to her as soon as possible. I informed the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce yesterday. Their response is that President Windsor will be back this morning. Given the close relationship between the two chambers of commerce, these are not a big problem. Richard nodded and said directly, "Prepare the carriage, and go to the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce." We didn't waste any words, and immediately changed people to prepare the carriage. After more than 40 minutes, the group arrived at the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. As soon as the carriage stopped, Richard saw a team of carriages with Luanhuihua flags flying not far away, driving quickly, and stopping on the dedicated lane. The door of the carriage was respectfully opened by the maid who had been waiting here for a long time, and a graceful figure with elegant temperament stepped out. The other party was wearing a red noble dress embroidered with blooming roses, with a cold look in her eyes. When she walked, she showed the elegance that only a noble could cultivate. This is exclusive to high-ranking nobles, and every action from food, clothing, housing and transportation will be trained from childhood. The guards around did not dare to look at the beautiful figure for a second. One by one, they held their chests and bowed, saluting with the most humble attitude. "Mr. President." The uniform movements made the outstanding figure even more eye-catching. Richard also got off the carriage at this time. He smiled at the figure who was like a queen inspecting the territory. He nodded slightly. When the other party saw his gaze, a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although it was restrained in an instant, it was still amazing. "Sir Richard, long time no see." Windsor took the initiative to step closer to Richard, looking at this charming figure. His tone softened a bit. "I haven't thanked you for what happened last time." Richard smiled. "That thing is yours. If you feel bad, just give me 10 or 8 artifacts. I won't think it's too much." As the relationship between the two sides became closer, there was no need to be so reserved as before. This joke made Windsor smile, but he still thought about it seriously for a moment, and finally shook his head. "I have one, but it's not suitable for you." "Andy, I'm just talking casually. Do you really have an artifact?" Richard's eyes were not right. A word that appeared frequently on the forum suddenly appeared in his mind. Rich woman hungry. It's not impossible to be supported by the protagonist of the new expansion pack. I have bad teeth, so I like to eat soft food. Windsor paused for a moment, and said meaningfully, "Although there is no artifact suitable for you, I have prepared something more suitable for you. If used well, the effect will not be worse than the artifact." Richard's eyes lit up immediately. Chapter 576. After Windsor finished speaking, his tone paused, and he did not say what he had prepared for Richard. Then, as if sensing something, he looked at the dark Valkyrie behind him. His eyes moved slightly. What a special power. You are only one step away from becoming a legend. After hesitating for a moment, he suggested, don't rush to break through. Carefully feel the power you have now, and break through when you feel that you can't improve. Legend is another field. The more solid the foundation, the greater the benefits you will get after promotion. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a fist-sized red crystal appeared in his hand. The moment the crystal appeared, waves of magic tides appeared in the surrounding air. Even if there was no contact, just a glance would tell that this crystal was definitely not an ordinary thing. If you are willing to accept the power of the past, you can absorb the energy sealed inside after breaking through the extraordinary, and it will allow you to get a greater improvement. Under the golden mask of the dark Valkyrie, the dark eyes stared at the elegant figure in front of her. Her heart was filled with solemnity. She sensed a danger from the lady in front of her that was 10,000 times stronger than that of Grand Duke Solon. The lady in front of her was like a god walking in the world. Even just a glance at her made her feel her soul trembling uncontrollably. This was not a mortal at all. Compared with Grand Duke Solon, the legendary ascetic monk, there was a gap between a grain of light and the bright moon. The dark Valkyrie suppressed her palpitations and did not speak to answer, but turned to look at Richard. Everything she had belonged to her master, and she needed to ask for instructions when facing such an existence. Richard opened the attribute panel and took a look. Crystal of the old days. Level, Special. Introduction. It contains the surging power of the old days. The introduction is very simple, and there is nothing special about it. But since it was given by Windsor easily, it must be extraordinary. As his thoughts turned, he nodded. Thank you for the gift from President Windsor if we accept it. The dark Valkyrie nodded slowly, and after a serious chest salute, she took the red crystal. The moment she held it, she felt a surging power like the sun surging inside it. At the same time, it was accompanied by an ancient and vicissitudes of life. If it exploded, it might directly wipe out dozens of streets around it. Seeing this scene, Windsor's face became softer. This gift was a signal. Richard accepted it, which meant that the other party did not mind having a deeper involvement with the old days camp. She didn't know that the ancient tree of the gods had already been drenched in blood rain on the day of the scarlet moon, and absorbed a lot of the power of the old days. The involvement of both parties has long been unclear. And this thing is free, don't miss it. After giving a gift, Windsor did not stay for too long and took a few people into the main building of the Luanghua Chamber of Commerce. Taking the alchemy elevator to the top floor office, Windsor sat elegantly on the sofa by the window. The sofa with white wool cushions was immediately pressed by the perky buttocks when the other party sat down. After Windsor straightened her back, the slim red dress became tighter and tighter, and with the amazingly plump and graceful figure, it perfectly showed the charm of women. Richard was a little surprised. After sitting opposite Windsor, he looked directly at the top boss. The pure white low round table separated the two people. Wire sat on Richard's left-hand side after he left, and the dark Valkyrie still stood behind him, like a sculpture, motionless. Seeing Richard's calm eyes, with a bit of appreciation, Windsor felt a little uncomfortable. After leaning slightly on the sofa and covering part of his body, the feeling disappeared. Staring at the handsome young man, he said with a smile, recently, Richard's various operations are very admirable. Integrating the L-Plane, accepting the God's Grace Lord Guild, and establishing a trading center, each one is so eye-catching. Now, the reputation of God Slayer Chinchio is probably resounding throughout the main plane. God Slayer, these words came out of Windsor's mouth, and Richard was a little amused. Outsiders don't know, and think that he killed the Lord of Greed. How could Windsor not know? The other party did it himself. Richard shrugged. It's just borrowing the light of President Windsor. Sir Richard formed the Ellen Player Association, not borrowing my power. Windsor's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone became serious. What are Sir Richard's plans for the L-Plane? You should know how huge the impact will be of a trading center that has won the participation of countless God's Grace Lords after only 1 week of establishment. If it is not handled properly, this power may backfire. Hearing this, Richard leaned forward slightly, looked into the other person's eyes with deep eyes, and said word by word, President Windsor, this should be asked to you. Windsor was a little stunned. Are you asking me? He said it in a playful tone. The L-Plane is not ruled by me. Richard said slowly in a steady and powerful voice. I told you before that the Lord of Divine Grace is the patron of the world's will. In the battle between the old gods and the gods, whichever side the Lord of Divine Grace stands on, the worlds will lean towards that side," he said without moving his eyes, staring at the perfect face in front of him. Now, the L Player Association has integrated some of the top guilds among the Lords of Divine Grace. With the help of their power, we can directly affect the entire group of Lords of Divine Grace. Hearing this, Windsor sat up subconsciously, staring at the young man in front of him, who was full of personal charm, and the whole main plane was paying attention to him. The calm mood was now full of waves. He said in a hoarse voice. "You mean?" Richard nodded slowly. "I didn't have much idea about integrating the Lord of God's Grace before. I had done it long ago, until I met President Windsor. L Player Association is my gift to you, President Windsor." After the words fell, Wei Air beside him felt a tingling sensation on his back. Turning his head to look at Richard's profile, he fell into an inexplicable state. The establishment of the L Player Association stirred up the world and attracted countless people's attention, but this is just a gift? Then he looked at the red figure with bright eyes. President Windsor, he is really enviable. Windsor felt her mind buzzing at this moment, and her thoughts became dull. The other party did so much for her. If it was some empty ambition, she would not even look at it, but it was different now. Richard had done it. The L Player Association and the Trading Center had become the focus of the whole world. In this case, the other party stood up and told her that he was not interested in all this. Doing so much is just a gift for her. Who can stand this? The air fell into a strange mood. Windsor felt that his past calmness and indifference to everything were shattered. There was only this handsome figure in front of him, and his mind kept repeating the words just now. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that all the language seemed pale and powerless at this moment. The gift given by the other party far exceeded her expectations, and was too precious. Richard gave the other party some time to consume it, and continued. "Next, the L Player Association will fully cooperate with your actions, President Windsor. These guilds will stand firmly in the Old One's camp. Fight together with you and me. However, to achieve this level, President Windsor needs to let all the God Grace Lords personally experience the benefits of joining the Old One's camp. This is something I can't do, and you need to solve it yourself." After speaking, he paused for a moment, and waited for the other party to gradually come back to his senses before speaking again. "President Windsor, after the rise of the Crimson Moon, the Old Ones have been silent for too long. If it continues to drag on, it will affect the prestige of the Old Ones in the hearts of ordinary people. I think, after so much preparation, the next move should be arranged. How do you need me to cooperate?" He needs to know the next move of the Crimson Moon, and the City of Dusk cannot stand on the opposite side of Windsor. No one wants to go the opposite way from the protagonist of the new expansion, the top boss who kills gods like chickens. But the cooperation is real cooperation. No matter what happens, he will stand firmly on Windsor's side. The moment he relied on the statue of the old god, he and Windsor were already passengers on the same boat. So there is no room for choice. And given the relationship between the two, even if he has the opportunity to choose sides again, he will not hesitate to bet on Windsor. The gods know who he is, but Windsor is his biggest trump card. What's more valuable is that he has established a close relationship with the other party before this trump card is revealed. Windsor took a deep breath, suppressed the ups and downs of his emotions, and forced himself to focus on the business. He said, in a concentrated voice, "Those planes that hide the power of the old days have all been connected to the main plane. The rules of the main plane are activating the old power that once made the world run. When all the old power returns to the main plane, it will be time for us to take action. It won't be too late. We will see the result in 3 months at most." When he said this, his eyes were filled with unprecedented heat, and the following words made Richard's scalp numb and his whole body tremble. By then, the gods will be deprived of their power. The rules they control, the authority they hold, and the priesthood they possess will all be cleared. The rules of the world's operation will return to the beginning of the Genesis. This day will be the twilight of the gods, and it will also be the last time before the new era begins. Those gods, who have been deprived of their power, will fall back to the main plane, whether they are the good camp or the evil gods in the bottomless abyss. Until someone regains power and becomes a god again, when the new god appears, it will be the day of the birth of a new era. At that time, all the rules will be rewritten. Richard stared at Windsor, who looked like a pilgrim. The emotions in his heart surged like a 1,000-foot wave. Although he knew that the Crimson Moon, which had been quiet for several months, would not stop. But he did not expect that Windsor would play so big this time. The problem must be solved at one time. After the old power is activated by the rules of the main plane, The gods will be deprived of their power and fall to the mortal world. This will be an unprecedented twilight of the gods, and the last turmoil before the advent of the new era. Richard took a few deep breaths, but could not suppress the horror in his heart. This news was so explosive that he could hardly accept it. If everything is true, then the entire main plane will be plunged into war. The gods are not just the gods of the good and lawful camp. The evil gods of the bottomless abyss, the death monarchs of the undead plane, and the devil lords of the 9 layers of hell are all gods with power. These terrifying existences will also return to the main plane. What kind of huge waves will this cause? And what shocking actions will these lives that have lost their power do in order to become gods again? Even if he knew the news at this moment, he couldn't imagine what the scene would be like. President Windsor, I want to know, didn't we originally want the ancient gods to take power and build a world without the oppression of gods? Richard tried to calm down and asked slowly. In the new era, if gods were born, what would be the difference from now? Windsor's eyes were deep, and there seemed to be stars flashing in them. The rules of the new era are different from now. On the night when the crimson moon rose, I saw a corner of the future in the river of destiny. Sir Richard, it is a world without oppression. Everyone has the opportunity to change their own destiny. Hunger, famine, and plague will become the past, and gods are just a part of it. They are no longer the masters of this world. Since the new era is full of hope, what does it matter whether the ancient gods are in charge of the rules? Windsor stood up slowly, and came to the French window, looking at half of Solon City. He gently stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the glass. Feeling the coldness coming from above, his eyes became deeper. When I knew that Sir Richard had obtained a part of the rotten authority, and did not speak, I knew that the crimson moon should not be a force that sticks to the dead rules. Before, we had no choice, so we acted in an extreme way, because only the most violent behavior can completely break the old order. Without bloodshed, how can we talk about rebirth? But now, hope is in front of us. She turned around and stared at the heroic young man who was already standing beside her. Looking at the almost perfect profile, she whispered, Sir Richard, I saw your figure in a corner of fate. Richard was aroused a little interest. What was I doing at that time? Windsor stared at him blankly without shifting his eyes. You fell on the battlefield. The army of the City of Dusk is avenging you. Your subordinates are fighting in despair. Your people rushed to the battlefield with all the weapons they could use. Richard was slightly stunned. I dead? Turning his head, he looked at the dark Valkyrie behind him, who was emitting a fierce and violent aura like an enraged beast, and Weir, whose face was ashen and eyes were bloodshot. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. What are you worried about? A corner of fate? It's not my turn to decide my fate yet. Although he was not afraid of Windsor's prophecy, he was still alert in his heart. The future situation is so chaotic, Twilight City needs to become stronger, stock up resources, and increase troops. He needs a stronger army and a more advanced hero. As long as the power in his hands is strong enough, he can face it proudly no matter how the situation changes. Chapter 577. Windsor looked at Richard, who was still determined and showed no fear or hesitation after hearing the news of his death, and there was some affirmation and satisfaction in his eyes. If the mindset of a person in control of a force is not up to standard, can he lead everyone in desperate situations when encountering real difficulties? Even if he has a strong strength now, it is just seasonal seafood. Mentality is the cornerstone of becoming a strong person. Sir Richard, what I see are fragments in the endless mist. If nothing changes and it develops in this direction, it may happen. But if it is planned in advance, it is just a warning. The same is true for the new era. If we slack off just because we see the future, or even give up our goals, then the result may be that hope is shattered and the flame is extinguished. Windsor, who has a graceful temperament, has eyes with colors that are difficult for outsiders to understand, deep and calm. Sir Richard, before the new era, the main plane will see unprecedented chaos and darkness. Those gods who have been deprived of their power will transform into the most brutal beasts and devour everything. The forces that have been hidden in the dark for countless years will also be ready to move. Even the bottomless abyss will be connected to the main plane. He stared at Richard and his tone became extremely serious. After the chaos comes, all the rules will be reorganized, and most of the power I control will be lost. I am afraid that it will be difficult to help you. But no matter what happens in the future, I hope that you can lead your territory and survive until the day when the new era begins. After the voice fell, the air became quiet again. Richard had a complicated expression, and did not speak for a long time. The expressions of the dark Valkyrie and Weir eased a little. Fortunately, the so-called future fragment did not become an unchangeable fact. Otherwise, They could not imagine what consequences would be caused by that scene. If Richard had an accident, it would be like the sky falling. They were afraid that there was no need to live in this world. The confidence that the Dark Valkyrie had originally gained due to the rapid improvement of her strength was shattered by herself again at this moment. A strong sense of urgency rose in her heart. She needed to become stronger and stronger, so strong that no one could hurt the master under her protection. What Windsor said about the future fragment, she would never allow it to happen, never. Her eyes were filled with desire for power again. She wanted to break through to the legendary, or even demigod as soon as possible. If the gods really lost their authority, then the demigod would be the most powerful existence in the main plane. Only by mastering the strongest power can the master be protected. Ware's heart was also fluctuating at this moment. Some plans that were conceived before, but some of them were risky, quickly came to her mind. She suddenly made up her mind. High risk means high return. Time does not allow the Violet Chamber of Commerce to continue to develop step by step. She needs to make the Violet Chamber of Commerce grow rapidly in the shortest time and provide more support for the City of Dusk. Richard looked at Windsor, who did not speak again, and let out a long breath. All gods have lost their authority, so Windsor naturally cannot be the exception, otherwise there would be no need to open a new era. Wouldn't it be better if the other party directly eliminated all the unstable factors? After thinking for a moment, he said slowly. If the big change is about to come, then will the L-Player Association not be so useful to us? The gods have been deprived of their authority, and the competition between the old faction and the other side seems to be less important. Windsor shook his head. No, on the contrary, the more turbulent it is, the more obvious the role of the Lord of Divine Grace will be. The L-Player Association will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back for the gods. It will also be the key to opening a new era, he said in a serious tone. Sir Richard, last month, Crimson Moon established a branch in a special plane. Next, you can inform the members of the L-Player Association of the coordinates of that plane and let them go there. Here, all the Lords of Divine Grace will receive rewards they cannot refuse. The only condition is to become a member of the old faction. Richard nodded and did not raise any objections. Although at this stage, most players are still neutral or on the side of the sect. But for players who are loyal to their parents, switching to the old camp is not a big deal. As long as the benefits are enough, they can sell themselves out. Moreover, Crimson Moon is the protagonist of the new expansion pack. Those guys have been waiting for this day for a long time. Who doesn't want to get more benefits? After agreeing on the general direction, Richard discussed many details with Windsor in detail. Crimson Moon's next move, the opponent's plan after the situation changes, and so on. It was not until 3 hours later, when the dwarf wall clock on the wall reached 12 o'clock, that the two stopped with reluctance. The main plane is about to enter an unprecedented chaos, and there are too many things to prepare. Windsor called the maid and asked her to prepare lunch. The entire floor where her office is located is a private area, with no one else. Not only the office, but also the restaurant, living room, bedroom and even bathroom. After lunch in the restaurant, the group returned to the office. The maid made hot tea again. Richard sat comfortably on the soft sofa and sipped it slowly. After lunch, his tense mood was soothed. He looked at the prosperous city through the transparent floor-to-ceiling glass window, thinking about some details of the discussion just now, and did not say anything. The air fell into silence for a while. After a long time, Windsor seemed to think of something, and his soft voice broke the silence of the air. Sir Richard, the gift I prepared for you before has not been given to you yet. Richard immediately perked up a little, turned his head, and looked at Windsor with interest. Last time, he blocked the hunting of the Night God, and completed the S-level mission. Although the other party had just given the Dark Valkyrie an old crystal, that was obviously not enough. What would be the gift that this top boss could give? My heart was immediately filled with anticipation. This was the protagonist of the new expansion pack, the president of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, and a well-deserved rich woman. Windsor did not hesitate after she finished speaking, and slowly stood up, and under Richard's gaze, she stretched out her white right hand. The next moment, a terrifying pressure surged from her body, like a mountain collapsing and thousands of rivers flowing. The air around her suddenly solidified. In a trance, the world became dim, and the light from the glass window seemed to be wiped out. In the shadows, Richard saw a blood moon rising quietly and floating behind Windsor. At the moment the blood moon appeared, everything seemed to be paused and became silent. In his sight, at this moment, only Windsor existed, and the other party became the only one in the world. The other party's face had become blurred at this moment, and only a general figure could be seen vaguely. Richard sat up subconsciously, and stared at the other party. The expectation in his heart was full at this moment. Windsor stretched out his right hand and slowly spread it, palm facing up. The next moment, a majestic energy poured into the palm of his hand, and after a few breaths, a touch of yellow sand quietly emerged. The tiny gravel surged quickly, but in an instant, it piled up into a miniature hill. The moment Richard saw the sand dune, he felt that he couldn't move his eyes away. An extremely strong desire rose in his heart. Excited, countless emotions surged in his heart. The yellow sand power in his body subconsciously turned and overflowed from his body, like flowing water, flowing towards the mini hill in Windsor's palm with clear traces of water waves. At this moment, Windsor's gentle voice soothed Richard's fluctuating heart. "Sir Richard, here is a part of the Desert Authority. I took it from the gods of the 3 desert gods. The desert god hid outside the endless void, and I didn't find any trace of him. But this part of authority is enough, just right for you now. Too much power, you may not be able to bear it. Sand, desert authority? Taken from the 3 gods of the desert pantheon?" Richard subconsciously looked up at Windsor. His face was not real against the backdrop of the blood moon. He could only see a pair of eyes, as deep as the starry sky. The moment they looked at each other, his heart trembled. Killing 3 gods of the desert pantheon was obviously not something that could be done in a short period of time. While he was silently planning for Windsor, the other party was obviously also paying for him behind the scenes. After taking a deep breath and forcibly calming the turbulent emotions in his heart, Richard silently controlled the overflowing yellow sand power to wrap the mini dunes transformed by the Desert Authority. He was not a person who liked to express gratitude. Compared to saying, he preferred to do. The moment the yellow sand power touched the dunes, Richard's whole soul trembled. The incomparable comfort, like the ultimate climax, almost made him moan. Every cell in his body was whirring with joy. The power of the yellow sand in his body surged wildly, at the speed of a floodgate. Under the influence of the power of the yellow sand, the mini dune gradually turned into gravel again, and was pulled into his body. Richard sensed all this and slowly closed his eyes, carefully experiencing the power of this rule. After the sand and gravel reached a certain limit, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. The yellow sand spread out in the sky under the scorching sun, shining. The endless desert connected to the end of the horizon, ancient and vicissitudes. Everything in the picture seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button a million times. The sun and the moon flowed, and the stars disappeared. The desert is always a desert. The wind howled, the rain poured, and the desert remained the same. The passage of time, and the changes of all things cannot leave a trace on the desert. The desert seems to have become eternal. Richard stared at all this, with a special emotion fermenting in his heart. I am the desert, and I should be eternal. Wind and frost cannot leave traces, and time cannot carve scars. I don't know how long it has been, maybe a minute, maybe half a century. The picture that time has washed away the desertification, but left no trace slowly faded and disappeared. At this moment, a familiar reminder sounded in my ears. Ding, you have successfully obtained a part of the authority of the desert, 15%, and mastered the special skill Yellow Sand Body. Yellow Sand Body, special, after activating the power of the yellow sand. When attacked, you can transfer the damage to the nearby yellow sand. Duration, 3 hours. Cooldown time, 6 hours. Ding, your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 18. Ding, the authority of the desert has extremely huge power. You cannot completely control it. The authority has fallen into a deep sleep. You can reactivate it after breaking through the extraordinary. A series of system prompts woke Richard up completely. Turning his head to look around, the air had long returned to calm. Windsor didn't know when he sat back on the sofa, and was now gently sipping hot tea. The perky and plump buttocks pressed the sofa, with amazing elasticity, and the elegant and luxurious temperament was still amazing. The scarlet moon floating behind the other party had disappeared without a trace. The dark Valkyrie and Weir were staring at him at this moment, and the joy on their faces was clearly visible. After taking a long breath, Richard's tense heart relaxed. Sit back on the sofa. Windsor looked at Richard, whose breath had stabilized, and the admiration in his eyes became more intense. Although it is only a part of the Desert Authority, you have mastered it in just 3 hours, Mr. Richard. You are really amazing. Richard shook his head. The power of authority is too huge. I only got a tiny part of it. Maybe I have to reach the extraordinary level to try to control it. The power of authority is the power of the rules that run the world. If it weren't for the yellow sand power before, it would be difficult to control this power before reaching the extraordinary level. But even if he hasn't completely mastered it, his gains in this wave are already exaggerated enough. After calming down, he opened his attribute panel. The level was directly raised from level 17 to level 18, and he could touch the extraordinary level with one more step. Once you step into the extraordinary level, it will be another world, which also marks that the City of Dusk has successfully risen. And the newly acquired special skill Yellow Sand Body is even more abnormal. All damage received can be transferred to the nearby yellow sand. And it lasted for 3 hours. What does this mean? In 3 hours, as long as there is yellow sand around, no one can kill him. Is this the power of authority? Is this the power of the world's rules? Richard was very excited. And this is only a tiny part of the authority of the desert. It is really hard to imagine how exaggerated the improvement will be if you completely control the authority. No wonder the gods are so unattainable. When this kind of power accumulates to the extreme, legends are just like ants. Richard was in a particularly good mood. He took a deep look at Windsor. The reward for this mission is so generous, I am afraid it is not only because of the S-level mission. He helped the old man in the Red Dragon grocery store to retrieve his heart before, and this time he laid out the L-plane and established the player association. It is probably related to what he did. But what is certain is that all the things he did before were not in vain, and he got the best reward. This rich woman is really not stingy at all. Chapter 578. Everyone's actions will change with their status. For Richard, after the L-plane entered the sight of the entire main plane, the rhythm of everything has become different from before. And the news that a greater chaos will happen in a few months has made him make some decisions in his heart. After suppressing the joy of obtaining the authority of the desert, he stared at Windsor. President Windsor, Dusk City has developed a new product, the Magic Sound Box. However, with our production capacity, the effect is too low if we continue to produce it step by step as it is now. Is the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce interested in in-depth cooperation with us? Windsor's eyes raised some interest. Is it the magic sound box that Miss Wire sent last time? He waved his hand. A flat object about 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters high flew out of thin air and slowly landed on the round table. Looking closely, this object is engraved with layers of exquisite patterns. The silver-gray metal texture is dotted with tiny gems, like a starry sky. It gives people a feeling of art. Windsor gently opened the top cover from the middle like a book, revealing a disc-shaped magic tape with magic inscriptions engraved on it. After confirming that there was something, she closed it again. Click, after the closing buckle sounded, she gently pressed the middle button of the 3 buttons on the front. The next moment, a gentle magic power began to flow on the magic music box. Then a melodious and crisp singing slowly sounded. The murmur of the night elves combined with the unique instruments of the underground world made people inexplicably quiet. Windsor narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression eased. He felt the delicate patterns on it, and sighed softly. It's really a treasure that people can't let go of. He looked at Richard with bright eyes. Although the magic music box is not a rare thing, I am still a little surprised that it can be so delicate that the playback device and storage device can be separated. Sir Richard, you always surprise people. Richard smiled without comment. There are still tens of billions of people who know about this thing. As long as players are given enough time, even the magical version of the internet can be made. But it must be said that his entry point is very good. The research and development of the magic music box is not difficult, the market is broad, and the profit is particularly considerable. Moreover, players are still in their infancy, and have no way to compete with him. If it comes back in a year or two, every player has power, and this is not a bonus. But the biggest problem is that this thing has a certain production threshold. The efficiency of production in Dusk City alone is too low. If it was before, he would not be in a hurry, and there would be plenty of time for him to develop slowly. But now he learned from Windsor that in just a few months, all the gods would be deprived of their authority, and return to the main plane. His form changed immediately. Time no longer allowed him to develop slowly. The resources controlled by the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce were not comparable to those of the Dusk City, which had only developed for a year. As long as Windsor accepted his proposal, the Magic Sound Box, a product that he had high hopes for, would be able to earn resources for him at the fastest speed. The higher the level of the arm's nest, the more exaggerated the resources needed for promotion. With the black gold system, a gold-eating giant, no amount of resources would be enough. Dusk City provides technology, including subsequent production and sales plans, and provides maintenance and technical iteration updates. Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce is responsible for the most important production and sales. How about a 50-50 split of the profits? Windsor looked at Richard's serious eyes, and shook his head slowly. No, 60-40. When Richard frowned slightly, he whispered, Use 60, Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce 40. This product was developed by you. Even without Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, with your ability, you can definitely achieve great success. This is a bargain for us. Richard looked at the plump figure in front of him with a luxurious temperament, and looked at the other party again. In this situation, he can still be so rational, and this mentality is really admirable. Without hesitation, he nodded directly. Okay, it's settled. I have someone send the production technology of the magic sound box to the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce right away. In addition, the drawings of the automatic production machine in Furnace City will also be sent. Richard is actively looking for venture capital to invest. The disadvantage of doing so is that you have to pay a part of the profit, but the advantage is that you can grow up as quickly as possible and occupy the market. The final profit will definitely be much more than if you develop slowly. The most important thing is that he has no time and can only do this. After reaching another cooperation, Richard is in a better mood. In the clear and peaceful singing of the night elves, he seemed to think of something and continued. I had an in-depth conversation with the third Prince Luce of the Holy Empire yesterday. The high-level officials of the Holy Empire, especially the king, are not friendly to the City of Dusk. The Plain of El has been included in their hunting list. So I decided to let the Kingdom of El change a new king. After the third prince returns to the capital, everyone will know that Grand Guild Solon fully supports him. President Windsor, if the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce has a network of connections in the upper echelons of the Holy Temple Empire, I hope to promote the third prince. Big guys naturally have their own ways of playing. With Richard's current influence, it is naturally impossible for him to stupidly take a small group of people to the capital to support the third prince. The S-level task of Prince Revenge does not limit how to complete it, and he can let go of his hands and feet to plan the operation. Windsor said with interest. It seems that Mr. Richard has other plans. He took a sip of the hot tea on the table, and put it down again, and said softly, The Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce has been able to pass on for hundreds of years, so naturally we have connections. Even more than the connections of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, if you need it, I can let 3 of the 15 Grand Dukes of the Holy Temple Empire directly support the third prince. 3 Grand Dukes? What a big deal. Richard's eyes lit up immediately. In the Holy Temple Empire, every Grand Duke is a top figure with great power and strength. There are only 15 Grand Dukes in the Holy Temple Empire. If Grand Duke Solon is included, the third prince, who is least favored, no one even takes him seriously, instantly gets the support of 4 Grand Dukes. These supports are not just lip service. Every Grand Duke has his own network of relationships within the empire. In these networks, they are often in a leadership position. Once they stand up, the nobles on the same boat will also become supporters of the third prince. Weir heard this, and subconsciously turned to look at Richard. Her eyes were curved with a little admiration. She was a little worried when Richard proposed the plan. With the reputation of the third prince, it would be difficult to turn the tables. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the other party had already won the support of 4 Grand Dukes. Of course, this was not because the third prince was powerful, but because of the skill of his master, Lord Richard. Perhaps, only Lord Richard could convince Grand Duke Solon and President Windsor in such a short time without spending any words, and get their direct support. Let them try to persuade someone else. Or let the third prince try? It doesn't matter whether he sees him or not. After Windsor finished speaking, he seemed to think of something and his voice became a little deeper. The royal family of the Holy Temple Empire has a deep cooperation with the Sun cult on the surface, but secretly, it maintains an unclear relationship with a certain evil god in the abyss. If you want to support the new king to take the throne, it is best to do so after the old rules are activated and the power of the gods is stripped away. By then, even if the other party has any additional arrangements, they will no longer be effective. As he spoke, his eyes became deeper. We do need to control an empire. After saying this, Richard understood a little. Windsor had a similar idea to him before, otherwise why would 3 Grand Dukes suddenly appear? When Richard left the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, it was already dark. 2 bright moons also rose quietly into the sky. Windsor stood in front of the French window, watching the carriage of the Violet Chamber of Commerce disappear from sight, and did not move for a long time. He looked at the city lit up with stars, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Sir Richard, what I saw in the future fragments is that although you died, what I didn't tell you is that you died because you stood in front of me. New era. He let out a long breath, and his deep eyes slowly closed. No matter what it costs, I won't let you get into trouble. The carriage drove into Violet Manor and stopped outside the main hall. As soon as he got off the carriage, The maid came to report. The third Prince Luz came when he left in the morning, and had been waiting in the hall all day. Richard smiled lightly. Stepped in. Weir followed closely, and after entering the hall, she looked at the slightly haggard third prince with a rather subtle expression. The other party didn't know at this moment that his fate had been decided on the day he went back to think. A prince who looked down on everyone and didn't even treat everyone as a human being would ascend the throne amid countless stunned, shocked and unbelievable eyes. The Holy Temple Empire is about to welcome their new king. The moment he saw Richard, Prince Luz's anxiety, worry and uneasiness all day long disappeared. He stepped closer with a determined look. Under the maid's surprised gaze, he knelt down in front of Richard with his head on the ground. He spoke loudly with the most humble attitude. Lord Richard, Luz swears on his soul that he will be loyal to you forever, and the Holy Temple Empire will always be driven by you. The flame of revenge burned in his heart. Richard saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This chess game is getting more and more interesting. April 10th. Ice and Snow Empire, the city-state ruled by the Frost Wolf family, Frost Wolf City. A team of more than 3,000 cavalrymen riding Frost war horses crossed the city gate with a murderous atmosphere. The leader was wearing white armor, and holding a sharp sword in his hand. Her hair fluttered freely in the ice, and snow, and the cold wind. The residents passing by avoided them to the sides and stopped, stretching their necks to look at this team of cavalrymen exuding a terrifying atmosphere. When they saw the leader clearly, they immediately became noisy. It's Miss Rebecca. Miss Rebecca is back. Have you heard? Miss Rebecca has captured a large area in the land of eternal frost, and even occupied more than a dozen giant frost veins. Shoo! Really? Frost veins are top treasures that are no worse than mithril. Isn't it going to make a fortune this time? What's that? A few days ago, the Grand Duke Frostwolf said at the noble dinner that Miss Rebecca had inherited the ancient profession of the Frost Queen during her trip. Miss Rebecca is now only one step away from becoming extraordinary. I heard that the Grand Duke Frostwolf summoned Miss Rebecca back this time, because the eldest prince of the royal family came to propose marriage. This is a perfect match. The eldest prince has a chance to inherit the throne. Will Frostwolf City have a queen in the future? Rebecca, riding on an ice horse, listened to the heated discussions of the residents around her, and her face turned cold. There are still a lot of dangers waiting for her to suppress in the land of eternal frost, especially in the past few days. The riding ice beasts may counterattack at any time. The territory she occupied with great effort is not safe at the moment. Unexpectedly, the Frostwolf Guild recalled her at such a critical moment. And the reason made her laugh. The royal family of the Ice and Snow Empire wanted to make peace with the Frostwolf family. Her eldest daughter was pushed out of the family. It goes without saying that all this was caused by the cousins who competed with him for the position of Grand Duke. If she married into the royal family, the position of Grand Duke would naturally not be hers. Thinking of this, Rebecca tightened the sword in her hand. She wanted to see who could make her surrender. The ties between the Frost Wolf family and her had long disappeared with the death of her mother. The sword will not be soft on anyone. The cavalry drove into the city and stopped at the Frost Wolf Manor, the core of the city. Rebecca looked out from the horseback and saw two huge waves with a length of more than 10 meters and condensed with frost on their bodies lying on both sides of the manor gate. The breath they exuded made the frost warhorses sitting on them feel afraid even from a distance of dozens of meters. The reason why the Frost Wolf family was named this was because the family had the most top-level extraordinary troops, the Frost Wolf Cavalry. Her eyes swept past the Frost Wolf, which she had seen countless times, and turned to the center. A large group of people were already waiting at the door. Family elders, cousins, and even her father, Grand Duke Frostwolf, were among them. Although they were welcoming her at this moment, they were centered around a young man in a black fur coat, surrounding him from front to back and left to right. Not many people even cared about her arrival, and they kept their attention on the young man, talking about interesting things and laughter. Amid the drifting snow, this scene made Rebecca feel that the air seemed even colder. In a family full of competition, family affection is almost a luxury. Only the thin clothes made of flame dragon rabbit fur that were close to her body inside the armor kept her warm. Rebecca sensed all this, and in a trance, she seemed to see the figure who smiled and handed her the victory gem, and the corners of her mouth inexplicably curved. Sir Richard, I will not let you down. Mastering the Frost Wolf family starts from here. Chapter 579. Richard did not stay in Solon City for long. On April 10th, after lunch, he rode Alvis and flew away in surprise. Not long after he left, the nobles and managers of the Chamber of Commerce in Solon City set off for Violet Manor. In less than 2 hours, the entrance of the usually quiet manor was filled with luxurious carriages. The sense of smell of the nobles is countless times more acute than that of ordinary people. Although most nobles did not know what close relationship Richard had with Grand Duke Solon. But it was undoubtedly a very strong signal that Grand Duke Solon broke the rules, and allowed the other party to fly over the city, where flying was prohibited with his army. Wyre saw all the nobles that she had not seen in the city lord's mansion. Some forces that had never dealt with the Violet Chamber of Commerce in the past showed the most amiable scene at this moment. Wyre did not turn away these visitors. She received those risky plans one by one with a smile, which required a lot of connections. These nobles are the key to the next development of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. The third Prince Luce also went to the city lord's mansion on the day Richard left. When he left the city lord's mansion, he could not hide the excitement on his face. He did not expect to get such shocking news. He only swore allegiance to Richard for one day, and Grand Duke Solon told him, without reservation, that he would fully support him in his fight for the throne. And the legendary monk also said that the political resources controlled by Solon City would also be used on him. In addition, Grand Duke Solon directly gave him a top-level legion composed of 17th and 19th level soldiers. What's more, a super warrior was sent as a personal guard. If you say that after coming out of Grand Duke Solon, the whole person was in a state of excitement and disbelief. Then, the news brought by the Lanhuihua Chamber of Commerce made Prince Luce feel, for the first time, how terrifying the power of the master he had just sworn allegiance to was. Grand Duke Swan, Grand Duke Changhu, Grand Duke Thorn, these three top figures have great influence in the Holy Temple Empire. After he returns to the capital, they will all become strong supporters of his fight for the throne. Moreover, each Grand Duke will give him a legion of troops, and at the same time, send a super warrior to protect and command him. In addition, the Lanhuihua Chamber of Commerce will provide full financial support. People, money, troops, top combat power, political resources, influence. In just one day, they have all. After Luce returned to his residence, he was still in a trance. When Richard proposed that he become the king, he could not imagine that he could do it. After all, he, the third prince, was just a person that the king hated extremely. He was even kept as a supplement to devour his blood to strengthen himself. Not only did he not have any foundation, but he was also looked down upon and despised by everyone. When he made the decision, he was even ready to die. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to work hard to complete it, but he did not expect that his master had arranged everything in just one day. In the blink of an eye, he became a real prince with extraordinary guards and the support of several Grand Dukes. Turning his hand to make clouds, and turning his hand to make rain. That heroic and extraordinary figure, at this moment, was almost as important as a god in his heart. After a long time, he came back to his senses from that emotion and subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. That burly supernatural being, who was like a small mountain, was silently guarding him. Supernatural, this level of power, in any force, is an absolute top figure. Now, he has become his personal guard, for him to dispatch. Moreover, according to the manager of the Lanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, he will get 3 more supernaturals next. Even the beloved second prince only has 2 supernatural guards around him. What made him even more confident was that the Grand Dukes standing behind these extraordinary people were all legends without exception. It is no exaggeration to say that when he returned to the Holy City, he was the most powerful prince. He was determined to take the throne. For revenge and for his master. No one could stop him from moving forward. Just as Luce's heart was surging, bursts of laughter came from far and near outside the door. After being interrupted, he frowned and turned his head to look at the sound that stayed at the door. Before he could make any move, the door was pushed open directly. Because of the excessive force, it hit the wall behind and bounced back. When it was pushed open for the second time, a middle-aged bald man with a big belly and wearing a brown robe came into the room with a smell of alcohol and several stewards with red faces. The bald middle-aged man looked at Luce, who was still standing by the window without moving, and immediately became unhappy. He shouted loudly, "Idiot, who told you to meet Grand Duke Solon alone? If you ruin our plan, I throw you into the cesspool for 10 days. A dirty bastard, dare to act on his own." The silent super warrior in the room looked a little colder, with murderous intent in his eyes. Although he was loyal to Grand Duke Solon, his current identity was to protect Prince Luce. The words of these people were undoubtedly slapping him in the face. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, he spoke slowly to Luce. "Your Highness, I will follow your orders." The drunken figures noticed the super warrior, but because he restrained his breath, they did not notice his strength. There was a bit of sarcasm on his face. You have your own guards after this trip? You are really amazing, ha ha ha, little brat. You followed the wrong person. What future do you have with such a waste? Ha ha ha, your highness? This bastard is worthy of this title? What, are you still going to attack me? The stewards laughed very happily, but one of them had a livid face, his legs trembling, and was about to faint. Regardless of the others, he took a step forward, knelt down hard, put his head on the ground, and begged in a trembling voice with fear. Your Majesty, I didn't know you were here. I am a subordinate of Marquis Caius. I just sent them back. It has nothing to do with them. Seeing their companions like this, several people were shocked and sobered up a little. Your Majesty, this title can only be used by those who are above the extraordinary. Is this guy crazy? A guy who bows to the third prince, could he be extraordinary? Several people wanted to laugh, but seeing the other party's extremely terrified posture, the uneasiness in their hearts climbed like vines. The bald man with a big belly in the lead took a deep breath, looked at the super warrior, and said in a deep voice, Sir, I was sent by His Majesty the King. Before he finished speaking, the super warrior who looked directly at Luce spoke again. Your Highness, please give the order. The cold tone made everyone feel bad. That feeling reached its peak after Luce spoke. I have thought about it countless times before, how I will retaliate against you when I have enough power. Luce looked at several people, with a bit of ferocity on his face. I have thought about all the tortures you have thought of. The roar made the super warrior frown. Luce's face was a bit mocking. When I really had the power of revenge, I found that what I had imagined before was meaningless. Because you are too weak. So weak that I, and ant you look down on, don't even care about you. He narrowed his eyes, and spoke like a suppressed volcano. You may be right. I used to be a useless reptile that you could only do whatever you wanted. But you never thought that a reptile could grow into a man-eating beast one day. I am an ordinary person. I am the third prince that everyone looks down upon, but so what? From today on, I will climb to the top step by step in your fear until I kill the bastard king and step on the throne that you regard as glorious. My soul has long been rotten and maggots have grown. Now, only the flame of revenge supports my body. My master's reward has allowed me to have all this. No one can take it away. I will let the master know that he did not make a mistake. Luce's last words were hysterical roars. The suppressed emotions in his heart were all vented at this moment. No matter who is pulled into heaven from the bottomless abyss, it is impossible for his heart to remain normal. I will only say this once, and you only deserve to hear it once. Luce took a deep breath, and the anger on his face quietly disappeared, and his eyes were no longer volatile. Your Majesty, these people are minions sent by the top leaders of the empire. Please, clean them all up. The moment the voice fell, all the people standing felt the pressure from the extraordinary warriors, like the collapse of mountains, and the collapse of the earth. At this moment, the soul was based on collapse, and the heart was swallowed by fear. Thump, they all knelt down on the ground. Your Highness, spare me. The disrespect I showed you before was all ordered by the eldest prince. Your Majesty, you are the Lord of Solon City, and we are the second prince's people. You don't have to be enemies with the second prince for a low-level bastard. Your Majesty. The voices of several people crying for their parents formed a huge contrast with the arrogant attitude they had just entered the house. But the extraordinary warriors did not let them continue to wail. The blood in their bodies suddenly burst out. It directly enveloped several people. The next moment, with a puff, several bodies exploded into blood mist all over the sky. The air instantly turned blood red. The energy did not stop, and it flowed out through the crack of the door like water wrapped in blood mist. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing else in the air except for the faint smell of blood. Even the floor was not stained with blood. Seeing this scene, Prince Luce was stunned. Those minions who had oppressed him countless times died cleanly, and died as if in a dream. After a long time, Luce suddenly laughed a few times, and then the laughter gradually became louder, and later, the house was filled with wanton and crazy laughter. At the end of the laugh, tears had blurred his face without knowing when. Richard, who had left Solon City, did not know about Prince Luce's transformation. After he entered the desert, he immediately felt that the whole world was different. Before, when he had the power of yellow sand, the desert was emitting goodwill towards him. But at this moment, it was like a dog he had raised who had seen his owner after a long time, emitting an extremely fanatical joy. The power of yellow sand in his body was already spinning wildly, without even needing to be controlled by himself. The activity level was dozens of times higher than before. And the energy he dissipated could even directly make the surrounding desert echo it. This feeling was great. Richard opened his hands, and floated up from Aldous' back. At this moment, his perception of the desert extended, and he could even perceive the scene 30 kilometers away. At this moment, he seemed to think of something, and his mind moved. The power of the active yellow sand surged out violently. In an instant, the yellow sand on the ground seemed to lose gravity and flew up quickly. Layer after layer. The yellow sand fell for 9 days. In a moment, the entire desert sank more than 10 meters, and the yellow sand that flew up gathered in the sky 100 meters high. In just a few minutes, a beach that was more than 5 kilometers long and more than 10 meters thick was formed in the air. The sun's rays were completely blocked at this moment, and the shadows on the ground blurred everything. From a distance, it seemed as if a continent from another plane had merged into the main plane. It gave people a strong visual impact. This feeling. Richard stood in the air, feeling the desert he controlled. His heart was full of joy. Although he could also create sand waves on the surface before, causing huge damage to the enemy. But that was created by snowballing. But now, he directly raised a desert more than 10 meters thick and more than 5 kilometers in diameter to the sky. This control power has increased 10 times and 100 times more than before. His eyes slowly opened, his right hand stretched out, and he pressed down hard on the floating desert. The next moment, the 100-meter-high suspended desert suddenly fell. Whoosh, bang, Mars hit the earth. The ground rioted, countless gravel burst open, and thick dust covered the sky. The lives 100 miles away felt the earth tremble violently. When the dust gradually dissipated, Richard looked down. The gravel was still gravel, and the only unevenness told of what had just happened. Even if no other means were used, even with just this one move, a small city could be easily destroyed. A city-destroying combat capability, a natural disaster. The arc of Richard's mouth was high. His eyes became sharper. Moreover, this was far from the limit. His mind moved. The gravel on the ground began to surge around with him, as the center of the suspension. In the blink of an eye, a wave of sand quickly rolled up. In just a few breaths, the sand wave soared to a height of 20 to 30 meters, and it was still rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. When the sand wave that swept in all directions climbed to a height of 200 meters, the people dozens of kilometers away, in the flat desert, were clearly visible. Many players who were doing quests saw a wave of sand suddenly rising on the horizon, and their eyes widened in horror. What is that thing? How did a mountain suddenly rise? No, it's not a mountain, it moves. Under the horrified gaze of countless people, a 200-meter-high sand wave swept in all directions. It was not until 20 kilometers away that it lost control. Then it surged outward for 1,000 meters with inertia before slowly stopping. Without the blessing of the yellow sand power, coupled with continuous collapse, it still had a height of more than 50 meters when it lost its impact force. Looking down from the sky, the 50-meter-high circular sand dune covered more than 20 kilometers around. The central area was smooth. All the unevenness was flattened. It is conceivable that if an army faced such damage, what kind of scene it would be. Moreover, in the Death Desert, flying soldiers are not allowed to take off for a long time. Richard saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up high. Is this the true power of the desert? When it is still, everything is peaceful, and time cannot leave any traces. When it moves, it destroys the world and everything. After taking control of the authority, although he only gained one skill, and although the power of authority is still dormant. But his combat power in the desert has increased by more than 10 times. The power of rules that constitute the origin of this world is indeed extraordinary. If he can get all the authority of the desert, then perhaps this desert will become his private territory. Even if God comes, he must bow his head. Chapter 580. After Richard had been experimenting for a long time, he was satisfied and gathered his strength and sat back on Alva's back. The only thing he felt sorry about was that after the old rules were activated, the gods would lose their authority. Although he controlled the authority of the desert, he might not have the chance to get all of it. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He ignored the traces left when he had just tried the power of authority, and drove the undead dragon under his seat towards the City of Dusk. Interestingly, many players, who saw the sand waves swallowing the world in the distance, came to explore, with great interest, after the situation calmed down. When they saw the circular sand waves, they were all shocked. They dared to guarantee that there had never been such a thing in this area on the edge of the desert before. They began to explore frantically. With such a big noise, it is very likely that some ancient ruins have appeared. The noise of the sand waves was so huge that it could not be covered up at all. After being spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, it was finally spread that the ancient ruins were about to appear. It attracted a large number of players. But unfortunately, it seems that their level is too low, and they didn't find any abnormality at all. This matter gradually fell into obscurity. Later, some players found that even if a sandstorm blew, this circular area would not be destroyed and would remain in its original appearance. Over time, this circular sand wave became a legend in this area. In the end, it even attracted countless players to explore and try to find the secret. When they returned to the City of Dusk, it was already dark, and only the last afterglow of the colorful clouds flowed in the blue-black sky. Let Alvis leave with the skeleton blood dragon, and Richard returned to the Lord's mansion with the Dark Valkyrie. Before finishing a cup of tea, Kalu, who had received the news, entered the hall excitedly. Richard looked at the butler, who was particularly excited, and laughed. "Kalu, what good news is so exciting?" After Kalu saluted, he grinned and said in a high-pitched voice, "Sir, Miss Andal has made great progress in the research of Furnace City. Your mechanical puppet, the Extraordinary Hunter, under the operation of the lady, has merged with the alchemical machine destroyer forged by the Grey Dwarves before. The Extraordinary Hunter has not only been completely repaired, but Miss Andal has also made the Extraordinary Hunter have the ability to think independently. Sir, this is no longer a pure mechanical creation, but a new kind of life and flesh and blood machine." Kalu was so excited that he danced with joy, expressing his inner emotions with exaggerated movements and tone. "Creating life, sir? This is something that only the great goddess of creation can do. And the fighting power of the flesh and blood machine is extremely strong. Not only is it difficult to kill, but it can also recover quickly as long as it has flesh and blood and mechanical parts. What's more, it can be fused with Miss Andal and let her drive it. I asked Amirida to go to the Furnace City to test the power of the flesh and blood machine, and Amirida was actually at a disadvantage. If it can be mass-produced, then the City of Dusk will become a king city that no one dares to invade. Sir!" The excitement in his heart made Kalu, who has always been meticulous, fall into a frenzy, and his words were a little confused. Richard was also interested when he saw Kalu like this. Before conquering the L-Plane, Andal had already suggested to him to go to the Furnace City to conduct his own research. He agreed at that time, and gave the severely damaged alchemy machine, the Extraordinary Hunter, to the other party. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. He was so busy during this period that he had no energy to pay attention to the underground world. He didn't expect that this baby of the City of Dusk would produce results so quickly. And seeing Kalu's attitude, it is obvious that Andal has achieved a lot. I will go to Furnace City later. In addition, you have someone send the latest version of the Magic Sound Box manufacturing drawings and Magic Sound tape drawings to Solon City. At the same time, the drawings of the automatic production machine we developed will also be sent." Kalu calmed down from his excitement after hearing this, and his thoughts turned, thinking, "Sir, have we found a new partner?" Richard nodded. Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce will undertake the production of the Magic Sound Box. Furnace City will provide technical support for it, and subsequent improvements and updates will also be given to them as soon as possible. Kalu was refreshed, his face full of emotion. The Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, before he joined the City of Dusk, was a behemoth that he looked up to. Not only did the other party have a great reputation in Solon City, but even the countries around the Death Desert, their reputation was particularly loud. How could a Chamber of Commerce that could cross the Death Desert and have business dealings with various countries be easy to deal with? Although with the arrival of Lord Shinin, trade circulation has become quite easy, and the lucrative business of crossing the Death Desert can no longer be done. But after so many years of accumulation, how could the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce be exhausted because of a change in just 1 year? Once this behemoth participates in the production of the Magic Sound Box, it can be predicted that the Magic Sound Box will appear in major cities around the Death Desert at a speed of hundreds and thousands of times. Even if they have to pay a part of the price, it's worth it. Sir, how do you distribute the profits? 60% to 40%. Karu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. The production cost of the Magic Sound Box is not small. After the scale is increased, the investment is even greater. We can get 40%, which is enough. Richard laughed. We get 60%, they get 40%. Karu's heart trembled. 60% to 40%? The other party needs to produce, provide raw materials, human resources, and various means of production, and only 40%. This business is too cost-effective. You are worthy of being a sir. Even the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce is willing to make such a concession. Sir, your skills are really admirable. Praise you. Richard ignored the guy's flattery and continued. In addition, the top leaders of the Holy Temple Empire have already developed a voyeuristic heart towards us. From the outside to the inside, I don't know how many forces in the main plane are drooling over the L plane. The tone became a little more serious. Pass my order to inform the L Player Association to have each guild dispatch 10 legions to be stationed in Mountain City. After these 10 days, those guilds will surely be happy to send troops to protect the fruits of their victory. Although it has only been 10 days, according to incomplete statistics, 1 in 10 players have entered Mountain City. Based on the huge base, this is more than 1 billion players. If the portal coverage is not wide enough, this number will double. Such a huge flow of traffic has brought unprecedented prosperity to Mountain City. And the guilds that participated in it have also tasted the benefits that are so rich that they are exaggerated. Not to mention that 70% of the rent and tax revenue from Mountain City will be shared with all guilds. Driven by huge interests, no one would waste words. For guilds that are qualified to join the L Player Association, there will be no problem in sending only 10 legions. After tasting the sweet fruit, who would be willing to give up? After nodding, Kaluz seemed to think of something and hesitated. If it is the malice from the Holy Temple Empire, will our layout in Solon City be affected? Richard waved his hand. Don't worry, just continue according to the plan. Grand Duke Solon will provide us with protection. Kaluz's eyes lit up. Have you met Grand Duke Solon? The county magistrate might as well take charge now. With the protection of Grand Duke Solon, the Violet Chamber of Commerce will not have any major problems. But there is still some worry in his heart. But will the malice from the king cause other effects? Richard had a playful look on his face. The king's malice? Then just change the king. Kaluz was a little confused by changing the king. Can the king of the Holy Temple Empire be changed whenever he wants? Just as this thought came to mind, Richard said, I have selected the third prince of the Holy Temple Empire to compete for the throne. Kaluz's face became more and more surprised. Sir, is it the third prince, who was born a commoner and regarded as a waste by the royal family? Can he do it without any foundation? The information of the Violet Chamber of Commerce is delivered every day, and Kaluz knows no less than the outside world. Richard smiled. What if the 4 Grand Dukes, including Grand Duke Solon, support the other party? For Grand Duke's support? Kaluz's heart trembled. Every Grand Duke of the Holy Temple Empire is a legendary powerhouse. With the support of 4 legendary masters with great influence in the Holy Temple Empire, the third prince can walk sideways in the Holy Temple City even if he is a waste. Looking at Richard's calm face, he felt more and more emotional. Is this the master's skill? He will support the new king of the empire at the first move. It's really frightening. After Kaluz, who was like a chicken blood, left, Richard fell into deep thought. For now, all aspects are advancing according to his established ideas. Although it takes a certain amount of time to see the effect of supporting the third prince, in general, it is on the way. After thinking for a long time, he began to review and summarize the gains and losses of this period. First, the current core, L Plain. With the opening of Mountain City, L Plain has become a substantial player trading center. But the number of portals limits the players, which needs to be improved by the next workers. In addition, preventing outside prying is also a top priority and must not be ignored. Second, a closer cooperative relationship has been established with Grand Duke Solon. Next, the Violet Chamber of Commerce will have no obstacles in Solon City, and even further cooperation will not be difficult, which will be of great benefit to the next layout. Third, the third prince was supported. Once this plan succeeds, the Holy Temple Empire will become a vassal of the City of Dusk. At that time, the power controlled by the City of Dusk will grow explosively. The danger lies in the counterattack of the high-level officials of the Holy Temple Empire, which needs to be paid special attention to. Fourth, the relationship with Windsor has entered a new stage. The cooperation between the two sides on the Magic Sound Box will continuously bring huge profits. In addition, he can also start preparing for the entertainment industry plan that he has been thinking about. Once the Magic Music Box is rolled out, it is not difficult to create some celebrities with strong influence. Once the celebrities are created, the effect will definitely be unexpected. This is a fantasy world with gods. In addition, the biggest crisis facing Twilight City at present is the Ragnarok mentioned by Windsor himself. Once the old rules are fully activated, all the gods will lose their authority. By then, the whole world will fall into unprecedented chaos. The authority he controls now may not be retained. As the protagonist of the new expansion pack, any words of Windsor are of great importance, and no one dares to ignore them. A big change is about to happen, and he must make Twilight City strong as quickly as possible. Strong enough to resist all shocks. This requires an army, heroes, city defense, technology, talents, and countless resources. The growth of power must be all round, and it is impossible to strengthen one aspect alone. That would leave too many shortcomings, and in the midst of the change, the number of crises would increase greatly. Thinking of this, Richard took a deep breath and gradually calmed down his fluctuating mood. After thinking for a while, he opened the attribute panel and looked at the rare resources column. When the L-Player Association was established, he asked each guild to hand in 100,000 units of rare resources. This amount of resources went directly into his pocket. 3,500 guilds, that's 350 million units. Adding the net income of the past 2 months, he currently has a total of 380 million units of rare resources. This is definitely an astronomical figure. This is the first time that rare resources have exceeded 100 million since the founding of Twilight City. Ordinary level troop nests are currently sold for 2 units of rare resources. It takes 10 ordinary level troop nests to upgrade a troop nest from ordinary to elite, 100 to rare, 1,000 to rare, 10,000 to brilliant, 100,000 to crown, 1 million to brilliant moon, and 1 million to extraordinary, which is 20 million rare resources. In other words, with these 380 million resources, even if it is an extraordinary troop nest, 19 can be upgraded, and if it is changed to brilliant moon level, it will be 190. This exaggerated data made Richard smile particularly brightly. It has been a long time since I have been so rich. He looked at the troop nest column with a happy mood. After the last round of promotion, all the troops in Dusk City have been promoted to the crown level. In addition to the recruitment in the past 2 months, and the absence of war, the number of troops has also increased significantly. 1. Scorpion Warrior, 20 nests. Weekly output 140, current number, 12102330. 2. Mummy Guardian, 3 nests. Weekly output 30, current number, 210450. 3. Sand Archer, 10 nests. Weekly output 50, current number, 885-1285. 4. Sandstorm Controller, 20 nests. Weekly output 100, current number, 11001900. 5. Statue of the Dead, 20 nests. Weekly output 200, current number, 16000320. 0. 6. Mummy Guards, 10 nests. Weekly output 100, current number, 9001700. 7. King of the Guards, 13 nests. Weekly output 130, current number, 6801720. 8. Skeleton Blood Dragon 300. Bright Moon Troops. King of the Guards, 3 nests. Weekly output 30, current number, 270510. Extraordinary Troops. Wings of the Dragon, 3 nests. Weekly output 30, current number 90330. Recruiting these troops in the past 2 months has cost more than 20 million rare resources. If it weren't for the fact that Dusk City was strong enough to make money, pure recruitment would have drained him dry. He had already prepared for this promotion. The 4 arms of the Scorpion Warrior, Mummy Guardian, Sand Archer, and Mummy Guard were enough with crowns, so there was no need to continue to promote them. Resources needed to be used where they were most valuable. His eyes were on the remaining crown arms. Sandstorm Controller, 20 nests. Dead Stone Statue, 20 nests. King of the Imperial Guard, 13 nests. Added together, there were 53 arms nests. This time, he wanted to promote all of them to the Brilliant Moon level. But in addition to these, Richard also prepared additional arms nests in advance. 30 Dead Stone Statue arms nests, 30 Sandstorm Controller arms nests, and 37 King of the Imperial Guard arms nests. Added together, there were 97. Including the 53, there are 150 nests of soldiers to be promoted this time. Even though this was prepared by Richard in advance, he was still a little excited at this moment. 150, all promoted to Huiwa level. If the players knew this, I'm afraid they would explode directly. When the brilliant players are all elite, he is already playing Huiwa. What should those players think? After taking a few deep breaths, Richard did not hesitate and directly swept the players' trading market. Although the players' strength has been greatly improved compared to when they first entered Glorious Era, the buying and selling of low-level soldiers has not decreased, but has a trend of increasing. Although low-level soldiers cannot fight, they can be used as labor or take on guard work. What's more, undead players will deliberately recruit low-level soldiers to kill and recruit skeletons. So the price has been tending to be stable. Search and purchase according to the conditions, and directly purchase those that meet the requirements. Although he has hundreds of millions of rare resources, they are consumed in an instant after Richard sets the purchase rules. Later, many professional business players were surprised to find that the millions of pages of ordinary soldier nests on the market were directly reduced by 1/10. Suddenly, there was a question mark on his face. What a ghost! 180 million soldier nests were purchased, and there were 20 million rare resources left, which would be used to recruit soldiers after promotion. Richard felt unprecedentedly confident. In excitement, he immediately started working, quickly placed the new soldier nests, and then promoted them all. The storage space shrank rapidly, and 150 million were consumed, leaving only 30 million. With the large-scale expenditure, the front yard of the Lord's mansion was already shining. If it weren't for the special artifacts obtained from the previous capture of the L-plane obelisk, which allowed the city of Dusk to expand by 1,000 squares, the Lord's mansion might not be able to accommodate so many troops. He expanded the front yard by 100 squares just to place the troops' nests. 10 minutes later, the light dissipated. 5 or 6 meters, 7 or 8 meters high troops' nests appeared in front of him. Looking around, it was like a forest of trees. Richard's smile was as bright as the stars. After this promotion, the number of troops' nests he had in his hands had reached a terrifying level. The Crown Troops nest that can recruit initial level 15, Scorpion Warrior 10, Mummy Guardian 3, Sand Archer 10, Mummy Guard 10, totaling 33 nests. The Shining Moon Troops nest that can recruit initial level 1750 each of the Dead Statue, Sandstorm Controller, and King of the Imperial Guard, totaling 150 nests. A nest that can recruit level 20 Extraordinary Soldiers, Wings of the Dragon, 1-star Extraordinary 3 nests. After thinking about it, Richard was in a very good mood. These are all the capital for the survival of the City of Dusk. But this time, the rapid recruitment of soldiers is not over yet. Suppressing the excitement, he opened the Black Gold system again. After the last Black Gold system upgrade, a new ability appeared that can directly cultivate the selected soldier nest. The level of the cultivated soldier nest is 1 level lower than the target. The 37 crown level King of the Imperial Guard soldier nests promoted this time were directly cultivated with the King of the Huiwei Imperial Guard as the target. At the moment, without hesitation, he directly consumed the remaining 30 million soldier nests and smashed them all on the Wings of the Dragon. As the energy surged, the statue of the Wings of the Dragon grew out of the open space next to it like a bamboo shoot. He opened the attribute panel and took a look. Perhaps because the prototype was a super soldier, the initial level of the 1-star Huiwei Wing of the Dragon reached level 16. Although it is not as good as the other Huiwei soldiers, the ability of the Dragon Wing as a frontline meat shield has not disappeared due to the decline in potential. Still impressive, this is what he is most satisfied with the Dragon Wing. Durability. In this way, the number of Huiwei soldiers' nests has increased again, reaching a total of 165. More than 1,000 Huiwei soldiers can be recruited every week. This is the army of Dusk City, not the scattered army contributed by the player guild like the L Player Association. Although the power of the L Player Association is great, it will only burst out when it involves the vital interests of everyone. Although he can exert influence, he is not completely under his control. Moreover, the complexity of the number of people is not absolutely safe. One's own strength is the foundation. After Richard calmed down, he did not hesitate to recruit the output of the past 2 weeks from the 30 stone statues of the dead, 30 sandstorm controllers, 37 kings of the Imperial Army, and 15 dragon wings of the army nests that had just been promoted. The remaining army nests were all recruited. After some operations, a total of 1,940 arms were recruited. Each Huiwei army recruitment requires 8,000 units of rare resources. The total is 15.52 million. The last 20 million rare resources in his hand, there is still underwear left. With the Black Gold system, the resources are really not enough to spend. Richard was full of emotion. With this promotion, the monthly maintenance costs of Dusk City will also rise to the sky. Fortunately, the L-plane has started to operate, and the magic music box will also be launched on the market. Otherwise, even if he was given 380 million resources, he would not dare to invest all of them. The weekly recruitment costs after the promotion are the biggest expense. Thinking of this, Richard turned his head and looked at the army that had already left the manor, and his mood became better again. Although it cost a huge amount of resources, it was all worth it. This is called a violent army. As long as he can accumulate for a few more months, wait for the dividends from Mountain City, and wait for the magic music box market to explode, he wants to ask, who else? Chapter 581. After granting all the troops the trump card skill of desertification, Richard did not let the army that filled the yard stay any longer, and quickly called Gray to take the army down to a range. The 4 or 5 meter tall troops took up too much space. Every time he recruited troops, he he would have a strong sense of accomplishment. The army is the guarantee of the survival of Twilight City, the result of development, and the reward after countless efforts. The feeling of slowly developing is too wonderful. After the front yard was empty, Richard opened the troops panel again. The accurate data of the number of troops in Twilight City was obtained. Crown troops, 6075. With 3-star troops, 8660. And 330 extraordinary troops. Evil spreaders, this civilian troops engaged in missionary work are not counted. The total number exceeds 14,000, that is, 14 battalions, 140 squadrons, and more than 1,400 squads. This is a terrifying data that is enough to make any player tremble. In addition, this army, except for the skeleton blood dragons recruited from the dragon corpses, are all top-level soldiers above level 15. The number of the dead stone statues, Richard's favorite trump card soldier, has now reached an exaggerated 380 teams. A round of concentrated fire axe throwing is the most intensive bomb bombing. The destructive power can only be described as abnormal. It is no exaggeration to say that the dead stone statues alone can destroy a medium-sized city with tens of thousands of troops and complete military facilities. The number is exaggerated, and the quality is even more abnormal. And this does not count the corrupt swamp. In the past 2 months, the corrupt swamp has been connected to more than 10 planes under the control of the god of fraud and lies. 50 Huiyue-level army nests, with sufficient blood and flesh energy, are recruiting soldiers day and night. At this moment, this revitalized land that is moving towards level 5 already has more than 8,000 blood killers. All levels are level 17, with 3 stars. Although these troops cannot leave the corrupt swamp for a long time, with the void sandworms, this army is not much different from the regular troops. He can mobilize at any time. In this way, the number of troops in his hands directly exceeds 2 legions. If the 3,000 dark tree people led by the ancient tree of the evil god, the 3,000 killing wasps, and poisonous wasps are added, then this data will be further increased. It is not the limit. Although he cannot control the power of the players in the L plane, he can directly mobilize the power of the L kingdom. The army that Queen Riddle has rebuilt exceeds 30 legions. Although the quality cannot be compared with that of Twilight City, no one dares to ignore the quantity. Underground Blood City, with the support of Twilight City, has accumulated an army with 5 legions and an average level of 15 in the past few months. If we count the extraordinary heroes, it is no exaggeration to say that the power that Richard can mobilize now is enough to fight a large-scale battle. Although it is still unable to compete with old cities, like Solon City, it is no longer a lamb to be slaughtered. Even if a powerful force wants to harm Twilight City, he is confident that he can break the opponent's fangs. Until this moment, Twilight City has broken away from the state of anxiety and constant worry about external dangers when it first entered the glorious era. Possessing the power to truly protect himself, Richard was in a wonderful mood. Perhaps no one could have imagined that a year ago, the little lord, who led only a dozen soldiers and personally led a team to hunt down the wild soldier strongholds in the rolling yellow sand, could grow to this point in such a short time. After calming down, Richard seemed to have thought of something and asked the guards at the door to come in. "Where is Sina?" With the improvement of the strength of the City of Dusk, the guards have been replaced from the original mummy guardians to hero units. In this way, Richard can directly issue complex orders to them. The understanding and execution ability of hero units to orders is difficult for soldiers to achieve. Ms. Sina just came back from the underground world. Richard nodded. "Let her come to see me." After the hero, with the potential of sea level left, Richard fell into deep thought. After the Krina tribe was brought back by him from the horrible place where the heart of the Chaos God was sealed, they were temporarily placed in his private plane, the Eternal Land. This race of all heroes entered Bloodhoof City in 2 months to assist Cell Bloodhoof in managing the army. During this period, I was busy dealing with the affairs of the L plane and had no energy to pay attention to them. Now I can take some time to make some arrangements. Not long after, a blood-colored figure stepped into the hall. Richard turned his head and saw Sina standing proudly in a set of blood-colored armor. This set of blood-colored armor was a 5-star strategic treasure that he bought for the other party in Solon City, and it had strong defensive power. After the last battle that almost wiped out the race, Sina seemed to have undergone a special transformation, and the aura she exuded became more and more terrifying. Its level has also been raised from level 18 2 months ago to level 19 now. This Super A-level hero, who followed him a long time ago, is only 1 step away from being extraordinary. "Master." Hina held her chest respectfully, with a humble attitude. Hearing the word master, Richard was a little amused. The change from the other party, who used to call him sir to sir, implicitly explained a lot. No need to be polite, Hina. Have you recovered from your injuries? Hina said a little embarrassedly after getting up. I have recovered a long time ago. I have been helping the tribe to remove the seal in my body during this period, so I couldn't come to see you, she said with gratitude. The seal of the Krina tribe is her obsession. She left the tribe and joined the City of Dusk just to find a way to break the seal. After so many twists and turns, she finally helped the tribe to remove the rope around their necks. And all this is the credit of the heroic leader in front of him. Richard nodded, his eyes full of meaning. The Krina tribe has become part of Twilight City, so you don't have to worry anymore. I called you here today to ask what you are thinking about next. Will you lead your tribe to fight for Twilight City, or stay with me like before? Xena took a deep breath, her eyes firm. Lord Kalu has already made arrangements for the tribe, and with the tribe leader and Jasmine here, there is no need for me to intervene. Master, I hope to continue to stay by your side and fight for you. Richard sneered. Then stay. But your current strength is no longer enough to serve as a guard. Xena's face became anxious. Sir, I'm already searching for the extraordinary. As long as there's a suitable target, Richard smiled and waved his hand. Don't be nervous. Your future, I've already arranged it for you. He stretched out his right hand and waved it slightly. Click, the space in front of him burst like a bubble, and a semicircular space arch appeared in front of him. Richard followed Hina and stepped inside. Hina didn't quite come back to her senses, but she quickly followed. After passing through the space gate, she was surprised to find that they were standing on the clouds in the sky. Looking down, on the ground, a large number of residents were building a city that was about 1/5 of the construction. People came and went, and it was a large black mass. Various building materials were piled up like a small mountain, and it was very lively. Sir, why did you bring me to the Eternal Land? Hina looked at Richard with some confusion. The Krita people were settled in the Eternal Land, and she was naturally not unfamiliar with it all this time. The city below, which has only 1/5 of its construction and only has its outline, is the strategic fortress Eternal City, which has invested a huge amount of resources. Richard did not rush to answer, but turned around with a little emotion, looking at the Eternal Land that was almost endless, and his face showed a happy expression. In the Naga Plain, although the corrupted swamp became the protagonist and gained great benefits in the process of hunting monsters from other planes. But the benefits of the Eternal Land were not small at all. He initially attacked the Naga Plain. In addition to the fact that the Naga Plain directly threatened the underground world, it was for the Eternal Land. This plane that belonged entirely to him was too weak and needed a lot of nutrients to grow quickly. The Naga Plain, with unstable rules, became his target. During this period, the corrupt swamp devoured life in the Naga Plain, and the Eternal Land was absorbing the power of the plane. After 3 or 4 months, the diameter of the Eternal Land has expanded from the initial 1,000 meters to the current 50 kilometers. From a microplane, it has been promoted to a small plane. Not only has the strength of the plane barrier increased significantly, but the spatial power that Richard can use has also soared. It is no exaggeration to say that if he continues to grow, the Eternal Land will be another trump card for him. However, his goal today is not the Eternal Land. After calming down, he took Hina and landed on the ground from midair. Looking down at the dry and hard ground mixed with gravel and soil, his tone was subtle. This is the center of the Eternal Land. Deep in the earth, buried are the plain stones, and the seeds of the world tree that have not yet sprouted. Hearing this, Hina couldn't help but take a few more glances at this piece of land that looks nothing special. These 2 treasures, any one of them can cause a frenzy. A well-deserved treasure. Besides that, there is your future. Richard raised his head and looked directly at Hina. I have prepared a special gift for you. It will allow you to reach the pinnacle of the strong. As soon as the words fell, without waiting for the excited Hina to speak, the energy in his body surged. Rumble, the ground under his feet suddenly began to shake, gradually cracking from the center area. Then, under Hina's shocked gaze, a headless golden corpse, supported by the soil, surged to the surface from the depths of the earth. The moment he saw the corpse, Hina only felt her soul trembling and her blood boiling. The blood in her body was surging out uncontrollably. The pressure from the golden corpse made it difficult for her to breathe, and her heart was beating wildly. Resisting the terrifying pressure, Hina raised her head and looked at Richard with an unbelievable and extremely shocked look, and said in a hoarse and trembling voice, Master, this is the corpse of a god? Richard nodded slowly. I snatched this corpse from the hands of the Spider Queen Rose. There is a pure fighting spirit inside, nurtured by this golden corpse before its death. When the Spider Queen Rose set up a plan to bury a large number of gods, it was probably for the fighting spirit inside the golden corpse. He looked directly into Hina's eyes, and said word by word, "Xena, you are a warrior of the Krina tribe, a pioneer of fearless heroes, and the best bearer of the golden fighting spirit. Only the most fearless warriors can exert the true power of this fighting spirit. In the entire Twilight City, no one is purer than you. Xena, next, let this fighting spirit nurtured by the gods help you transform." Xena looked at Richard's firm eyes, and her heart was trembling at the moment. It turned out that the master had made arrangements for her before she returned. This is the power nurtured by the gods. It was so easily rewarded to her. Her inner emotions were surging, and her face flushed with excitement. After taking a deep breath, Xena held the long sword in both hands, then knelt on one knee, and held the long sword over her head. A low voice resounded through the void. "My lord, I swear on my soul that from now on, I will be your sword that cuts through thorns, your shield that blocks storms, and your shadow in the light, until eternity." The words of loyalty of the knight in Glorious Era have always been used in the most serious occasions. Once loyal, it means that the knight will give everything he has to the other party. Life and soul belong to their own master from now on. This is an extremely solemn act. Richard's face also became serious. He reached out to take the long sword and gently touched the other party's head with the tip of the sword. "I accept your oath, my knight." Then he put the long sword in her hand again. After taking it, Xena clenched her right hand and stuck it into the ground to support her body. Only when she stood up did the knight's oath declare complete. Looking at the heroic figure in front of her, Xena was full of joy. Because at this moment, she completely belonged to the other party. From now on, she will only live for the other party. Richard felt the girl's emotions, his eyes softened, and he gently rubbed the other party's little head. "Sit down cross-legged first, get ready, don't worry, relax your mind and feel it well." "Yes, master." Xena felt the touch of the warm big hand, her eyes curved, and the joy in her heart overflowed from her eyes. After the fearless warrior sat cross-legged on the ground, Richard looked at the golden corpse again. His mind moved. The plain power suppressing it began to fade. The power of the golden corpse immediately began to dissipate. At the same time, a trembling fighting spirit broke out from the body of the god. "When we meet on a narrow road, we will not stop. Fighting in front of the battlefield, we will not retreat even if we die. The general will fight 100 battles, and will not fall even if he dies." Richard's hair stood up all over his body. Without any hesitation, he used the power of the eternal land to guide the terrifying golden fighting spirit into Xena's body. This is an unprecedented hardcore test. The consequence of failure is death. There is no second possibility. Even if Richard is watching it in person, it is no exception. How terrifying is the fighting spirit brewed by the gods? Let alone bearing it, ordinary people will have their souls broken if they are touched. This is not a power that mortals can peek into. But if you can withstand the pressure and master this power, the rewards you get will be amazing. It may not even be worse than controlling authority. Everything depends on how Xena responds. Chapter 582. When the shocking fighting spirit poured into Xena's body, the originally golden corpse quickly shrank and became a severely weathered and broken corpse in the blink of an eye. The dregs fell all over the ground. The surrounding aura was instantly restrained. Only Xena was left sitting cross-legged on the dry ground with her eyes closed. Open the panel. Xena. Status, transformation. Simple attributes can't see anything. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. According to past experience, this level of transformation can't be completed in a few days. This is definitely a tough battle. In order to tame the fighting spirit, Xena needs a strong enough will. But with the support of the hero altar, there is no need to worry about any accidents. The mind moved. The surrounding space force surged out, separating this area. Even if outsiders arrived here, they couldn't get close. After doing all this, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Now, just wait for the harvest. I wonder what kind of transformation this fighting spirit brewed by the gods can bring to Xena. It's really exciting. After taking a deep look at Xena, whose breath was almost gone, he turned and left. He did not return to the Lord's mansion from the original space gate, but went out from the entrance of the quicksand land. It was completely dark. 2 moons each illuminated half of the sky. Looking around, the blood-red and silver light intertwined into a special light, covering the entire desert with a layer of gauze. A large number of dark tree people are stationed here at the moment, silently guarding the portal connecting the underground world and the eternal land. Under the shining of the blood-red light, these dry tree people look particularly terrifying. Their master, the ancient god tree, was still in the corrupt swamp, devouring the heart of the chaos god to transform. Richard didn't pay much attention, and walked directly towards the two-way portal leading to the underground world. When he was about to step into the portal, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! The master of the Old One's camp, the Lord of Crimson, has opened the Crimson Moon, and players can enter freely. Ding! The first player to enter the Crimson Moon, Robert Orr, touched the power of the Old Ones and became an Old One. His level successfully broke through to the Extraordinary, and he was awarded the title of the Old Ones. Ding! The Crimson Moon is now open to all players, and the new expansion pack. Chapter 2 of Scarlet Moon, Return of the Old Ones, is officially launched. The Old One's power scattered in various planes has gradually revived under the shining of the Scarlet Moon. The ancient gods, who once controlled the rules of the world, are about to return. Lords can take the initiative to find the location of the Old One's gods. With the help of the Old One's power, they can transform their troops into the Old One's arms, giving them unique attributes. You can also go to the Scarlet Moon to receive special tasks. Ding! The Old One's nests are open for refreshing. Attack various field arms bases that have been eroded by the power of the Old Ones, and you will have a chance to obtain the Old One's nests. Note: after joining the Old One's camp, you will be hostile to the gods. New Expansion Pack Chapter 2? Richard's eyes condensed, and after opening the prompt and reading it in detail several times, his face was a little subtle. Windsor told him that she had built a base of the Old One's camp outside the main plane. That base is the Scarlet Moon? Looking up at the blood-red moon floating in the sky, he was a little amazed. The protagonist of the new expansion pack is really unreasonable. However, since the other party has already started to lay out in this regard, why does he still want to do the magic music box business with him? This small business. The other party should not be so concerned. Is the top boss taking care of the City of Dusk? Thinking of this, I feel a little subtle. After taking a few deep breaths, my eyes gradually regained their calmness, and my attention was focused again. Once the old days return, it means that the real chaos will begin. The time for the gods to lose their power is gradually approaching. Even without waiting for several months, the opening of the Crimson Moon to the world will surely cause fear and anger among the gods. Next, the surface Crimson Moon will face an unprecedented war. No one will give up their own interests. The gods will never sit and wait for death, and their counterattack will be shocking. However, since Windsor has made this decision, he must have been prepared. That person with great skills is not an easy person to deal with. I wonder who is the lucky person who gets the power of the Old Ones and becomes a supernatural being. Richard was somewhat curious. And if there is such a good thing, why didn't Windsor give it to him? No, it's good for the players, but maybe not for him. It's good to carry the power of the Old Ones to break through the supernatural, but does he need it? And it's beneficial to him. Windsor will not be stingy. I think the price to pay is not small. For example, completely locked in the chariot of the Old One's camp. But he has already obtained part of the Desert Authority, and the power of authority is almost an irreconcilable contradiction with the Old Ones. Although it is not known whether the Desert Authority will be deprived after the Ragnarok, it is still different after all. He shook his head, and didn't dwell on it. After thinking for a while, he turned around and returned to the Eternal Land. In order to facilitate communication, as a key place connecting several territories, the Eternal Land often has a department for transmitting messages. He called the person in charge, and said directly, "Send a message to the L Player Association immediately. The Scarlet Moon has special benefits. The first batch to go there can get more benefits. This gem is engraved with its coordinates. Send it to the association, and someone will naturally know how to deal with it. In addition, let the two vice presidents clearly inform everyone that the L Player Association stands on the side of the old days." Since Windsor has already started, he can't delay it. After he finished his instructions, the D-level hero immediately took the gem and turned around to do it himself. Richard waited until the other party's back disappeared before he came back to his senses. He seemed to have thought of something and opened the player for him. Sure enough, at this moment, it was all about the news of the second chapter of the Scarlet Moon. Especially the lucky person who became extraordinary, which made countless people envious and jealous. Who knows this Robert? He's a superhuman. I'm only level 13 now. This bastard has such good luck. Who knows how to get to the Crimson Moon? I want to go too. A superhuman appears right after we arrive. Brothers, the chapter on the revival of the ancient gods looks like it will definitely have as many benefits as the Plain Explorer. As Richard was looking, he found a post that was pushed up by countless people, and it became the most popular in the blink of an eye. What do you think? After Robert breaks through the superhuman level, How will he compare to Qingqiu? After seeing the title, Richard clicked in with some curiosity, wanting to see what those idiots think of this matter. I thought there would be a quarrel, but it turned out to be one-sided. What kind of person is Robert? Not to mention the extraordinary, even if he breaks through the legend, he is not enough for Qingqiu to fuck. Are you kidding me? Haven't you seen the post that counts Qingqiu's strength? That pervert has 3 or 4 extraordinary subordinates alone. What kind of storm can an extraordinary person stir up in front of the other party? Although most players envy that lucky guy, once Richard is mentioned, they are almost in a state of fanaticism. An extraordinary person wants to challenge Qingqiu? Dream on. This is almost everyone's reaction. Since entering the first copy of Glorious Era, Richard's reputation has been accumulated step by step. After killing the Lord of Greed and establishing the L-Player Association, it has reached an extremely exaggerated height. Even if someone says that he is the son of God at this moment, I am afraid that many players will believe it. Richard found it funny, and after logging out, he checked other popular posts. Most of them were useless chatter, but there was only one post from a player from the 9 Hells that made him feel relieved. Brothers, something big has happened. Just now I followed a demon lord to the deepest part of hell, and met the legendary lord of the 9 Hells, Asmodeus. This terrifying existence actually told the 9 Hells to prepare for battle immediately, and be ready to attack the main plane at any time. And this super boss also said that he saw fragments of the future, and the whole world will fall into chaos and madness. The evil places such as the Abyss, Hell, and the Plane of the Dead will soon be connected to the main plane. Hell is now sending out troops like crazy. Everyone hurry up and get ready, it looks like it's for real. The Lord of the 9 Hells also saw the fragments of the future? Richard's eyes condensed slightly, and the pressure in his heart increased. This news is not unique to Windsor. The Lord of the 9 Hells can see it. Does it mean that among the gods, those main gods also know more or less about it? Thinking of this, his face darkened a little. If the conjecture is true, then the chaos that follows may be 10 times more exaggerated than he imagined. A group of organized and premeditated gods are preparing for action in advance, and no one knows what will happen at that time. The sense of urgency in his heart increased again. Once the Abyss and Hell are connected to the main plane, no one is safe. And the fatal thing is that he will definitely become the target of countless forces if he has the plane of L. Become stronger. The City of Dusk needs to become stronger. Richard took a deep breath. The buffer period of these months cannot be wasted. Thinking to this point, he did not linger any longer and immediately turned around to leave the Eternal Land and enter the underground world from the space gate of the Quicksand Land. It had been 2 or 3 months since he had set foot in this important base that supported the rapid development of the City of Dusk. He needed to inspect it once to get a clear idea of what he was doing so that he could arrange the next goal. At the same time, he wanted to see what Andal had researched that made Kaloo praise him so crazily. Half an hour later, Richard arrived at Bloodhoof City. Cyril Bloodhoof, the leader of the Dungeon Barbarians, who had been promoted to level 18, and the ruler of Bloodhoof City, respectfully welcomed him to the main hall. Richard sat at the head of the long table, not touching the hot tea brought by the maid, and stared at Cell and more than a dozen anxious senior officials of Bloodhoof City. There was a strong sense of depression in the air. But he did not speak, and no one dared to speak. With the growth of Dusk City, Bloodhoof City has been integrated into Dusk City from its relatively independent attitude at the beginning, becoming a substantial part of Dusk City. Even now, the administrative system of Bloodhoof City is directly managed by Dusk City, and every officer of the army must be appointed by Dusk City. Above Bloodhoof City, only Richard's will is left. Cell was the first to be unable to bear the depression, and after taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, "Lord Richard, after half a year of construction in Bloodhoof City, the weapons factory you repeatedly urged has been completely formed with the assistance of President Andal. Now there are more than 30,000 people directly engaged in weapon forging in Bloodhoof City. In order to maintain high-efficiency production, there are more than 300,000 people providing supporting services for them. In order to make up for the population gap, we have also immigrated hundreds of tribes and forces to Bloodhoof City. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Bloodhoof is unprecedentedly powerful." The tone became more and more excited when he said this. In terms of military, the Crucible City reproduced the long-lost Blood Awakening potion for us based on the secret recipe inherited by our ancestors. After the blood hidden in the Dungeon Barbarians was awakened, our army transformed into a top-level 15-level soldier. As long as I give me another 3 months, I can make the 15-level soldiers in Bloodhoof City reach 100,000. Cell's eyes showed fanaticism. Richard nodded slowly. "You did a good job. The weapons factory must maintain this momentum and continue to develop. If there is a shortage of manpower, you can report to Kalu, and the Naga plane can capture slaves. As for the blood awakening potion of the dungeon barbarians, I remember that it costs a lot, right? 5 years. After the blood is awakened, the lifespan will only be 5 years. The heat in Cell's tone did not diminish. But it's all worth it. For power, we can give everything. And you said that a war that is enough to destroy the underground main plane is coming. Even if Bloodhouse City does not increase its troops, what awaits us is nothing but death. Since there is no way out, then give it everything. As long as we can get through the difficulties, as long as the City of Dusk is still there, Bloodhouse City will not be extinct. Richard took a deep look at the majestic and strong barbarian chief. He will not retreat when it is time to sacrifice, and will not be timid when it is time to go crazy. This is the real superior. Cyril, I made a promise to you. One day, I will take you out of the underground world and go to the surface to fight against all races, so that the chess pieces of Bloodhouse City will fly in the sky. I haven't forgotten this promise. In a few months, a great turmoil that will change the world will occur. I will issue a conscription order to you in advance, signaling all the troops of Bloodhouse City to join the war. If you win this war, I will build a city on the surface that belongs entirely to you and the dungeon barbarians. Let the dungeon barbarians step onto the surface. Become the ruler of the main plane. Hearing this, Cell's eyes burned with blazing flames. For underground life, with a harsh living environment, almost everyone's dream is to go to the legendary rich and safe surface with clean water and countless food. Even he, the patriarch of Bloodhouse City, is no exception. But more importantly, this is the promise Richard made to them. This is the will of the God Slayer. The news of Richard's killing of gods has been publicized countless times by the announcement department of the City of Dusk, and his great achievements are known to everyone in the underground world. The dungeon tribe treats the strong with a soul-stirring worship. Cell knelt on one knee and shouted fanatically, "Bloodhouse City will follow you forever until the end of your life, my lord." The senior officials of Bloodhouse City behind him also knelt on the ground and made a solemn oath. Ding, Dungeon Barbarian Chieftain Cell leads all Dungeon Barbarian leaders to swear allegiance to you, and you have obtained the absolute command of the Dungeon Barbarians. Ding, you have completely conquered the underground world, and everything here will belong to you. Your legend in the underground world has been raised to the highest level. You can issue a conscription order to forcibly conscript all dungeon tribes to join the army. You can issue an executive order to forcibly order all dungeon tribes to execute orders. In the underground world, all attributes of the army you command will be increased by 30%. In the underground world, you have the mining rights of all resource points. In the underground world, all wild monsters will be afraid of you and will not take the initiative to attack your army, and there is a high probability that wild intelligent life will directly submit to you. Richard was stunned when he saw the system prompt, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. Although he was also in control of the underground world before, it was not as good as this absolute control. After Cell knelt down, after more than half a year of strategic operations, the underground world now completely belonged to him, both in fact and in name. A real private territory. As long as he wanted, he could immediately issue a conscription order and summon one dungeon tribe army after another. In the underground world where everyone is a soldier, no one dared to ignore this feature. Cell's surrender made the foundation of Dusk City surge again. Chapter 583. The Forgers Association trained by Andal has supported the weapon forging business of Bloodhouse City. The administrative system is also controlled by the City of Dusk, so Richard, the real controller, does not have to worry about anything. After completely conquering Bloodhouse City, he did not stay for long. With the farewell of Cyril and the senior officials of Bloodhouse City, he flew away directly. Time is precious, and he can't afford to waste it. In the huge square, Cyril looked at the figure disappearing in the sky, stunned. After a long time, he said with some emotion, "More than half a year ago, when we first met you, I'm afraid none of us would have thought that the surface lord who drove a mechanical puppet and was surrounded by skeleton blood dragons would one day become the real king of the underground world." As he spoke, he sighed more and more. It was a coincidence that the Grey Dwarves launched a general attack on Bloodhouse City, and it was you who defeated those damn dwarves. Since then, Bloodhouse City has cooperated very closely with you. Finally, we have come to this day step by step. Bloodhouse City has not only become the overlord of the underground world, but its strength has increased by more than 10 times compared to before. He took a deep breath, turned his head slowly, and stared at the dungeon barbarian heroes behind him. He said word by word, "Bloodhouse City can be what it is today, all thanks to you. It is our honor and opportunity to be a subordinate of a god slayer. I will never allow anyone to have any other thoughts. The heroes of the dungeon barbarians in the back also became solemn when they heard this. Chief, believe us, no one will have any other thoughts about Lord Richard. The lives that live in the underground world with scarce resources and harsh environment are always particularly respectful of the strong. Because only the most powerful existence can lead a tribe to survive, rely on and depend on the strong. This is the rule of survival. Cell recalled the conversation with Richard just now, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "The world is undergoing unprecedented changes. We must become stronger as soon as possible and keep up with the pace of Lord Richard. Pass my order to increase the recruitment efforts. I need to have 10 legions as quickly as possible. Those tribes that are still scattered outside, as long as they are suitable for survival in this city, bring them all back. We need more labor. The arsenal must not stop running. War is coming, this time. We will definitely survive." Definitely. Richard has a lot of experience in flying in the underground world. Before conquering the underground world, he had led his troops to capture several Grey Dwarf cities in a short period of time, and his bounty on him reached tens of millions of units of food. But after a few months, I came to this land again, and the feeling has become quite different. Although he didn't feel the whole world giving him strength like in the desert, he still felt very close. Even his energy consumption was reduced by 30%. This was also an extra reward for conquering the underground world. But what caught his attention the most was the real environment. Every time he flew a certain distance, he could see some places with water sources, where large tracts of farmland had been reclaimed. These farmlands were very neat, with gullies, paths, main roads, and drainage ditches. They are connected to each other to form a vast planting base. There are endless frost grass, the raw material of black condensed ice cream. The breeze blows, and the frost grass, which is half a person's height, keeps bending like wheat ears. Even in dim light, it can give people a refreshing feeling. But the most eye-catching thing is the alchemy machine harvesting inside. The appearance of those alchemy machines is composed of large metal parts. For special wheels move in the gullies in the farmland. In front is a sharp harvesting knife, which can easily cut off the frost grass. Then it is transported to the rear through crawlers and poured into huge bags. When it is full, it can be automatically tied and replaced. After harvesting an area, these automatic harvesters will leave the field to the main road and transfer the tied bags to the machinery specially used for transportation. The whole process, except that the machinery needs manual control, is completely separated from human power. It looks like an industrial beauty unique to the fantasy world. Richard was very satisfied. Wasn't it for the scene that he had made such great efforts to let Furnace City develop harvesters? This kind of production efficiency is hundreds of times better than manual labor. There were not many planting bases along the way, and the environment in most areas was still very harsh. Even plants like frost grass that were not picky about places could not grow. Under the slow flight, Richard saw Furnace City in the distance after more than 3 hours. Compared with Blood City, he did not come to Furnace City many times, less than 5 times at most. But this did not affect the city composed of Grey Dwarves from becoming the scientific research center of Dusk City. Grey Dwarves are born to do scientific research. After the God Blood Dwarfs joined, the scientific research strength of the Crucible City was raised to a new height. Its status in the City of Dusk is also increasing day by day. After Richard arrived over the Blood of City, he looked down. This once conquered city has long since recovered its vitality. There are densely packed alchemical cannons with exaggerated calibers on the city walls, and a large number of mechanical puppets are patrolling back and forth, guarding against all dangers. Ignoring the soldiers guarding the city, he controlled the yellow sand to enter the city directly from the sky. When the Grey Dwarves guarding the city saw the scene, they not only did not stop it, but even saluted in unison. Obviously, in this short encounter, the soldiers guarding the city recognized their master. A moment later, Richard landed in front of the city lord's mansion, and the Grey Dwarf guards driving 5-meter-high mechanical puppets were responsible for guarding it. A full squadron. The moment he saw the outsider, he was startled at first, then he sensed the strange yet familiar breath, and immediately controlled the mechanical puppet to kneel on one knee. His tone was hot and crazy. "Great Lord, welcome your return." The person in front of him was the conqueror of the underground world. The God Slayer. And their lord. It felt pretty good to have a group of fantasy-style mechanical puppets kneeling and bowing to him. Richard nodded and stepped inside under the fanatical gaze of the Grey Dwarfs. As soon as he passed through the gate, a level 10 Grey Dwarf hero trotted over to lead the way. The smile on his face was brighter than a chrysanthemum. He was extremely respectful when he bowed. Richard smiled and nodded, and followed the other party into the main hall of the Lord's mansion. The hall was filled with a unique exaggeration of the grey dwarfs, magnificent and golden, and the gems almost inlaid even on the floor. Richard sat in the main seat with a bit of amusement, and ordered the other party to call Brown and Andal. After the grey dwarf hero responded, he winked at another guard next to him. Not long after the guard left, two dark elves with long pointed ears, delicate and flawless faces, but with a bit of cold temperament, were brought over. The grey dwarf hero flattered like offering a treasure. Great Lord, these two dark elves are the two singers who recorded the magic sound tape. Because there are not many dark elves, the others have been deflowered. Only these two are still virgins. Lord Brown specifically instructed to keep them as your slaves. Richard looked at the two dark elves with excitement in their nervous eyes. Unlike the black skin in the legend, the skin of these dark elves is not as white as the normal elves, but it is also normal. Combined with the perfect appearance and the unique temperament of the elves, it gives people a strong desire to conquer. Good, you're thoughtful. Nodding slightly, he didn't say much. With his status, it's not a big deal to have a few slaves. When the magic music box starts to sell well, these two people will definitely become the stars of Glorious Era. TSK, it will be a different experience at that time. Seeing that he was satisfied, the grey dwarf hero was relieved and quite happy at the same time. Lord Brown is right. Lord Brown really likes it. If so, can we arrange more? Lord Brown can't take all the limelight. He also wants to improve. The grey dwarf hero touched his chin. Recently, I heard that a two-headed ogre tribe was conquered. I wonder if Lord Brown likes to do something strange. Thinking of the female of the two-headed ogre, he swallowed his saliva quietly. The two dark elves standing quietly on the side were quite happy at this moment. They looked at the charming Richard with shining eyes. What kind of identity is this master? The real controller of the underground world. It is their honor to serve each other. The tribesmen can't compete. Richard looked at the two elves with ripples in their eyes, and seemed to think of something, and said with interest, "Sing a song." Waiting is waiting. This opportunity to listen to the dark elves singing is rare in normal times. The two elves were immediately excited. This is an opportunity to show their value. After the salute, they hummed softly without accompaniment. The slightly empty hall was slowly flowing with the elves singing. The moment the sound entered his ears, Richard felt that his whole body was floating, as if his soul was gently caressed by a giant hand. Relaxed, happy, comfortable. The elves' singing voices were very special, with some spiritual comfort. Richard half leaned back in his chair, his eyes quite satisfied. There were still too few programs in Glorious Era. When I have free time in the future, I can cultivate more. Can we form a girl group in the future? When the magic sound tapes are popular, let them go on tour, sing on the stage during the day, and come back to dance in the evening. Under the elves singing, time passed quickly, and Brown and Andal arrived not long after. The moment he saw Richard, Brown, the first grey dwarf hero who surrendered to Richard and now holds the power of the Crucible City, almost burst into tears. He slid to his knees, and cried with an exaggerated expression. "Master, you haven't been to Furnace City for half a year. I thought you had forgotten us." Being away from the core of power is a very dangerous thing for Brown. As Dusk City becomes stronger and stronger, his status as a top-grade alchemist, who has been promoted to level 15, has been visibly reduced. If it weren't for the heavy tasks in Furnace City, he would have wanted to see Richard a long time ago. If he was forgotten by his master, he, the ruler of Furnace City, would have to be replaced sooner or later. Richard looked at this guy with a smile, and said unhappily, "Okay, you have done a good job during this period. You have paid a lot for Furnace City to achieve its current results. I will remember your achievements for you." Hearing this, Brown wailed even louder. "Master, it is my honor to pay for you. Furnace City will definitely move forward according to your will. No one can interrupt us." Richard's eyelids twitched because of the noise, and he kicked him. "If you keep talking nonsense, get out of here." Brown, who was kicked neither lightly nor heavily, smiled and stood up without any concern. Feeling Richard's impolite attitude, he was quite proud of himself. He turned his head, and looked at the level 10 grey dwarf hero in a boastful manner. As if to say, "Look, how good is my relationship with my master, he kicked me." The other party's envious eyes made him even happier. And Deer waited for Brown to get closer to Richard in his own way, and then he smiled and walked forward. "My lord." The tone was gentle, like a breeze. Richard didn't need too many words, and he was relieved. Before he spoke, the girl who was passionate about scientific research took out a miniature mechanical puppet wrapped in flesh and blood, which looked quite creepy. The other party said with a little pride, just like a child showing off to his parents after getting a certificate, "Sir, This is the flesh and blood puppet I developed with the extraordinary hunter. It has extremely special powers. Richard took it with some curiosity. Is this the flesh and blood puppet that Kalu recommended so madly? When he was about to check its properties, a series of system prompts suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Andal has developed a special creation, the flesh and blood machine, through the forbidden technique of the Thorin family, and its potential has been promoted from Class A to Super Class A. Ding! Andal has an unparalleled talent for the creation of flesh and blood machines. The flesh and blood machines she has created have all their attributes increased by 80%, and can be given the exclusive skills of flesh and blood weakness, Class A, and mechanical ascension, Class A. Ding! In the process of developing special creations, Andal completely revived Thorin's bloodline, and all his skills were promoted to the first level. Ding! Andal was promoted to a Master Forger, and at the same time obtained a special profession, the Forbidden Technique Master. Richard looked at these dense prompts, and his face became extremely exciting. Although I know that Andal's research in the Furnace City is very outstanding, I didn't expect to achieve such results. All levels were promoted by one level, the potential was promoted from A level to Super A level, the Forger level was promoted from Special level to Master level, and a special occupation Forbidden Magician was obtained. That's not all. When forging flesh and blood machinery, its properties can be greatly improved, and 2 exclusive A-level skills can be granted to the other party. The treasure of the City of Dusk. This evaluation is now without any water, and the gold content is bursting. Looking at the girl in front of her with a long-handled copper hammer on her back, her temperament is dashing, and her eyes are a bit of seeking praise. I am in a good mood and full of curiosity. What has this girl done during this period? Even if she finds a god to devour, it may not be such an exaggerated improvement, right? Chapter 584. After Richard calmed down, he looked at the mini flesh and blood machine in his hand. He pinched it subconsciously. It was soft, elastic, and had a good touch. He was a little curious. The predecessor of this thing was the 20th level Extraordinary Hunter, which was his biggest trump card in the early days of Glorious Era. And it also merged with the 19th level World Destroyer Mechanical Puppet, the trump card of the Grey Dwarves in Attacking Blood City. What can these two things be made together? Open the attribute panel, and a series of dense attributes immediately appeared. Flesh and Blood Hunter level, 22 type, Flesh and Blood Machine, Special Creation, Flesh and Blood Strength, 100,000. Extraordinary characteristics, Breaking the Edge, consuming 100 points of energy per second, making the weapon with extraordinary power, can annihilate magic, and can break all shields formed by energy. The more energy consumed, the stronger the effect. Skills, Super Energy Overload, Super A level, consumes 30,000 flesh and blood energy, increases all attributes of the machine's performance by 500%, and increases speed by an additional 600%. Duration, 30 minutes, can be continuously activated. Bloody Tentacles, Super A level, the flesh and blood outside the machine can condense 12 tentacles, with a length of 50 meters, to attack the enemy. After the tentacles hit the enemy, they will directly devour the opponent's flesh and blood. Blood and Flesh Weakness, A level, the body is made of flesh and blood. When it is injured, it can devour flesh and blood to quickly recover from injuries and flesh and blood strength, and is immune to all control skills. Mechanical Ascension, A level, the body bones. The skeleton is made of metal, and its defense is increased by 400%. It consumes 1,000 points of flesh and blood power per second to increase its defense to 800%. Float, A level, Skull Chopping Strike, A level, Charge Strike, A level, Violent Armor Piercing, A level, Crazy Killing, A level. Racial Characteristics. 1. Special Life, a flesh and blood machine that has been integrated with a large number of souls, becoming a special life. After activating its dormant consciousness, it can become a hero-like unit, and can fight independently. 5 spaces are reserved in the core part, which can devour powerful enemies, and seize their power, and can also be mechanically transformed and strengthened. Bond Fusion. You can fuse with the bound master, and let the other party drive the machine. After fusion, the driver's attributes will be doubled to the machine, and all skill damage will be increased by 300%. With the mechanical puppet as the center, all information within a radius of 800 meters can be transmitted to the driver in real time. Currently bound, Andal, Introduction. The first flesh and blood machine forged by the Master Forger, Forbidden Magician, Andal, has extremely powerful potential. Good guy. Richard was amazed after reading the attributes of the flesh and blood machine. This is called Blood Hunter, which is a bit exaggerated. After activation, it will become a hero-like unit with high intelligence and can fight independently. It has really become alive? And the combat power is not inferior to ordinary extraordinary. This attribute is off the charts. Alchemical machines or magic puppets that can fight independently are not uncommon, but having life and intelligence can make people think about it. This made Richard think of more things instantly. Can this technology give life to all alchemical machines? If this can be achieved, what is he worried about? Mining veins, cultivating farmland, building cities, almost everything can be done by these mechanical lives. Thinking of this, Richard's face suddenly became a little strange. Giving life to machines, isn't this AI? Although the development directions are very different, the effects don't seem to be much different. If that scene can really be realized, I dare not think about it. Looking up and staring at Andal, taking a few deep breaths can't calm the excitement in my heart. Andal, what are the characteristics of flesh and blood machines? How difficult is it to manufacture? Andal talked about business, her face became serious. After thinking for a while, she spoke slowly. Flesh and blood machines do not need food, but can consume magic power to maintain operation. When they are damaged, they can consume flesh and blood and machines to automatically recover. They absolutely obey orders, are immune to all mental control skills, and are not affected by morale. They are excellent combat units. This flesh and blood machine is made of extraordinary hunters as raw materials, and the destroyer mechanical puppets made by the Grey Dwarves are added. With sufficient foundation, I have gained the current power through transformation. If I make it from scratch, it will take me at least half a year, and a large amount of materials will be converted into resources, which will not be less than 5 million rare resources at least. So cheap? Richard was a little surprised. 5 million rare resources can be exchanged for a super-level combat power. This deal is too cost-effective. But half a year is too long. Although the City of Dusk requires high-level power, it is a bit useless to use it only to create superpowers. Time waits for no one. Soon, great changes will come. The impact caused by Ragnarok cannot be changed by adding 3 or 2 extraordinary people. The foundation lies in the strength of Twilight City. The most concerned question was asked at that moment. Can these technologies be applied to ordinary machines? If machines can have life, the overall production efficiency of Twilight City will be unprecedentedly improved, which is more valuable than making 3 or 5 bloody hunters. When Andal heard this, she was stunned at first, and then her eyes gradually brightened. She felt that her mind was opened. I had been thinking about how to make a more perfect flesh and blood machine, but I ignored the more basic needs. This world is not only about fighting, production development is equally important. If it is applied to ordinary machinery, it is not difficult. I have sorted out the relevant technical difficulties. As long as a week of training, normal forgers or alchemists can start to transform it. Richard was completely excited. Once AI is put into practical application, it will be subversive to the world. The fantasy world of Glorious Era may not be as exaggerated as Blue Star, but it is definitely promising. What about the cost? Sensing Richard's high mood, Andal's mood became more and more cheerful. Didn't she do so much just to help him? With curved eyes, she said briskly. The cost depends on the object of transformation, but it won't be that high. For example, an automatic alchemical harvester that is 3 meters high and 15 meters long can be successfully transformed with tens of thousands of rare resources. But more importantly, it is the soul, the complete soul. Life is the domain of the Creator. I only know a little about the logic of life creation, and I am countless miles away from creating life. Therefore, the current flesh and blood machinery cannot give birth to souls by itself, and must be fused with external souls. And the more advanced the flesh and blood machinery, the stronger the soul it needs. Richard had a bottom line in his heart, and waved his hand. Whatever you need, I can satisfy you. I will let Bloodhuff City dispatch a legion to take orders, specifically responsible for harvesting souls. The tone became a little solemn. I need you to turn all the alchemical machinery in Dusk City into flesh and blood in the shortest possible time. Let them have the ability to produce automatically. At the same time, Furnace City will immediately set up a flesh and blood machinery research department to study this technology. At the same time, we must also try to flesh and blood all alchemical machinery that can participate in production. Once the alchemical machinery can operate automatically, there will be no worries about the industrial expansion of Twilight City. Full automation, this is awesome. Once realized, the labor cost of Twilight City on the production side will be compressed to the freezing point. People will get tired, but machines will not. They will always work day and night according to the established plan. Flesh and blood machinery, said to have life, but the machinery in the bones will not lie. They do not need to rest. Food is provided by the alchemical magic circle in the body, and the magic power of the outside world is their fuel. Where it can be replaced by machinery or swallowed by flesh and blood to recover. With all these advantages, it is simply a perfect creation. Richard was in a good mood and his thoughts continued to turn. If the machines in production can be fleshed, then can the weapons in attack also be fleshed? The flesh alchemical cannon that can aim and fire by itself, the flesh catapult that can load stones by itself, and so on. They can all be developed. It seems that Andal has only created a special flesh machine, but Richard has seen an entire industry in it, which will definitely affect the future development of Twilight City. Andal took a deep breath and said firmly, "My lord, I will not let you down." Brown beside him also jumped up excitedly at this time, howling, "Master, don't worry, Furnace City will definitely complete your task. The flesh and blood machinery will be applied to production as soon as possible." Richard nodded with satisfaction. "This matter is ranked first, and will be carried out immediately. If you need any resources, apply directly, and I will let Kalu give you priority." After determining the general direction, Richard did not stop and continued to discuss the relevant details with the two. And he told the two of them all his ideas about the flesh and blood machinery technology. What automatic production, automatic transportation, automatic connection into a network, he said it all at once. And Deer's eyes were full of color, her face was full of little admiration, and Brown was even more amazed. If this idea is really realized, the City of Dusk will accumulate an exaggerated foundation in a very short time. This production method is a crushing blow to production using people. It was not until late at night that Richard ended the conversation. After having a goal, the two were full of energy and wanted to realize the grand blueprint they discussed immediately. When Andal was about to leave, Richard remembered that he had not yet asked her about her new profession, the Forbidden Magician. A Forbidden Magician can study some forbidden arts that are difficult for mortals to peek into. This is the introduction of the system. Although it is very simple, it looks absolutely extraordinary. Hearing Richard's question, Andal showed some emotion on her face. "Sir, the Forbidden Magician is the inheritance of the Thorin family. It is said that in ancient times, our Thorin family gave birth to an extremely powerful ancestor. What he studied even frightened the gods. The ancestor was later attacked by several gods and unfortunately fell, but the ancestor had already anticipated this scene and passed down part of his knowledge in advance with the power of blood. From now on, as long as the descendants can activate Thorin's bloodline, they can obtain knowledge about forbidden arts and become forbidden arts masters." The tone became a little complicated. "But all this is not without a price. If Thorin's bloodline cannot be activated, then you will be cursed by inheritance and will die immediately after the age of 30. Those who cannot activate their bloodline can only delay the curse by becoming a special grade forger, and can suppress the curse by becoming a master-level forger. So my father was so worried about me joining the City of Dusk." Richard finally understood. He also felt a little emotional. He really found a treasure. "You don't need to worry. I will ask someone to bring your father to the Furnace City immediately. With the support of the City of Dusk, it is not difficult to break through and become a master-level forger. With achievements, there is naturally a reward." After Andal's father got separated from him, he joined the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. He had come to the City of Dusk once before, and because he was too arrogant, he was hung up and whipped for several days. When Andal heard this, her heart almost melted, and her eyes sparkled. "My lord." Richard smiled, and reached out to help the other person lift up the hair by her ear. "I have seen your efforts. Do your job well, and leave the rest to me." Andal nodded vigorously, and felt that her heart was filled. This feeling of being relied on was great. After the two left, Richard stretched his body, and he was exhausted that day. He waved to call the maids, and washed up with their service. Just when he was about to go to bed, there was a hasty knock on the door. Richard frowned slightly. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and the grey dwarf hero who received him today came into the room panting, blushing and speaking hurriedly. "Sir, there has just been a message from the surface that there is a huge movement in the depths of the desert. Sir Kalu said that it is the dungeon in the area that you have been focusing on. The imprisoned lives inside are breaking free from their restraints, making a lot of noise." "Dungeon?" Richard frowned slightly. More than half a year ago, the army that went out hunting found a group of refugees in the desert. Those refugees were the ones with Weir and the one-armed blacksmith Sam. After he led the army there, he found that the refugees were trapped in a strange broken temple. He immediately led the army and the refugees to evacuate, but on the way, the mechanism was accidentally triggered, and the broken temple collapsed directly. Afterwards, A terrifying dark tentacle stretched out directly from the collapsed earth, pulling the dragon hero Alvis, who was once the top combat power of the City of Dusk, into the bottomless crack. Alvis had no power to resist and fell directly. That was the first time that Alvis was killed. He spent tens of thousands of rare resources to revive him from the hero altar. And the one who did all this was the Dark Lord, a unit imprisoned in the dungeon. A terrifying existence at least above the extraordinary level. The interesting thing is that as long as you can capture the dungeon, you can enslave the heroes imprisoned in it. But when he found the other party, the City of Dusk was still very weak, and the extraordinary was an unattainable dream. He could only keep all this in his heart. Although the strength of the City of Dusk has improved in the past few months, he has also been distracted by a lot of trivial matters, and has no time to pay attention. Unexpectedly, before he took action, the Dark Lord imprisoned in the dungeon actually righted. "I will go back immediately." Richard was not vague, and went out directly. The affairs of the Furnace City had been arranged. He stayed here just to supervise, nothing big. He was more concerned about the Dark Lord. The revenge at the beginning could only be avenged in person to vent his anger. The scene of Alvis being killed and him, and his army being chased everywhere by the enemy is still vivid in my mind. When Richard left the Crucible City, he took the 2 Dark Elves with him. These were important members of the dress dance troupe, and the plan of the female group could not be delayed. Chapter 585. When Richard came out of the two-way portal of the underground world, the first light of day just rose in the sky. The 2 Dark Elves looked at the clear and transparent sky in the morning with shock. As dungeon life, they felt their vision was unobstructed for the first time and experienced sufficient light for the first time. At first, they were a little nervous and uncomfortable, but after looking around, that feeling was replaced by joy. This is the surface, a surface completely different from the underground world. Richard had something on his mind, so he didn't pay much attention to the 2 Dark Elves. He returned to the City of Dusk and directly handed them over to the maid to arrange their work. Their value will only be reflected after the magic sound box is promoted. Now, they are just ordinary elves with beautiful faces and good figures. They don't have the aura of a star, and they are far inferior to the best in the world like Windsor. Kalu, who had been waiting for him for a long time, hurried over and said immediately after the salute, "Sir, the dungeon you asked me to pay attention to had a terrifying movement a few hours ago. It seemed that a blood moon rose inside. The surrounding area of more than 10 kilometers was shrouded in blood-red light. When the army approached, they could only feel a pressure that penetrated the soul and prevented them from going deeper. Our nearby guard troops were forced to evacuate." Richard's eyes condensed. Blood-red light? Immediately thought of the second chapter of Scarlet Moon that had just been opened, Return of the Past. There is obviously a connection between them. Any other information? No, the scout reported it to you as soon as he found the movement. Richard nodded and turned to look at the empty side. "Boy, come with me. This may involve the old gods. Don't do anything without my order. The Dark Valkyrie has learned from Lorena, and she likes to hide when she is with him recently. Although this top boss does not have the powerful hiding ability of the Vampire Duke, it is definitely not comparable to ordinary people." The Dark Valkyrie slowly showed up, and her light golden eyes under the black and gold mask were fascinating. "As you wish." Seeing that Richard wanted to leave immediately, Kalu looked a little hesitant. "Sir, the army has been assembled and is waiting for your order. In addition, I have notified Ms. Lorena and Miss Emilida. Do you want to wait for them to return before going?" Richard waved his hand. "Don't worry, with Foy here it's enough. This is not an attack on the city, and the army may not be able to play a role. Although the transformation has not yet been completed, the combat effectiveness of the Dark Valkyrie has reached an exaggerated level. Even the 23rd level Lorena, the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, was suppressed and beaten, and was unanimously recognized by Grand Dukes Windsor and Solon. Unless the Dark Monarch imprisoned in the dungeon has been promoted to Legend. But what about Legend? He has more than one trump card in his hand." Kalu glanced at the Dark Valkyrie, who was calm and lightly floating 10 centimeters above the ground, and nodded with a wry smile. "Then please be careful." There was nothing wrong with what Richard said. The problem that the Dark Valkyrie could not solve might not be solved by Lorena and Emirida. Richard did not waste words, and left the Lord's mansion directly. "The first thing I saw when I went out was Alvis, a giant with a wingspan of more than 40 meters, crawling on the small square in front." Seeing Richard's figure, this undead dragon hero, who had been upgraded to level 18, immediately stood up, staring at him with his empty eyes burning with soul fire, and said in a flattering tone, "Master, please take me to that damn bastard. He should be destroyed by dragon breath. As a great dragon, it has always been brooding over its first death. This revenge must be avenged. Richard was a little amused, but he didn't stop it. Let's go together, but you are not allowed to do anything without my order. As he said that, he came to the side of the excited Alvis, floated up, and sat steadily on the huge white bone back. Compared with the greedy lion, the skeleton is still quite uncomfortable. Alvis roared in high spirits, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky from the square. The huge air wave lifted the skirts of the two girls passing by, and they screamed in panic. Half an hour later, with a revengeful mood, Alvis flapped his wings and stopped suddenly. Master, I sense the breath of that reptile. It's still inside, it hasn't left. There was a bit of surprise in his tone. Richard was immediately awakened, stood up, and looked around. The sky in front was covered by the blood-red light flashing on the ground. The clouds were even thicker than blood. The yellow sand had become blood sand, and in it, a special breath was rolling and surging. The power of the old days. Perhaps no one was more familiar with that breath in him. Richard subconsciously took out the statue of the old god. At this moment, after several transformations, the statue of the old god, which seemed to be alive, was emitting a hazy light. It faintly echoed with the blood light on the horizon. Can the things of the old god sense each other? Richard frowned slightly. This is not the first time. Go on, go in and take a look. Alvis nodded, without hesitation, flapped his wings and rushed quickly towards the blood light on the ground. The closer he got, the stronger the light emitted by the statue of the old god in Richard's hand. After approaching 1,000 meters, the blood light was already within reach. Looking down from midair. At the end of the sight, a huge crack tore the desert apart, like a hole in the belly of a giant, giving people a shocking feeling. As far as the eye can see, it is impossible to touch the bottom, and can only sense its depth. Those blood lights that illuminate half of the sky are emitted from the cracks. Just a cursory look can make you feel the inexplicable sense of oppression. At the same time, Alvis paused again. Master, there is an extremely terrifying breath inside. I dare not get close to it. That breath can easily destroy my soul. His tone was filled with strong fear. For an undead to show such emotions, the things hidden inside must be beyond the imagination of mortals. Richard raised his eyebrows. Why didn't he feel any pressure? He looked down at the statue of the old god in his hand. At this moment, the light of the statue did not cover him. Was it because of the statue, or something else? After not observing any useful information in the distance, Richard slowly floated up. Let Alvis stay where he is, and he led the dark Valkyrie, who also had little perception, to the crack that tore the desert apart. After a moment, he slowly landed on the edge of the crack. At this moment, everything around him was shrouded in a rich blood-red light. At the same time, his perception was also reduced to a range of 20 to 30 meters. Even if there was sand all around, it was difficult to perceive more. Standing on the edge of the crack and looking down, he still couldn't see the bottom. The blood-red light covered everything. Just as Richard tried to throw sand down, a familiar prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you found the old land. This used to be an ancient dungeon, where a level 23 extraordinary hero was imprisoned. After the old power was revived, the hero was transformed into an old life, and became the guardian of this old land. You can challenge the old guardian, and after defeating him, you can occupy the old land. Each old land has special properties. Here are the properties of the old land. You can recruit special old arms from it every week. The Hand of the Ancient. Level, unknown, quantity, 1 squadron. Note, the more old lands you occupy, the more likely you are to gain the favor of the old gods. Old land? Richard read the system prompt twice, and became a little interested. After occupying it, you can recruit old arms? This thing seems to be a bit of a deal. And the more you occupy, the more likely you are to gain the favor of the old gods. Doesn't this encourage everyone to occupy it? The return of the old in the second chapter seems to be something. At the same time, he also became a little curious. What is that special unit, the Hand of the Ancients? 1 squadron can be recruited every week. If it is a high-level unit, it is not a small number. Prepare to go down immediately. But before he stepped into the rift, a gentle force blocked him. Ding, you don't have an army, so you can't enter it. Note, the old land is a special area. The Lord must bring 2 squadrons of soldiers to it. After entering, if all the soldiers are killed, they will be driven away immediately. Note 2, each old land can only be challenged once a week. After occupying the old land, you can send troops to garrison, fixed number, 2 hero units, 2 squadrons of soldiers. The occupied old land can be challenged by outsiders. Each person can only challenge once a week. After the challenge is successful, the old land will belong to the other party. This rule is interesting. Richard looked at the new prompt and became more interested. This thing is a special small copy. Moreover, this challenge mechanism is also very interesting, which completely encourages players to compete with each other. But the question is, are the things inside so good? Is it worth him to send troops to garrison? Is it worth the players to compete? After his curiosity was aroused, he turned around and left without saying anything, asking the depressed Alvis to return to Dusk City with 2 squadrons of dead stone statues and dragon wings. Sensing the guy's low mood, Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After comforting him, Alvis knew that he could re-enter, and he was immediately excited and left. Under the violent flight, in less than an hour, he arrived with 4 squadrons of troops. Level 17, 3-star Brilliant Moon Statue of the Dead. Level 20, 1-star Superb Dragon Wing. These 2 arms are the trump cards of the Twilight City. Dragon Wing is good at melee combat, and its skills are so strong that it can be described as abnormal. The Statue of the Dead is an all-round arm, with abnormal attack, melee, defense, and recovery ability, and even the skill of throwing the battle axe is a magic range damage skill. Except for not being able to swim, he couldn't think of any other weaknesses of the Statue of the Dead, and this arm is also immune to magic. There is no solution at all. After the army arrived, Richard was not vague, and he directly took a squadron of dragon wings and a squadron of Statue of the Dead into the rift. The rest of the army was guarding outside. Only 2 heroes can be carried in the old land, and Alvis and the Dark Valkyrie each occupy 1 place. As a lord, Richard was not restricted. After incorporating them into the army, the pressure that Alvis felt immediately disappeared. He was so excited that he screamed and cried, saying that he wanted to burn the reptiles in the dungeon into slag. This time, he chose these 2 arms, in addition to being powerful, and another important point is that they have super strong flying ability. Except for the restricted airspace, flying arms have a strong advantage in most environments. Dive down from the surface with 2 squadrons of arms. This big crack allows Alvis, with a wingspan of 40 meters, to fly easily, and he can't reach the sides. As the group descended, the red blood light on the ground became more and more eye-catching. On both sides of the crack, there were not rock walls, but pure gravel. But it seemed to be covered by a giant hand, and there was no collapse. Unexpectedly, I thought it would be very deep, but after descending to a depth of more than 300 meters, I could vaguely see the bottom. However, at this time, the cracks gradually became narrower. Large pieces of sharp stone pillars began to appear in the middle. All the ways to descend underground were blocked. The Dark Valkyrie tried the hardness, and this top boss could only break a small piece. There was no hope of breaking through by force. Richard frowned slightly when he saw this. Can't we be blocked halfway? He turned his head and looked around, and found something strange in a few blinks. Next to the stone pillars, on the gravel walls, an area was sunken inward on a large scale, leaving a fairly spacious passage. The wings of the dragon, which are more than 5 meters tall, can also walk easily in it. Looking carefully, it was found that those passages were gradually extending downwards. I have an idea in my mind. I guess this is the checkpoint set up in this old place. If you want to reach the underground, you need to go through it. You can foresee what kind of monsters will block the road. But the problem is that Alvis can't go down. Master. Alvis is also quite depressed at this moment. Why is it so difficult to avenge his revenge? Richard waved his hand. We also need people to stay behind. You just wait for us to return here. As he said, his eyes fixed. The 2 teams of dragon wings in front will go to explore the way. Everyone behind will land on the passage and walk to the underground. After the order was issued, a long-lost excitement rose in my heart. It has been a long time since I took a small army to explore and conquer the map. As the City of Dusk became stronger, his status and position had changed dramatically, and it was impossible for him to go to the map with dozens of soldiers as before. The order was given, and the army immediately landed on the passage next to the rock wall. The dragon wings, as strong as a mountain, led the charge. Richard led the Dark Valkyrie in the middle, and behind was the stone statue of the dead holding a battle axe. The floor was a bit soft when stepping on the passage, but it was supported enough and did not collapse. The passage gradually extended downwards, and after several turns, it gradually descended to the area isolated by sharp stone pillars. The dark passage and unknown enemies made the atmosphere gradually become solemn. After walking down for hundreds of meters, Alvis's breath had completely disappeared. However, the passage in front was much wider, with a diameter of 30 meters. Richard immediately adjusted the formation to allow the army to adapt to the changes around it. At this moment, a low roar came from the dark passage. The ground began to shake. Chapter 586. The light was dim, and in the closed gravel underground passage, the army of the City of Dusk formed an airtight defensive formation. The wings of the evil dragon held the front, and the stone statue of the dead held the battle axe in the back, ready to attack at any time. The sound approached quickly from the darkness in front, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The low roar sounded like a beast chasing its prey. Roar! The roar exploded suddenly after reaching a certain limit. Under the illumination of the dark red light, a body twisted like a twist, with a sharp tail like a spear, and a fierce look appeared in sight. The brutal aura emanating from the body was enough to make the old soldier weak in the knees. The moment they saw the wings of the evil dragon, the eyes of those monsters instantly turned blood red, and they rushed out like cheetahs. Whoosh, they rushed straight at them. But what is the wings of the evil dragon? A soldier with the blood of the five-colored evil dragon. They showed no weakness, and attacked fiercely with the strange hollow triangular battle axes. Clang, the battle axes and claws intertwined, and sparks exploded. The surrounding space instantly shone. This narrow passage directly broke out into a cruel and crazy close combat. The stone statues of the dead in the back didn't even have room to attack. The old long-tailed beasts. Level 20. Extraordinary soldiers. Richard's eyes condensed slightly. I didn't expect that even the first wave of gatekeepers in this old land would be so fierce. The power of the yellow sand surged on his body. The gravel in the passage slowly flowed, quickly and secretly covering the front, and those old long-tailed beasts suddenly felt that their movements became sluggish without realizing it. But they were standing on the yellow sand, and even if they found something wrong, they couldn't do a better response. In close combat, a single point can decide the outcome. The fierce wings of the dragon noticed that the enemy's reaction was slowing down, so he attacked frantically regardless. The old long-tailed beast, which was at a disadvantage in strength, could not dodge in time and had to take the attack head-on. Under such an attack, the first casualties soon appeared. With a sizzle, the claws of an old long-tailed beast were cut off, and the hollow triangular battle axe chopped fiercely into the opponent's chest. Blood spurted up. Taking advantage of the situation, Wings of the Dragon pursued, and his strength became stronger and stronger, and finally cut the long-tailed beast in two. After killing an enemy, Wings of the Dragon became stronger, and he went to the second target more fiercely. Although the long-tailed beasts were at the same level as Wings of the Dragon, they were now under the command of Richard. Richard has a lot of skills that can improve the attributes of his troops. Even if he just stands still, the army's strength will soar significantly. Under the violent attack of the wings of the evil dragon, the three squads of the first wave of the old long-tailed beasts quickly fell. But what's interesting is that the bodies of the dead old long-tailed beasts will turn into blood in a few breaths and disappear on the ground. Richard felt a little regretful. The bodies of extraordinary troops are also good things, but it's a pity. After the first round of battles and collisions, Richard had a good idea of the guards in the old land, and the uneasiness about the unknown disappeared a lot. Although for most players, extraordinary troops are enough to become a nightmare. But with the strength of the City of Dusk, it is not too difficult to kill them hard. At the moment, the army sped up a bit. The further down the passage, the more blood-colored light came from the edge of the cliff. The light made the atmosphere a bit weird. Soon, the second wave of enemies appeared. Richard did not let the wings of the dragon deal with it alone this time. He took the time to dispatch 2 teams of the dead stone statue to join the ranks. At the beginning of the battle, when the old long-tailed beast launched an attack, the battle axe in the hands of the dead stone statue had already been thrown out. The dead stone statue, which was promoted to Brilliant Moon 3 stars, and leveled up to level 17, has once again improved the damage of its innate skill of throwing axe. In such a small space, 20 battle axes exploded at the same time, which doubled the power. The attack coverage overlapped on a large scale, and those ferocious old long-tailed beasts were directly attacked by saturation. The hot air waves surged up, and the metal fragments set off waves of death. Before the wings of the dragon made a move this time, most of the old long-tailed beasts in front had already fallen. When the air waves subsided, there were only a few who were not attacked and survived by chance. Under the crazy attitude of the evil dragon's wings, it was quickly cleared. Ding! You killed 2 groups of the old long-tailed beasts, and the progress of the strategy has increased to 10%. When the situation returned to silence, Richard heard the system prompt. After reading it twice, he said with interest, 5 or 6 teams are already 10%? So, in the entire old land, there are only 5 or 6 squadrons of soldiers? That's right, players are only allowed to carry 2 squadrons of soldiers, and it is impossible to spawn soldiers infinitely. Before he could collect his thoughts, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Your progress in attacking the 4-star old land exceeds 10%, and the old land strategy ranking list has been open to you. Richard was a little surprised. This thing, there is a ranking list? I was a little curious and opened the attribute panel. I immediately found the list on the player forum. Ranking of strategies for the old land. First place, Dragon Scale, number of old lands occupied, 1, 2 stars, production, 1 squadron of brilliant 3 stars, level 10 old army can be recruited every week. Challengeable. Second place, Eldos, number of old lands occupied, 3, 1 star, production, 5 squads of soldiers can be converted into old army every week. Challengeable. Third place. Less than a day after the second chapter of Scarlet Moon came out, this ranking list has been densely packed with people outside the top 1,000. If it is not only ranked at the top 1,000, I am afraid there will be more. After Richard took a few glances, he became very interested. Because there is a selection behind each player on the list that can be challenged. What does this mean? With strong curiosity, he clicked on it. Do you want to challenge the player? The old land occupied by Dragon Scale? Note, currently 35 people have failed in the challenge. The upper limit of each old land that can be challenged each week is 100 times, and each person can only challenge once a week. Whether the challenged or the challenger, after winning, they will get a little old merit. Old merit can be exchanged for customized rewards in the Crimson Moon. Anything you need can be exchanged for old contribution, even artifacts. At the same time, players who obtain the old land can also set the challenge threshold, such as how much resources need to be paid as challenge funds. If the opponent fails, all of his resources will belong to himself. Wow, can the old land be played like this? Richard was very excited after reading the introduction. He tried to click to confirm the challenge, but was rejected the next second. Ding, you haven't occupied the land of the old, so you can't start the challenge. Richard shrugged and didn't hesitate. After coming to his senses, his interest in occupying the land of the old increased greatly. What interested him most was the old metal, in addition to the special items produced by the land of the old. This reminder that he could exchange anything reminded him of the old man who regained his heart in the Red Dragon grocery store. The other party had a treasure in his hand, the high-level artifact Wishing Balance. The contract scroll that he used to subdue the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, Lorena, was given by the old man. He directly obtained a top-level extraordinary. According to this game mode, as long as the players at the top of the list have enough power, they can earn merits without doing anything. However, if they are being fucked one after another, it will take a lot of effort to defend. Moreover, this mode is not about overall strength, but only about the top combat power. This is undoubtedly good news for many players. Some lucky people may not have very strong territories, but they may get 1 or 2 powerful armies by chance. After the Plain Explorer chapter is opened, there will definitely be a lot of such players. It's quite interesting. After Richard's expectations arose in his heart, he immediately accelerated the progress of the strategy. He also needs the old merits that can be exchanged for any treasure. He already has 2 pieces of the Dark King set, but there is no news about the third piece. Even if you don't get the set, it's okay to get 10 or 8 artifacts. Richard's will is the direction for everyone to move forward. The army's march speed increased again. In the next hour, they encountered 7 or 8 groups of old long-tailed beasts in succession. Their level gradually increased from level 20 to level 22. The progress of the strategy also soared to 50%. After getting away from the dead level 22 old long-tailed beasts, Richard encountered the second type of old soldiers in this underground space. A monster with 4 arms, blood-colored scales on its body, and a lower body similar to a horse. They hold swords and shields in their hands, attack fiercely, and have extremely strong defense. They can resist the attack of the dragon wings without much fluctuation. The most fatal thing is that this newly appeared old soldier is as high as level 23. Even if the dragon wings are fierce, the gap of 3 levels makes them feel exaggerated pressure in front of these soldiers. This encounter even forced some of the wings of the dragon to start the sandification, and then cooperated with the stone statue of the dead to snipe and kill these monsters called the Old Runners. This encounter is a new beginning, marking that the strategy of the old land has entered a deeper level. The difficulty soared. Richard led the team to continue to go deeper, and the number of Old Runners gradually increased from the initial 3 teams to 5, 6, and even 1 squadron. Richard gradually felt the pressure, and was no longer as relaxed as before. In these collisions, the stone statue of the dead, as the main attacker, was already perfect, but the level of 17 was too different from the level of 23 of the Old Runner. This is level 6, and there is a big difference. In this case, the axe that can easily tear the enemy apart has become ordinary in lethality. Of course, this kind of ordinary is relative to the extraordinary soldiers. The difference of 6 levels can still cause fatal danger to the opponent, which is enough to explain the horror of the dead stone statue. This soldier is already excellent enough. Under the increasingly strong pressure, Richard, who originally did not intend to take action, also controlled the power of yellow sand, and put on yellow sand armor for the army after the old days runners reached 2 squadrons. When the progress of the strategy reached 70%, Richard encountered the biggest level. They entered an underground hall with a diameter of 200 meters. Under the shining of the blood-red light, batches of old days runners can be seen ready to go. Looking around, there are at least more than 4 squadrons. What's more terrifying is that their level has been upgraded from level 23 to level 24. And one of the squadrons is a long-range soldier holding a longbow. I am not afraid of too many close combats, but I am afraid of this kind of alternation of long and short distances, and the strength is far higher than my own. In the past, Richard relied on the quality of his army to crush the enemy. But this time, he felt the feeling of being crushed. The gap between the dead stone statue and the opponent reached an exaggerated 7 levels. Even the dragon wings, which are also extraordinary soldiers, are 4 levels behind. Even if the army of the City of Dusk has a higher quality, it is impossible to make up for the difference in level. Facing this powerful enemy, Richard decisively ordered the Dark Valkyrie to stand on the front line of the battlefield and participate in the battle. This is underground, and the range of rotation is really limited. If it is on the surface, relying on the flying ability of the dead stone statue, there is still room for operation. And when the opponent has a strong long-range attack force, it becomes less desirable to hunt the enemy using narrow paths. Now, they can only engage in direct melee. The Dark Valkyrie, who has not yet completed her transformation, is only about level 24 at this moment, and the level of the old runner in front of her is no longer different. Hero units have an overwhelming advantage when facing a single type of soldiers at the same level. However, when the number of soldiers reaches a certain level, hero units will inevitably be restricted. Even a top boss, like the Dark Valkyrie, cannot ignore the soldiers of the same level as her. Richard watched the restless old runner charge. Without any hesitation, he suddenly waved his hand and issued an attack order. Kill! The Dark Valkyrie, floating more than 10 centimeters above the ground, raised her head slightly, and her light golden eyes shone brightly. The 3-meter-long sword in her hand burst out with a sharp sword energy. With an unstoppable momentum, he led the army to charge out. At this moment, Richard heard the familiar prompt again in his ears. Ding! The current progress of the Old Land strategy has exceeded 70%, and the live broadcast will be automatically started. Note: during the automatic live broadcast, player and military information will be blocked. At this moment, many players who were watching the live broadcast of the exploration plane suddenly found a new live broadcast room, which displayed 4-star Old Land live broadcast, current strategy progress, 70%. This immediately attracted the attention of many people. This automatic live broadcast is only available after the second chapter is opened. The Old Land is extremely difficult, and the success rate is frighteningly low if you want to get through it. They have watched many players' live broadcasts, but they have never seen a few who can get through, even the lowest 1-star Old Land. Players who like to watch others suffer have found a lot of fun in it. At the moment, the most sharp-eyed player who first discovered this live broadcast room clicked in with a smile. Let me see which little cutie is attacking the Old Land. But after taking a first look at the picture, the whole person froze. On the screen, a group of Old Lands were running wildly and charging. On the top of these troops, there are big words: level 24, extraordinary 3 stars. My mouth suddenly became dry. Is this pervert trying to capture the Old Land with level 24 troops stationed? And the progress is 70%. I suddenly thought of something, exited and took a look at the title of the live broadcast room, 4-star Old Land. Then I opened the rankings again, and saw the 2-star Old Land owned by the first place, and I felt sick. Chapter 587. Richard didn't care about the live broadcast, his eyes were fixed on the fighting on the field. The old runner held his sword and shield in front, and after a short acceleration, he wanted to use his own impact force to tear apart the army of Twilight City. But the first one they faced was the top boss, the Dark Valkyrie. Holding a narrow long sword with a length of more than 3 meters, and a few curves, he directly killed into the old runner formation with an absolutely domineering attitude. Clang, the blade light flashed. The first old runner, who attacked, felt a sharp pain and lost consciousness the next moment. In the live broadcast room, you can see that the old runner was torn into pieces of horrible limbs, as if it was torn by a meat grinder. blood splattered all over the sky. Although the Dark Valkyrie's fighting posture was not as violent as that of the fearless warrior Hina, it was also terrifying. Every swing of the shining long sword can shatter the old runner in front of it. Even if the opponent raises a shield to resist, the result is that both the person and the shield will be torn apart. The Dark Valkyrie is like a red-hot sharp blade piercing into butter, and all obstacles in front are melted. With this powerful Valkyrie leading the charge, the wings of the dragon also burst out with the most violent destructive power. The strange hollow triangular battle axe in his hand chopped wildly, and with full firepower, it blocked the impact of the old runner. The scene of close combat often becomes bloody in a very short time. The stone statue of the dead also burst out with all its strength at this moment, and one battle axe after another with rattling chains smashed into the old runner. Crack bang, the moment the explosion sounded, a metal storm swept in all directions. 100 battle axes were like 100 high explosive bombs, and the damage caused by the simultaneous explosions made the old runners bleed. But it must be said that the vitality of the 24th level extraordinary soldiers is abnormal. There are countless scars on the body, but the fighting spirit is still high, without any retreat or confusion. And the resistance in all aspects is also very exaggerated, and the number of people who fell under the axe is not large. The level difference of 7 levels reduced the damage of the axe to the freezing point. What's more deadly is that the old runner holding a longbow in the back has turned on the attack mode. Whoosh, the strong bow with a length of more than 3 meters, after being pulled to the extreme by 4 arms, suddenly released. Swish swish, the arrows that are so fast that they can't be seen by the naked eye cover the wings of the evil dragon with the force of thunder and lightning. Clang, metals clashed, sparks exploded. The dragon wings with dragon scales made many arrows slide away directly without much damage. The tankiness of this extraordinary soldier, which satisfied Richard the most, was fully revealed at this moment. But this round of failure directly angered the old runners holding longbows, and these old monsters let out a low roar. The 4 arms swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the muscles were like steel pouring. When the bowstring was pulled again, it was obvious that its strength had been amazingly improved. At the same time, the arrows were covered with a faint blood-red light. Swish! The whistling sound sounded again. The dragon wings in front immediately felt a great danger coming, but the speed was too fast, and there was no space to dodge even if they wanted to in such a narrow battlefield. Clang, puff, the sharp arrows shot directly through the body of the evil dragon wing in front, and the blood-exuding evil breath exploded. The air was filled with a strong stench. A squadron of longbowmen on the other side, a round of volleys severely damaged 1/3 of the evil dragon wings. If the opponent is allowed to go down, even if the evil dragon wings are exaggeratedly tanky, they can't hold on. This scene shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. They naturally had psychological expectations for the ferocity of the 24th level troops. But what shocked them even more was that these dragon troops could withstand the volleys of the 24th level troops. Because the opening time was not long, the number of people entering was not large. But with a large base, tens of thousands of people still poured in. The audience who came early were trembling when they saw the scene. Fuck, can they withstand the attack of level 24 super soldiers? Is this player who is attacking the old land going to defy the heavens? Didn't they kill anyone in this round of volleys? I saw a group of level 24 super soldiers shooting people as soon as I came in. I want to ask what just happened. Also, who is the player attacking this dungeon? The attack of level 24 soldiers can be directly resisted, which shows that the player's army is extremely powerful. Who is that player? Question marks popped up in countless people's minds. At the same time, they turned their attention to the Dark Valkyrie, who was charging in front. Because the player information was not displayed, most people subconsciously regarded the Dark Valkyrie as the player attacking this old land. The players who entered the live broadcast room later were no less shocked than the first ones. The latecomers were just going to watch the fun, but when they found out that the level of the guardian of this old land was as high as level 24, they immediately felt something was wrong. A 4-star dungeon? Can it be so perverted? The audience immediately became very curious about the people who were attacking the dungeon. At the same time, they began to call their friends to come in and watch God. Because the live broadcast room did not cover the entire scene, only the middle battle was captured, the dead stone statue and Richard did not appear in the picture, and no player information was displayed, so no one recognized that this army belonged to Richard. Instead, the Dark Valkyrie was regarded as the protagonist. Soon, the news that some players were attacking the 4-star old land guarded by the 24-level extraordinary soldiers was spread. After several influential players sent the message personally, they began to attract many players to enter. The changes in the live broadcast room did not affect the battlefield. After feeling the sharpness of those longbowmen, the wings of the evil dragon immediately activated the 5-color evil dragon bloodline in his body, and opened the trump card skill, the body of the evil dragon. The next moment, his height surged to 8 meters, and his whole body was burning with terrifying flames, emitting a terrifying high temperature. The injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. But before he could be happy, the arrows attacked again. Shot after shot, and once again shot through the body of the wing of the evil dragon. It seems that the skills of these soldiers have effects similar to force penetration. Richard frowned. Foy, deal with those longbowmen. The moment the order was issued, the dark Valkyrie in front of him became more violent. The sharp blade light surging from her body almost tore the void. Although the old days runner in front was equally fierce and domineering, it could not hinder it. The domineering of the top boss was fully demonstrated at this moment. No matter how crazy the old days runner was, it was useless. The dark Valkyrie went forward and directly killed through the opponent's formation. Even until this moment, the dark Valkyrie had not used those fierce skills. After arriving at the position of the longbowman in the back, the dark Valkyrie's eyes condensed, and the sword energy on her body burst out instantly. Countless sharp blades burst out from her body to the surroundings. All directions were destroyed. Super A level, with itself as the center, burst out thousands of sword energy, slashing in all directions. This power could originally destroy this underground space, but due to the special suppression of the old days land, the power was reduced a lot. The dark Valkyrie noticed this scene and increased the power in and out, and also output some of the old days power. The audience in the live broadcast room only saw those old runners holding longbows, and level 24 being torn apart by the sword energy. But before they could be shocked, the next second, the screen of the live broadcast room suddenly went black and everyone was forced to exit. When they wanted to enter again, they suddenly found that the live broadcast room had been closed. What was going on? The players, who were watching with excitement, were all stunned. Although the live broadcast room was only open for a few minutes, many viewers poured in, and more than 1 million people saw the shocking scene just now. This abnormal scene made everyone feel relieved. Soon, posts popped up on the forum. Shocking, a top player's strategy for 4-star old land was discovered, and one skill instantly killed hundreds of level 24 extraordinary soldiers. Extraordinary female player, 4-star old land strategy exceeded 70%. Although it was only a few minutes, the 4-star old land, level 24 soldiers, and the instant killing of hundreds of level 24 soldiers, each one was enough to attract countless people's attention. This immediately caused a greater heated discussion. Many players, who had not watched the live broadcast, were discussing the authenticity of this incident, while those who had watched it were discussing who the player with the 24th level extraordinary soldier type, who could kill hundreds of people in seconds was. Was he from a large guild, or a hidden top-level individual player? Because Richard had never shown up from beginning to end. The Dark Valkyrie was naturally regarded as the protagonist. While the players were discussing fiercely, new changes occurred in the old land. After the Dark Valkyrie broke out a big killing move, Richard heard a system prompt from his ear that the live broadcast was interrupted due to interference from an unknown force. When he was wondering, he suddenly saw the space above the Dark Valkyrie's head rippling like water waves. Then a hazy shadow condensed on it. The moment the shadow appeared, the old runners, who were still fighting around them, knelt down on the ground like fanatics, who saw their own gods. The attitude was extremely humble. After Richard saw the shadow clearly, his face was a little stunned. President Windsor? The virtual shadows in the sky shifted from the Dark Valkyrie to Richard. I sensed a familiar power and thought something had happened. When she met Richard in Solon City a few days ago, she gave the Dark Valkyrie a gem containing the power of the old days. The Dark Valkyrie swallowed a part of it, and just now it naturally leaked out. She lowered her head and glanced at the embarrassed battlefield. The land of the old days is the arrangement I especially used to let the Lord of God's grace deeply integrate into the Crimson Moon. Richard's mouth twitched. How could he know that Windsor would come? It's a common problem for players who go for rewards. Coughed lightly. I am happy to see the prey, and I heard that the treasures inside have good properties, and can be exchanged for treasures with His Majesty Pym. Windsor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sir Richard, if you need anything, come back to the Crimson Moon and tell your teacher, he said with a strange look on his face. There is no need to compete with Lord Divine Grace. In her eyes, who is Richard? Not only did he save her teacher, but he was also a close partner of the AI Air Player Association that she established. 2 days ago, they were still discussing how to control the Holy Temple Empire. The relationship between the two sides has already reached an extremely close state. Now coming to conquer the old land is like a big boss who owns shares in the Chamber of Commerce to participate in the Chamber of Commerce's prize guessing event. There is no need. If you want something, just go to the Chamber of Commerce and get it. Richard shrugged. Since it is your arrangement, President Windsor, let's just give up this time, he said with a little expectation in his eyes. I accidentally got 2 legendary strategic treasures before. These 2 treasures belong to one of the Dark King sets. Now I am missing one. Can His Majesty Pym help me find out where the remaining one is? The old man in the Red Dragon grocery store is a demigod-level boss. He can know the sealed place of the heart of the gods from the high-level artifact wishing balance. It should not be difficult to find out a legendary equipment. Windsor nodded gently. I will ask the teacher for you later. The shadow suddenly shook, and the other party was silent for a moment, and then his voice became more solemn. I just got the news that the Lord of the Nine Hells, Asmodeus, is planning to enter the main plane, and the Devil Lord in his hand is already going all out to make soldiers. If I'm not mistaken, the news of Ragnarok has spread among the gods. In this way, the situation will become even more chaotic. Sir Richard, we need to speed up the development of the L plane and control the Holy Temple Empire at the same time. The magic sound box must also be rolled out as quickly as possible. We don't have much time left. Richard's face also became serious. My subordinates have just mastered the alchemy technology that gives life to machines. I asked her to send some of the trained talents to the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. The modified machines can speed up our production efficiency. After saying this, he said with a little doubt, President Windsor, it seems that you are quite optimistic about the magic sound box. Can you tell me why? Windsor looked at him deeply. Because this is our first cooperative project. Richard fell silent. Then he smiled. What else? Windsor said slowly. My intuition tells me that the magic box is of great benefit to both you and me. That's all? That's all. Richard took a deep look at the shadow in the sky. President Windsor, although I have said it before, I will repeat it again. No matter what happens in the future, the City of Dusk will stand with you. The shadow in the sky did not speak for a long time, but Richard could feel that the blurred face seemed to show a bright smile. Albus, who was waiting in the crack, suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then appeared in the desert far away from the crack. I immediately turned around nervously and looked around. Seeing Richard with the army not far away, he was a little surprised. Master, how did we get out? Richard turned his head and looked at the crack behind him that was emitting a bloody light. It seems that there is no hope of revenge for your revenge. Albus was stunned for a moment, and then gritted his teeth. Has that bastard become so strong? No, it's the other party, who has become a friendly army. After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand. Let the army withdraw from this area, and there is no need to pay attention to it anymore. All troops, listen to the order, return to Twilight City immediately. After the words fell, Richard's mind reappeared the conversation with Windsor just now in the underground, and his eyes became a little subtle. This time when he returns, he will speed up the progress of several layouts. Time waits for no one. Chapter 588. Chapter 2 of Scarlet Moon. The waves caused by the return of the old ones are gradually expanding as time goes by. In particular, more and more people are conquering the old ones, and the hidden remnant power of the old ones has been revived and discovered by more and more players, which has exacerbated this phenomenon. Of course, the female player who led the team to attack the 4-star copy guarded by the 24th level soldiers has also become the focus of countless people's discussion. Unknowingly, Richard left another legendary deed. After the enthusiasm of the players increased greatly, the most direct impact was the increasing influence of the Old Ones camp. As the base camp of the Old Ones camp, Scarlet Moon has also welcomed more and more players. The biggest turning point was the day when the passage to Scarlet Moon was opened on the L plane. Those players who wanted to go to Scarlet Moon but couldn't find the way can now go directly through the L plane. The layout of the two-way portal built by thousands of guilds in the early stage allowed the network of the L plane to radiate to the entire main plane. It played a crucial role at this moment. Especially after learning that those who go to the Crimson Moon can get a lot of benefits, many players are excited. Quietly, the Crimson Moon attracted more than 60% of the players. As long as the players enter this mysterious area, no one can resist the temptation, and almost all of them become a member of the Old Days camp. The power of the Old Days camp began to surge at an exaggerated speed. Faced with this situation, the gods of the hostile camp also responded in shock and anger. Not long after, A message spread throughout the forum that the major sects on the main plane were gathering church personnel and preparing the army. And without exception, all these sects have issued a ban on the old ones. Anyone who joins the old ones, or even goes to the Crimson Moon, will be hostile. Some cities controlled by the sects will even attack those players. Under the strong pressure, a large number of players have really fallen into hesitation. Although the old ones have given a lot of benefits, at present, the gods are the real controllers. And in this situation, a message from the L Player Association has made many players lean towards the old ones again. The old gods are the gods who have mastered power at the beginning of creation. The current gods are gods who have stolen the power of the old gods. Compared with the old gods have higher authority over power. As long as the old gods are revived, they can easily deprive ordinary gods of their power. After this news spread, the sect was furious and began to frantically refute the rumor, claiming that this news is just a rhetoric of the old one's evil demons, who want to pollute the whole world. The gods are the real leaders of this world, the great existences that protect everyone's safety. However, the source of this news makes players trust it very much. This is spread by the L Player Association, and it is said that Qingqiu accidentally revealed it during a conversation. Although this statement is an unconfirmed rumor, Qingqiu's reputation is obviously higher in the eyes of players than the sect that players have never thought much of. In addition, the sect's rebuttal is very empty and proud, and it has caused damage to the interests of many players. This directly led to a significant reduction in the deterrence formed by the sect's ban, and a large number of players entered the Crimson Moon every day. Time flies by. On April 25th, a shocking piece of news made the already turbulent situation even more boiling. The reason was that all the players of the sects received the S-level camp mission to destroy the old days. The gods no longer concealed their fear and anger, and directly launched the mobilization order. As long as they were players of the sect camp, they were forced to accept this mission. They must participate in the encirclement and suppression of the old days camp. Soon after the news came out, those players, who had already converted their troops into the old days, and were firmly bound to the old days camp, also received the corresponding mission to protect the old days. The false gods who stole the power were in fear and panic all day long, and made the last desperate struggle. All the players of the old days camp were asked to go to the Crimson Moon to protect the ancient gods, and wait for the ancient gods to return. 2 S-level missions, the mutual confrontation between the two new and old camps, finally broke out after brewing for several months. Under the 2 main tasks, the 2 hostile camps began to distribute a large number of secondary tasks every day. This makes the turbulent situation even more turbulent. Every day, players from the old faction are attacked and killed by the sect, and likewise, players from this sect are destroyed every day. In some prosperous areas with many lords and dense resources, war has become the main theme at this moment. Under great turmoil, it is impossible to stay out of trouble. The sect gathers troops very quickly. According to the players' speculation, they will launch a general attack on Crimson Moon in about half a month. At that time, Crimson Moon will face the sect army ruled by countless gods. The accumulation of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years is now all revealed. An unprecedented epic war will break out. May 8th, Dusk City Lord's Mansion. Richard sat at the head of the long table, half holding a warm teacup in one hand, looking at the noisy forum with a frown. It took a long time before he closed the forum, turned his head to look to the side. Karu, is there any news about Wire today? Karu, whose hair was already pale but still energetic, said in a deep voice. My lord, I just received it. Now several sects in Solon City are preparing for war, and the price of high-level weapons in the city has risen sharply. At the same time, the price of food has also risen by 30%. Magic scrolls, potions, etc. have soared by more than double. Richard nodded. Once the war comes, the impact will be in all aspects, and no one can escape. The weapons in Bloodhoof City can be sold faster, and this wave of resources can be profitable. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, how long can our food reserves last? After our large-scale purchases, it will be enough to last for 2 years. What about the L Plane? Queen Rettle has also increased her food reserves at our suggestion. Together with the original inventory, it can last for a year and a half. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Although the army of Twilight City is all undead life that does not need logistical supplies, the residents under his command and the workers need them. Without food, people will die. Now Twilight City not only needs to support the more than 10,000 people in the city, but also the underground world and even the L Plane. He also needs to make arrangements. Added together, it is a population of 3 to 4 million. The daily logistics is an astronomical figure. How is the Ministry of Agriculture's reclamation progress in the Eternal Land? Currently, a farmland area with a diameter of 10 kilometers has been reclaimed. In addition, the L Plain is also expanding the cultivated area on a large scale. Richard had an idea in his mind, leaned comfortably on the recliner, and continued. How far has the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce reached in the production of the Magic Sound Box? We're sent a message saying that the official mass production had already begun yesterday. Kalu's face was a little surprised. The Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce is worthy of being the top chamber of commerce. In just 1 month, the production line has been built, and the initial output can be stretched to 20,000 units per day. More importantly, there will be greater production capacity investment in the next month. In order to strengthen production, the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce has even directly acquired more than 20 small guilds with related alchemy technology. With such investment, it can be foreseen that it will not take long for the Magic Sound Box to be fully rolled out in the market. 20,000 units per day? Richard smiled happily. As a top-level chamber of commerce that has existed for a long time, after mobilizing all its strength, it really did not disappoint him. Pull all our inventory to Solon City and start selling it in a week. Kalu nodded excitedly. Sir, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Just like in the 1960s and 1970s, when supplies were scarce, a radio could become the top configuration of a family's dream. For the aboriginals with poor spiritual life, the magic music box is simply an irresistible and fatal temptation. After discussing this topic, Richard continued, What's going on in the Temple Empire? In the past month, the news that Prince Luz has received the support of 4 Grand Dukes has directly shaken the entire Temple City. Kalu immediately became excited when he said this, and his tone became a little higher. Prince Luz has gone from being the most unpopular loser to the most dazzling new star in the Temple City. Everyone is talking about Prince Luz. According to your instructions, our people have begun to guide public opinion in secret, focusing on whitewashing Prince Luz and leaning him towards the throne heir. He said with some admiration. It has to be said that the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce is amazing. Not only does it have a huge influence around the Death Desert, but it also has a large number of hidden players in the capital of the Holy Temple Empire. Your plan was carried out without any discount. Richard smiled. Who is Windsor? He is the ultimate boss, who wants to drag all the gods down from the throne. How can his move be simple? What is the reaction of the royal family? At first, they did not approve, but the impact of the 4 archdukes' joint efforts directly made those who had dissent feel a huge pressure and no longer dared to refute publicly. And the better news is that the king of the Holy Temple suddenly had a stroke half a month ago, and can only rest in bed now. Although the old king is still dissatisfied with Prince Luz, he should feel that he has not much time left, and he no longer blames him, but he can't say that he treats him differently. It can only be said that he doesn't see it, but he doesn't know it. At present, the old king calls the eldest prince and the second prince to his side the most. Richard narrowed his eyes. Has the royal family given up on the idea of the L Plain? Karu shook his head, with a somewhat ugly expression. No, even the first and second princes have begun to unite with the great nobles to fight for merit and prepare to attack the L Plain. At present, the first batch of royal spies have sneaked into Solon City, he said with a little anger in his eyes. Sir, should we take action and chop off these claws? Give them a warning. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. Grand Duke Solon will deal with these people. Take a deep breath, and the tone is a little lower. The second phase of the layout of the Holy Temple Empire can be started. After the great battle of the sect attacking the Crimson Moon, the twilight of the gods will come. We need to make preparations in advance, and the Holy Temple Empire must be in our hands. Karu solemnly agreed. But after thinking about it, he still hesitated. Sir, in the second stage, it is not difficult to provoke a fight between the eldest prince and the second prince. The difficult part is how to make the third prince ascend to the throne smoothly. And there are 5 princes behind the third prince. He has too many competitors. Richard looked at him deeply. No, in my eyes, Luz has no competitors. A hint of amusement appeared on the corner of his mouth. If the princes of the royal family do not die in the struggle for power, it will be meaningless. The 4 Grand Dukes have already made their cards clear. Do you think they will let Luz manipulate them? These people are the main force. The struggle for the throne has never been a battle between princes, but a war between the interest groups behind them. With him standing behind Luz, it doesn't matter who the competitors are. Because behind him is Windsor. He is the ultimate boss, who wants to bury the gods. Kalu stared at Richard in a daze, and after a long silence, he said with a bit of complexity, My lord, Your courage may not be matched in my lifetime. He laughed again. I don't have many days left in my life. After the voice fell, without waiting for Richard to speak, he regained his composure and continued the next topic. My lord, should we participate in the war between Crimson Moon and the sect? Based on the current strength of Crimson Moon, the probability of the sect winning this defense war has reached 90%, which is almost a foregone conclusion. Millions of years of accumulation are much stronger than Crimson Moon, which only has the Lord of Divine Grace. As the steward of Twilight City, Kalu knows no less secrets than anyone else, and Richard has never concealed this capable general. Will Crimson Moon lose? Richard's eyes showed a bit of playfulness. Who told you that the sect can win? Karu, this war will be the beginning of Ragnarok. Karu was puzzled. From the information we have now, there is no possibility for Crimson Moon to win. After Richard was silent for a moment, the message from Windsor more than half a month ago rang in his mind. Twilight City must not participate in this war. This is the beginning of the hunt for the gods. Those who step into the Crimson Moon will be completely destroyed. The tone was a little subtle. When the sect's army stepped into the Crimson Moon, the war was over. What Crimson Moon wants is never to defeat the enemy on the battlefield, but to let the sect's army step into the Crimson Moon. These words made Karu feel creepy, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Let the other party step into the Crimson Moon. What will happen after stepping in? Need I say? If this really happens, he can't imagine what kind of changes will happen in the plane next. The sky is going to change. Chapter 589. The change of the situation is not subject to anyone's will. As time goes by, the struggle between Crimson Moon and the sect gradually enters a white-hot stage. Every day, a large number of players lose their territory or even die in this faction struggle. Especially after the faction points are opened, the fighting between the two sides has intensified. As long as you kill members of the enemy faction, you can get points, and the points can be exchanged for various high-level treasures in your respective factions. Some players who stand out from the fierce competition, with generous rewards, began to grow rapidly. In this atmosphere, the war mood in the main plane is getting higher and higher. On May 15th, all parties are speculating that the sect's war against Crimson Moon will start in a few days. Several chambers of commerce in Solon City that have attracted much attention from residents, including the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, the Violet Chamber of Commerce, and the Solon Chamber of Commerce, quietly put a product called the Magic Sound Box in the most conspicuous position of their stores. No one was interested in it at first, but when the shop assistants opened the Magic Music Box and put in the Magic Music Tape, the product that no one paid attention to immediately became the focus of all customers and even passers-by. Adele is an ordinary civilian. Although he is young and strong, he has not become a hero due to his limited talent, so his level is only level 4. His job is a porter for a medium-sized chamber of commerce. As a warrior, he is not good at anything else, but he has enough strength. There are countless civilians like him in Solon City, which has a population of nearly 10 million. As a worker at the bottom, his life is naturally not good. He can still resist physical fatigue, but after working hard every day, the spiritual emptiness is hard to resist. Therefore, almost all the prostitutes in the alley next to his residence can call out his name. After finishing the cargo handling with a few companions today, Adele was able to leave work early. Recently, people are talking about the war everywhere. The circulation of various materials has been much faster, and the number of porters has increased a lot. Otherwise, these jobs would have to be done until dark. Declining his companion's invitation to share a meal, Adele hummed an unknown song and walked briskly and familiarly into the alley that didn't even have a name. I wonder if Elena is wearing the hollow underwear she wore last time. I'm going to play all night today. Some images that emerged in his mind made Adele feel a little excited and excited. Before each work, this emotion was particularly high, and after the work, it became boring. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Master Adele, I haven't come to drink tea for a long time. Do you want to taste the newly bought tea together tonight? Master Adele, my chest seems to be swollen. Can you feel it? Oh, you haven't been to our house for half a month. You must come to do it today. Amid the calls of the streetwalkers, Adele walked with his head held high. Every time he came, he enjoyed this scene the most. Only if you have enough money in your hand can you see the most brilliant smiles here. This is the treatment that he, a porter of the Chamber of Commerce, can never get normally. He likes this place, and likes every beautiful girl who smiles at him. After laughing and scolding with these coolly dressed streetwalkers for a while, he slowly came to the depths of the alley. A small courtyard without even a sign. To Adele's surprise, there were always people welcoming and seeing off in the past, But today the door was empty. No one was seen. With some doubts, Adele stepped into the house. Crossing the front yard, he went directly into the main hall. At this moment, he saw that more than 20 girls were sitting together, looking at a round box on the table with curiosity. "Elena, can this thing really make a sound? I heard that the magic sound box of the elves can be sold for tens of thousands of rare resources. This one is only 1,000 rare resources. Did you buy a fake one? How does it make a sound? Let's listen to it." Seeing this scene, Adele couldn't help but become curious. Coughed lightly. "Why, are you not doing business today?" Everyone in the house turned their heads in unison, and when they saw Adele, they were stunned at first, and then they all laughed. "It's Master Adele. It's only 5 o'clock now. You must be busy and have a lot of time, so you come so early. Normal people don't visit here in the afternoon. The working hours are in the evening." Adele smiled. "The people here are all talented people, and they always speak so nicely." Stepping closer, looking at the box on the round table with exquisite patterns carved on it, which looks very valuable, he asked in surprise, "What is this?" A group of girls immediately chattered. "This is the magic music box that Elena just bought. I heard that it can play beautiful music just like the legendary elf magic music box. But unfortunately, Elena seems to have been deceived. We tried for a long time, but didn't hear any sound." As a staff member of the Chamber of Commerce, although Adele's position is low, his knowledge is not shallow. Hearing this, he immediately said with disdain, "The magic sound box of the elves is a treasure that nobles are fighting for. Last time, the second young master of the giant elephant Chamber of Commerce spent 200,000 units of resources to buy one from the auction house. I heard the sound of the magic sound box next to me at that time." He raised his head slightly, as if he was the one who bought the magic sound box. Sure enough, there was another round of praise in front, and they wanted to praise him as the master of Solon City. Adele felt that it was a bit too much after hearing the latter. He coughed lightly, and turned to look at the girl beside him, who was wearing a fiery red long dress and heavy makeup on her face. "Elena, this thing, how much did you spend on it?" Elena hesitated when she heard him say this. 11,000 rare resources. Adele sighed a little. These are all his hard-earned money. 1,000 rare resources are enough for him to earn a few months if he works hard. After sighing, he shook his head. 1,000 units. Even a broken elf magic music box can be worth tens of thousands of units. Elena, you have been cheated. Go and return the resources. This made the other girls immediately start to discuss. Some laughed, some persuaded, and some comforted. More than 20 people talked together, which seemed particularly lively. Elena shook her head. "No, this is sold by the Violet Chamber of Commerce. It can't be fake." Violet Chamber of Commerce? The Chamber of Commerce that sells black condensed ice cream? Adele frowned. It is said that the Violet Chamber of Commerce has a deep connection with the Solon Chamber of Commerce and the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. Even the big figures in the underground world of North City dare not do anything to them. How can such a big guild sell fakes? Elena said indignantly. This is true. I saw with my own eyes that goblin salesmen play extremely beautiful music from the magic music box. She said nothing more and lowered her head to continue fiddling with the magic music box. But she bought it too hastily in her excitement just now, and she didn't listen to the other party's instructions on how to use it in a daze. Now she felt more and more frustrated, and couldn't make any sound. Adele saw this scene, and shook his head immediately. This stupid woman, how could she get such a good thing? She didn't admit it even though she was cheated. The idea of playing the horse riding game with the other party tonight disappeared immediately, and she turned to look at another plump girl. Cream, come and accompany me tonight. The plump and fair girl nodded indifferently. I've been waiting for you, Master Adele. It doesn't matter who you accompany, you make money. After Adele found a new love, he lost interest in watching Elena play with her silent toy. Pulling the girl's hand, Adele excitedly took her upstairs. He could try out the new tricks he had thought of a few days ago tonight. But just as he stepped onto the stairs, he suddenly heard a surprised shout from behind. It's fixed. It turns out that the energy crystal at the back is placed upside down. The moment the voice fell, Kaba, a key sound rang out, and the next second, a burst of ethereal and beautiful music suddenly floated in the house. Adele was like an upright ape seeing a modern high-rise building, and the whole person immediately felt a huge impact. The beautiful singing of the night elves hit the soul directly, and the ears were directly pregnant. He turned his head, and saw that the round box was closed, and the heart-throbbing sound was coming from it. Adele opened his mouth subconsciously, and was completely stunned. Really? This is actually true? 1,000 units of rare resources can buy the magic music box of the elves? In his mind, the second young master of the Chamber of Commerce, who spent 200,000 rare resources to buy the magic music box, appeared again. He accidentally heard the sound of the magic music box when he was showing off to the servants. That 200,000 magic music box seemed, no, it was completely inferior to this 1,000 rare resource magic music box. With excitement in his heart, Adele let go of the plump girl's hand, walked quickly along the steps to the table, and stared straight at the magic music box that was singing slowly. He didn't know the name of the ballad, but it was so moving that he felt his soul trembling. And this kind of singing was not the a cappella singing of the magic music box of the elves, but also with many unknown instruments. The rhythm and atmosphere were at their peak. Like all the girls around her, Adele stared blankly at the small box on the table. After an unknown amount of time, the sound gradually faded. When Adele came to her senses, she subconsciously glanced at the worn-out dwarf wall clock on the wall, and her face was immediately filled with horror. It actually played for half an hour? The magic music box of the elves can only play for 3 to 5 minutes, right? This is too much. At this moment, the last note of the magic music box stopped, and the next second, another sound suddenly appeared. Hello everyone, I am the singer of these ballads, a member of the Night Elf Royal Family, FIA. In the coming days, I will sing more songs produced by me. I hope everyone can continue to support FIA. Thank you, my loyal fans. I will always be by your side. No matter how difficult and dark it is, my singing will accompany you. Love your FIA. Finally, there was the sound of a kiss from Yuma. The moment Adele heard that voice, he felt that his soul was about to float to the sky. She loves me. FIA, who is FIA? The royal family of the Night Elves? Such a beautiful name. She must be very beautiful, must be very charming, must be a noble and moving princess, a perfect angel, a flawless goddess. Adele was excited and immediately looked at Elena beside him. Are there any more? Are there any songs of Her Highness Fina? Come on, play them again. Elena, who was also excited at this moment, shook her head. No, there are 3 magic tapes of Her Highness Fina. This one is a gift. I didn't buy any others. Adele was even more excited. 1,000 rare resources can buy a magic music box, and a magic music tape is also given? Gods, who is so generous to do charity. I know there are more. Elena, where did you buy the magic music box? Violet Chamber of Commerce, right? Only 1,000 units of rare resources, right? Looking at this guy's excitement, Elena smiled. Yes, it's the Violet Chamber of Commerce. It only costs 1,000 rare resources too, Master Adele. What I bought this time, is it real? Adele ignored the other party's teasing and said quickly. That's all for today, I go see if there are any more. He said that without caring about anything else, turned around and trotted out the door. Then he became more and more excited, and the trot turned into a sprint, and he quickly headed towards the nearest Violet Chamber of Commerce. When Adele arrived at the store with the Violet Chamber of Commerce logo, he was shocked to find that it was already crowded with people. And there were actually many people like him, running over in a hurry. His face was anxious, and he squeezed in. Quick, give me that magic sound box. I have resources. Fortunately, the Violet Chamber of Commerce had sufficient inventory, and Adele bought the magic sound box as he wished in the crowd. Looking at the magic sound box that was the same as Elena's, Adele grinned. Then he looked at the magic sound tapes outside, waved his hand, and sold all 10 sets. And such a scene also appeared in various places in Solon City. This scene was like the 1960s and 1970s, when supplies were scarce and the purchase restrictions were suddenly lifted under the background of ticket purchase, causing a scramble. Even in modern times, those fans will act even crazier when facing their idols. When you encounter something you like, the desire to own it is extremely strong. At Violet Manor, Wire, the executor of the Magic Music Box Plan, did not go to various stores to inspect. She knows the appeal of the Magic Music Box better than anyone else. What she is worried about now is not how to sell it, but how to continue to increase production capacity as quickly as possible. She needs to sell the Magic Music Box to every corner of the main plane as quickly as possible. This process requires an extremely large number. In the blueprint that Richard described to her, the Magic Music Box does not only carry the task of earning resources. The right to speak and influence are the deep-level functions of the Magic Music Box. Just as Windsor was concentrating on thinking, a half-feathered person, who played the role of the supervisor of the Violet Chamber of Commerce next to him, hesitated and said, Master, Can the magic box really create a star that everyone will worship and yearn for like the master said? If it can do this, wouldn't it be the same as a god? The same as a god? Weir slowly raised her head and stared at the half-winged man in front of her. She said meaningfully, "Really? How do you know that Master Richard is not trying to cultivate a god?" After the words fell, the half-winged man was stunned for a moment, then his pupils shrank sharply, and his whole body trembled. He lowered his head suddenly, crawled on the ground, trembling, and dared not say another word. Some things were taboos for him. He was not qualified to peek, and even hearing them was a sin. Chapter 590. While Solon City was in a frenzy because of the magic music box, Dusk City was not idle either. Because today, the conditions for upgrading to a large city were finally met. Ding! Upgrading a level 3 middle city to a level 1 large city requires 10 million units of gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore, already met, 100,000 units of crystal, gemstone, mercury, and sulfur, already met, 50,000 population, already met, 5 special technologies, already met, scorpion warriors, stone statues of the dead, king of the imperial army, sand archers, and mummy guards, and 20 hero units, already met. All conditions are currently met. Do you want to upgrade? Richard looked at the system prompt and felt a long-lost excitement in his heart. It's not easy. If tens of thousands of people had not been transferred from the L plane, I'm afraid it would have been stuck for a while. Without hesitation, he chose to confirm. The next second, a ray of yellow sand light instantly enveloped Dusk City. The buildings in the city began to be modified by the power of rules that were difficult to detect. It took 20 hours to upgrade the big city, and the residents in the city were temporarily sent to the Eternal Land. The army also left their posts and guarded everything outside the city. Richard did not go far away, but stood in front of the northern city wall, silently watching this private city that belonged entirely to him. The sun rises and the moon sets, the sun sets and the moon rises. After a long 20 hours, the light that enveloped the city of dusk finally dissipated. Richard was like a puppet given a soul, and he immediately became energetic. He looked carefully at this new city. Under the moonlight, it was like a ferocious beast crawling on the ground, giving people a strong visual impact. The original 30-meter high city wall has now grown a lot, and the height has exceeded 35 meters. It can be clearly felt that the thickness of the city wall has greatly increased. Ding! Dusk City has been upgraded to a first-level city. The Lord's Mansion has been widened by 100 squares of open space. The territory has been expanded by 2,000 squares of open space, and the current open space is 2,050 squares. Ding! The building limit of the territory has been released, and resources can be freely consumed to upgrade, and the technology limit is completely unlocked, and various technologies can be freely researched. As the system prompt sounded, Richard's mood was a little complicated. More than a year later, Dusk City has finally been promoted from a weak territory to a city that people dare not ignore. Thinking about all the experiences during this period, it is still a sign now. After calming down, he did not hesitate to continue to consume resources to upgrade the first-level city to the second and third levels. It was not until May 17th that this continuous upgrade was finally completed. Ding! Dusk City is upgraded to a second-level city. The Lord's Mansion is expanded by 200 squares, the territory is expanded by 300 squares, and the current open space is 5,050 squares. Ding! Dusk City is upgraded to a first-level city. The Lord's Mansion is expanded by 300 squares, the territory is expanded by 500 squares, and the current open space is 10,050 squares. After the system prompt fell, Richard floated into the sky and looked down from a high place. The inner city, which was originally densely covered by various buildings, now has large areas of open space. The original sense of compactness has become loose. Now there are buildings in the center of the city, and the surroundings are empty. Fortunately, the arrow towers were classified as city defense buildings and still stood behind the city wall. Richard saw this and raised his mouth. It can be imagined that with the current construction capacity of Twilight City, this extra space will be filled in no time. A strong sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. This is a territory that belongs entirely to him. Here, he is the only master, and his will can determine the fate of everyone. The power is in his hands. He took a few deep breaths to barely calm down his fluctuating emotions. He opened the attribute panel of the territory and took a look at the requirements for the next upgrade. The upgrade from a big city to a giant city requires 10 million units of 4 rare resources, 5 master-level technologies, 200,000 population, and 100 heroes. Richard shook his head and smiled bitterly. The other items are not a problem, but the master-level technology is too tiring. If a large amount of resources had not been tilted towards technology in the past 2 months, the requirements for several special technologies would not have been so fast. He landed on the ground again and turned to look at Kalu, who was standing with the top leaders of Twilight City and was very excited at the moment. This upgrade has been completed. Inform the residents and go back. Also, let the construction department come up with the next construction plan as quickly as possible. Chaos is coming. Twilight City needs to have a stronger defense. I hope our city can become a city that will never fall. Although he still has the Eternal Land as a retreat and the Eternal City is also under construction, Twilight City is the foundation of everything and there must be no problems. My lord, this is also our common wish. Karu's face flushed with excitement. As the first resident to join Twilight City, he has contributed as much to the city as anyone else. The expectation in his heart was extremely strong. Go down and make arrangements. As soon as Richard finished speaking, several black dots flew quickly from a distance. A moment later, several stone statues of the dead landed in front of him. One of them knelt on one knee and handed a secret letter to him with both hands. Master, an urgent letter from Miss Wire. Richard's eyes condensed, and he felt a little bad in his heart. He immediately reached out to take it and opened it to quickly check. After a moment, he sighed and handed the letter to Kalu, who had not left yet. After reading it, Kalu's face became a little solemn. The sect army is already gathering, and perhaps tomorrow they will launch the final general attack on Crimson Moon. My lord, a big change is about to happen, and we need to speed up our preparations. Richard was silent. After pondering for a long time, he spoke slowly. How many alchemical bombs and giant cannons are in stock in Furnace City? 2 million alchemical bombs in total, and 10,000 improved giant cannons in total. This data would have made Richard tremble half a year ago, but he was not satisfied at the moment. Not enough, far from enough. We don't know how far this war will go. These strategic reserves can only support a few wars. We need more. In this case, we can only transfer the workers who produce magic music boxes to produce alchemical bombs. Karu showed some helplessness. Although they had been preparing for this war several months in advance, the time was still too short. It was difficult to produce enough materials. The shortage of personnel alone was enough to slow down the entire production efficiency. Alchemical weapons were not something that ordinary people could produce. Let Wire go to the Solon Chamber of Commerce to buy a batch of Grey Dwarves. At all costs, we must increase the strategic reserves. This war is definitely more cruel than everyone imagines. After Kalu responded, Richard continued. The construction of arrow towers cannot be stopped. I need to see an arrow tower erected every 20 meters. Kalu nodded and hesitated. In this way, we will not have enough archers. I will solve the problem of Ningxia archers. I will buy another batch of troop nests for recruitment in the near future. In addition, the production of top-level heavy crossbows such as the dragon hunting crossbow must also be increased. If there are enough resources, they can be directly mobilized without my consent. Richard paused for a moment after speaking, giving Kalu a short time to digest, and then continued. The construction of the Eternal City must also be accelerated. This will be our last retreat. If you are short of manpower, go to Bloodhoof City and Rebel. I need to see the overall framework of the Eternal City completed within a month, so that it can be put into war. Karu took a deep breath. Sir, in this case, the resources we need will probably be very exaggerated. Whether it is the production of weapons or the construction of cities, it is a bottomless pit. No matter how many resources there are, they are not enough to fill it. Richard had already made arrangements for this, and said slowly. The income of Mountain City can be divided. This batch of resources is enough to support our consumption during this period. Mountain City is now a well-deserved player trading center, and even a world transit center. Although during this period, another 20 or 30 new planes have been opened and copied his approach. But because the main figures who opened these planes lacked appeal, and the most critical, two-way portals throughout the main plane. So the number of players that could be attracted was not large. The L plane is still the first choice for all players. The huge flow of people brought unprecedented income. Leasing goods, various taxes, commissions from various commodity trading centers, and so on, made Mountain City a well-deserved money-making tool. Although for a bigger plan, Richard spent 70% of his profits to buy more than 3,000 player guilds. But even so, he can still monopolize 30%. As the owner and person in charge of the connection with the L Player Association, Kalu naturally knew how huge this was. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he said, Sir, according to the settlement the day before yesterday, including the rental income, Mountain City has benefited from 2 billion units of rare resources on its books. We can get more than 600 million units. This is 600 million units. Kalu felt a tremor when he said this word. Although more than half of this is due to the income from renting shops by outsiders, there will definitely not be that much in the next period of time. But no matter what, this income is exaggerated and enough to drive anyone crazy. He never thought in his life that he could use this method to make such a shocking wealth in such a short time. It's a pity, if all these 2 billion belong to us. Kalu sighed, extremely regretful. Richard smiled. If we take all of it, then the output of Mountain City may not be 2 billion, maybe not even 1/10. How can we get the players' guilds to participate actively without binding them with benefits? Without the two-way portals connecting the main planes, even if he had great abilities, he could not get everyone to the L plane. And all of this was done by those guilds. It seems that he paid a huge profit, but in fact, this 30% of the profit is far more than the 100% that was not divided out. More importantly, more than 3,000 guilds are on the same boat with him, and their safety is greatly guaranteed. Soon, Richard's order to divide the spoils reached the L Player Association. This exaggerated profit was divided up by everyone after calculation by a professional team. Although 1.4 billion resources were divided among more than 3,000 guilds, each guild could get hundreds of thousands of units of resources. But for most guilds, this is already a good profit. The bulk of their income comes from selling their own goods, plus the various convenient news and support they can get as members of the L Player Association. Moreover, this income does not require any great cost. As long as the L plane is still there, and as long as they are still members of the L Player Association, this kind of income will be there every month in the future. After Richard took back this exaggerated resource from the L Player Association, he did not hesitate to exchange it for various materials. With the support of a large amount of resources, alchemical bombs, siege crossbows, arrow towers, and various military supplies increased like a tide. The strategic reserves of the City of Dusk quickly became rich. And in this environment, the army sent by the gods finally launched a general attack on the Crimson Moon. On May 19th, it was one day later than Wire predicted. An unprecedented epic war broke out. The eyes of the whole world are focused here at this moment. Richard did not leave, but sat silently in the Lord's mansion, and opened the live broadcast section on the forum with mixed feelings. Looking around, the most popular live broadcast rooms in this section are all related to this war. Clicking on the most popular one, the whole person immediately felt like traveling through time and space, immersive. The anchor in the live broadcast room is a knight sitting on a tall horse, equipped with many top-level strategic treasures. Although the attributes cannot be checked, Richard estimates that there are at least 5 strategic treasures above 4 stars. This is already luxurious for players. He looked away from the other party, and looked into the distance. After seeing the scene in front of him clearly, he held his breath. In his sight, there is an endless army wearing heavy armor. They form a terrifying steel torrent. Looking around, even to the end of the sight, the edge cannot be seen. Even if you just take a look, you can feel the impact. In the sky, the top army belonging to the good and lawful camp is even more eye-catching. 2-headed chimeras, royal griffins, 4-winged pegasus, green dragons, giant eagles, and various flying arms that are rarely seen on weekdays block the light. Richard even saw the symbol of the good and lawful camp among them angels, and not just one, but groups of them. The lowest level of the 2-winged angels is also level 20, a real extraordinary army. Those with 4 wings on their backs are even more terrifying legendary arms. It is hard to imagine that such a large number of top arms will all gather together at this moment. And their goal is a cracked space at the end of the sky. In a crack that almost runs through the sky and the earth, a crimson blood moon shines brightly. Richard brought them into their perspective, and inexplicably felt like he was attacking the nest of some villains. At this moment, the high-pitched sound of the horn resounded through the world. The originally quiet army began to flow like a tide, quickly gathering towards the crack. The knight anchor took a deep breath and said loudly, "Brothers, the decisive battle has begun. Today, only one of the old ones and our sect can survive. But I believe that victory will definitely belong to the gods. Praise the light. Kill!" With a roar, the player anchor suddenly drove his horse and rushed out with the army in front.